Chapter 1. The Love-Struck Villain and the Tragic Supporting Character. Sang Yanning has transmigrated into a book. Yinshi, could you please pay more attention to me? Is he truly that captivating? Why can't you love me just a little more? The man's voice was husky, filled with an extreme obsession that was tinged with a childlike, pleading whimper. Sang Yanning gazed dazedly at the man before her, whose complexion was flushed, and around his neck dangled a delicate black lock, his handsome, enchanting features causing her heart to flutter. What a joke she considered herself to be devoid of romance. So how could such a beautiful man be someone she could covet? Wait, one might say, this man was even more handsome than her idol. Sang Yanning's gaze lingered on the small lock around the man's neck. At first glance, it resembled a prop for some sort of play. The black lock, a soul-binding artifact for the tragic supporting character, sang Yanning in a heart-wrenching tale. Wait a minute. She had become the tragic supporting character, sang Yanning? Then the mesmerizing man pinning her down could only be the main antagonist, Mu Yi, from the original story. Just as Sang Yanning grasped this revelation, Mu Yi was completely ensnared by the soul-binding artifact, evidently mistaking her for the cherished light of his heart, the female lead, Sang Yinshi. The man's long, pale fingers caressed her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine. Ultimately, he deliberately pressed his finger against her lips, rubbing it repeatedly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beep. System auto-assigning. Beep. Rescue the B ending system 727 at your service. Host information transmission complete. Triggered main quest. Assist the male and female leads, Sang Yinshi Pei Yu, in achieving a he ending. Triggered side quest. Prevent the villain Mu Yi from turning dark and destroying the world. Wait, big brother. Is this really the time for task distribution? Just as the two were about to kiss, the thought of the tragic fate of the supporting character, Sang Yanning, from the original text sent a chill down her spine, and she broke out in a cold sweat. You, don't come any closer. Instinctively, drawing upon her years of karate training from the 21st century, Sang Yanning thrust her knee upward, striking precisely at the man's most vulnerable spot. Even Mu Yi, the formidable powerhouse of the original story, let out a heavy groan from the force of her blow. Whether she had struck too hard or he was simply too powerful, the artifact could not restrain his consciousness for long. Mu Yi propped himself up on the bed, covering his temples, shaking his head sluggishly as he opened his eyes. A ferocious aura emanated from him, his blood-red gaze exuding an air of malevolence. Sang Yanning could not help but take a step back, her heart racing wildly. Sang Yanning, system, what should I do next? I'm going to die. Pray tell, how long can she survive after causing the villain to stumble right from the start, nearly leading to his demise? It seemed like she was on the verge of being done for at any moment. 727. Beep. Triggered task. Survive as the supporting character and prevent the supporting character from consuming the heartbreak powder. Sang Yanning. Oh my goodness, stop assigning tasks. I'm about to meet my end. Why must I face a boss without even a beginner's tutorial? What are your intentions? 727. 727 will timely safeguard the host, activating pain reduction effects, wishing you success in your tasks. Dear host. Sang Yanning. I have a thought I'd like to express, but am unsure if I should. Back in reality, the man's breath descended upon her like a tempest, and the next moment, Mu Yi's grip tightened around her neck. The merciless force would have surely caused her immense pain. Had it not been for the pain reduction effect, she would have likely succumbed to agony by now. Who do you think you are, daring to pry into my heart? His tone was as frigid as ice, contrasting starkly with the tender man he had been moments ago. Now, Mu Yi's affection for the female lead, Sang Yinshi, had spiraled into a pathological obsession. Cough, cough. Sang Yanning struggled to breathe, desperately trying to piece together the plot of the original story. Tragic Lovers, a novel she had picked up to pass the time while preparing for her legal exams. In it, the female lead, Sang Yinshi, and the male lead, Pei Yu, were childhood sweethearts. The Sang family hailed from a lineage of medical sages, while the Pei family emerged from a sect of immortals. And the story's main antagonist, Mu Yi, having become a powerful demon lord, encountered the female lead during his wanderings in the mortal realm and, for reasons unknown, fell in love at first sight. He feigned the appearance of a battered cultivator to garner sympathy, ultimately being saved by the female lead. A tale of unrequited love, marred by the antagonist's tired, laborious script. She, the supporting character in the original story, was the younger sister of the female lead, Sang Yinshi. After rapidly recalling the plot, Sang Yanning finally pinpointed the current trajectory of events. The narrative had now advanced to the point where Sang Yanning had obtained the soul-binding artifact, intending to casually toy with a male pet at her residence, only to mistakenly ensnare the formidable antagonist, Mu Yi, while still recovering from a hangover. The original character was quite ruthless. Out of all the men she could have chosen, she had to pursue one who was obsessively tied to her sister. What a reckless death wish. Speaking of male pets, Sang Yanning recalled the unique attributes of the original character. A pure yin physique, a natural vessel for spiritual energy, requiring substantial yang energy for sustenance from a young age. Just days prior, upon reaching her comingafage, her dear father summoned numerous male pets for her, allowing her to indulge in pleasures without leaving the house. Indeed, the original character was a blatant hedonist, utterly captivated by male beauty, her mind filled with visions of handsome men that could comprise an entire compendium. In the unfolding narrative, Mu Yi would discover that he was being manipulated by the original character, and in a fit of rage, would abandon pretense and force her to ingest the heartbreak powder. Even after being saved from the brink of death by Sang Yinshi, he would be left with significant repercussions. Back in reality, Sang Yanning stared at the alluring man before her, recalling the original character's peculiar constitution, steeling herself, and smiling instead of panicking. "You want kill me?" she managed to speak, her words surprisingly clear. Mu Yi scoffed derisively. "Is it simply because you are Sang Yang's sister?" Sang Yanning replied evasively. "Not only will you not kill me, but you will also cherish me and keep me well cared for." Mu Yi's expression darkened. "I want kill you, but I possess 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Has Miss Sang considered this?" The veins in Mu Yi's hands bulged, his brows furrowing slightly, clearly reaching the brink of his patience. Sang Yanning, undeterred by his ominous demeanor, continued, "I am my sister's only cure. Only by using me as a vessel can the antidote to save her be created." Mu Yi's expression visibly hardened at her words. Mentioning her sister's illness even caused the ruthless, cold-hearted antagonist to hesitate for a moment. Mu Yi's piercing gaze bore into her. "How did you come to know of my plans? I am a pure yin body. There is no vessel more pristine than I. You could have taken my life without a second thought just now. Yet you chose to engage with me. You must see my worth." Mu Yi disdainfully flicked his hand, causing Sang Yanning to collapse to the ground. Finally liberated from his iron grip, she gasped for air, tears of relief spilling from her eyes. "Is this what it means to cling to life? This man is terrifying, mother. I swear I will never stay up late reading novels again. I want to go home." 7:27. Beep. Task completed. Rewards will be delayed. Please continue with the plot, and you may return home soon. Darn it, this wretched system is withholding payment from its employees. Chapter 2. Clinging to innocence. After a heated exchange with the system, Sang Yanning caught sight of Mu Yi, who was irritably tugging at his collar, clearly dissatisfied with the position of the soul-binding lock. However, Sang Yanning found herself rather pleased. Such a strikingly handsome man, such an exquisitely delicate lock, and such a fair and slender neck. Imagine if it were adorned with a chain. Ahem. Sang Yanning, what are you thinking? There are plenty of minors watching. Noticing her unabashed gaze, Mu Yi's expression darkened instantly. He seized Sang Yanning's collar, looking down at her imperiously. "Unlock it for me." Lifted like a chick, Sang Yanning bashfully pinched her cheek. I can't unlock it." Mu Yi's expression grew even darker, a bloodthirsty smile betraying his intent. "Miss Sang, could you repeat that?" "I'm not lying. Unlocking the soul-binding lock requires a specific process. Once locked onto someone, one must engage in a certain relationship with that person. Otherwise, it cannot be undone by external forces. In simpler terms, this soul-binding lock exists like a bug within the original narrative. Even Mu Yi must resign himself to it." Sang Yanning feigned calmness as she recited the description from the original text, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. But this contraption was designed precisely this way. The original character was shameless. But she was not. Unless she and Mu Yi consummated their relationship, no matter how high his cultivation or how many times he might torture her, it would be futile. After all, Mu Yi was infatuated with her sister. How could he possibly engage in such sordid acts with her? Sang Yanning retained enough self-awareness to grasp this. Just as she was relieved, Mu Yi declared, "Then let us do it now." His serious tone left no room for jest. Sang Yanning wilted instantly. "No way, are you serious?" "Wait." Sang Yanning gathered her thoughts, as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind, hesitantly stating, "Young Master Mu, do you understand what I'm referring to? Such matters require mutual affection to be fulfilled." She cautiously reminded him, attempting to make him understand. "Thus, you and I cannot engage in such actions," asked the lovesick male lead. "You must maintain your image as a pure-hearted warrior, do you understand? Your innocence can only belong to the female lead." The female lead. Mu Yi understood her words, but he could not fathom why mortals made things so complicated. It was merely an animalistic interaction, not dissimilar to that of any creature, yet humans insisted on infusing it with emotions or sincerity to elevate their hollow pretensions of purity. He could not comprehend such behavior. As long as it served his purpose, the nature of the process, no matter how painful or tragic, was of no concern to him. He coldly reiterated, reaching to pull at Sang Yanning's front tie. "Wait, wait, wait." No one had warned her that the antagonist could be such a rogue. Did he not understand human language? "Hold on, hold on." Sang Yanning flailed in resistance, and in a moment of desperation, she blurted, "The cauldron for alchemy must be a maiden. Otherwise, the elixir will fail." Mu Ye's brazen fingers finally stilled. "Is that true?" "Absolutely true." When she said this, Sang Yanning felt a pang of uncertainty. Truth be told, she was bluffing, gambling on Mu Ye's genuine feelings for Sang Yinchi. Although this behavior was akin to deceiving the antagonist, in order to preserve her innocence and her life, Sang Yanning was willing to take the risk. Having lived 22 years in the real world without ever having a romantic encounter, how could she carelessly give away her precious first time? Especially to a villain who would gladly eliminate her to please the female lead. She was no masochist. Sang Yanning's gamble paid off. Before long, Mu Yi released his grip on her ties, the demonic energy in his hand masking the traces of the soul-binding lock on her neck. Although he was unsure how Sang Yanning had discovered his plan to use her as a cauldron, he had no interest in delving into her knowledge. "Dare to deceive me, and you shall pay dearly." Sang Yanning sighed in relief, nodding eagerly. "The soul-binding lock only activates when I harbor malicious thoughts. So rest assured, young Master Mu, I will not give it the opportunity to take effect." "It would be best if that were the case," Mu Yi replied harshly. "Were it not for her affinity with the female lead, he would surely relish the chance to dispose of her immediately." The two did not remain in a standoff for long before footsteps approached from outside. "Yanning, are you in there?" It was her sister. "Sister? Wait, wait. I'm coming." Sang Yanning, in a fluster, hurriedly began to arrange the disheveled dress that the rogue had left in disarray. Mu Yi cast her a cold glance, snorting disdainfully, and carelessly stepped down from the bed. Sang Yanning turned her back to him, sticking out her tongue in defiance. "You foul man, now that your wife has arrived, you're suddenly anxious? Unless you're prematurely. Otherwise, how would you explain your actions to your beloved Moonlight if I hadn't made you stop? That scene would surely be delightful." Quickly jumping off the bed, Sang Yanning grabbed a book from the original character's disordered shelf. Mu Yi happened to be sitting at the table, and she laid the book open before him, providing a pen instructing, "Just agree with whatever I say, do not interject, understood?" Mu Yi placed his fingertip on the open page, neither affirming nor denying her words. Sang Yanning stealthily approached the door. Upon opening it, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Sang Yinchi's graceful and gentle face. Wow, the female lead is truly to my taste. It should be noted that in her real life, Sang Yanning rarely paid attention to men, instead focusing on beautiful women. She ignored the plastic handsome men on social media, preferring to follow numerous stunning ladies, falling asleep each night gazing at their lovely faces. Was there any greater happiness than this? None. Beautiful sisters were the most wonderful things in the world. You can argue all you want, but you'd be wrong. Sang Yanning wished she could shout in her dreams, "Sister, I am ready." At this moment, Sang Yinchi hesitated to speak. "Yanning, just now a maid from the courtyard came to tell me there were strange sounds in your room, worried that something might have happened to you." So I came to check. Even standing at the door, Sang Yinshi did not easily step inside. She was well aware of her younger sister's flirtatious nature. Hiding a man in her boudoir was not an uncommon occurrence. If she were to stumble upon something scandalous, even if Sang Yanning were unbothered, it would undoubtedly cause her discomfort. Their father, a doting physician, had indulged her since childhood, and over time, Sang Yinshi had grown indifferent. As long as her sister was unharmed, though she disapproved, she did not wish to intervene excessively. After all, she had yet to encounter a man capable of taming her sister, let alone anyone daring enough to bully her. It's nothing, Sang Yanning sweetly rubbed against Sang Yinshi's arm. Sister, please come in and sit. All right, Sang Yinshi replied with a helpless smile. Chapter 3. Spring Calamity. When Sang Yinshi entered and saw Mu Yi lounging casually at the table, a rare expression of shock crossed her graceful and gentle face. Could it be that the loud noises in her dear sister's room were caused by this young Master Mu? Having known and interacted with Mu Yi for over 2 months, she found it hard to believe that this typically cultured and polite gentleman could be so unrestrained. Miss Sang, Mu Yi was the first to greet, breaking the silence. Both Sang Yanning and Sang Yinshi turned to face him. Immediately, Sang Yanning felt a moment of embarrassment. After all, with such a gentle and calm tone, how could he be addressing her? But it must be said that Mu Ye's captivating visage could make one feel enamored even if he were calling a dog. Considering their lack of familiarity, Sang Yinshi inquired, Young Master Mu, what brings you here? You see, young Master Mu is assisting me in appraising candidates. Indeed, the book Sang Yanning had just held was the original character's private collection, a self-created guide to appreciating male companions. Each page was adorned with illustrations of various handsome men, complete with their names meticulously noted in the corner. Though the original character was not particularly old, her experiences in evaluating men were extensive. And the book was nearly as thick as an illustrated legal tome filled with her scribbles. Sang Yinshi smiled wryly. Appraising? Appraising what? Sang Yanning continued to embody the original character's persona, heedlessly responding, Sister. Father just helped summon male companions for me, and young Master Mu must have excellent taste in maintenance, so I thought I would have him assist me in discerning which gentleman possesses a prosperous fate. Sang Yinshi was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what does that even mean? How do good aesthetics correlate with fortune-telling? Yet, recalling her sister's temperament, it was not unusual for her to utter such nonsensical statements. It was Mu Yi who was unfortunate in this situation. Sang Yinshi's sympathetic gaze fell upon Mu Yi, who merely smiled politely, his expression devoid of any other emotion point. One could only imagine how desperately he wished to eliminate Sang Yanning at this moment. Perhaps only the pencil he crushed between his fingers knew that at least, he had the unique utility of serving as Sang Yinshi's alchemical cauldron. Mu Yi did not linger long in her courtyard and soon accompanied Sang Yinshi as they departed from her residence. Once the formidable Lord of Hades had been sent off, Sang Yanning collapsed onto her bed, ready to resign herself to despair. Is there anyone in the world more unfortunate than me as a supporting character? I am merely surviving for the sake of others. If it weren't for my singular constitution, the antagonist could easily fabricate any reason to crush me, couldn't he? System, come forth, in such a perilous profession. How can you not grant me a golden finger? The system feigns ignorance. The system is unaware. Sang Yanning. On the second day of her transmigration, Sang Yanning, citing her unsatisfactory appearance as an excuse, dismissed all the male companions from the courtyard. Before leaving, she glanced at them from a distance. Among the male companions, there were all kinds, some innocent, some seductive, some with the demeanor of domineering CEOs who believe they are irresistible, and others pitifully calling her sister. In short, apart from the fierce Mu Yi, there was no type of man that Sang Yanning had not wished to experience. Unfortunately, she possessed the conditions but lacked the fortune. With the soul-binding lock in place, she could not harbor even the slightest wicked thought, for her innermost desires would manifest upon Mu Yi, the formidable overlord. For instance, yesterday, the original host had whimsically developed an infatuation with Mu Ye's handsome visage, and subsequently, he had climbed into her bed. She remained merely the cannon fodder, the scapegoat. Reflecting on yesterday's scene sent shivers down her spine. Although Sang Yanning considered herself quite resilient, there is a saying, better to be safe than sorry. To preserve her own life, it would be prudent to sever ties completely. For the sake of a man, She had dismantled her entire harem. Sang Yanning inwardly lamented her own worth. At noon, old Master Sang had no external consultations that day. Seizing a rare moment of leisure, he invited his two daughters to dine together. When it came to meals, Sang Yanning was the first to rush over. After greeting her father, she took her seat, while Sang Yinshi had yet to arrive. Sang Yinshi, known for her integrity and nobility, was a legitimate young lady, in stark contrast to Sang Yanning, who was unabashedly fond of mingling with men. Old Master Sang was well aware of this. So he only whispered to Sang Yanning when his eldest daughter was absent. Ninger, have the few young men I selected for you not piqued your interest? Why did the maids from your courtyard tell me you dismissed them all today? As a devoted father, he had painstakingly arranged for fine male companions of various types, believing his precious daughter would never tire of a new one each day. The sudden dismissal of all the companions left old Master Sang feeling quite heartbroken. Sang Yanning felt the same pain. However, she dared not speak the truth. She pouted and sweetly reassured her benefactor father. No, father. I am merely temporarily uninterested in those charming young men. Old Master Sang looked worried. But you have the Buddhist elixir within you, almost forgetting this matter. The Buddhist elixir. After reaching maturity, the original host experienced monthly tribulations. Tio suppressed the original host's energy. Old Master Sang had painstakingly concocted the Buddhist elixir. However, its potency was too strong, leading to inevitable side effects. Each month, during the full moon, the original host would feel a surge of desire, akin to being under the influence of an aphrodisiac. If she did not promptly replenish her energy with a man's yang aura, she would suffer excruciating pain. Darn it. What kind of luck was this? Transmigrating into a book, receiving no beneficial buffs, yet accumulating a plethora of debuffs. Speaking of this, old Master Sang could not bear to see his beloved daughter endure such agony. Why not search for someone suitable in the coming days? Search for someone suitable? How could she do that? The moment she set her eyes on someone, Mu Yi would detect it, and she would be finished. She couldn't possibly rely on the antagonist for assistance, unless she wished for her own demise. How frustrating! How frustrating! Why, in this book, did everyone seem to disdain her so? Not a single soul pursued her. She wasn't unattractive at all, with that petite waist and shapely figure. Given her attributes, being the female lead was hardly unreasonable. Yet, she had to admit that the original host, Sang Yanning, was destined for a tragic fate. Among the characters she currently knew, none could rival the formidable Mu Yi. In the original story, it was precisely because of Mu Ye's overpowering strength that the male lead, Peiyu, ultimately fell short. As the female lead's furnace, due to numerous mishaps in the early stages. Her body was too weakened, and in the end, even when burned to ashes by Mu Yi, she could not forge the elixir that would save Sang Yinshi. The story concluded with Peiyu and Sang Yinshi perishing together. While Mu Yi, ultimately unable to attain love, descended into madness, completely succumbing to darkness. The small world of this book was destroyed by him, leaving nothing but ashes. Regarding Sang Yinshi's illness, it was equally lamentable. She need not be confined to the identity of a physician. Her diligent cultivation meant entering the immortal gates was merely a matter of time. However, she had become too immersed in her training, failing to control her strength, which led to damage during a breakthrough. From then on, she required a substantial amount of spiritual medicine to sustain her life. Truly, heaven is envious of talented individuals. Sang Yanning sighed and helped herself to another piece of chicken leg. Fine, even as cannon fodder, she must be an outstanding one. The more she eats now, the better she can fuel the flames when Mu Yi ignites them. Even within the confines of this story, she ought to have some small ambitions. Defeat the other hosts. Chapter 4. Examination. The father and daughter waited for nearly a quarter of an hour, and the chicken bones in front of Sang Yanning were almost piled into a small mountain. Yet her beloved elder sister had yet to arrive. After sending someone to inquire, she discovered that the male lead, Peiyu, had just returned from his training outside, longing for his wife, and had made a sudden visit. Now, the young couple was likely still lost in each other's company. Sang Yanning's mind raced with the progress of the male and female leads. In a way, these two hadn't even held hands yet. At this slow pace, when would she get to see the male and female leads together? Sang Yanning felt a twinge of disappointment. Why couldn't the male lead learn a thing or two from that scoundrel Mu Yi? If you like someone, just take them away, lock them in a small dark room, though such behavior is rather extreme. At least it shows some initiative that stirs the reader's passions. Upon learning this news, old Master Sang's expression shifted slightly, yet he merely sighed. Let them enjoy their time together. Not long after finishing their meal, old Master Sang tousled Sang Yanning's hair and retreated to his study to continue poring over his medical texts. Sang Yanning, having eaten her fill, wandered around her small courtyard and happened to glimpse Mu Yi emerging from her sister's separate residence. The youth's long hair was tied high, its inky strands flowing with his movements. He stood tall, his gait casual yet steady, his youthful features exuding a wild charm. Sang Yanning was once again entranced by the exquisite visage of this antagonist. However, his complexion bore an unmistakable expression of displeasure. Sang Yanning couldn't help but smirk to herself, only to raise her gaze and inadvertently lock eyes with a pair of sinister, cold ones. Miss Sang. The chilling voice, laced with a disingenuous smile, sent a shiver down her spine. How peculiar, he had addressed her as Miss Sang yesterday, yet it sounded so different today. Indeed. This exemplifies the stark contrast between the moonlight and the dark shadows of cannon fodder. Young Master Mu. He had indeed noticed her chuckling. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, Sang Yanning feigned surprise at seeing him. Wasn't it just a matter of pretending to be a lotus flower? Who couldn't do that? You seem quite pleased, Miss Sang. He curved his lips, though his brow clearly concealed displeasure. After a hearty meal, one naturally feels joyous. Apologies, I am rather mundane. She chuckled, her dark eyes squinting into slits. The girl's features softened as her usual haughty demeanor melted away. Yet Mu Yi found her innocent charm increasingly irksome, especially after witnessing Sang Yinshi in a tender moment with Peiyu. Peiyu. Was that so-called family of immortal cultivators truly so captivating to her? He felt a strong urge to eliminate them all, wishing for their complete annihilation. Warning, warning, detected an increase of 10 in Mu Ye's corruption value. Please respond immediately, host. Was it merely a smile that provoked such annoyance in him? How much disdain could he harbor for her? Should she just leave? Sang Yanning promptly suppressed her smile, cleared her throat, and spoke solemnly. Young Master Mu, I just remembered that the clothes at home haven't been hung out to dry. So I'll take my leave. Miss, suddenly, a voice erupted from not far away. Mu Ye's stature towered over Sang Yanning, blocking her view of the newcomer entirely. Mu Ye's eyes darkened, and hurried footsteps approached. He stepped aside slightly to create a path, and the person rushed past him, barreling towards Sang Yanning. He disdainfully brushed off the lingering scent of powder from his shoulder and glanced down at Sang Yanning. Alas, my delicate waist. At that moment, she found herself pinned beneath the unexpected assailant, who clung to her with arms locked around her, tears streaming down their face, whispering, Miss, please don't let me go. I vowed to follow you for a lifetime. My heart can no longer accommodate anyone else. How could you be so heartless? Sang Yanning, utterly bewildered, had never been this close to a man in her previous life of over 20 years. The sudden physical contact instilled a visceral discomfort within her. Instinctively, she tried to push him away, only to touch smooth skin. She lowered her gaze. What is this attire? Why is it so breezy at the waist? Excuse me, good sir, let's converse properly. Please don't get so close. Men and women should maintain a distance. But the man paid her no heed, his dazed eyes gazing at Sang Yanning with an expression of pitiful determination. It was only then that Sang Yanning got a clear look at his face. Hey, where's my rescue? Can someone come take him away, miss? How could you be so unfeeling? Just a few days ago, we shared a night together. Sang Yanning quickly covered his mouth, her expression flustered. You, speak properly. How old do you think I am? Don't spout nonsense. Men must be responsible for their words and actions. She cast a furtive glance at Mu Yi, only to find him leisurely folding his arms, seemingly engrossed in the drama unfolding before them. Once the man quieted down, Sang Yanning ventured to inquire. Who are you? The man feigned a pout. Does the young lady not recall me? Just days ago, you declared that I was the most to your liking among all the attendants. Sang Yanning rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Why must she bear the burden of the original owner's sordid affairs? Chunjiao, Jiming, a Zhen, or a Chong? Or perhaps Xia Yuhi by the shores of Daming Lake? Clearly, none of these were the right answers. Sang Yanning felt a headache coming on. His name is Song Pei, Mu Yi interjected coldly. Sang Yanning's eyes widened in disbelief. staring at him incredulously. In a way, you recognized him? Noting her bewildered expression, Mu smirked, Miss Sang. What is with that look? Had I not perused that handsome Min-esque compendium yesterday, I would have been none the wiser about your particular tastes. It seemed that was indeed the case. Each page of that book bore the name of the original owner's collected male favorites. Yet, what puzzled Sang Yin-ning was how Mu Yi could actually read such a tome. Could it be that he harbored a similar penchant? However, Mu Ye's eyes suddenly darkened, his voice laced with a hint of warning. Miss Sang seems to have many male companions. I find myself questioning whether your words from yesterday were mere fabrications. He was referring to the statement that the alchemical furnace must be a maiden's body, was he not? Wasn't that meant to uphold his image as a pure-hearted warrior in the eyes of the female lead? How could it be labeled as deceit? Sensing the chill emanating from him, Sang Yin-ning's alarm bells rang. No, absolutely not. She quickly pushed Song Pei away, exclaiming, My heartfelt loyalty to Master Mu is as evident as the heavens. I have not lied. If you doubt me, you may personally verify. Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. Is this person unwell? How could a man such as myself ascertain whether she is indeed a maiden? Sang Yin-ning was fully aware of this, yet she was being deliberately provocative. This man even seemed to disdain her mere smiles. What chance was there for him to lay a hand on her? If she couldn't grasp this much, how could she possibly fulfill the role of a mere cannon fodder? Chapter 5. The little cat's face, uncertain how long she had been entangled in this debacle. Sang Yin-ning finally managed to send the errant male pet away. What a stroke of luck that this person had arrived just as she was conversing with Mu Yi. This incident had only provided the antagonist with another opportunity to use against her. However, it was now clear that Mu Yi had little interest in her as a furnace. Wait, let us not rush to label her as narcissistic. This interest was of a different nature. It appeared that as long as she drew breath, her plight mattered not to him. Today, as she was pursued by that male pet, Mu Yi had merely stood by, watching her in her disarray without any intention of lending a hand. It was not so much schadenfreude as it was a complete lack of concern. As he stood there, impassively observing her plight, Sang Yin-ning even wondered if he was simply bored. What was the matter? After all, she was his precious life-saving elixir. Could he not show a modicum of understanding? At the very least, he could have intervened briefly. A girl, the mistress of this residence, being chased around by a male pet. One might think she was merely engaged in some frivolous game of passion. Truly, the heartlessness of villains knew no bounds. After retreating to her quarters to regroup, as dinner approached, a maid informed Sang Yin-ning that Pei Yu's sister, Pei Yuan, and their father had arrived, urging her to tidy herself up. Ding! Task activated. Form a party with the main characters to seek the celestial herb to heal Sang Yin-shi's ailment. Sang Yin-ning sighed inwardly. The inevitable had come to pass. The male lead and supporting characters were nearly all focused on the female lead. In their quest to cure Sang Yin-shi, the main characters would traverse mountains and rivers, embarking on a journey to seek the celestial herb, a narrative that would occupy a significant portion of the story. Along the way, they would face numerous trials, relying on one another, while the relationship between the male and female leads would gradually deepen. Though the original owner and Mu Yi, as supporting characters, would certainly cause trouble for the leads. The four would ultimately gather all the necessary herbs. However, the very next day after they successfully collected the celestial herbs, Sang Yin-ning would find herself at the mercy of Mu Yi. Thus, the conclusion of this journey would mark the end of her character's existence. Before that happened, she must disrupt Mu Ye's darkening trajectory while ensuring the male and female leads achieve their happy ending. Was this not a game at her expense? Who could possibly thwart this formidable antagonist? Unless Mu Yi were to abandon his affection for Sang Yin-shi, the likelihood of the male and female leads achieving their happy ending was nearly impossible. After all, Pei Yu was the eldest son of a prominent family in the realm of cultivation, destined to be a new star in the world of immortals. Even a multitude of Pei Yes would not suffice for Mu Yi. What could a seemingly powerless supporting character such as herself achieve? Forget it. She would take things as they came. For now, she would focus on restoring her health, preparing to sacrifice herself for the female lead when the time came, while also soothing Mu Ye's emotions along the way, allowing him to experience the warmth of humanity. But the foremost priority was to ensure her own survival. If he were to have a change of heart and recognize her earnest intentions as a supporting character, that would be even better. After all, to ensure the female lead's survival, she must ultimately meet her own demise. She would die first out of respect. The rest was beyond her control. Sang Yinning entrusted her hair and face to the maids. The original owner had just reached maturity, her youthful innocence still apparent. Though she could not match her elder sister's ethereal beauty, she retained all the charm and liveliness expected of a young girl. Did this male supporting character not have eyes? How could he not show a shred of compassion upon seeing such a delightful face? Compassion? Sang Yinning shook her head. Reflecting on Mu Ye's gentle demeanor towards others was truly terrifying. Well, at least this man was not entirely normal. With the soul-binding lock in place, she was already grateful he had not taken her life. After tidying herself up, Sang Yinning found her stomach growling. Despite having eaten a fair amount at noon, the metabolism of youth was indeed remarkable. In reality, during her high school years, she had starved herself for the sake of losing weight, only to ruin her metabolism. Consequently, in her 20s, merely consuming a little more would lead to weight gain, and even drinking water would see her scale rise by half a pound the next day. Digressing, now that she had transmigrated into a book, the original owner's frail stature offered her no opportunity to build herself up. Sang Yinning fiddled with the bell ornaments in her hair. With each step, they chimed, a sound to which she found herself unaccustomed. As she walked, she happened upon Sang Yin-shi, sister. She leapt into Sang Yin-shi's embrace, who seemed lost in thought until Sang Yinning's sudden arrival snapped her back to reality. Ah, it's Yinning. She smiled. Observing her ethereal sister, Sang Yinning's mind began to plot. Shouldn't her sister be elated at Pei Yu's return? Why then did she appear so morose? In the original story, there was no mention of Pei Yuan and their father visiting. Could their arrival have caused some discord between the male and female leads? A sense of foreboding washed over her. As they took their seats, Sang Yinning sat beside Sang Yin-shi, deliberately leaving the seat on the other side vacant for the leads to sit closer together. However, as Pei Yu entered, Pei Yuan called out, "Elder brother, come sit here." That very seat was directly opposite Sang Yin-shi. Pei Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing at their father's expression, before ultimately choosing the latter. Consequently, the last to arrive, Mu Yi, seized the opportunity. How infuriating! This antagonist truly had a knack for seizing advantages. Sang Yan's father greeted the guests with a beaming smile. Master Pei's unexpected visit is a testament to our shortcomings in hospitality. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. Pei's father raised his cup in response. Not at all, Dr. Sang. You flatter me. The Sang family had long served as the exclusive physicians for the Pei family, with many prestigious families vying to recruit her esteemed father. However, due to ancestral ties, Sang's father had consistently turned down such offers, while the Pei family held a wary eye on these rival families, fearing they might lure away their precious doctor. Meanwhile, Sang Yinning nibbled on a duck neck as she listened to the adults exchange pleasantries. Glancing at Sang Yin-shi, she noted her sister's continued discontent. Suddenly, Pei Yuan piped up, "Elder brother, after your 3-month journey of cultivation, why not share some of the extraordinary tales from your travels? We are all eager to hear." "We?" Sang Yinning silently rolled her eyes. It was evidently just her. Pei Yu cast a glance towards Sang Yin-shi, clearly distracted. "Yuan, the adults are discussing serious matters. Do not interrupt." "I am not interrupting at all, since you are unwilling to share." "Then father, Dr. Sang, allow me to recount some of the stories I have heard these past few days." Pei's father chuckled. "You still possess that loquacious nature." Sang's father waved a hand. "No harm done. Let the child speak. It will provide this old stubborn man with some fresh entertainment." Pei Yuan began. There was a couple. The man spent years vanquishing demons and monsters while the woman tended to the home. They were blissful together. But one day, the woman fell ill with a terminal disease, and the man, frantic, sought celestial herbs far and wide. Yet all was in vain. Before her passing, the woman sought his promise that he would recognize her as his sole wife for eternity. But can you guess what happened 10 years later? Pei Yuan paused, directing her gaze at Sang Yin-shi. The man remarried and had 3 children with his new wife. What do you think? Were those oaths of love sincere or hollow? Perhaps only the deceased woman would have believed them. Chapter 6. Fulfillment. Upon finishing her words, Pei Yuan erupted into a hearty laugh. Apart from her, the others maintained a profound silence. Some, like Pei's father and Mu Yi, patiently observed the unfolding scene, while others, such as Sang's father, bore their discomfort in silence. The most tormented were Sang Yin-shi and Pei Yu. Sang Yin-shi bit her lip, her delicate fingers clenching tightly beneath the table, while Pei Yu gazed at her, his heart aching profoundly. Finally, the male lead rose, seemingly intent on making an announcement. Sang Yinning naturally anticipated his next move, yet thought, not now, just wait a moment. She interrupted Pei Yu, spat out the last morsel of bone from her mouth, and leisurely wiped her lips. Everyone at the table turned their attention to her in unison. Miss Pei, she remarked, your brother surely does not neglect you, does he? Are you truly unaware of whom he harbors feelings for? If your family has something to say, then say it outright instead of engaging in veiled insinuations. Caught off guard by this unexpected retort, Pei Yuan's expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced by her customary haughty demeanor. What veiled insinuations? I merely shared a story for the elders' amusement. What wrong have I committed? Sang Yinning replied with a smile. Amusement? I perceive only your own delight in this. Those with a modicum of discernment and emotional intelligence would refrain from uttering such words at the dining table. Pei Yuan huffed indignantly. Sang Yinning, are you insulting me? Most certainly, Sang Yinning retorted. What of your dire proclamations and incurable ailments? Do you wish for my sister to live too long, or are you cursing your unfortunate brother? Sang Yinning's eloquence was accompanied by the jingling of the bell atop her head. Mu Yi, seated nearby, watched her with nonchalance, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers upon the table, seemingly unfazed by the noise. Pei Yuan, taken aback by her audacity, seethed with embarrassment and anger. What have I said? Am I not merely speaking the truth? Your sister's illness cannot be cured. Why must you continue to delay my brother? You honor, Pei's father interjected. Pei Yuan, Pei Yu chimed in simultaneously, both men wearing displeased expressions. Ah, so the fox's tail has finally been revealed. Sang Yinning proudly lifted her chin and resumed her consumption of duck neck, having said her piece. Now, it would be up to the male lead and her cherished father. After a prolonged silence, Sang's father could no longer contain himself and spoke on behalf of his daughter. Pei Xianshi. Our ancestors were close friends, and my eldest daughter's engagement to your son was a pact made by our forebears. Now that our ancestors have passed, as a father, I place greater value on my daughter's honor and dignity. Let us dissolve this prior agreement. Sang Yinshi looked moved. Father, Pei's father stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing with cunning. Absolutely not. Pei Yu suddenly stood, his expression serious. Sang Bo, Yinshi and I are truly in love. I implore you to reconsider, brother, Pei Yuan exclaimed. What are you doing? Why bow to them? Silence. Pei Yu snapped coldly, an unexpected harshness towards his sister. Father, Sang Bo, I have completed my secluded training ahead of schedule. In the coming year, I plan to seek out the herbs that can heal Yinshi. I already possess the recipe for the medicinal herbs, and after a year, I will surely concoct the antidote. Ensuring Yinshi lives a peaceful life. With that, he suddenly knelt. I hope you both will grant your blessing. Ah, you, Pei's father exclaimed. Sang's father looked worried, hesitating. But I have seen the recipe. The locations of several herbs are fraught with danger due to the presence of monsters. Rest assured, Sang Bo, I shall protect Yinshi with all my might, Pei Yu assured him. Sang Yinning seized the moment to support him. Yes, father, and not only Pei Gu, but Mu Gongzi will also ensure my sister's safety. Sang's father paused. Mu Gongzi? You two intend to join? Mu Yi finally retracted his leisurely demeanor, smiling politely at Sang's father. Meanwhile, Sang Yinning winked at him repeatedly. Is this person blind? Mu Yi replied, Indeed, I have such intentions. Yet, Sang Yinshi was less than enthusiastic. After all, it was her own illness, and she felt guilty about troubling others. This is no trivial matter. I hope Mu Gongzi will reconsider. Sang Yinning, however, was determined not to let her sister's objections prevail. Oh, dear sister, Mu Gongzi has been residing in our home for months without charge, and you saved his life. How could he possibly refuse to assist you? If you deny him this small favor of protection, do you wish for him to offer himself in return? As her pointed remark landed, Mu Ye's smile faltered slightly. With Sang Yinshi as her guardian deity, Sang Yinning feigned ignorance. After contemplating for a while, Sang Yinshi finally exchanged a glance with Pei Yu and said, Very well, if that is the case, we shall trouble Mu Gongzi. Pei Yu echoed, We are grateful for your assistance, Mu Gongzi. Mu Yi, suppressing a smile, regarded the couple with a cultured demeanor, while Sang Yinning knew he was seething inwardly. Noting Mu Ye's silence, she responded on his behalf, No need for such formalities. Sang's father observed the younger generation bonding and sighed in resignation. Raising his gaze to inquire, "What of you, Pei Xianshi?" Pei's father replied with a polite smile, "The Pei family naturally hopes for Yanqi's swift recovery. The young ones have made their intentions clear, so let them proceed. However, if I may be so bold, may I ask if the second young lady has a suitor?" Pei Yuan pouted, "Father, is one Sang Yanqi not enough? Do you wish to recruit Sang Yanning as well?" Pei's father's question revealed his ulterior motives. The potential to cure Sang Yanqi's ailment and the whereabouts of those elusive herbs remained uncertain, yet he could not allow the resources of the esteemed Sang family to slip away. If Sang Yanqi's illness proved insurmountable, marrying his youngest son, Pei Feng, to Sang Yanning could also be an option. Regardless, he must solidify the bond between the Pei and Sang families. Upon hearing this, Sang Yanning nearly choked on her duck neck. What on earth? Did this old man truly dare to set his sights on her? She concealed her smile and replied awkwardly, "Pei Bo, I am still quite young. Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Pei's father, however, remained unfazed. The second young lady need not be shy. I have heard from Your Honor that you dismissed all your male attendants in a single night. Such a transformation surely indicates you must have encountered someone of interest? Interest? No, I merely acted to save my own life. No, Pei Bo, I believe you are mistaken, she stammered. Meanwhile, Pei Yuan chimed in, "The second young lady's reckless abandon is well known among both men and women. If it were not so, unless you were possessed, would you so willingly disperse your harem?" Having just been chastised by Sang Yanning, Pei Yuan seized the opportunity to strike back, targeting the original character's infamous reputation. This person truly had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. Chapter 7. A person of interest. Sang's father listened to their exchange, though he disapproved of the notion of possession. How could his precious daughter be so unjustly afflicted? Yet, it did prompt him to ask, "Ninger, tell your father, have you set your sights on a certain young master?" As soon as he spoke, the gazes around the table shifted towards her. Faced with their collective scrutiny, Sang Yanning swallowed hard. What was happening? Were they not just concerned about the romantic entanglements of the protagonists? Now, she had become the center of their discussion. "Father, please disregard their nonsense. I have no particular interest in any young man. Help me," she thought, wishing to prolong her existence a little longer. Her brows furrowed, her obvious aversion and distaste were visible, yet the flicker of hidden panic and helplessness in her eyes did not escape Mu Ye's notice. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining her purity as a furnace, that male pet named Song Pei would likely not have been sacrificed. How diligent he had been. Unfortunately, he was a clumsy liar. Having just attempted to matchmake Sang Yanqi and Pei Yu, he had enough reason to see her perish 100 times over. Yet now, he found himself unwillingly entangled in their journey. This aspect of the situation left him perplexed. Sang Yanning was no naive fool, but she still had her uses. He could not find a suitable reason to eliminate her in the end. Not only was he unable to harm her, but he also had to protect her to a certain extent. This feeling was undeniably vexing to him. He particularly disliked watching her life unfold so smoothly. Contemplating this, Mui propped a finger against his lips and half-jokingly remarked, "Miss Sang, have you forgotten your past injuries? How is your waist faring?" Sang Yanning was puzzled. What past injury? Oh, he must be referring to the incident earlier when that male pet had tackled her and caused her to fall. But what was his intent in bringing this up? Was he merely attempting to embarrass her? He had witnessed her being chased by that male pet, and with the Pei family present, if they discovered this, would she still have any face left? No, she could not allow him to speak of it. Realizing this, Sang Yanning quickly feigned weakness. "I was perfectly fine until you mentioned it, Mu Gongzi. Now, I suddenly feel quite unwell." Sang Yanning's realization stemmed from her unfortunate fall earlier that day, yet the others remained oblivious to the commotion caused by the male courtesan. The ambiguous, even somewhat suggestive dialogue slipped into the ears of this group of knowledgeable individuals, who instantly reinterpreted it with entirely different meanings. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Sang Yanqi's eyes as she cautiously inquired, "Yanning, you wouldn't be joining Pei Yu and me on our journey, would you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Yanning replied, "Of course. How could I possibly feel at ease if you don't take me along?" It was a given. If she didn't accompany them, who would guard her celestial sister incessantly for 24 hours? Perhaps, in 10 chapters' time, her sister would find herself confined in a small dark room. Having perused the script, she understood the necessity of adhering to the storyline, but having someone familiar by her side would undoubtedly make the journey more manageable. The understanding was mutual between Sang Yinshi and their father, as the father and daughter exchanged knowing glances and reached a consensus. Indeed, the little one had suddenly focused her attention on the esteemed young Master Mu. After clarifying matters, the gathering soon dispersed. Sang Yinshi and Pei Yu remained to discuss the arrangements for their departure with the elders, while Mu Yi, under the pretense of being a cultivator, was also summoned. Only Sang Yaning, the inept and utterly useless one, found herself with nothing to do. However, she bore no resentment. After all, as a mere cannon fodder character, she preferred to avoid responsibilities, as long as the system did not summon her. She was content to languish in idleness. After returning to her courtyard to freshen up, Sang Yaning retired early for the night. Uncertain whether it was due to her excessive eating or some other reason, she awoke in the middle of the night with a sharp pain in her abdomen, prompting her to rise and visit the restroom. After a moment of relief, as she was about to head back to her chamber, she caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past beneath the large tree in the outer courtyard. What could it be? An assassin? A nightingale? Whatever it was, it didn't matter, as the system also chimed in. 727. Ding. Task triggered. Prevent Mu Ye's whereabouts from being discovered. Please prepare yourself, host. Damn. What one fears most often comes to pass. Sang Yaning muttered, unfeeling capitalists, are you working overtime at this hour? 727. Hee hee. Completing the task will yield rich rewards. Please keep up the good work, host. The rewards from the last task had yet to be distributed, and this annoying system was already painting a rosy picture for her again. Casting a glance toward the direction of the shadow, Sang Yaning tightened her outer robe and quietly followed. The person's point of operation turned out to be behind the rockery in their grand garden, demonstrating considerable audacity. Closely trailing the shadow, she was unsurprised when it turned a corner and she lost sight of it. Who? The figure suddenly appeared behind her, and Sang Yaning felt a chill at her neck, followed by the familiar sensation of suffocation. Indeed, villains had an inexplicable penchant for choking people. Could they not find a more creative method? Chang'e, you are becoming increasingly lax in your duties, she thought, only to hear Mu Ye's voice. The man named Chang'e stiffened. This subordinate acknowledges his fault. Please punish me, young master. With a cold huff, Mu Yi turned to Sang Yaning, his gaze inscrutable. Miss Sang, what brings you out at such a late hour? What did out at such a late hour even mean? This was her home. She could go wherever she pleased. Sang Yaning boldly surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing suspicious. What a coincidence, young Master Mu. Are you also up for a midnight visit to the restroom? Chang'e ignored her words and inquired, young master, should we eliminate this woman? Mu Yi cast him a frosty glance. She is still of use. Release her. But, young master, are you unable to comprehend my words? I said release her. Chang'e quickly nodded. Yes, yes, humph. Sang Yaning proudly lifted her chin, thinking, you didn't expect this, did you? I am the one and only piece of cannon fodder in your eyes. She provocatively gestured at her neck towards Chang'e, only to turn and find Mu Yi watching her with keen interest, his nonchalant gaze resembling that of a child observing a toy he had inadvertently captured. Considering their location, Sang Yaning sincerely suggested, what are you doing here? It's south rather close to Father's courtyard. It would be easy to be discovered. Ever since the day the soul-binding lock had revealed his true nature, he had abandoned any pretense of disguise in her presence. Mu Yi raised an eyebrow, grinning widely. Perfect. Whoever discovers me, I shall kill. That it had been quite some time since he had taken a life, and the itch to do so was becoming unbearable. Were it not for Sang Yining's unique role, he would not tolerate this annoying presence impeding his view. Such words were bound to be exhilarating when the time for killing arrived. A gust of night wind swept by, and Sang Yaning felt an unsettling chill at her neck. Odd. Hadn't she just been released from the chokehold? Why was it still so cold? She touched the spot that had been gripped earlier, only to find her hand smeared with something wet, red. The scent of rustiu. Instinctively, she turned to look at Chang'e's hands. You have blood on your hands? A familiar sensation surged within her, and Sang Yaning fought to suppress the churn in her stomach, staggering a few steps before her vision darkened. And why, Lord, she has fainted. Her symptoms seem reminiscent of a blood phobia. Chang'e spoke. His tone somewhat indescribable. Mu Yi glanced at the pale Sang yawning sprawled on the ground and couldn't help but scoff. This woman had the audacity to invite him to her bed and yet feared a mere splash of animal blood? How amusing, however. His hands itched even more now. Chapter 8. She holds extraordinary significance to me. When Sang yawning awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Hiss, why didn't I take off my shoes last night? She wondered. That's right. The blood on her. Instinctively, she reached for her neck, finding the skin smooth and dry, devoid of any strange stains. The blood was gone. Surely, it was not Mu Yi who had aided her. Could that fellow be so benevolent? After she had fainted unexpectedly, he likely reveled in her misfortune. Just then, a maid entered with a basin of water, and upon seeing her awake, said, "Second miss, the water has been replaced. This servant will assist you with your washing." Sang yawning cautiously asked, "What about this mark on my neck?" The maid replied, "Do not worry, miss. It's likely just a result of the dry weather these past few days causing a nosebleed. This servant has already cleaned it for you." Oh, she thought it was a nosebleed. Well then, that was certainly preferable to being misunderstood as a murderer. So yesterday, had Mu Yi taken advantage of the dark night to commit murder? Who had he killed, that he needed to instruct a subordinate to handle the matter? The original text had devoted extensive passages to the romantic entanglements of the male and female leads, with nearly 200 chapters dedicated to their ambiguous period before confirming their feelings, while the actions of the antagonist Mu Yi were scarcely mentioned. Most of the time, it was the female lead falling into peril, with Pei Yu anxiously exclaiming, "Young Master Mu, Yanqi has gone missing. Young Master Mu, Yanqi has been captured by a monster." Sang yawning suspected the author might be an avid fan of Journey to the West. After washing up, while making her way to the kitchen to pack some food, Sang yawning unexpectedly encountered Mu Yi. Good heavens, he was truly relentless. Just as she was about to take a detour, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure across from Mu Yi. It was her celestial sister. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced around, realizing that neither of them was accompanied by a maid or servant. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Where was the male lead? How could he allow the female lead to be alone with this villain? Sang yawning instinctively wanted to rush out, but recalling the strange smile Mu Yi had given her last night, she hesitated. If she went out now, wouldn't she be thwarting his plans? Mu Yi was known for his vindictiveness. What if he decided to torment and intimidate her again? No, she would first eavesdrop on their conversation. Sang yawning inched closer, crouching behind a crooked tree. Mu Yi and Sang Yanqi sat facing each other. A delicate tea set placed on the table, indicating they were enjoying tea. Sang Yanqi remarked, "This journey is fraught with danger, and yawning is adamant about joining. If it weren't for young Master Mu's assistance, the two of us women would surely find Pei Yu stretched thin." Mu Yi smiled gently, his expression innocent. "Miss Sang? You flatter me. Miss Sang has saved my life. This minor favor requires no thanks." Teske. This White Lotus, green tea man was truly skilled at feigning innocence. Though they both smiled, it was only when he faced her that she felt an overwhelming urge to take her own life. Sang Yanqi pressed her lips together. "The purpose of inviting young Master Mu for tea today is to seek assistance with another matter." Yi raised an eyebrow. "Miss Sang, please speak freely." Sang Yanqi continued, "Yawning has just reached the age of maturity and has always been our father's cherished treasure. For this journey, he has done much preparation in his heart. I have a betrothal with Pei Yu, and I, myself, am afflicted with an illness. I hope that during the journey, young Master Mu will be more lenient with her." Observing Mu Ye's contemplative expression, Sang Yanqi added, "Both my father and I can see that Yawning shares a remarkable bond with young Master Mu. This child of mine has a spirited nature and can sometimes act impulsively, and when she digs in her heels, not even an ox could pull her back. If young Master Mu could provide timely counsel, she might be more receptive to it. I have only this one younger sister. Since we are to embark on this adventure together, I must ensure her safety. With young Master Mu's assistance, this journey should be considerably easier." Listening in from the side, Sang yawning felt almost petrified. What on earth? Her celestial sister intended to push her onto the big bad wolf Mu Yi? Sang Yanqi concluded, "Yawning, dear sister, I can only assist you up to this point. The rest you must strive to achieve on your own." Sang yawning couldn't help but mentally berate, "Oh sister, you truly overestimate your sister's charm. If this demon allows her to survive, she would already be deeply grateful. How could she expect him to show mercy and care for her along the way? I see this asking the impossible. Muyi Dao, that elegant smile appears to be imbued with a profound tenderness. Miss Sang Air indeed holds significant meaning for me. Sang Yinshi. Sang Yinning? Sang Yinshi seems momentarily stunned. Is that so? I didn't expect Yinning to be so familiar with young Master Mu. In that case, I feel relieved. Sang Yinning, relieved? My foot. I should thank you all for deciding on my behalf without consulting my own opinion. Even a mere cannon fodder deserves some basic human rights. One speaks only half the words, while the other listens with only half an ea or I in the end. It is she, the supporting female character, who ends up imprisoned. The two continued discussing poetry and painting, but Sang Yinning had lost interest and headed to the kitchen to grab a basket of dumplings. Eating as she walked, as a supporting character, it is indeed a grave mistake to be too closely associated with a villain who could easily take her life. Setting aside how this person feels about her, merely his obsessive and sickly nature makes it exceedingly difficult for Sang Yinning to cope. In the original story, after the protagonist group collected the spiritual herbs, Muyi promptly dealt with the original owner, refining the elixir, and then captured Sang Yinshi into a small dark room. The pure and devoted Sang Yinshi naturally refused, even threatening to take her own life. The more she struggled, the more excited Muyi became. To prolong her life, he even went so far as to extract his heart's blood daily. Yet in the end, even as the heroine sacrificed herself for the hero, Muyi never heard a single word of love from Sang Yinshi's lips. Ah, when will the entanglement of love and hate come to an end? How much does this supporting character truly understand? Just as she finished the last dumpling and was about to head back, a shadow suddenly flashed behind her, and in the next moment, she felt a heavy blow to the back of her head, causing her to collapse to the ground. Boss, is this the woman? Why does she feel different from the description of that monster? How is it different? She has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, doesn't she? Oh, right. There's also the mark, the little red demon, referred to as Boss, rolled up Sang Yinning's left sleeve, revealing a sharp scar. Yes, that's her. That scoundrel Mu Ye's beloved. What was her name again? Sang something she. All right. Since no one is around, let's hurry and carry her away. Yes, boss. Sang Yinning felt herself being jostled as she was moved. Her hands and feet bound, causing her insides to feel like they might burst. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a pitch-black cave. What is happening? 727. Host, friendly reminder, you have been kidnapped. Sang Yinning. Could you not deliver such heartless news in such a calm tone? Chapter 9. His breath, a green-faced little demon approached, noticing Sang Yinning had awakened, and dropped the pots and pans in his hands to shout, Boss. The woman of that demon is awake. Sang Yinning was parched, her throat dry enough to rival the 3rd day after she had been a sheep. Author's note. It's the 3rd day? And my nose and throat still feel terrible. Looking at the fruit scattered on the ground, Sang Yinning felt it was a shame. Hey, brother. Don't rush off. Can you bring me a cup of water to drink first? The little demon ignored her, and after a while, a red-faced monster led the way in. 727. Host, these are demons. For the sake of preserving your life, please be cautious. Sang Yinning, isn't that stating the obvious? I'm not blind. I can see these are demons. 727. Wow, the host is truly exceptionally bright. Sang Yinning, cut it out, I'm all tied up here. Can't you give me some tools? What happened to the rewards that were promised? 727. Recently, there has been an influx of book travelers, and the rewards are being distributed. Please be patient. Patience, my foot. The villain hasn't killed me yet, but soon I'll be done in by these demons. The little red demon swung a hammer. Woman, is Muyi your man? Muyi? Why is it this guy again? It's clear that being close to him brings nothing but trouble. Sang Yinning replied with a face of innocence. I say. Great demon brother, did you perhaps catch the wrong person? I'm just a minor character. How could I possibly have a man at such a young age? The red demon scoffed. Humph, I knew you wouldn't speak the truth. You clearly have a scar on your arm. How could you deny being Mu Ye's woman? Scar? What does that have to do with anything? Isn't that a mark the original owner had since childhood? Everyone has a desire for beauty. It's just that the scar looks rather unsightly, and the wound appears a bit frightening. So the original owner always wore long sleeves, never donning short sleeves. Brothers, you really have the wrong person. I'm not familiar with that scoundrel at all. The green-faced little demon jumped out. Nonsense, when I bound you, I could smell it on you. That scent clearly belongs to that demon Mu Yi. Exactly, if you had no intimate connection with him, how could you be so heavily tainted by his scent? Intimate connection? Kicking him in the groin counts, right? Ugh, that's not the point. The point is, they truly have the wrong person. The green-faced little demon. Boss, I see this woman isn't being honest either. I've heard that the flesh of young women is the most delectable. Why don't we roast her for a meal? It would also avenge our sister. Roast her? Sang Yinning's eyes widened. Please, her flesh isn't like Tang Sang's. Eating it won't grant you immortality, the red demon. That's a good suggestion. Someone, go set up the barbecue. Yes, the other little demons, hearing there was meat to be had, hurriedly scurried to work. Wait. Sang Yinning was in a panic, her mind racing. Brothers, look at how thin I am. I barely have any meat to spare. The red demon realized something and scanned her up and down, his gaze lingering on a certain area, suddenly unsure. I heard that the demon's woman is well-proportioned. Where exactly is your well-proportioned part? Sang Yinning instantly felt deflated. You little fish, how dare you imply anything about me? However, she had to admit that the original owner's petite figure indeed had nothing to do with being well-proportioned. It was rather Sang Yinshi who fit that description. Wait a minute. Could it be that these little demons were actually after Sang Yinshi, and she just happened to be the scapegoat for the heroine? This truly aligns with her role as a cannon fodder supporting character. With this thought in mind, Sang Yinning quickly reconciled with her situation. If she had to be captured, then being captured instead of the heroine was certainly preferable. If the heroine were captured and died, her mission would fail. If they captured her, at least she could rely on her silver tongue to survive a little longer. It's not that I'm not well-proportioned. Have you heard of thermal expansion and contraction? This cave is so cold. If you were to trap Tang Sang here, he wouldn't last long before perishing without Sun Wukong to rescue him. The red demon's eyes lit up. What Tang Song? What immortality? Sang Yinning smiled slyly. Want to know? The other little demons also paused in their actions, their eyes filled with curiosity as they leaned closer. Sang Yinning lifted her chin and feigned mystery. First, untie me, and then I'll tell you what Tang Sang meat is, Sang Manor. Young master, the guards at the Pei Manor are quite vigilant. Our people have yet to infiltrate. Chang'e knelt on the ground, lowering his head, in no need for haste. Continue to observe, Mu Yi replied absently, fiddling with the chess pieces on the board. Yes. Young master, should we pay special attention to Miss Sang Er? After all, that woman knows he killed someone last night, Mu Yi. Are you worried she'll leak the information to the Pei family? Chang'e did not answer directly, only stating, it is a possibility. Our people discovered yesterday that the Pei family intends for their second son to marry Sang Yinning. If that woman were to marry over, it might. Mu Yi found it amusing. Since when have you all become so fearful of a mere woman? Chang'e lowered his head. This woman is quite bold. I cannot afford to be careless. For the first half of that statement, I agree. Besides fearing blood, Sang Yinning is indeed quite daring. Speaking of which, when he was conversing with Sang Yinshi earlier, Sang Yinning had been eavesdropping nearby. With her poor disguise skills, it would be difficult for her to hide even the most basic of breaths, making it nearly impossible for him not to notice. He was unsure what she had heard, but she had left with a sullen expression. This woman, usually so lively and ostentatious, though not particularly likable, was undeniably amusing in her moments of defeat. At the very least, she was far more sincere than those boring, hypocritical mortal cultivators. Young master, should I send a few night crows to follow her? Just in case something unexpected happens? Mu Yi tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly lost in thought. It might be time to take a look. Young master. Chang'e intended to ask a few more questions, but Mu Yi had already exited the courtyard, leaving him with only his back. Chang'e knew his master was always one to act as he pleased. With no other option, he could only rise to follow. As they reached the entrance of Sang Yinning's courtyard, a few maidservants, spotting Mu Yi, hurriedly lowered their heads as if avoiding something. May I ask if your second miss is present? The leading maidservant, seeing that Mu Yi was courteous and polite, and finding him quite handsome, couldn't help but blush as she stepped forward. Young Master Mu, the young lady should be inside, Mu Yi. Should be? The maidservant hesitated, pondering for a moment before finally speaking the truth. This servant just went to call the second miss for lunch, but she did not respond. Generally, in such situations, we would not dare to disturb her. Mu Yi was taken aback. Why? Due to the nature of this situation, inquiring further may easily disrupt the good fortune of the second miss. Mu Yi raised his tone, prolonging the final syllable, which caused the maids to blush and lower their heads in embarrassment upon hearing him. Observing this, he grasped the situation with clarity though. So it's that kind of good fortune. With a half smile, Mu Yi remarked, "Your young lady has dismissed all her male attendants. Did you not realize this?" "We are aware," they replied. "However, since young Master Mu has been seen in close proximity to the second miss, and we happened not to see anyone in your courtyard, we presumed, he interjected, presumed that I was engaged in good fortune with Sang Yin-ning." A flicker of darkness passed through his eyes, yet the smile upon his lips remained undiminished. "Thank you for the information." The maids, taken aback by his politeness, felt a wave of shyness wash over them, hurriedly performing a curtsy before departing in haste. Chapter 10. Mu Ye's woman. Once the maids had left, Zhang Yi suddenly appeared. "Young master, the room is empty. There is an unfamiliar aura of malevolence surrounding this courtyard. It is likely that some foolish creatures have followed your scent. It is impossible to rise to such a position in the realm of demons without accumulating a few enemies. What remains uncertain is which creature has captured Sang Yin-ning." Mu Yi inquired. "Zhang Yi, do you think she is still alive after being captured for such an extended time?" Zhang Yi paused, unsure of what his master meant. The woman bore a soul-binding lock. If she were to perish, the lock could never be undone, and even his master would meet his demise. Moreover, she was an indispensable alchemical furnace for Sang Yin-shi. Without her, Sang Yin-shi would undoubtedly perish. After some contemplation, Zhang Yi refrained from answering. "Young master, saving her is of utmost importance." Mu Yi scoffed. "You're quite clever." His greatest aversion was being threatened. The very idea that there existed those foolish enough to seek death by approaching someone he could not bear to harm was absurd. Zhang Yi felt the chilling aura emanating from his master and instinctively recoiled, silently mourning for those unfortunate demons. In the demon's lair, a throng of creatures sat obediently around Sang Yin-ning, listening intently to her tales, as if they were holding fruits in their hands. The golden-horned king and the silver-horned king had abducted the monk Tang Song, only to be intercepted by Sun Wukong en route. "Demons, release my master!" Sun Wukong proclaimed. A fierce battle ensued. A 1v2 confrontation, resulting in the two demons being steadily outmatched. Realizing they could not prevail, the silver-horned king produced his magical artifact, a red gourd, and asked Sun Wukong, "Who dares to reveal their name?" Sun Wukong, pondering, offered a false name, only to be sucked into the gourd. The green-faced little demon exclaimed, "What happened next? Did Tang Sang finally get eaten?" Sang Yin-ning feigned regret, patting the little demon's head. "Not at all." Sun Wukong suffered terribly within the gourd, and in a moment of hubris, the silver-horned king inadvertently released him. The assembly of little demons gasped in astonishment. Then, taking advantage of the situation, Sun Wukong seized the magical artifacts of the two demons, using their own tactics against them, ultimately rescuing Tang Song. The red-faced little demon slapped his thigh. "That silver-horned king is pathetic. With all those magical artifacts, he still ended up bested by a mere monkey. I think the white-bone spirit is the smartest. She is a true role model in the demon realm. The white-bone spirit is at least beautiful. Look at you, you're frightfully ugly. How dare you call me ugly? We're all demons from the same lair. How much better can you be? Stop bickering. The carp spirit is also ugly. Yet he still has a wife. Indeed, and his wife is clever. Sigh. I wish I could find a blind wife too." The red-faced little demon interrupted. "Enough, enough. Can you all aspire to something greater? Always talking about wives." Turning to Sang Yin-ning, he asked, "Hey woman, when will Tang Sang finally be eaten? My stomach is about to burst." Sang Yin-ning expertly painted a tantalizing picture. Soon, just wait for the next time. You said that last time too. Well, isn't it better to leave a bit of suspense? Without enduring hardship, how can one become a true demon?" On the surface, Sang Yin-ning appeared calm, yet internally she was in a state of panic. How could she have managed to stall for so long without a single person coming to her rescue? Surely, She did not deserve such a poor treatment, even as a supporting character. System. Are you sure you won't grant me a tool for self-preservation? 727 responded. Host, do not panic. The system is currently processing your request. Request? What a joke. Which incompetent company developed this system? Sang Yinning inwardly cursed the system when suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the cave entrance. The commotion unmistakably signaled the arrival of an antagonist. Sitting still, within mere seconds, a wave of eerie sword energy surged through, causing the previously boisterous little demons' heads to explode, their green ichor splattering everywhere. The head of the red-faced little demon rolled to her feet. Sang Yinning patted her chest in relief. Fortunately, the blood of these demons was not red. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Zhang Yi sheathed his sword. Stepping back. It was then that Mu Yi leisurely entered, appearing both nonchalant and at ease, seemingly unaffected by the number of demon lives his subordinates had just claimed. Sang Yinning instinctively shrank back. This devil's subordinates treated the demon lair as casually as one would slaughter fowl, a truly grotesque spectacle. Corpses littered the ground, yet he did not spare them a glance, his golden-threaded robe billowing without a hint of bloodstain. When Sang Yinning raised her gaze, she was met with his mocking, derisive stare. Remarkably, he was unscathed. He chuckled lightly, his cool smile sending chills down her spine. I thought you would be missing an arm or a leg. Such a delicate flower, he mused. What ailment do you suffer from? Sang Yinning forced a smile. Oh, is that so? I must truly disappoint young Master Mu Yi crouched before her, examining her with apparent curiosity. Indeed, quite disappointing. It is unfortunate not to witness Miss Sang fainting in fright at the sight of her own blood. However, I am quite curious as to why these demons chose not to kill you. Sang Yinning could not help but scoff internally. Did he think every demon was like him, mindlessly violent? Yet she dared not voice her thoughts. I entertained them with stories, and they happened to enjoy listening. Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh? What tales did you tell? The stories of demons devouring humans. Pray, share one with me. Sang Yinning surveyed her surroundings, incredulous at his request. Now? Are you certain? Mu Yi lifted an eyebrow. Why would there be any uncertainty? I do not wish to recount them now. Zhang Yi, leave her here. We shall take our leave. Sang Yinning hastily grasped the hem of his robe, exasperated. Young Master Mu. It is because of you that I was captured by these demons. Is it not excessive to bully me in this manner? Mu Ye's gaze lingered on her hand clutching his garment. And he callously shook it off. Because of me? What do you mean by that? Her voice, inherently soft, now carried traces of resentment, evoking a sense of grievance. Those demons mistook me for your woman, claiming I bore your scent. Is that not your doing? Upon realizing this, Sang Yinning felt her ire rise. She was merely taking the fall for the female lead, and neither the male nor female leads were aware. While the story she recounted for her own salvation was merely a half-remembered tale from Journey to the West, this man exhibited no compassion. He was keen to see her embarrassment, yet utterly indifferent to her plight. Truly, one could not rely on the antagonist for aid. Chapter 11. Self-awareness his woman? As if he had heard something ludicrous, Mu Ye's lips curled into a smirk, with mockery gleaming in his eyes. The aura surrounding Sang Yinning was a deliberate ploy on his part, intended solely for swiftly tracking her whereabouts when he could not locate her. However, he had not anticipated that these demons would exploit this to their advantage. Yet, to assume that merely by scent alone they could conclusively determine Sang Yinning as his was rather foolish. Such brazen little demons ought to pay the price for their ignorance. Their demise would be of little consequence. What was wrong with making her my woman? How impressive! Sang Yinning rolled her eyes internally. Impressive, my foot. It was more like courting death. Young Master Mu, perhaps you could temper that peculiar scent of yours? I am still young and do not wish to be sought after by those demons daily. Mu Yi pursed his lips. Do you wish to avoid recognition? Sang Yinning nodded fervently. Yes, indeed. Seeing her response so resolute, Mu Yi understood that she wished to dissociate from him to evade unnecessary entanglements. While he could empathize with her instinct for self-preservation, without the guidance of her scent, should a situation like today arise again, he might not find Sang Yinning in time. It was likely her bones would grow cold before he could reach her. He bore the soul-binding lock, and she was still the alchemical furnace for Sang Yin Shi. For this reason, Sang Yin Ning could not be allowed to perish easily. In short, she could not escape his protective grasp. That may be unfeasible, Mu Yi replied with a gentle smile, his words couched in subtlety yet carrying an undeniable firmness. That scoundrel, Sang Yin-ning knew he would refuse. The antagonist was calculating, aiming to use her as a shield for the female lead. With her, radiating Mu Ye's essence, those demons would focus their attention on her, thereby reducing Sang Yin-shi's risk of being captured. His machinations were truly intricate, a testament to his earnest intentions. If she were the heroine, she would undoubtedly be moved to tears by his meticulousness. Observing her reluctance, tinged with a hint of resentment, Mu Yi feigned ignorance and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Unwilling. He had heard from your sister that Miss Sang seemed quite fond of me." What a life-and-death question. If she were to say she was willing, she would inevitably attract the attention of those monsters, leading to her demise. Conversely, if she claimed she was unwilling, this demon would play her to her end. In either case, death awaited her, yet there was no death she could choose. Moreover, when did she, Sang Yin-ning, ever express that she fancied him? Was this not simply a way to torment her? Could it be that her fairy sister had some misunderstanding regarding their relationship? Of course, she was willing. Sang Yin-ning gritted her teeth, wishing to deliver a couple of punches to herself for her lack of resolve. Sang Yin-ning, oh Sang Yin-ning, how pitiful you are. However, Mu Gongzi's unparalleled temperament left Yin-ning feeling inadequate, believing herself unworthy of comparison, and thus refrained from harboring any desires. Mu Yi smirked mockingly. "Do you truly underestimate yourself so?" Sang Yin-ning responded. "This isn't underestimating. It's self-awareness. Surely, Mu Gongzi has no interest in me, and I certainly won't seek my own discomfort." Mu Yi was not surprised by her attempt to draw boundaries. Rather, he was quite impressed by her self-awareness, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Miss Sang speaks quite rightly. I could not possibly develop an interest in Miss Sang. A coveted pursuit. Whoever catches the eye of the villain is doomed. Who would be interested in dating you?" By the time they returned to the Sang residence, it was nearly evening. Sang Yin-ning gazed at her desolate little courtyard, feeling a pang of pity for herself. She had just narrowly escaped death, yet there was not a single soul in the household who was aware of it. The maidservants and servants continued their tasks as usual, some refining potions, others practicing swords. In the end, it was still the villain who understood her best. Had it been the heroine who was missing, there would have been countless individuals surrounding her, devising ways to rescue her. Upon her return, they would likely rejoice and celebrate her safety. After all, it was not merely a matter of life. 727. Ding ding, task rewards have been credited. You have received 400 points. Friendly reminder, points can be exchanged for rewards in the shop. Sang Yin-ning, is there any potion that can directly kill the villain? One that doesn't require a finishing blow. 727. No, alas, if the villain could be so easily poisoned, he wouldn't be called a villain. Sang Yin-ning, does he possess no other weaknesses? I truly cannot hold on any longer. I was supposed to deliver warmth and grow closer to him. At this rate, I might end up losing myself in the process. Sang Yin-ning contemplated that if Mu Yi were to die, the villain would cease to exist in this narrative. The world wouldn't be destroyed, and the hero and heroine would certainly attain their happy ending. But the crux of the matter was, this individual was not easy to kill. 727. Host, the soul-binding lock in your possession is the villain's weakness. This artifact not only suppresses his cultivation, but is also directly linked to his fate. As long as you perish, he cannot survive either. Sang Yin-ning, are you suggesting I seek death? So if I die because of this, I can still be resurrected? 727. Unfortunately, no. Sang Yin-ning, your suggestion is splendid. Please refrain from bringing it up again. In Mu Ye's chamber, he had scarcely settled when Chang'e suddenly groaned, collapsing to the ground in agony. Mu Yi crouched in front of him, focusing intently for a moment before discovering a wound on Chang'e's back. You've been poisoned. Chang'e broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. It was my oversight. Mu Yi glanced at the wound. It was from Thousand Cranes. I didn't expect the Pei family to employ such poison. Chang'e continued. It must have been when I accidentally triggered the trap while searching for the entrance to the underground palace. And why, Lord? You needn't concern yourself with me. This poison. Mu Yi interrupted. You cannot withstand it has been drawn onto me. Chang'e's expression shifted, visibly flustered. Why, Lord? This cannot be. My life was given by you. How can I allow you to take risks on my behalf? Mu Yi replied, the soul-binding lock suppresses my cultivation. If I do not control my power, Sang Yin Ning will perish from backlash in an instant. There are still many matters to attend to. With you poisoned, what use are you to me? Chang'e hesitated greatly. This 1,000 cranes poison was indeed lethal, with no antidote in the world. Unlike other poisons, it thrived in environments rich in spiritual energy, meaning the poison could transfer from a lower cultivation individual to one with higher cultivation. The poisoned individual would develop toxic markings within 12 hours. If not suppressed by cold attribute spiritual herbs, death would ensue shortly thereafter. Mu Yi quickly lost his patience. Do not make me repeat myself. Knowing his master's temperament, Chang'e dared not delay any further. After channeling his spiritual energy to transfer the poison, his complexion visibly improved. He knelt on one knee, declaring, I will hasten to find a remedy for the toxin, my lord. Before he could finish, the figure before him suddenly collapsed. My lord, your highness? Chapter 12. Strategies for the male supporting role. Not long after returning to her little abode, Sang Yin Ning hastily finished her meal. Despite the unpleasant events of the day, her appetite remained unaffected. As the saying goes, if one isn't proactive about eating, their thoughts must be troubled. There is no worry that cannot be resolved by finishing a meal. After all, once this pit is traversed, another awaits. Even in death, she would refuse to become a starving ghost. Observing the fully darkened sky, Sang Yin Ning climbed into bed early, clocking out with a mechanical tone. She sprawled out and in shape. The storm of tomorrow could wait until tomorrow. Even if the sky were to collapse, they would not rouse her. In the dead of night, Sang Yin Ning was forcibly awakened. With her irritation suppressed, she struggled to adjust her eyes to the darkness, only to see a familiar figure. Chang'e? For reasons unknown, seeing Chang'e at this hour and in this situation gave her the sensation of encountering a ghost. She recalled that the soul-binding lock was connected to his master, Mu Yi. Even if he were to seek her out in the middle of the night, it should not be Chang'e. Sensing that he intended to carry her away, Sang Yin Ning promptly struggled. Hey, where are you taking me? Chang'e's expression was stern. I'm taking you to the prince's side. Tio Mu Ye's side? Had she misheard? She absolutely refused. Was there some misunderstanding? It was her off hours. Chang'e could not comprehend her protests. He merely covered her mouth, a dagger poised at her throat. The icy blade's touch was imminent. And Sang Yin Ning instantly fell silent. Easy now, let us not be hasty. Drawing a knife will only spoil the mood. Chang'e's eyes darkened. This woman truly lived up to her master's words. Adept at reading the room, her plea for mercy was swift, but her demeanor could change in an instant. Sangya 727 suggested, trying to pursue the male supporting character. It is indeed possible to achieve a perfect ending and successfully complete the task by following this route. Sang Yaning responded, pursue the male supporting character? He is a yandere, a lovesick obsessive, not a rational person. It would be far more practical to pursue the female lead. 727 reassured her, host, do not be disheartened. The system's extensive data analysis reveals that 35 of female supporting characters have chosen to pursue the male supporting character. Sang Yaning inquired, oh, what were their outcomes? 727 replied, they all perished. Sang Yaning exclaimed, can you not smell the foulness of your own words? After Chang'e left, Sang Yaning glanced at the person on the bed and stealthily approached the door. It was locked by some unknown force. And no matter how she pushed, it wouldn't budge. Damn it. This person is just as troublesome as his master. Dejected, she walked to the table and reluctantly began to brew medicine. How could such a formidable antagonist fall into a stupor from mere poison? So frail, it was no wonder he could not bring happiness to the female lead. While the main body was unconscious, Sang Yaning maliciously vented her frustrations, and after arranging the herbs, she discovered 2 fire-controlling talismans on the table. They must have been left by Chang'e. She had seen the female lead use such talismans for burning during alchemy. How does one use this? Sang Yaning pondered, mimicking the gestures of those cultivators. Pinching the talisman between 2 fingers and closing her eyes to attempt to channel her inner energy. 727 interjected. Host, do not waste your effort. Your body possesses no spiritual energy. What? You could have mentioned that earlier. She thought to herself, was I just pretending to be profound like a fool? Without spiritual energy, how could she use this talisman? 727 suggested. You could burn it with fire as well. A spark of realization ignited within Sang Yanning. Oh? It can be used with fire too. But wait, if I had fire, would I need this useless talisman? Was this not a deliberate attempt to frustrate her? Chapter 13. Nosebleed Sang Yanning fiddled with the fire-controlling talisman for a while longer. And upon realizing it was utterly useless in her hands, she reluctantly acknowledged her status as a cultivation failure. Without fire, how could she brew the medicine? If Muyi refused to take his medicine, would he perish? Would Chang'e blame her for it? But why did he overestimate himself by leaving behind a fire-controlling talisman? Why not leave a lighter or some fire-starting tool instead? Sang Yanning approached the bedside and plopped down, staring at Mu Ye's increasingly pale face when a thought struck her. Wait, she had no spiritual energy, but Mu Yi did. With that realization, she grasped the fire-controlling talisman and slipped it beneath the covers to find Mu Ye's hand. Goodness, this person was as cold as an ice block. Despite being under a thick quilt, it felt like a freezer within. She held his hand and warmed it symbolically before placing the fire-controlling talisman in his grasp. Mu Ye's hand was significantly larger than hers, so Sang Yanning had to use both hands to encase it, then mimicked Sang Yinshi's alchemical gestures and chanted, "Fire, come forth!" In an instant, a burst of flames erupted in the room, and Sang Yanning felt an exhilarating joy, akin to a rustic villager entering the city. This magical ability to conjure fire with a mere pinch was truly wondrous. Bigger, make it bigger. The flames danced eagerly at the bottom of the medicinal cauldron, and a fragrant aroma began to waft from within. This so-called cultivation technique was not so remarkable after all. If only she had spiritual energy, she would undoubtedly be a prodigy in cultivation. Lost in her delightful thoughts, her excitement got the better of her during her first attempt at controlling the fire. The bright yellow flames flickered wildly, and she unconsciously began to sing a little tune. Growing bigger and smaller is truly marvelous. A single incantation, oh my! Suddenly, she felt something warm streaming down beneath her nose. Before Sang Yanning could wipe it away, she looked down and met Mu Ye's gaze, which had just opened. Damn it! Why didn't he give any warning before waking up? You're awake, she stammered, forcing a smile while instinctively wiping her nose. To her shock, she discovered she was bleeding. Blood, blood, blood. She screamed, and the dizzying sensation that had been etched into her DNA suddenly overwhelmed her. At that moment, Mu Ye's hoarse voice broke through. Sang Yanning, do you dare faint now? His voice was deep, laced with an undeniable threat. For reasons unknown, upon hearing those words, fear overcame her dizziness, and she straightened up. Mustering the courage not to swoon, Mu Ye's eyes were heavy with fatigue, and the crimson veins within them were strikingly apparent. He disdainfully pulled his hand away and closed his eyes, commanding, wipe off the blood. It's filthy, Sang Yanning replied. Oh, okay. She retrieved a handkerchief to clean her nosebleed, then picked up the fire-controlling talisman that Mu Yi had knocked aside and placed it in his hand, stating seriously, hold on to this. Otherwise, you won't be able to brew the medicine without fire. Mu Yi picked up the talisman, his gaze towards her laden with unspoken words. You cannot even use a fire-controlling. The young girl's tone was fierce and filled with evident reluctance. Yet my feigned ignorance, leisurely awaiting her service. Chapter 14. Administering medicine. The room was shrouded in dim light as Sang Yanning sat at the bedside, one hand holding the medicine and the other grasping a spoon, blowing gently on it as a mere formality before offering it to him. Mai's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman, clearly of noble birth, though somewhat clumsy, surprisingly possessed a knack for caring for others. As she leaned forward to administer the medicine, Mai noticed that she was clad only in a thin white nightgown. A closer inspection revealed faint bruises beneath her eyes, indicating she had been abruptly roused from sleep and brought to him by Chang'e. The translucent fabric, reminiscent of fine gauze, hung loosely, and for comfort, the neckline was generous, allowing Mai, as he cast his gaze downward, to inadvertently catch sight of the gentle undulations of her form, her fair skin intertwined with a delicate fragrance unique to her. With a subtle bend of his fingers resting on the blanket, he discreetly redirected his gaze upwards. Despite his sharp tongue, Mai was surprisingly obedient during the medicine-drinking process, and soon enough, the bowl was emptied without incident. Sang Yanning then stood, stretching lazily, and posed a crucial inquiry. If your subordinate does not return by tomorrow morning, would you be so kind as to unlock the door for me? Mai raised an eyebrow. What? Is it embarrassing to be with me? Not at all, Sang Yanning replied, feeling a tad embarrassed as she fidgeted with her cheek. I merely wish to safeguard your reputation. She herself was unconcerned, for the original owner of her body had accumulated enough sins and romantic entanglements. Sharing a room with a man was hardly extraordinary. However, Mai was different. He was wholly devoted to her ethereal sister. Should others learn that they had spent an entire night together, public scrutiny would be inevitable. Sang Yanning feared that this might diminish Sang Yinqi's fondness for him, and if the villain became agitated, she would surely find herself in a precarious position. Mai, discerning her apprehension, remarked nonchalantly, I never would have guessed you were so understanding. Flattery, flattery, she replied modestly. After attending to the matter at hand, Sang Yanning retrieved a small blanket from the cupboard and settled at the table, intending to catch a few more moments of sleep before dawn. At that moment, Mai suddenly spoke. Do you not have any questions for me? Resting her head on her arm, Sang Yanning answered. What could I possibly inquire? Mai's tone turned cold and ominous, as if laced with venom. For instance, whom I killed yesterday. Sang Yanning yawned, apologies, but I truly have no desire to know. She found it amusing. As a mere supporting character, it was inconsequential to her who the villain chose to kill or how he accomplished it. As long as she was left unharmed. Even if he needed to report his actions, it shouldn't be directed at her. It was often said that in times of trouble, one sought the protagonist, while in times of peace, the supporting character. Yet, he seemed to seek her out regardless of circumstance. Was he deranged? Of course, such thoughts she dared only to mutter quietly to herself. Dear brother, you possess such formidable skills. Whom you choose to kill is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to meddle. I merely hope you remember my kindness while committing your deeds, and refrain from harboring any intentions against me. I would be exceedingly grateful. Oh, by the way, if you plan to kill anyone in the coming days, take care to avoid injury. Should you be wounded, my ethereal sister would have to tend to your wounds, and it would be difficult to conceal the poison you might incur. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall retire for the night. With a yawn, she prepared to sleep, and soon, the gentle sound of her breathing filled the air, indicating her remarkably restful slumber. Mai mused. This woman possesses an alarming clarity and detachment. Had she not already discerned his true nature? How could she sleep so soundly in the presence of such a man? Was it wise to call her clever, or, lowering his gaze to the poisonous markings on his arm, he smiled coldly. Very well, with her presence, this journey would surely not be dull. He would allow her to thrive for a few more days. Should she prove disobedient, he could always devise a means to render her incapacitated later. The following morning, not long after Sang Yanning awoke, Chang'e returned through the window. Young master, I have brought back the cold-reducing ointment. It requires external application, Mai responded, his attention drawn to Chang'e's hands, marred with scars. He frowned slightly, causing Chang'e to retract his hand instantly and kneel before him. It is the fault of this subordinate. Sang Yanning, savoring a delightful snack from Chang'e's bundle, turned her gaze to the two men kneeling before each other, finding their display rather tiresome. Did they not know that beneath a man's knee lies gold? It seemed better to act as cannon fodder, completing their tasks and retreating without unnecessary formality or the need to seek validation. Young master, this poison cannot be delayed. I shall assist you in applying the ointment. However, Mai shook his head. This ointment is extremely cold. If you apply it for me, your hands may become useless. Then what do you suggest, young master? Mai replied. Let her do it. The gazes of master and servant suddenly fell upon Sang Yanning. Damn it, she thought, the snack in her hand suddenly losing its appeal. Instantly, her expression soured. Wait, young master Mai. Your subordinate possesses such exceptional martial prowess, yet you would have me, a mere pawn, do this? Is that not a bit unfair? Mai, seemingly unperturbed, continued. Chang'e, pass her the ointment. No, 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 brother, please reconsider, she pleaded. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Chang'e seized her and pressed the ointment into her hands, disregarding her unwillingness. Sang Yanning's hands trembled like autumn leaves. As Chang'e attempted to apply the ointment, it slipped from her grasp repeatedly, creating a comical scene that amused Mai. How could this timid girl have survived in that monster's den yesterday? Could it be true, as she claimed, that the monsters enjoyed her stories? Mai, tired of teasing her, stated, "Your pure yin constitution is most suitable for cultivating cold techniques. This ointment will be neither painful nor bothersome for you." Sang yawning, only partially understanding, had tears welling in her eyes, hovering just on the brink of falling. "Is that true?" "Indeed." Sang yawning retorted, "Those who lie are dogs. If I were to deceive you, let Chang'e become your dog." "All right then, that's not too bad." Finally, Sang yawning sluggishly moved to the bedside, asking, "What must I do?" Mai loosened his inner garment, revealing an expanse of his fair skin. Sang yawning's gaze flickered, momentarily unsure of where to rest her eyes. Wait, Sang yawning, "you've seen your share of the world. What sort of man have you not encountered? Control your drooling." Fortunately, once Mai had disrobed completely, he lay down, exposing his back, allowing Sang yawning to see the strange poisonous markings. The black markings twisted and coiled across his back, appearing almost alive, extending along his muscular form as if intent on draining his very vitality. Suppressing her discomfort, Sang yawning applied the ointment to her hands and spread it evenly across Mai's back. As she did so, she was beset by distractions, consciously avoiding any lingering glances, fearful of witnessing something inappropriate. Though the texture felt pleasant to her touch, as a supporting character, she adhered to her own professional ethics, firmly believing that certain things were not meant for her eyes to behold, such as a body that rightfully belonged to the protagonist. Chapter 15. A double embrace. The consequence of applying ointment without looking was that she inadvertently encountered an old wound on the villain's back. "TSK." Mai grunted in displeasure, his voice tinged with warning. Sang yawning, "Could you not be so careless?" Oh, I'm looking. Sang yawning, chastised by his fierce gaze, promised to be more attentive, yet continued to apply the ointment vigorously. Mai felt as though his skin might ignite from the friction, with every area, wounded or not, searing with pain. He strongly suspected that the woman was doing this intentionally. Sang yawning, receiving his glare, adopted a pitiful expression. "I followed your instructions. I've spread the ointment evenly. Surely it requires some force for the medicine to be absorbed? You wouldn't blame me for that, would you, dear brother?" The soft tone she adopted made one's bones feel weak, particularly the last phrase, "dear brother," causing Chang'e, who was present, to snap awake from his slumber, hastily clearing his throat to regain his composure. Once the ointment was applied, Mai's expression darkened further rather than improving, while Sang yawning, whistling nonchalantly, pretended not to notice. Following this exchange, Sang yawning managed to return unscathed to her own quarters, convinced she had gained yet another buff, Mai's personal technician. With only 2 days remaining before the protagonist group set out, Sang yawning, having finished her breakfast, made her way to the hall in search of her ethereal sister. Before she could reach the doorway, a sharp, domineering voice resonated within the hall. "Why on earth not? My family has my elder brother to make the decisions. Your refusal is merely an attempt to undermine me and monopolize my brother." The boisterous voice was hard for Sang yawning to forget. It was unmistakably that Harpy Pei Yuan. As she stepped inside, she immediately witnessed the awkward tension between the male lead, Pei Yu, and the others. Sang Yinshi sat to one side, her beautiful face contorted in a grimace of silent suffering. A surge of anger flared up in Sang yawning. How dare they bully her ethereal sister? The situation was not difficult to comprehend. It was simply the protagonist group preparing to depart when Pei Yuan suddenly insisted on joining them. Sang Yinshi believed that this quest for medicinal herbs was no trifling matter and did not wish to burden Pei Yu further, so she gently dissuaded Pei Yuan. To her surprise, Pei Yuan seized the opportunity to vent her frustration on Sang Yinshi, accusing her of trying to sow discord between their pure sibling bond, leaving Sang Yinshi feeling utterly trapped. Seeing Sang yawning enter, Pei Yuan tightened her grip on Pei Yu's hand and menacingly demanded, "Why are you staring at me?" Sang yawning, her teeth itching at the sight of Pei Yuan's insufferable demeanor, replied with a sardonic smile, "Oh, nothing much. Just contemplating how delicate and tender Miss Pei's skin must be. It would surely be delightful to strike." Pei Yuan huffed indignantly, "Strike me? Do you dare?" Sang yawning chuckled, "I dare quite a lot. If you're so bold, why do you keep clinging to your elder brother like a turtle hiding its head? Aren't you 2 years older than me? Why act like a giant baby, afraid your brother might marry someone who would take him away from you. Pei Yuan's face paled, for Sang Yanning had struck a nerve. Ever since childhood, Pei Yu had been completely devoted to his sister. How could she accept that he might suddenly dote on another woman? Thus, she harbored resentment towards Sang Yanqi and was determined to insert herself into their journey. What gives you the right to criticize me? Aren't you always calling your sister's name? Sang Yanning raised her chin proudly. Indeed, I adore my sister. What of it? I also love my elder brother. Yuan, Pei Yu interjected sternly, his expression shifting. Pei Yuan, chastised by her brother, felt her anger dissipate, redirecting her frustration towards Sang Yanning. You, an utterly useless waste without any cultivation, can accompany them. Why can't I? At least I can defeat a few monsters. Can you? While it was true that Sang Yanning had no cultivation, that did not diminish her value as Sang Yanqi's sole source of medicine, nor did it negate the fact that she possessed knowledge of the formidable weaknesses of the book's strongest character, Mu Yi. With those 2 points alone, even if she wished for death, there were those who would compel her to live. She could even casually chat with the book's greatest antagonist. As for mere monsters, she feared them not. I truly cannot. Sang Yanning feigned disappointment, and a look of smug satisfaction crossed Pei Yuan's face. However, Sang Yanning swiftly shifted her tone, boldly declaring, but I can ensure my sister and your brother share a passionate embrace by the end of this journey. Can you? As soon as her words fell, the room fell into stunned silence. Sang Yanqi's face flushed crimson. Yanning, what are you saying? Pei Yu opened his mouth, equally embarrassed, his ears turning. An embrace? Did Yanqi harbor such thoughts? He had thought that just having one child would suffice. It appeared he would need to make greater efforts. Pei Yuan's expression darkened, her face paling as she bit her silver teeth in frustration. Sang Yanning, you shameless trollop. I thought you possessed some talent, but in the end, you still rely on my brother for protection. Who said I rely on your brother for protection? Sang Yanning crossed her arms defiantly. My sister is betrothed to your brother. Relying on him is only natural. As for me, she lifted her chin with the unique pride of a supporting character. I am naturally under the protection of Brother Mu. Have you heard of him? Mu Yi, a formidable warrior capable of sending monsters flying with a single punch. You certainly seem proud. Mu Ye's voice came from behind her. Indeed. I am incredibly brave, Sang Yanning began, only to be interrupted by Mu Ye's sudden appearance, leaving her feeling awkward and wishing to dig a pit to hide in. Brother Mu, please. She instantly wilted, her honest demeanor evoking unintended amusement. Mu Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by her sudden shift from arrogance to timidity. Sang Yanning remarked, your presence is far more terrifying than any ghost. Pei Yuan observed this exchange closely. This Sang Yanning was known for her fearlessness. It was rumored that her father had lamented over her lack of suitors. Yet here she was, seemingly intimidated by an outsider. No, it wasn't fear. Mu Yi was known for his humility. He appeared to be the type to be bullied by Sang Yanning. How could she possibly be so subservient to him? Could it be that Sang Yanning had turned over a new leaf, intending to exchange sincerity for sincerity? The thought sparked in Pei Yuan's mind and expanded infinitely. She was convinced that Sang Yanning was pursuing Mu Yi. Absolutely. After a brief exchange of barbs, the core group found themselves unable to shake off Pei Yuan, the persistent follower. The female lead, Sang Yanqi, being gentle-natured, did not wish to quarrel with the younger Pei Yuan, yet her unease and concern were unmistakably etched on her face. On the day of departure, the three of them struggled to interact comfortably. Pei Yuan clung tightly to Pei Yu, the two siblings walking at the forefront. Pei Yu appeared jovial, yet his attention was entirely focused on Sang Yanqi, who silently followed behind, sword in hand, betraying no dissatisfaction. Though any observer could see the tension between the two leads, only Mu Yi and Sang Yanning seemed unfazed. Chewing on a blade of grass, Sang Yanning spat it out in annoyance and turned to Mu Yi. Do you think Pei Yuan is particularly bright today? Mu Yi, glancing at the bright sun, replied without much thought, indeed, she is quite radiant. Sang Yanning subtly probed, do you also find her somewhat irksome? For the past few days, Pei Yuan had been monopolizing Pei Yu, leaving no opportunity for him to spend time alone with Sang Yin 11. Mu Yi, pleased as he was, had no inclination to concern himself with such matters. However, Sang Yinning's insinuation seemed to suggest she wished for him to take some action. Why would I be angry? He asked, amusement lacing his tone. Sang Yanning inwardly cursed the villain's lack of ambition. Her beloved white moonlight sulking there, and he had no idea how to soothe her. It's no wonder you can't attract a wife. You like my sister, don't you? She whispered conspiratorially. Glancing around, Mu Yi mimicked her tone. Oh, is that so? Stop pretending. I heard you the other day when you pinned me down. Mu Ye's captivating gaze narrowed slightly. What exactly did you hear? As she contemplated how to respond. Sang Yanning looked up and found a warning hidden within Mu Ye's deep eyes. In an instant, she recalled his villainous identity and, feeling guilty, quickly changed her tune. Never mind. I must have remembered it wrong. What a mess! She had mistaken a villain for a sisterly figure. Was she truly courting disaster? No matter how curious she was, there were lines that should not be crossed, with her lips sealed in a timely manner. Sang Yanning feigned composure as she advanced, hastily catching up to Sang Yinshi, her talisman of survival. Sister, woo-woo, this person is terrifying, she thought. Mu Yi observed Sang Yanning's anxious flight and stifled a barely perceptible chuckle. This woman possessed far more knowledge than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, her ability to read the room was quite remarkable, resembling a vigilant rabbit spirit in the depths of the mountains. Let us keep her for now. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the group of protagonists had just traversed 2 mountains and stumbled upon an inn nestled in the woods, where they intended to rest for the night. Sang Yanning mentally reviewed the plot, calculating the time. The first medicinal herb the group sought was located nearby. As night fell, a band of cultivators would pass by in pursuit of a female demon cultivator. And the first herb they sought, the 100-ghost bamboo, just so happened to be in the possession of this demon. Since ancient times, the realms of immortals and demons had been at odds. Ever since the delineation of territories between the demon realm and the human realm, practitioners of immortality had grown particularly wary of any association with the demonic world. Within the demon realm, the strong thrived, while the weaker demon cultivators could only masquerade as rogue cultivators in the human realm to survive. However, due to their inherent weakness, the stark differences in appearance between demons and humans could not be easily concealed. Once exposed, human cultivators would brandish slogans of exterminating the malevolent, capturing all demon cultivators without hesitation. Stronger men would typically be reduced to slaves, while weaker women faced degradation as demon courtesans for the amusement of unscrupulous men. Sang Yanning did not wish to comprehend the black and white morality of righteousness. Despite her belonging to the human realm, she did not desire to be hastily aligned with either side in her eyes. The small world within this story lacked absolute good or evil. Just as Mu Yi, the antagonist, had rescued her from the monster cave a few days prior, in that moment of rescue, he had been virtuous. Conversely, Pei Yuan, a young lady from a righteous sect, had disrupted the progress of the male and female leads by intruding as an unwarranted third party, which in Sang Yanning's view was a far greater evil. One that made her grit her teeth more than if she had been wronged by a murderer or a usurper of love. The inn in the woods featured only guest rooms, while the dining area was hastily set up under a rain awning. The fare was hardly lavish, with some ingredients requiring self-preparation by the patrons, yet finding a place to cook, bathe, and rest in such desolate mountains was a feat in itself. Pei Yu retrieved several sweet potatoes from the kitchen to roast, and Pei Yuan trailed behind, not contributing but effectively keeping the male and female leads apart with her audacity. Sang Yanning observed her sister sitting alone at a table, sipping tea in silence. Just as she was about to approach and offer some comfort, a voice called from behind. Sang Yanning, he was summoning her. Glancing up at the darkening sky, she realized what he wanted, prompting her to shrink her head and stubbornly pretend she hadn't heard. Just as she took a step forward, a sudden chill swept past, and the next moment, her toes barely touched the ground. Are you disregarding my words? Mu Yi lifted her by the collar, making her acquiesce instantly. All right, Mu Gij. Please don't resort to violence. For the past few days, at this very hour, she had been obliged to tend to his wounds. And with this esteemed gentleman's daily admonitions, Sang Yanning had never successfully slipped away. With the female demon cultivator soon to appear, Sang Yanning was reluctant to miss the opportunity and thus pleaded. Mu Gij, can we not delay this evening? Look, my sister is in dire need of comfort right now. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yi replied, Are you suggesting you want to visit my room tonight? Is that not permissible? Without hesitation, Mu Yi replied, No, I fear it would tarnish my reputation. There's no need to draw such a clear line at this juncture. Chapter 17. Delivery. The two were locked in a standoff for a while until Sang Yanning ultimately relented, hastily applying the ointment before dashing outside. Her application was swift. Being a girl, she usually maintained her nails for aesthetic purposes, and Sang Yanning, who rarely engaged in manual labor, had delicate skin and exceptionally well-kept nails. Mu Yi was nearly driven to expletives by her repeated pokes, and he could not fathom why she was in such a rush, her focus unwavering as she administered the medicine. Just as they emerged, a commotion erupted beneath the rain awning. Sang Yanning turned to see a group of cultivators surrounding a disheveled woman, heavily pregnant, who was being interrogated. With her red eyes and black hair, she was unmistakably the female demon cultivator who knew the whereabouts of the 100 ghost bamboo. Oh, what a fortuitous encounter! We stumbled upon a pivotal NPC. However, Sang Yanning was taken aback to see the demon cultivator holding someone hostage, before she could discern the identity of the captive. Peiyu, with an air of righteous authority, proclaimed, "Miss, I urge you to remain calm and refrain from making reckless decisions." Who was the male lead attempting to calm? Sang Yanning thought with dismay. That hostage cannot possibly be her sister. Can it? You foolish cultivators, if you wish for her survival, do not approach. The female demon wielded a dagger, pressing it against Sang Yanchi's fair, slender neck, drawing forth a thin line of blood. Goodness, the female lead is bleeding. Sang Yanning blinked rapidly, overwhelmed. If you cannot bear to look, then do not, Mu Yi said, placing a hand over her eyes and pulling her aside. With Chang'e absent, if you faint, no one will be there to carry you. Who said I would faint? Sang Yanning protested, pushing him away. This is a critical moment. I, as the supporting character, must fulfill my role in the narrative. I cannot simply faint. Yet, she did have little confidence in her tendency to faint at the sight of blood. Scare me a little, she suddenly suggested to Mu Yi. He closed his eyes momentarily, wearing an expression that suggested she was unwell. Scare? Threaten? Is that not your specialty? Sang Yanning urged. Mu Yi lowered his gaze upon her. Silent, yet leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them. All right, that's enough. Sang Yanning interjected promptly. I assure you, I shall not faint again today. Thank you, Mu Gij, for your cooperation. With that, she brandished her sword and strode purposefully toward the female demon cultivator. Mu Yi glanced down, noticing that she was walking in sync, as if conducting a peculiar dance. It seemed that this mere playful act of mischief had instilled such fear in her. Did she truly view him in such a light? The leader of the cultivators stepped forward, speaking haughtily. Woman, I advise you against futile struggles. Surrender your weapon, and perhaps we can find a better way out for you. Surely, you do not wish to bring suffering upon your unborn child? The bravado of his words almost prompted Sang Yanning to retort with an exasperated Baka Yuru. This was far too reminiscent of those protest films. You're all spouting nonsense. The female demon cultivator's agitation was palpable. Her body tense. Back off. Otherwise, I will kill her. Kill, kill, kill? You think you can threaten me? Sang Yanning glanced back at Mu Yi, realizing that she needed to calm the female demon cultivator quickly. If Sang Yanchi were to come to harm, Mu Yi could easily dispatch the demon cultivator with a mere flick of his finger, and she would be left without a lead to pursue the 100 ghost bamboo. You kill her, and your child will perish as well? Sang Yanning stepped forward, her voice steady. Peiyu, witnessing her advance, quickly seized her arm. Yanning, do not approach. It's dangerous. I understand, Sang Yanning replied, halting her steps but exchanging a knowing glance with Sang Yanchi. My lady, I am a physician. It appears you are about to give birth. I can assist you in ensuring the safe delivery of your child. You are a physician? The female demon hesitated, loosening her grip on her abdomen. Sang Yanning seized the moment to embellish. My sister is a renowned healer in the realm of immortals. Should you harm her, no one here could aid you in childbirth. Seemingly recalling something, the female demon once again raised her knife. No, I do not trust you. You cultivators are all deceivers. Why should I place my faith in you? Peiyu scanned the surroundings, noting that the pursuing cultivators remained on high alert. We must do something to earn your trust. A yuan, go fetch the money. Peiyuan, incredulous, exclaimed, Brother, you intend to ransom this demon prostitute? Our Pei family is a paragon of righteousness. How can we become entangled with such a demonic entity? Seeing Peiyuan hesitate, It was evident she would cause trouble at this critical juncture. Sang Yanning disregarded the potential repercussions and snatched the coin pouch, scattering the coins everywhere. Human lives are at stake. Spare me the rhetoric. Sang Yanning, please be cautious. Pei Yuan's incredulous gaze bore into her as she continued to disperse the coins, seemingly reveling in the act. After all, the male lead's family was affluent, and she felt no remorse. Once the cultivators received the coins, they promptly ceased their pursuit. Their initial intent had merely been to entertain themselves. Now, with wealth in hand, they opted to linger and watch the spectacle unfold. Pei Yu lowered his sword and extended an olive branch. Very well. You are free now. We can assist you, provided you do not harm the girl you hold. Upon seeing the surrounding weapons lowered, the female demon cultivator exhaled a sigh of relief, her body drenched in cold sweat. The discomfort in her abdomen intensified, signaling the imminent arrival of her child, and she desperately needed to relax and recuperate. She relinquished her guard. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her abdomen, and she gritted her teeth, struggling to remain upright as the dagger clattered to the ground. Sang Yinshi rushed to support her, exclaiming to Pei Yu, "She is about to give birth." Pei Yu, upon hearing the words, hurriedly went to fetch hot water. Pei Yuan gazed at the blood gradually seeping from beneath the woman's legs, her mouth agape in shock. She had never witnessed the spectacle of childbirth. The mournful moans and anguished cries of the female demon cultivator were particularly potent, causing Pei Yuan's legs to weaken, leading her to collapse onto the ground. Realizing she was about to deal with blood again, Sang Yanning quickly called out to the system. "System, is there any item that can alter the color of my vision?" 727. Indeed. Color-changing potion available in the shop, currently on discount for loyal users. Priced at only $198. Sang Yanning. I'll purchase a bottle. Use it now. 727. Ding. Purchase successful. Applying now. Just as the mechanical voice of the system finished, Sang Yanning blinked her eyes, and her vision indeed transformed to black and white. Goodness, technology truly alters fate. Meanwhile, Pei Yu returned with hot water, anxiously standing to the side after preparing the necessary tools for Sang Yinshi. He was unfamiliar with childbirth, yet the woman's heart-wrenching screams made his palms sweat as he clutched the cloth tightly. The cultivators gathered around to watch showed no signs of discretion. They had hardly been present for their wives during labor, yet now they were fully engrossed in the dramatic event of a female demon cultivator giving birth. The louder the woman's pained cries became, the more captivated they became. Just as they thought to step closer for a better view, a powerful force repelled them, as Muyi coldly scoffed, his fingers curling slightly, causing the scattered pebbles on the ground to suddenly rise and strike at the tendons of the cultivator's legs. Ouch! Who hit me? In an instant, the cultivators fell to the ground, clutching their legs, lamenting from the unexpected and sinister attack. Sang Yanning ran around, gathering all the clean cloth she could find, and even fetched a quilt from the guest room, removing the hairpins from her hair to use as makeshift fasteners, quickly erecting a tent for them. After all, considering the matter of privacy, a closed space would provide the birthing woman with a sense of security. Now, the female protagonist should be able to concentrate on delivering the child. Chapter 18. Hard Not to Care. After completing this series of tasks, Sang Yanning boldly sat on the ground, her hair in disarray, her clothes stained with dirt and blood. Having used the color-changing potion, she could not tell what was what, and after working tirelessly for half a day, she was drenched in sweat, fanning herself with her hands. Pei Yuan shot her a disdainful glance, silently tugging at her skirt. Having long disapproved of Sang Yanning's brashness and lack of finesse, lacking any semblance of a refined young lady from a prestigious family of healers, only she and her foolish sister would be willing to assist a lowly demon courtesan in childbirth. And now she was left dirty. What a disgrace! Time passed, and the woman's screams gradually diminished, eventually fading to a hoarse whisper. Sang Yanning had nearly become immune to the torturous sounds that had assailed her ears. The next moment, the tent was pulled open, and Sang Yinshi emerged, cradling a wrinkled infant. Although Pei Yu was a man, the sight of such a tiny child left him momentarily at a loss. He appeared to want to hold the baby, yet hesitated, unsure if he might be too strong or for some other reason. He could not bring himself to do so. Sang Yanning squeezed forward, shedding her outer garment and wrapping it around the infant, taking the child from Sang Yinshi. Oh dear, how filthy! Covered in blood, Pei Yuan remarked while pinching her nose. Sang Yaning could not help but retort, "Were you not also like this when you emerged from your mother's womb? Don't act so high and mighty. Do you really think you are a fairy, capable of springing forth from the cracks in the rocks?" Pei Yuan shot her an indignant glare. "This little one is a demon. How can it compare to me?" Pei Yu interjected sternly. "A Yuan? Mind your words." Pei Yuan, feeling reprimanded, pouted. "Brother, keep Sang Yaning away from us. She's holding a demon. It frightens me." "Frightened? Better you be terrified." Sang Yaning snorted coldly, taking a few steps when suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind. 727. Detected that the color-changing potion is about to expire. Please prepare. Host. As the words fell, Sang Yaning felt a sudden dizziness wash over her. She pressed her palm to her forehead, desperately recalling Mu Ye's fierce visage, attempting to calm herself. However, her hands were smeared with blood, the dried clots leaving her face smeared. Damn it, Pei Yu, still holding the child, was taken aback to see Sang Yaning roll her eyes back and collapse. Pei Yuan intentionally refrained from reaching out to help, eagerly awaiting Sang Yaning's fall. Just then, a shadow darted over, securely catching Sang Yaning by the waist. Mu Yi grasped her knee bend, holding her waist, and with a gentle lift, he cradled her securely in his arms. Pei Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Sang Yaning was still an unmarried young woman, and in terms of relationships, Pei Yu was technically her brother-in-law, albeit not yet officially confirmed, making him closer than Mu Yi. An outsider, Sang Yanqi was still occupied, so Pei Yu naturally had to take on the responsibility of caring for Sang Yaning. He wanted Pei Yuan to hold the infant for a moment so that he could take Sang Yaning to rest, but Pei Yuan adamantly refused, unwilling to touch the swaddled child. The two went back and forth, and even Pei Yu, usually good-natured, began to show signs of irritation, while Pei Yuan frowned throughout, entirely disregarding the expressions on their faces. This scene brought a smile to Mu Yi's lips. He glanced at the two siblings, tossing his hair from his chest to behind him, passing indifferently by them. Pei Xianshi, Sang Yaning is in my care. You should take good care of your sister. If she frightens herself to death, it will be troublesome. After delivering this emotionless platitude, Mu Yi disappeared from their sight, holding Sang Yaning. Sang Yanqi settled the female demon cultivator in her room, nursing the child before rushing next door to check on Sang Yaning. Upon entering, she found Mu Yi quietly seated at the table, eyes closed in a light slumber, while Sang Yaning lay on the bed, sleeping soundly. Seeing her sister's comfortable sleeping face, Sang Yanqi let out a sigh of relief and bowed to Mu Yi. Thank you, young Master Mu. I had not noticed Yaning's symptoms of blood phobia before. It was my oversight, as her elder sister. Mu Yi regarded her with his customary warmth. Miss Sang, you are too modest. You have worked hard today as well. Rest early. This room is perfect for you two sisters. I shall not intrude. Sang Yanqi had already given her room to the female demon cultivator and child, originally planning to squeeze in with her sister tonight, but hearing Mu Yi's words, it seemed her sister had occupied his room. Yaning and young Master Mu, had they truly reached such a level? Sang Yaning, with her eyes closed, shouted in protest within her mind. She had long been awake. Yet for some unknown reason, Mu Yi seemed to have been staring at her the whole time. Despite lying there, she felt as though she was under scrutiny. Not daring to move, her room had yet to be organized. This one had been hastily prepared when she had been applying medicine to him earlier. Clearly, she and her sister could have slept next door if they had just taken the time to tidy up. Yet he insisted on making it seem as though he had made some grand sacrifice. If it weren't for her knowledge of the script, she might have been completely duped, feeling as if he had sacrificed so much and been moved beyond measure. Truly a villain, adept at playing the tragic card. Without him, Sang Yaning would not concede to an Oscar. Yaning has indeed assisted me greatly today. Had it not been for her diligent help in setting up the tent, I would have struggled to manage with so many people watching, Mu Yi reflected, having witnessed Sang Yaning laboring to erect the tent. Oddly enough, despite her profound fear of blood, she had managed to hold herself together for so long without fainting. Even getting herself covered in it, he thought about the soul-binding lock still on her and, out of benevolence, had chosen to catch her. However, with her stubborn and overly considerate nature, she might one day push herself too far. If she were to overexert herself, it would not only be her concern. He would have to protect her as well. That in doing so, he would inevitably have to channel his spiritual energy, and if he lost control, they might both perish together. In light of this, Muyi offered a serious critique, even hoping Sang Yinshi would advise as an elder sister. Sang Yaning ought to consider herself more. She is always so concerned for others, often at the expense of her own well-being, which I find quite troublesome. Sang Yaning. What? What injury? What headache? Please don't utter such misleading words in this context. At that moment, Sang Yinshi suddenly chuckled, covering her mouth. Oh, really? I shall convey this to Yaning. Thank you for your concern, young Master Mu. Sang Yinshi. I've discovered my sister's sweet spot. How delightful. Muyi spoke with a serious expression, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Her clumsy demeanor makes it hard for me not to care. Sang Yaning was instantly petrified. What the hell? Are you two even on the same wavelength? And you, female protagonist, stop smiling. This is your secret admirer. Don't look so pleased. Fear not the villain's lack of culture, but rather dread the villain's sweet words of affection. The key point is that this person remains blissfully unaware of their own flirtations. Sang Yaning. Let it all perish. I am weary. Chapter 19. The 100 Ghosts Bamboo. On the second day, after a smooth delivery, the female demon cultivator took a dose of medicine, and her complexion visibly improved. After all, being a demon, her vitality was exceptionally resilient. A mere half-day later, she was able to move about freely and resume her work. The diligent care provided by Pei Yu and Sang Yinshi over the past few days finally eased this NPC's guarded demeanor, allowing everyone to learn that the female demon cultivator was named Xian. Her husband had been killed by a senior demon cultivator in the demon realm, and she had barely escaped the blood demon cave with her life, only to discover shortly thereafter that she was pregnant. To survive, she disguised herself as a mortal, yet her ruse was seen through by sharp-eyed cultivators. After several attempts to capture her, she found herself on the brink of giving birth, her strength waning. Her actions in taking Sang Yinshi hostage the previous day were purely a desperate measure for survival. The righteous protagonist expressed understanding. In truth, you need not be so radical. After all, you are with child. Those cultivators, even if they captured you, would certainly allow you to give birth first, Pei Yu remarked after hearing A Xian's words. No, they would not. A Xian replied emphatically, her eyes filled with profound hatred. They would throw me back into the blood demon cave, and once I return, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to escape again. They desire nothing more than to send me back to my demise. Sang Yinshi inquired, why are they so intent on sending you back to the blood demon cave? Because of the 100 Ghosts Bamboo. Upon hearing this keyword, Sang Yaning, who had been leisurely enjoying a sour jujube cake, immediately perked up. The 100 Ghosts Bamboo was precisely one of the medicinal herbs they sought for Sang Yinshi. Sang Yinshi and Pei Yu exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Pei Yu softened his tone and asked, Miss A Xian, may I be so bold as to inquire if the 100 Ghosts Bamboo can only be found in the blood demon cave? A Xian hesitated, glancing at him. Do you also seek the 100 Ghosts Bamboo? To speak candidly, Yinshi is afflicted by a rare illness, and we are in search of herbs for her, with the 100 Ghosts Bamboo being one of them. Pei Yu observed A Xian's expression, confirming that she was still listening and had not reacted with excessive emotion, before continuing. Miss Xian, we do not wish to place you in a difficult position. We merely seek a clear path forward, and I would be immensely grateful for your guidance. There is no need for such formality, benefactor. A Xian hastily helped Pei Yu to his feet. Her life and her child's life were already saved by the protagonists. How could they bow to her? The two protagonists stood side by side, and A Xian slightly lowered her head, while the other immediately returned the gesture. The three of them bowed to each other, leaving onlookers bewildered at the absurdity of the scene. Sang Yaning was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle until she was pulled aside by Muyi. What are you doing? She asked, bewildered as she turned her head. Muyi raised an eyebrow, casually propping his leg, his fingers tapping idly on the table. It was evident that he was annoyed. The overly pure and pretentious love between the protagonists was irksome to him. Yet, his demeanor remained completely nonchalant, exuding an air of contentment, leaving Sang Yaning perplexed. She dared not speculate on the villain's thoughts. What are you eating? He suddenly asked, as if seeking to deflect the conversation. Sour jujube cake, Sang Yaning replied, pushing the half-eaten pastry in his direction. It's quite tart, but rather delicious. Would you care for some? Muyi glanced over lazily, his finger resting by his lips. I shall pass. Sang Yaning. Then why did you ask? Wipe your mouth clean. It's filthy and bothers me, sang yawning. What did she do to deserve such treatment? After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, the protagonists finally brought a Xian into their fold. After a discussion among the group, they decided that a Xian would lead them to the Blood Demon Cave early the following morning. This Blood Demon Cave was not a place just anyone could enter. A Xian explained to the protagonists, "We demon cultivators are immune to the environment below, but mortals risk attracting demonic disturbances and bloodbats due to their heavy aura. Bloodbats feast on human flesh and blood, and their numbers are vast. Even cultivators would find it challenging to contend with them. Thus, having more people may not necessarily be beneficial." Peiyu summarized succinctly, "Indeed. The 100 Ghosts bamboo thrives in the darkness, thriving alongside demonic disturbances. To draw them out, one must offer human blood as a sacrifice, with the blood of a maiden being the most effective." At this, Pei Yuan instinctively shrank back, fearing the implications. She clutched Pei Yu's sleeve. "Brother, I am frightened." Pei Yu comforted her helplessly. "Fear not, you shall remain above." Sang Yanqi concurred, as Pei Yuan had no part in the search for the 100 Ghosts bamboo. Her safety was indeed the priority. "Then, when we descend into the Blood Demon Cave, Pei Yu and I will first seek the aura of the 100 Ghosts bamboo. Once found, I shall offer my blood to lure them out. And then Pei Yu can deliver the herbs outside while young Master Mu provides assistance. Would that be acceptable?" Just as Sang Yanqi finished speaking, Pei Yu swiftly rejected the proposal. "No, you must come out first. If anything were to happen to you, what use would this worthless herb be to me?" Sang Yanqi attempted to reason with him calmly. "The sheer number of blood bats allows me to use a protective barrier for a time. Pei Yu, you possess superior skills. It would not be too late for you to retrieve the herbs and return for meat." A Xian, upon hearing Sang Yanqi's plan, added, "The aura of the 100 Ghosts bamboo nourishes the blood bats, so extracting it first would indeed lessen their frenzy." No, Pei Yu remained adamant, as he had ventured out solely for Sang Yanqi's safety. How could he gamble her well-being? The tension mounted as Sang Yanqi furrowed her brow. Resting her forehead in her hand, while Pei Yu stood beside her, arms crossed and expression serious, in that moment, the supporting role of the cannon fodder female character came into play. Sang yawning, fully aware that remaining silent would be impolite, raised her hand. "Perhaps I could offer my blood to draw out the 100 Ghosts bamboo. After all, my constitution is purely yin. It would not be wasteful to deal with such matters. Since I am but a cannon fodder character, I must possess a spirit of sacrifice. The protective barrier mentioned earlier is merely a high-level talisman. Even a cultivation novice like myself could use it without difficulty. As long as I endure long enough for the protagonists to handle the blood bats, I would merely need to wait for them to pull me up after acquiring the herbs. I would not suffer losses, the heroine remains safe, the villain would not go mad, and the hero would not worry. Wouldn't that be a delightful outcome?" Just as her suggestion left her lips, the protagonist had yet to respond. But Mu Yi, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. His tone was cold and unyielding. "No, you will remain by my side, and you shall not go anywhere." Sang yawning, "Excuse me, what business do you have in this?" Chapter 20. First, I must protect you. This was not the most perplexing aspect for Sang yawning. Rather, it was the warm and kind eyes of the protagonist that left her bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been at odds, yet now both turned to gaze at her, their eyes brimming with gossip, as if inscribed with the words, "We are intrigued. No, you two should at least voice your opinions." Under the intense scrutiny of Sang Yanning's gaze, the protagonists finally spoke. "Pei Yu, ahem. I believe young Master Mu has a point." Sang Yanqi, "The Blood Demon Cave is indeed perilous. Yawning, I will not allow you to venture into danger." Sang yawning, "I believe that is unnecessary. What is going on?" She, as a mere cannon fodder character, was originally meant to highlight the heroine's bravery. Now, with Mu Yi in the mix, why was she being treated like a rare animal in need of protection? This situation left her feeling akin to Pei Yuan, who merely called out Gij without any real purpose. Sang Yanning was unwilling to concede and continued to advocate for herself. "That sister. Truly, you need not worry about me. Just provide me with a few talismans, and I can protect myself adequately, I assure you." Mu Yi replied leisurely. "The Blood Demon Cave is filled with malevolent blood. Are you certain, Miss Sang, that you can withstand it this time? What blood again?" Sang Yanning mused internally, quickly calling upon the system. "System, can I still use the color-changing potion I purchased last time?" 727. System checking remaining usage, 2. It can still be used twice. Then there is no issue. She had used it yesterday and had managed to hold out long enough for a child to be born. However, the crux of the matter was that she could not explain her vision-changing predicament to the protagonists. With Mu Yi, the villain, obstructing her, even if she wished to leap into the blood demon cave, it was out of the question. She earnestly desired to make a sacrifice, yet who could have anticipated that the first to stand up to protect her would be the villain? Even more perplexing to Sang Yaning was whether Mu Yi, as the lovesick villain, truly intended to let Sang Yinshi and Pei Yu venture into danger together. Would he not employ any spells to assist? Was he truly comfortable allowing the heroine to descend? After dinner, Sang Yinshi and Pei Yu were helping to take care of the child point. One could say that maternal love was overflowing. Today, this elder sister even procured a considerable amount of wool from a female farmer in a nearby village, evidently intending to knit a sweater for the little one. Pei Yu, for his part, displayed no airs of a distinguished cultivator. His collar was speckled with the drool of the infant, and he playfully teased the child with his fingers, exuding a tenderness that even his sister would find endearing. Sang Yaning did not linger long in Ashwan's room, as she was summoned by a certain villain to apply medicine. The toxic markings on Mu Ye's body had faded significantly, appearing far less alarming than before. However, while the toxic markings were nearly gone, several unfamiliar red streaks had appeared on his fair back. Why did this villain have a penchant for self-harm? How was she unaware of this? "Brother Mu, why won't you let me down?" Sang Yaning asked casually as she applied the medicine. Yi did not respond, and Sang Yaning felt she had posed a foolish question, and of course, he was worried that if she descended, she would be in peril, given that he had a soul chain lock on him. How could he allow her to perish? Sang Yaning, unable to suppress her chatter, suggested, "Actually, I think you could come down with me. Brother Mu is exceptionally skilled. With a few blood bats around, there's no need for my sister to exert herself so much." Mu Yi lazily lifted his eyelids. "Is that truly what you believe?" Sang Yaning replied, Yes, it's genuinely good if my sister is well. I trust that Brother Mu will certainly protect her." Mu Yi furrowed his brow, solemnly stating, "I must first ensure your safety. Your life is of great importance to me." Stop, enough." Sang Yaning could hardly bear to listen. Although she understood what he meant, the more she listened, the more it felt off, almost ambiguous. Were it not for having read the script, she might have doubted whether her role as the female supporting character had a chance to end up with the villain. As if reading her thoughts, 727 suddenly chimed in, "Host. Research indicates that 30% of hosts choose to pursue the male supporting character." Sang Yaning retorted, "You should be quiet. As the saying goes, the villain's words are but deceit. As the female supporting character, she must possess self-awareness. Is my sister's life not important to you?" Sang Yaning attempted to remind him. Yi coldly replied, "She has Pei Yu." Sang Yaning continued to stoke the flames. "Brother Pei will also be stretched thin. Are you truly at ease leaving my sister alone in the Blood Demon Cavern?" Naturally, he was not at ease. However, Pei Yu was not so inept that he could not protect a single person. If he were truly useless, how could Mu Yi allow him to survive until now? He did entertain thoughts of eliminating Pei Yu to take his place, but the Pei family was entangled in various matters. Until he clarified everything, he did not wish to simply kill someone. It was rather uninteresting. Pei Yu was indeed among the more competent cultivators, so it was best to keep him around to protect Sang Yinshi, while he himself merely needed to keep an eye on Sang Yaning, which was not a bad arrangement. Yet, Sang Yaning, fearless of death, dared to entertain thoughts of heading into the Blood Demon Cavern and was persistently pushing him out. "Aren't you afraid of blood?" Mu Yi inquired. Sang Yaning nodded, then shook her head. She patted his back cheerfully, displaying a carefree smile. "With Brother Mu here, how could I be afraid?" Mu Yi chuckled lightly. Hearing this, "Miss Sang seems to trust me quite a bit." "Of course, you are the pinnacle of combat prowess. Who else could I trust?" she retorted playfully. The following day, the main characters packed their belongings in preparation for departure, while Pei Yu went to settle the bill and manage the luggage. He emerged to find the group of cultivators who had been pursuing Ashwan standing outside. Sensing their ill intentions, Pei Yu and Sang Yinshi shielded Ashwan behind them. "What is your purpose, gentlemen?" Pei Yu challenged. "Miss Ashwan is now a free woman. What do you intend to do?" One cultivator stepped forward and replied, "Pei Xianshi, please do not misunderstand. We merely seek the 100 ghost bamboo and harbor no malice." I presume you are also expending effort to rescue a demon courtesan for the sake of the 100 ghost bamboo, correct? We are merely passing by. With more hands, we can face any dangers together. After locating the bamboo, we shall each take what we need, and there shall be no interference. How does that sound? These cultivators gathered together numbered around 10 or so, even if Peiyu wished to keep them at bay. Their cunning nature would undoubtedly find ways to follow them. While trailing them was a minor concern, he feared they might harbor ulterior motives that could endanger Ashwan and her child. In short, regardless of whether they accepted or declined, they would ultimately encounter these cultivators at the Blood Demon Cavern. Ashwan's willingness to assist the main characters was already a source of gratitude, and to avoid harming the innocent. Peiyu had to endure. I hope you will all keep to your own. The cultivator responded insincerely, naturally. Under Ashwan's guidance, the group traversed 2 demon mountains, gradually nearing the Blood Demon Cavern. As they approached, the air around them was faintly permeated with black mist. Sang Yaning curiously reached out to grab it, only to be ruthlessly smacked on the back of her hand by Mu Yi. Do not touch that. It is a demonic obstruction. What happens if I do? You will rot away and die. Sang Yaning swallowed hard, silently retracting her hand, pondering that the male and female leads were still unaware of this, and hurriedly moved forward to offer a warning. Just as she lifted her foot to take a step, she was yanked back once more. What are you doing? I was going to warn my sister about the dangers of the demonic obstruction. Mu Yi cast her a difficult glance, pinching the bridge of his nose. When you are with me, you need only to worry about yourself. It was then that Sang Yaning comprehended his meaning, exclaiming in astonishment, how come my sister and the others are unharmed? Mu Yi did not even raise his eyelids. They possess spiritual power for protection. Naturally, they are unafraid. As for you, little waste, he chuckled softly, saying no more. Fine, I am a waste. But you still have to protect me. Nevertheless, she found it surprising that the male and female leads were so trusting as to leave themselves in the hands of Mu Yi. The villain, without even a word of caution regarding such a significant matter, left her anxious heart racing. Keeping this talisman close to her was best. The closer the better. As Sang Yaning observed the talisman Mu Yi handed her, which he had folded several times into a small square, she inquired, what is drawn on it? My blood. Sang Yaning's brow twitched, and her hand froze mid-motion as she contemplated. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't say so earlier, Mu Yi retorted, somewhat amused. Perhaps you should reflect on how useless you are, fearing even blood. It's one thing to be afraid, but to charge ahead in danger is simply foolish. Sang Yaning pouted. Fainting at the sight of blood was not her choice. It was a hereditary trait. Nonetheless, she had no intention of arguing with him, discreetly stowing the talisman in her belly pocket. She asked, what use is your blood? Just holding on to it is sufficient. Why ask so much? It's far more useful than the protective talisman Peiyu gave you. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is law. After all, carrying it with her wouldn't cost her anything. After another quarter hour, they arrived at the Blood Demon Cavern. Surrounding them were the skeletal remains of demonic creatures, and Sang Yaning stepped on them, producing a crunching sound. Before them lay a 3-meter-long pit, unfathomably deep. Apart from the continuously rising stench of decaying flesh, Sang Yaning could discern no remarkable features about this hole. The 100 ghost bamboo lies beneath. Ashwan informed them. A disdainful cultivator surveyed the area and remarked, where are the blood bats? Why isn't a single creature in sight? Peiyu also found it peculiar. Logically, they had encroached upon the blood bat's territory, and these demonic beasts should possess territorial instincts, yet there was no response. He gathered spiritual power at his fingertips, igniting a spark that illuminated the entrance slightly. The sudden flare startled Sang Yaning, and she quickly observed the flame in Peiyu's palm growing larger and smaller, shifting effortlessly. She couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Pei, you are truly impressive. Mu Yi shot her a sidelong glance, suppressing a smile. Peiyu chuckled gently, unfazed by Sang Yaning's unexpected praise. This little girl always had a knack for spontaneity. Though blunt, she was quite likable. It's just a minor spell. If you wish to learn, I can teach you later. Absolutely. Sang Yaning nodded vigorously. Peiyu tossed the spark into the pit, and as it passed, it reflected countless red glimmers. Those are the eyes of the blood bats, Ashwan alerted them. Sang Yaning had indeed seen the red glimmer just now. A veritable hell for those with a fear of clusters, so, This meant the outer wall of the pit was teeming with bloodbats. As they peered at the entrance, the bloodbats silently regarded them from the shadows. Ugh, Pei Yuan grimaced, with so many bloodbats, how are we supposed to descend? Just shed a little blood, a frivolous cultivator suggested. Once we bleed a bit, these creatures will swarm us like mad. Once the entrance is cleared, only then can we descend. So, Pei Xianshi, who among you will do it? Pei Yuan felt his temper flaring as he heard their presumptuous tone. Why should we shed blood for you to obtain the 100 ghost bamboo? The man spoke, casting a lewd glance over Pei Yuan, the crude gaze making her feel utterly nauseated, causing goosebumps to erupt all over her skin. Pei Yu swiftly shielded her sister behind him, the scabbard of his sword pressing against the man's chest. Keep your eyes to yourself, or do not blame the blade for its indiscriminate nature. Humph, a mere glance won't cost you a piece of flesh. The man muttered a couple of words before wisely retreating behind the crowd. Sang Yinshi clutched a dagger, and before anyone could react, she swiftly dragged the blade across her palm. Pei Yu hurriedly seized her wrist. Watching as crimson blood flowed incessantly from the wound, his anxiety palpable. Why would you inflict such harm upon yourself? This isn't the time for that discussion. Sang Yinshi withdrew her hand, the lurking monsters in the depths of the cave now sensing the scent of blood and beginning to stir restlessly. The ground beneath them trembled violently. The bloodbats are coming, a cultivator shouted, and immediately, the others began to summon swords and draw symbols, some wielding their blades while others raised shields. Countless shadows surged forth from the depths of the cave like a swirling vortex of darkness. Their target clear, they charged straight towards the protective barrier surrounding Sang Yinshi. The sheer number of bloodbats obscured everyone's vision with an overwhelming blackness, the shrill cries akin to rodents and the sound of flapping wings colliding, creating a cacophony that threatened to rupture eardrums. Not only were the protagonists in distress, but the protective barriers of other cultivators were also being severely tested. Just as they managed to mend one side, another breach would appear, allowing several bats to invade, sending them into a panic. Sang Yanning sat on the ground, resting her chin on her hand, observing the chaos among the cultivators nearby, finding the scene somewhat absurdly amusing. Then, she audaciously yawned. The wait was rather tedious. Why is that young girl completely unharmed? Why aren't the bloodbats targeting her? A cultivator questioned, shaking off a bat that had latched onto his hair. How would I know? She must be using some sort of protective spell. Damn. This creature bites everywhere. I nearly lost my vital parts. What is that in comparison? I've been bitten several times on my backside. This beast has no discrimination. This back and forth is a viable solution. Should we not seek refuge by that girl's side? Do you think I wouldn't want to? There's a man guarding her. And when I tried to approach stealthily, he shot me a deadly glare. Regardless, I won't dare. If you go, don't involve me. Chapter 22. The burden upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't resist sneaking glances towards Sang Yanning. And before long, they were met with a pair of chilling, murderous eyes. Damn it, she is not someone to provoke. Let us retreat. Himfemuyi averted his gaze, gently brushing off the dust from his shoulders. His presence seemed to create an invisible barrier, as any bloodbat that approached was shattered by his power. While Sang Yinshi was besieged by bats, Muyi's vicinity remained eerily tranquil. Was this the oppressive aura of a villain? Yet, the issue was that this protective power should not be bestowed upon her, the supporting character. It should rightfully serve to safeguard the female protagonist. From the moment she entered this narrative, Sang Yanning could not fathom where things had gone awry. Muye's protective mechanism was meant to be a privilege for the female protagonist. So why was it being granted to her? This must not continue. It would hinder the progression of the plot. Sang Yanning squatted by Muye's feet, internally wrestling with how to persuade him to abandon his post and assist the female protagonist. Brother Mu, I believe I am quite safe here. Why not lend your aid to sister over there? Sang Yanning suggested. Oh? You really do not trust your pay brother? Muyi replied with an arched brow. His tone laced with sarcasm. It's not a matter of trust. This is not a matter of belief. The male and female leads are still engaged in a battle of wits against the bloodbats. While you and I are merely sitting here as if enjoying tis this reasonable, a commendable male secondary character would not let the woman he cherishes fall into peril. Could it be that Muyi was waiting for the opportune moment? Perhaps he intended to step in to rescue Sang Yinshi only when Pei Yu's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. rendering him incapable of protecting her. Did he harbor such intricate schemes? Sang Yinling's mind raced. And just as she was racking her brain for excuses, trouble erupted on Pei Yu's side. Sang Yinshi maintained the protective barrier while Pei Yu fought off the bloodbats, the two initially working in perfect sync. However, Pei Yuan suddenly shrieked, startled by a corpse of a blood bat flying towards her. Her scream momentarily distracted Pei Yu, causing Sang Yinshi to falter as well. The bloodbats seized the opportunity, nearly breaching the barrier, and to prevent disaster, Sang Yinshi bore the brunt of the bat's fierce assault, blood instantly spilling from her lips. Pei Yu swiftly took over the barrier's maintenance, channeling his spiritual energy to reinforce it. Seeing Sang Yinshi spitting blood, Mu Ye's brow furrowed, his foot poised to move, yet he seemed to recall something, glancing back at Sang Yaneng. Just as he turned his head, the green-hatted man contemplated for a long while, but ultimately dared not to make a move against Sang Yaneng. He turned to his subordinates and issued an order. Although he was unaware of Sang Yaneng's capabilities, the man behind her seemed far more formidable than Pei Yu. These cultivators had an affinity for dealing with the well-regarded sects that adhered to rules. Regardless of their actions, as long as they could cloak themselves in the guise of righteousness, the fear of public opinion rendered those esteemed sects powerless against them. Yet, Mu Yi was clearly not one to adhere to reason. The brief glances they cast at Sang Yaneng were met with a glare from Mu Yi that felt like a blade, carving away their inner lewdness and greed without leaving a trace. The murderous intent in his eyes nearly spilled over, poised like a knife against their throats. Those who incurred Mu Yi's displeasure seldom enjoyed a favorable outcome. The greatest fear for these cultivators was such a reckless individual. One who would strike without a second thought. In essence, they abhorred direct confrontation and preferred to prey upon the weak. Pei Yuan grew increasingly agitated, casting desperate glances towards Sang Yaneng for help. Sighing, Sang Yaneng pinched the bridge of her nose and finally spoke. "Let her go." The green-hatted man was taken aback by Sang Yaneng's intervention, pulling Pei Yuan behind him. "My dear lady, we merely wish to accompany Miss Pei. With so many bloodbats around, it would be prudent for us to protect her." Sang Yaneng placed her hands on her hips, disinclined to engage with these cunning cultivators. Outside of working hours, she still had duties to fulfill for other female characters, and internally, she felt as if 100 grass-mud horses were galloping through her mind. "You simply desire the 100 ghost bamboo, do you not? Taking her will be of no use. I can assist you." The green-hatted man showed visible hesitation. Sang Yaneng's offer was most welcome, yet they feared that boy. When that lunatic came looking for them, he would not be as easily swayed as Pei Yu. "Why will it be of no use?" they inquired. "Because she is not a virgin," Sang Yaneng replied. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if trying to validate something, and she began to whimper. "What? Is this true?" The green-hatted man regarded Pei Yuan incredulously, surprised that this seemingly young girl had such a reputation. Pei Yuan continued to stammer in protest. Ignoring her furious glare, Sang Yaneng continued, "If you release her, I will accompany you. I advise you to act swiftly. If Pei Gu and the others break through, how will you explain yourselves?" The green-hatted man found her reasoning compelling and exchanged glances with his companions. Pei Yuan was shoved towards Sang Yaneng, who was about to untie her when the green-hatted man interjected. "You may release her, but the ropes remain. Who knows if she might call for help? She lacks the strength to do so." Sang Yaneng attempted to bargain. "That is still unacceptable," the green-hatted man replied, exceedingly cautious. "Very well," Sang Yaneng conceded. "But if you leave Pei Yuan tied here, what will happen when the bloodbats devour her upon your departure?" After much deliberation, Sang Yaneng reluctantly decided to part with the life-saving talisman Mu Yi had given her, slipping it into Pei Yuan's palm. "This is a loan. You must return it once this ordeal concludes." She instructed it was a rare gift from the antagonist, and she had not even warmed it in her hands. Had it not been for Pei Yuan's potential demise jeopardizing the relationship between the male and female protagonists, she would have been loath to lend it out. "When Pei Gu and the others emerge, be sure to inform them of the truth. Never mind, just tell Mu Yi directly. He will come to my aid once he knows." After all, she was still bound to Mu Yi by a soul-binding lock, and with Sang Yinshi injured, it was best not to trouble the male lead. Pei Yuan glared at her, showing no reaction. Sang Yaneng felt a twinge of unease. However, Pei Yuan's mouth was gagged, rendering her unable to respond even if she wished to. "Let us depart," Sang Yaneng addressed the green-hatted man. Seeing her compliance, he did not bind her and allowed her to follow them. A dozen cultivators escorted Sang Yanning into the Blood Demon Cavern. Meanwhile, Mu Yi was restraining his power. Had it not been for his concern that Sang Yanning might not withstand it, he could have easily obliterated this pitiful group with a mere flick of his finger. Pei Yu, while cradling Sang Yanshi, maintained a protective barrier. Observing Mu Ye's swift and efficient actions, he could not help but feel a surge of admiration. This gentleman Mu was undoubtedly his equal in strength. After dispatching several waves of foes, they finally broke through the encirclement. With the Shen's assistance, Pei Yu remained in place to tend to Sang Yanshi's injuries, while Mu Yi dispelled the surrounding magical barriers and searched for Sang Yanning's figure. He did not find her but instead caught sight of Pei Yuan, tightly bound not far away. Pei Yuan emitted a muffled sound. Upon hearing his sister's call, Pei Yu rushed over and removed the rag from her mouth. "Brother, I'm so scared. Those cultivators tied me up. They deserve to die." With that, Pei Yuan began to sob. "It is I who failed to protect you. You should have stayed by my side," Pei Yu said. Gently stroking her back, filled with self-reproach, Mu Yi scanned the surroundings and demanded, "Where is Sang Yanning?" Pei Yuan sobbed, feigning ignorance, burying her head deeper into Pei Yu's embrace. "I ask you again, where is Sang Yanning?" Mu Yi lifted Pei Yuan, disregarding Pei Yu's presence. Startled by his intensity, Pei Yuan, with a woeful expression, protested, I don't know. Young Master Mu, you're hurting my hand. Don't know? How can you not know when you have the talisman I gave her?" Mu Yi sneered, pointing at the charm nestled in Pei Yuan's palm, his gaze piercing as if to see through her. Pei Yu, sensing something amiss, inquired urgently, "Yuan, where is Yin Ning?" Pei Yuan hid her hand holding the talisman, claiming, "She gave it to me. She said she would guide those cultivators, leaving me behind." "She gave it to you herself?" Mu Yi scoffed, his lips curling coldly. "Do you truly believe that had she not given you that talisman, you would have survived the wrath of those beasts? Did the young lady truly think she was invincible?" The warmth and gentleness that usually characterized the youth had vanished, replaced with a biting chill that sent shivers down Pei Yuan's spine. Prompting her to instinctively retreat, I went in her stead. She merely mentioned that I wasn't a virgin. This was not something I forced upon her. Pei Yuan's expression was frantic, unaware that Sang Yanning had bestowed upon her a life-saving item. Mistaking it for a mere scrap of paper, "Yuan!" Pei Yu exclaimed in anger, incredulous that his sister would so easily shirk responsibility. Mu Yi took a deep breath, his fists clenched, evidently suppressing something within him. "I will find Sang Yanning. Pei Xianshi, take care of your OWN, not be so greedy. You may end up losing on both fronts." Pei Yuan shrank back, frightened by his glare, retreating behind Pei Yu. Without waiting for a response from Pei Yu, Mu Yi leapt into the Blood Demon Cavern. "Brother, why is young Master Mu scaring me? I did nothing wrong. It was truly Sang Yanning who insisted on going." Pei Yuan tugged at Pei Yu's sleeve, voicing her grievances. "Yuan, you should not lie." Pei Yu cast a disappointed glance at his sister. "Brother." Pei Yu chose to ignore Pei Yuan and went to tend to Sang Yanshi. After the disappointment and anger subsided, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. He genuinely hoped that Sang Yanning would emerge unscathed from this ordeal. Otherwise, apart from how Mu Yi would hold Pei Yuan accountable, he himself would not know how to explain the situation to Yin Shi. Chapter 24. Life hangs by a thread. Sang Yanning followed the group of cultivators for half an hour. The surroundings were quite dark, with each cultivator wielding a palm flame, cautiously surveying their environment. Sang Yanning found herself sandwiched in the middle, compelled to comply. Drops of some indescribable liquid continuously dripped from the cave. The color indiscernible and its nature unknown, but it emitted a rather pungent odor. Suddenly, a stone fell, startling the cultivators. "Can you not frighten your own people? Look at your pitiful state." The green-hatted man grumbled, "Boss, I heard that there are magical beasts guarding the area around the 100 Ghost Bamboo. But I don't know their ranks. Can we even defeat them? If we cannot defeat them, we must still try. We cannot turn back now and give Pei Yu fodder for mockery. Not only would they be mocked, but they would also have to engage in a war of words with Pei Yu. Most importantly, they had to contend with that mad youth. Indeed, we cannot." The cultivators swallowed their apprehension, daring to express their anger. "Where on earth is that 100 Ghost Bamboo? After walking for so long, we have yet to catch a glimpse of it," one cultivator complained. striking his leg in impatience. Shall we draw some blood? Another suggested. The group turned their gazes towards Sang Yanning. Sang Yanning rolled her eyes inwardly and borrowed a small knife, making a small incision on her palm. She did not cut herself deeply. Unlike Sang Yinshi, who was selflessly generous. On the contrary, she was rather fond of her delicate skin. Although she had traversed into the narrative, Sang Yanning still felt compelled to complain. This really hurts. With blood now dripping onto the ground, the cultivators looked around, waiting for the appearance of the magical beasts and the 100 ghost bamboo. After what felt like an eternity, with her blood nearly dried, the only sounds were the dripping of water and the occasional thud of falling stones. What gives? The 100 ghost bamboo cannot possibly resist the allure of virgin blood. Could it be that there is something wrong with this blood? Upon hearing this, Sang Yanning objected. What could possibly be wrong with my blood? Brothers, I have only just reached the age of maturity, and I am still quite young. How could I possibly deceive you? The cultivators glanced at Sang Yanning's youthful face, scratching their heads in confusion, suddenly at a loss for words. This young girl appeared indeed quite young and fresh-faced, with 2 bright red buns atop her head. Yet she possessed a pair of beautiful fox-like eyes that were undeniably more spirited than those of Pei Yuan. Sang Yanning let out a soft huff as she tended to her wounds. Although the original owner of this body was somewhat lecherous, prior to reaching maturity, she certainly enjoyed the company of handsome men. However, being from a family of healers, she was well aware of the proprieties before marriage, and thus refrained from any inappropriate behavior. At most, she would merely touch the handsome men to gauge their field. In other words, she would indulge in some harmless flirtation, but nothing more. Otherwise, she would not have the confidence to vouch for Mu Yi. This villain, Tio deceive a villain. Was that not akin to delivering oneself to death? Sang Yanning was not foolish. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets falling continued incessantly, with a few drops landing on a cultivator's bald head. Upon touching it, he detected a foul, slimy odor. What is this? It feels sticky, like saliva. The cultivators gathered around him, instinctively looking up towards the cave's ceiling. Upon doing so, they were met with a pair of blood-red eyes. That beast is above us. Summon your swords, quickly. The cultivators fled in a frenzy. After having traveled for so long, who could have anticipated that a massive creature had been watching them from above, continuously drooling in a repulsive manner? Just as they began to flee, the lion-headed golden beast, resembling a mighty lion, opened its gaping maw and bit off the heads of 2 cultivators. The cries of despair mingled with the sound of hurried footsteps, and Sang Yanning, regardless of how much blood splattered onto her, hastily sought refuge in a small crevice. It was a 6th-tier lion-headed golden beast, an astonishingly large creature. Damn it, it's bloody. Quickly, deploy the demon-capturing net. A few cultivators formed hand seals, summoning a golden net, while 2 others flew with their swords, quickly casting the net over the lion-headed golden beast. How could the lion-headed golden beast be so easily captured? It extended its sharp claws and tore the demon-capturing net to shreds. This net is as flimsy as paper. Are you all even trying? This creature's cultivation is formidable. The demon-capturing net is ineffective against it. Run! Save yourselves first. In the midst of their conversation, several more cultivators fell victim to the lion-headed golden beast's ravenous jaws. This monster stood at an imposing 2 meters tall, capable of devouring one person with ease. Perhaps having feasted too much, it would only chew a couple of times before spitting out the remains, carelessly flinging them across the ground. The entrance of the small crevice where Sang Yanning hid. Several severed arms lay sprawled. As a true modern person of the 21st century, Sang Yanning had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. The sight of bloodied, mangled bodies, with fingers still slightly twitching, filled her with nausea. And soon she found herself retching uncontrollably. Sang Yanning was timid. In the real world, she never dared to watch zombie or horror films. On the rare occasions she went to escape rooms with friends, she would panic and become completely useless, waiting for her teammates to solve the puzzles while she remained a mere mascot in the corner. Tio have endured until now without fainting. She was rather impressed with herself. Leaning against the wall, her teeth chattered. System, why hasn't anyone come to rescue me yet? 727. Progress inquiry in progress. The protagonist group is currently safe. As the female supporting character, You must find a way to survive to unlock more benefits. Saying, yawning. I know I'm a supporting character, but I'm still a living person. That monster is devouring people one by one, and I am an unarmed waste. How can I survive? 727. A pain relief system will be unlocked for you. As long as you avoid fatal injuries, you can still survive. WDF? What does it mean I can survive? So the life of a supporting character isn't worth anything. Huh. After all this effort, how could saying yawning be so easily discarded? At this critical moment, the system was unreliable, and she had to rely on her own utterly weak self. She had no equipment, and now she was expected to confront a 6th-tier monster that could kill her in one bite. A wave of helplessness washed over her, and Sang yawning fought to suppress the nausea rising in her throat, pinching her thigh hard. She couldn't see or wide it was just a matter of being bitten to death. The tasks of transmigrating into a book were so arduous. What difference did it make whether she died early or late? It was merely abandonment, and it wasn't her first time. What was the use of crying? Did crying solve anything? But why was it that even in a book, she was an overlooked cannon fodder? The cultivators scattered in all directions, some fleeing, others meeting their demise. The lion-headed golden beast swept through, devouring nearly all, and when it could find no more prey, it caught the scent of Sang yawning and slowly made its way towards her. As expected, the inevitable had come. 727. The pain relief system has been fully loaded. Sang yawning couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Thank you very much. The crevice where Sang yawning hid was too small for the lion-headed golden beast to reach with its claws. It sniffed around with its snout, only to be met with several kicks from Sang yawning, causing it to retreat in pain. Letting out a fierce roar, it began to dig at the ground in frustration, using its robust tail to strike. Sang yawning's heart raced as the violent impact sent dirt cascading down from above, nearly burying her alive. The surrounding walls bore cracks, and she silently counted down in her mind. After all, she had already died in the real world. Living for a few more days could be considered a gain. Yet, the thought of being devoured by such a beast made her feel it was not worth it. Finally, it seemed that the end was near. Chapter 25. Why did it take you so long? Roar. Just then, the lion-headed golden beast abruptly ceased its movements, letting out a mournful wail. Sang yawning panted heavily. That agonizing cry was excruciating to hear, and she covered her ears, waiting for what felt like an eternity until the outside fell silent. Just as she began to suspect the lion-headed golden beast had left, the stone wall above her was suddenly broken apart, and a hand reached down to pull her from the rubble. That familiar voice dripped with mockery. Oh? You're still breathing, Muyi scanned Sang yawning from head to toe, ensuring she was unharmed before setting her down on the ground. At this moment, Sang yawning was covered in dirt, her once fair face now a mess of tears and grime. Seeing her silent, with tears brimming in her eyes, looking like a frightened little beast, Muyi felt a mix of amusement and a desire to mock her further. What's wrong? Aren't you always concerned for others? You almost became that beast's meal. Before he could finish his sentence, Sang yawning, disregarding the expression on his face, buried her head into his chest. Muyi's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing. Sang yawning. Why did it take you so long? The girl, with her disheveled hair, spoke with a hint of complaint, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest in this book? Why are you so slow? I almost died. I was so close to being done for. Muyi was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't comprehend what Sang yawning was saying. The sudden physical contact made him feel disgusted enough to want to push her away. But when he felt the small, trembling shoulders in his embrace, he hesitated. Sang yawning shook uncontrollably. Having narrowly escaped death, she desperately needed a comforting hug to ease her frayed nerves, where she truly felt she might suffocate. With only Muyi as the living presence around her, she had no choice but to lean against him. However, considering Muyi's foul temper, she feared he might toss her aside, so she tentatively let her hands hang by her sides. Not daring to touch the villain's waist, Muyi grasped her shoulders, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet he ultimately did not push her away, merely stating, Sang yawning, are you an ostrich? Get off me. Sang yawning retorted with resentment. No. I almost died. Can't you let me cry for a bit? You can cry all you want, but what is the point of rubbing your tears on my clothes? The fear of having narrowly escaped death gave Sang Yanning the courage to retort, "Mind your own business." After sobbing for a while, Sang Yanning managed to stop her tears before Mu Ye's patience wore thin. The lion-headed golden beast was killed by Mu Ye with one sword strike, a creature that had proved too formidable for dozens of cultivators. Felled by this villain in a single blow. After all, he was the pinnacle of combat strength. Sang Yanning was not surprised by his terrifying ability to slay monsters in an instant. Mu Ye deftly leaped, severing several segments of the beast's spine, and upon closer inspection, Sang Yanning realized it was the 100-ghost bamboo. Observing the bamboo in his hand, Mu Ye let out a cold laugh. No wonder this beast was so massive. It had been parasitizing the 100-ghost bamboo, using it as bait to lure cultivators down to seek it, then trapping them all in this cave. Having feasted abundantly, it had naturally grown much larger than ordinary 6th-tier creatures. Those foolish cultivators with their cultivation had all perished, yet you, a mere waste, are surprisingly lucky. Mu Ye regarded Sang Yanning with keen interest and suddenly inquired, "What happened to the talisman I gave you?" Sang Yanning's eyelids twitched. "I accidentally lost it." Mu Ye raised an eyebrow, listening intently to her fib. "Lost it? Where did you put it?" "In my belly pocket." Mu Ye. "Where?" After she uttered those words, Mu Ye unconsciously shifted his gaze downward, scrutinizing a particular area. Sang Yanning belatedly realized and hastily covered herself. "It wasn't tea because of that." Mu Ye chuckled softly. "Did I say anything?" Though the reasons behind Sang Yanning's deceit remain a mystery, as does her inexplicable protection of the burdensome Pei Yuan, it is fortunate that she possesses a tenacious spirit, for she still thrives despite the absence of a talisman to safeguard her life. Mu Ye, feeling disinclined to delve into the matter, finds her intriguing reaction igniting a wicked desire within him. With a languid tone, he remarks, "Eat well, and develop properly. Otherwise," he chuckles softly, leaving the thought unspoken, for soon enough, even a talisman may prove insufficient. Sang Yanning's ears flush with embarrassment as she exclaims, "I have already stated that it is not for that reason." Mu Ye escorted Sang Yanning away from the gruesome and bloody scene. After wandering through the Blood Demon Cave for some time, she noticed he was reluctant to lead her to safety. The effects of the color-changing potion had worn off, and fearing the possibility of encountering further carnage, she could not help but inquire, "Why are we not ascending? My sister and the others must be anxious." With a nonchalant air, Mu Ye replied, "What is there to worry about? It is not every day we descend. Let us find something before we leave." Sang Yanning pouted in response. Goodness, his composure is admirable, yet she could hardly contain her fear. In this dismal darkness, what treasures could possibly entice such a villain to linger? Secretly tugging at her handkerchief, she realized that he was her only means of escape, and despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to obediently follow. For the next hour, Mu Ye led her in a winding path, navigating effortlessly past numerous blood bats' nests. Was it merely her imagination, or did it seem that this villain was traversing the Blood Demon Cave as if it were his own garden? The pair halted beneath a rocky cavern, the inverted stones clustering like a throng of spectators. Sang Yanning could not help but recall the lair of the snake demon and scorpion spirit from Halua. "Chang'e," Mu Ye suddenly called out. Chang'e! He had not accompanied them. Could it be that this man possessed the ability to teleport? Sang Yanning glanced around, only to find Chang'e kneeling before Mu Ye. How had he arrived so swiftly? Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, I have confirmed that the liquid dripping from this cavern is indeed Qian Shueimo. Sang Yanning racked her brain for the term in the original narrative. After Sang Yanshi was confined in a dark chamber by Mu Ye, he meticulously applied a unique ink to her waist, marking her with a distinctive pattern that represented him. It was a blossom of exquisite and elegant ink osmanthus. It was said that the possessiveness of a yandere villain was intense. Mu Ye had left an unmistakable mark on the heroine in a manner that would infuriate the male protagonist. This ink was extraordinary. Once applied, it could never be erased. When Sang Yanning first encountered this plot point, she could not help but admire Mu Ye's cunning. He had devised a rather clever and infuriating way to provoke the male lead. Even if the heroine eventually returned to the male lead, how would he feel upon discovering that an indelible mark, created by another man, adorned her body during their intimate moments? No matter how magnanimous the male lead, he could hardly dismiss such a reminder. Yet, Sang Yanning had not anticipated that this villain had begun preparations for such matters so early on. Truly, he was a genuine pervert. Chapter 26. Sleeping posture. Sang Yanning had just finished reflecting on the plot when Mu Yi instructed Chang Yi to fetch a vial to collect the Qian Shui Mo dripping from the cavern, and then led Sang Yanning to a cozy spot to kindle a fire. The arrangement suggested they intended to spend the night there. With a sigh in her heart, Sang Yanning refrained from provoking Mu Yi and instead wandered to a nearby pool to wash her face and check her reflection. To her shock, she discovered her face and hair were caked in grime. Not only was she covered in dust, but her tear-streaked visage resembled that of a painted mask. Sang Yanning squatted by the water's edge, stealing glances at the villain. How had he managed to suppress his laughter while observing her? No, that was not the point. The real question was, when she had brushed against Mu Yi's clothing earlier, he had not cast her aside for being dirty. Upon further reflection, this villain appeared surprisingly humane. At the very least, he had allowed her to cry to her heart's content. This led Sang Yanning to ponder whether Mu Yi might not be entirely averse to her presence. Perhaps if she endeavored to grow closer to this villain, she could genuinely cultivate some goodwill. However, this notion was swiftly dashed 5 minutes later. While she was washing her face, Chang Yi returned with a chicken in tow. Sang Yanning, come and pluck the feathers. The villain was seated on a stone, effortlessly commanding his subordinate. Chang Yi hesitated, eyeing Sang Yanning's delicate hands. Such fair and tender hands were hardly suited for such coarse labor, especially when the creature was still stained with blood. Would this young lady even be able to endure the task? Recalling the time Sang Yanning had fainted at the sight of blood, Chang Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Young master, allow me to handle it. Mu Yi crossed his arms, disapproving. If you coddle her like this, she won't be able to kill even a chicken in the future. Indeed, that was a valid point. Even if she were handed a precious blade, she would lack the courage to wield it. Yet, what was the connection between plucking feathers and killing a chicken? Was this villain merely intent on denying her any satisfaction by assigning her menial tasks? Grumbling internally, Sang Yanning nonetheless acquiesced, obediently responding as if she were ready to bow deeply to this villain at any moment. After dinner, Sang Yanning found a dry and pleasant spot to lie down, contentedly patting her stomach. She had practically devoured the entire chicken herself. First, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, but recalling that both men were likely adept cultivators who might have long since ceased needing sustenance, she felt no further qualms. Thus, by the end, she had even snatched half a chicken leg from Mu Yi. Mu Yi had intended to provide a meal to ensure Sang Yanning's survival. So when she suddenly claimed his food, he felt little offense and chose to ignore it. Chang Yi, observing his master's expression, subtly offered Sang Yanning a chicken wing. She gladly accepted, beaming with delight. Chang Yi's culinary skills were indeed impressive. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to prepare such a delicious chicken without modern spices. Meanwhile, Mu Yi rekindled another fire and had barely settled down when he was startled by the soft, shallow sound of breathing beside him. In disbelief, he looked down to confirm that Sang Yanning had already fallen asleep. Was this woman a pig? Eat and sleep? After she had sobbed and clung to him, leaving him drenched in her tears, he had assumed she would be too frightened to sleep soundly that night. Yet, here she was, fast asleep before he even noticed. Never had he felt so speechless. Mu Yi pinched the bridge of his nose, settling into a meditative state. Sleeping was not an option for him. Ever since he had been afflicted by Qianhe, a force had been draining his spiritual energy, and relaxing would only induce a splitting headache, rendering him insomniac. Fortunately, his cultivation was sufficiently advanced, so not sleeping posed no grave danger. However, amidst his discomfort, the sight of Sang Yanning sleeping so soundly beside him stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Had it not been for the need to continue their journey the next day, he would have undoubtedly roused Sang Yanning to share in his torment. At that moment, Chang Yi returned from the pool. Glancing down to see Sang Yanning sleeping peacefully, he quietly suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you should rest. I shall keep watch." Mu Yi did not even raise his eyelids. "No need. You should rest. Today, I have expended considerable spiritual energy." But Sang Yanning appears quite lively. "With you here, I can avoid much of the hassle of dealing with trivial matters." Chang Yi understood his master's intentions. Given his current limitations in cultivation, only he could engage in the necessary skirmishes. Had been over a decade since they had last ventured into the Blood Demon Cave, and one could never be certain if new dangers awaited. Conserving strength was indeed the wisest course of action. Just as Chang'e sought a place to lie down, Mu Yi suddenly felt a kick against his waist. His expression darkened as he turned to see Sang Yaning sprawled out, legs akimbo, her sleeping posture utterly ungraceful, preventing her from encroaching upon his space. Chang'e initially intended to move Sang Yaning aside. Yet, as he noticed her movements causing her skirt to rise slightly, revealing her delicate calves, he quickly averted his gaze, stepping aside. Mu Yi, however, was not so courteous. Grabbing Sang Yaning by the ankle, he unceremoniously tossed her to the side as soon as he released his grip. Her legs stretched back toward him, prompting him to throw her again. Finally, the villain was truly exasperated. "Sang Yaning, are you even awake?" Sang Yaning merely mumbled in her sleep. Even the usually serious Chang'e could not suppress his laughter. "Your Highness, it seems Miss Sang is in such a deep slumber." However, leaving Sang Yaning sprawled across Mu Ye's legs was not a viable option. After some deliberation, Chang'e removed his outer robe, while Mu Yi wrapped Sang Yaning like a dumpling and cast her aside. Having completed this task, Mu Yi could not resist taunting, "I truly wonder what kind of person will eventually marry her." To manage Sang Yaning would be a feat far exceeding that of the self-righteous cultivators like Pei Yu Dai in the dead of night. A series of intermittent sounds caught Mu Ye's attention. Opening his eyes and scanning the surroundings, he confirmed that the noise originated from Sang Yaning. Initially reluctant to concern himself with her, the soft, delicate sounds, akin to a gentle drizzle, tugged at his heartstrings, making it impossible to ignore. Ultimately, Mu Yi approached, squatting beside her, only to discover two streaks of tears glistening on her cheek. What could she possibly be crying about now? The daylight had not yet exhausted its tears. And even in slumber, the sorrow continued to seep forth. "Please, do not abandon me." Uncertain of the dreams that haunted her, Sang Yaning's eyes glistened, her lashes quivering, her brows furrowed in distress as she murmured incoherently, "Abandon? Who has forsaken her?" Mu Yi frowned, puzzled by the meaning behind Sang Yaning's troubled babble. Born into privilege, Miss Sang wanted for nothing. Though her mother had passed away early, her father showered her with affection. With a harem of male companions at her disposal, how could she be perceived as one who had ever been cast aside? Yet, witnessing her fragile tears, it was evident that she bore the weight of her experiences. Chapter 27. Mu Yi lingered beside Sang Yaning for a moment, and Chang'e, seated nearby in quiet meditation, opened his eyes to observe the unfolding scene. "Your Highness, what troubles Miss Sang?" Only then did Mu Yi regain his focus. "It is nothing. Perhaps she is plagued by a nightmare." After all, this woman was prone to tears. His only obligation was to ensure Sang Yaning ultimately served as a competent vessel. The rest was of no consequence to him. The following morning, Sang Yaning was awakened with a heavy heart. Her mind foggy, she sat on the ground for a while, struggling to regain her senses. Last night, she had once again dreamt that dream. The one she wished to forget. In that dream, she and a girl had plummeted into the water, while the man who had vowed to care for them both without hesitation cast her aside to rescue a child born of another woman. The sensation of nearly drowning remained vivid, and suppressing her discomfort, Sang Yaning took a deep breath to follow in Mu Ye's footsteps. Aware of her tendency to dawdle, today, the villain refrained from his usual jibes. Was this a sign of the sun rising in the west? Sang Yaning incredulously glanced up, only to meet Mu Ye's gaze, causing her to hastily avert her eyes and extend a hand toward Chang'e. "Brother Chang'e, thank you for the clothes you lent me yesterday." Chang'e had just returned with Qinshui ink and was momentarily taken aback by Sang Yaning's enthusiasm as he accepted the garment. "It is nothing, young master. Qinshui ink has been retrieved. Please see if it suffices." Mu Yi weighed the jade vial in his hand, then suddenly turned his gaze toward Sang Yaning, his expression contemplative and appraising. Noticing his lingering gaze fixed on her waist, Sang Yaning understood his intentions, silently lamenting the villain's perverse nature while secretly hoping for the heroine's safety. "Dear sister, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. But this villain is beyond my capacity to restrain. If no one else appears to counter his whims, once the celestial herbs are collected, I fear it will not be long before the heroine finds herself confined to a dark chamber. And then the villain will proceed to use this Qinshui ink upon her." Enough. Yi withdrew his gaze, but handed the jade vial to Sang Yanning. Ensure you keep this safe. Should it fall again? Mu Yi chuckled softly, leaving the rest to Sang Yanning's imagination. He was once again threatening her. Why must I be the one to guard this? Do you not possess a proper pouch for such items? Villain? Chang'e, sensing the impropriety, interjected, Young master, Miss Sang is spirited and lacks any storage talismans. It would be wiser to entrust it to me. Sang Yanning nodded vigorously in agreement. Look how considerate brother Chang'e is. Yet Mu Yi countered, she attracts spirits. Keeping Qinshui ink near her will prevent it from fading. It would be inappropriate for a man to carry it. Sang Yanning understood the implication. He wanted her to safeguard the ink to facilitate his artistic endeavors on the heroine. Such meticulousness for a villain was unexpected. Reluctantly, she tucked the ink away. It was absurd. Her own life hung by a thread, yet she was burdened with this ominous object. In the morning, Sang Yanning trailed behind the master and servant as they navigated the labyrinthine blood demon cave for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the cavern's depths. Just as she pondered how to ascend, Mu Yi commanded, Chang'e, carry her up. Sang Yanning assessed the height of the cave and felt a twinge of embarrassment. How troublesome. I am rather heavy. As soon as she spoke, Mu Ye's sardonic retort floated through the air. Are you suggesting you can fly up? It appeared she could not. But how could they ascend while carrying someone? Did they possess the ability to soar? Noticing Sang Yanning's silence, Mu Yi inquired playfully, or do you wish for me to carry you myself? The mischievous glint in his eyes spoke volumes. This insincere invitation sent Sang Yanning into a flurry. The thought of being carried by the villain was beyond her wildest dreams, and even if it were possible, she could not entertain such a notion. Without further hesitation, she swiftly climbed onto Chang'e's back. Brother Chang'e, let us go. Chang'e raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel as though I am some sort of steed? Supporting her, he made a light leap and soared upward. Sang Yanning was left astounded. Wow. One truly can fly in the realm of cultivation. Before long, as they neared the previous inn, Mu Yi signaled for Chang'e to depart. As they prepared to leave, Chang'e remarked, Young master, given the lengthy journey, I have already summoned Song He. Mu Yi responded with a detached acknowledgement. Understood. Sang Yanning stood by, utterly perplexed. Who was Song He? This was not mentioned in the book. Had she infiltrated the villain's inner circle? It seemed the master and servant no longer felt the need to conceal their conversations from her. She was no longer an outsider. Yet, the more she learned, the more trepidation gripped her heart. Was this information truly free for her to glean? While Sang Yanning wrestled with her anxiety, Mu Yi remained unfazed. He brought her back to the inn, where Sang Yinshi and Pei Yu awaited anxiously beneath the awning. Just as he intended to relay something to Sang Yanning, he turned to find her already vanished. Sister, Yanning! Sang Yinshi leapt to her feet, her joy unmistakable as she embraced Sang Yanning tightly. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, how could I explain to father and mother? A sister, Sang Yanning whimpered, nuzzling into Sang Yinshi's embrace. Why embrace a villain when she could seek solace with her sister? Oh my beautiful sister smells delightful. So soft. I could hold her like this forever. Not far off, Mu Yi watched with an inscrutable expression. Pei Yu, seeing the two sisters embracing, felt a weight lift from his heart as he approached Mu Yi and bowed respectfully. Thank you, young Master Mu, for your timely rescue. For the past 2 days, Yinshi and I have been unable to sleep, worrying about the blood demon cave. I ventured down several times, yet could not discern the path. Ultimately returning empty-handed, it is truly fortunate that you were able to bring Yanning back safely. Mu Yi offered a hollow smile. There is no need for such formalities, Sir Pei. How is Miss Sang's condition? Pei Yu sighed lightly. It is no longer serious. Yinshi's mastery of talismans is limited. I have advised her not to overexert herself. For the past 2 days, a Xian has been caring for her. And after a few more days of rest, she should fully recover. Is that so? That is good to hear. This is 100 ghost bamboo. I found it while searching for Sang Yanning. Pei Yu took the bamboo in hand, momentarily stunned before turning to pass it to Sang Yinshi, who inspected it and realized it was an exceptional specimen. Pei Yu, astonished, asked, How did young Master Mu come across this? Did none of the cultivators who descended seize it? Mu Yi smirked, casually replying, They have all perished, devoured by that beast. It serves them right. Chapter 28 Perished? Sang Yinshi's expression shifted, her eyes widening in shock. Pei Yu's face darkened as he began to ponder the implications. Sang Yanning sensed the conversation veering into dangerous territory and glanced at Mu Yi, who wore an unsettlingly cheerful expression. It was clear the previous dialogue had rekindled his thrill for violence, revealing his deranged tendencies. Must you truly smile so joyfully at a time like this? You are a hidden antagonist, after all. Is it necessary to reveal your true self so swiftly? Internally sweating for Mu Yi, Sang Yanning seamlessly resumed her role as a supporting character, attempting to steer the conversation. Sister, beneath the blood demon cave lies a massive beast. Those cultivators were devoured whole. I was trembling in fear. And it was only with Brother Mu's help that I managed to escape its clutches, right, Brother Mu? Sang Yanning tugged at Mu Ye's sleeve, desperately signaling him. If the protagonist were to discover that this man had obliterated a sixth-tier beast in an instant, they would be left speechless. Sang Yinshi's brow furrowed in concern. A beast? Did you encounter the guardian of the 100 ghost bamboo? Sang Yanning's grip on Mu Ye's hand remained firm, and Mu Yi cast her a sidelong glance. As if recalling something, his tone teasingly rising. Indeed, that beast was formidable enough to frighten someone into tears. Sang Yanning froze in embarrassment. Was he intent on bringing up that incident? Sang Yinshi's worried gaze immediately turned to her. Was it truly that frightening? Yanning, are you injured? Let me see. Not at all. Sang Yanning hastily waved her hands, mentally cursing the villain. As the cultivators departed, the inn had naturally become less crowded. That evening, Sang Yanning lingered in her sister's room for quite some time. After tending to Sang Yanning's wounds and confirming she bore no other injuries, Sang Yinshi finally released her hold. Sister, what are you doing? Sang Yanning languidly leaned against Sang Yinshi, lazily inquiring. Sang Yinshi was meticulously embroidering a pouch for medicinal herbs. Her needlework intricate and undeniably exquisite. Young Master Mu has been of great assistance to us during this time. Coincidentally, I have crafted several calming pouches these past few days. One for Pei Yu, one for you, and this one for young Master Mu. Upon seeing that the pouch resembled one belonging to the male protagonist, Sang Yanning's mind began to whirl with thoughts. Given Mu Ye's sentimental nature, will my sister's gift lead him to misinterpret her intentions? If he discovers that Pei Yu possesses a similar pouch, wouldn't that incite animosity towards the male protagonist? She resolutely decided, no, my sister must not gift this to Mu Yi. Sister, young Master Mu rarely wears such items. Couldn't you save your efforts and create something more appealing for Brother Pei? Sang Yinshi sighed softly, setting down her needle and thread. Yanning, one must learn to be grateful and to repay kindness. Young Master Mu is under no obligation to assist us, yet he risked his life without hesitation to plunge into the blood demon cavern to find you. For this alone, he has already become a benefactor of the Sang family. He saved me not out of goodwill but rather due to the soul chain lock, Sang Yanning muttered, feeling unimpressed by the villain's supposed benevolence. It was merely that Mu Yi was adept at crafting a fade and feigning innocence, making it difficult for Sang Yanning to report him to the kind-hearted female protagonist. Were it not for their impending journey requiring this villain's protection, she would have sought every means to keep the heroine far from him. He is the one who would imprison you in a dark room and has ink patterns drawn around his waist. Sang Yanning silently lamented. Sang Yinshi, not quite catching her sister's words, resumed her embroidery. Halfway through, something seemed to strike her, and she turned to Sang Yanning, saying, Yanning, it is actually you who should personally present these to young Master Mu. Me? Sang Yanning abruptly sat up. No, setting aside my lack of embroidery skills. Why on earth would I gift something to this villain? Yet, Sang Yinshi appeared oblivious to her sister's resistance and sincerely suggested, you shouldn't give him a medicinal pouch. Rather, you should present him with a sachet. A sachet? Isn't that something exchanged between couples? Could it be that in the realm of cultivation, such gifts are also given as tokens of gratitude? Sang Yanning skillfully began to pout. Sister, I am not skilled enough to embroider such items. And Mu Yi, young Master Mu, may not even appreciate them. Sang Yinshi playfully pinched her sister's nose and gently advised, Yanning, have you forgotten what our father taught us? One must learn to be grateful. Whether he likes it or not is one matter. Whether you gift it is another. Besides, with a sister as lovely and charming as you, how could young Master Mu possibly dislike it? Wait, what does my appearance have to do with gifting a sachet? The two sisters exchanged playful banter until ultimately, Sang Yinshi feigned anger and played her trump card. If you refuse to gift it, I shall present this medicinal pouch to young Master Mu myself." Upon hearing this, Sang Yaning panicked. "No, sister, I can give it, can't I?" Seeing her concede, Sang Yinxi's expression brightened, and she cheerfully pressed the needlework kit into her palm. "You must do it yourself. Gifts made by hand carry heartfelt sentiment. I believe in you." Though her sister was still young, Sang Yinxi understood that a woman's sensitive heart is innate. She recognized that Sang Yaning harbored feelings for young Master Mu, while other women would naturally be cautious when giving gifts. Indeed, her earlier provocation had stirred Sang Yaning's impatience. Little did Sang Yaning know that the female protagonist could concoct such elaborate scenarios in her mind, staring at the needle and thread in her hands. She felt overwhelmed. Embroidering for the villain, is that even feasible? Not only does she doubt her own abilities, but Mu Yi also appears quite discerning in his attire. Could he truly tolerate an unsightly trinket hanging from his waist? After leaving Sang Yinxi's chamber, Sang Yaning remained in a dazed as she passed by Mu Ye's guest room. She peered through the crack in the door and was met with darkness, wondering if he had retired for the night so early. Moreover, hadn't he yet taken his medicine today? It was indeed odd that he hadn't come to bother her. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, a sharp, piercing voice rang out beside her. "Sang Yaning, what are you sneaking around for?" Startled, Sang Yaning turned to find Pei Yuan looking down at her with a hostile expression. Over the past few days, her brother had hardly spoken to her due to his fruitless search for Sang Yaning, even going so far as to forbid her from wandering about during daylight hours. Finally managing to sneak out at night, she encountered Sang Yaning herself. What a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 29. This is mine. Upon seeing Pei Yuan, Sang Yaning immediately recalled the talisman she had borrowed for self-preservation and wasted no time in asking, "Pei Yuan, where is the talisman I borrowed from you? You ought to return it." Pei Yuan frowned in annoyance. "What rubbish talisman?" Sang Yaning patiently reminded her, "The one I borrowed from you at the Blood Demon Cavern." Pei Yuan retorted defiantly, "Oh, that one? I found it quite useful, so why don't you draw another for yourself?" "I only had that one." Sang Yaning knitted her brows. "It's just a talisman. What's the harm in lending it to me? Is it true that the Sang family treasures a single talisman so dearly?" Sang Yaning raised an eyebrow, amused that this woman dared to be unreasonable. Clenching her fists, she chuckled. "That belongs to me. I lent it to you. You refuse to return it, Pei Yuan. Doesn't that sound fair?" Pei Yuan feigned ignorance, engrossed in her own nails, clearly provoking Sang Yaning's patience. "What are you pretending not to hear me? Will you return it or not? If not, I may be compelled to take action." Pei Yuan clearly dismissed her threat. "You dare?" Sang Yaning stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Do you think I dare?" Pei Yuan glared at her, momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, her braid was yanked forcefully, sending sharp pain through her scalp. "Sang Yaning, how dare you?" Aware of Pei Yuan's loud voice, Sang Yaning quickly produced a handkerchief to muffle her cries. Drawing upon her skills acquired from self-defense training, she swiftly subdued Pei Yuan with one hand. "So you think being a cultivator makes you special? You are just as insignificant when you steal from me." With one hand restraining Pei Yuan, the other pinched her soft flesh, causing her to squeal in pain, but unable to protest due to the gag. "Will you return it? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon?" Pei Yuan struggled, muffled protests escaping her lips. Finally, after enough squeezing, Sang Yaning's anger dissipated, and she rummaged through Pei Yuan's clothing until she located the talisman. Having retrieved her belonging, Sang Yaning felt no fear of Pei Yuan's potential complaints, releasing her grip and tucking the talisman into her sleeve. Pei Yuan quickly freed herself and spat out the handkerchief. "I'll tell brother that you bullied me, brother," she shouted, racing towards Pei Yu's room. Sang Yaning scoffed, clapping her hands and refraining from intervening. After all, it was Pei Yuan's own folly, and even if she complained, she would be in the wrong. After adjusting her disheveled hairpin, she walked back. "All you ever do is call for Gigi. You startled me." Just then, the door to the guest room creaked open, revealing Mu Yi, who had emerged quietly, leaning against the door with an air of calm confidence, as though he had been observing for quite some time. He smirked, and to Sang Yaning's eyes, his smile held no good intentions as he focused on her hands. "What are you so nervous about?" Sang Yaning, quick on her feet, swiftly concealed the talisman in her clothing. "Oh dear, why did I have to get caught in the act?" Realizing her predicament, she attempted to soften her tone. I was just afraid you might report me to Sister. Mu raised an eyebrow, casually responding, you assaulted Pei Yuan. What does that have to do with me? What do you have in your hand? Sang Yanning had anticipated this question. Luckily, the evidence was already hidden. She extended her hand, declaring, it's a needle and thread kit. Mu tilted his chin, playfully echoing her words. Oh, a needle and thread kit. Let me see it. Sang Yanning, confused, took a step closer, only to have Mu Yi suddenly yank her forward, nearly colliding into him. As she regained her balance, she felt a chill against her lower back. Sang Yanning froze, unable to utter the word rogue before Mu Yi pulled her into the room. By the time she realized it, he had securely closed the door behind them. This is it. Ivy walked into a den of wolves. Mu Yi toyed with the yellow talisman in his hand. His interest peaked as he lowered his head. Didn't you say it was lost? Then what is this? Inside the room, Sang Yanning had become considerably more subdued. With no lights lit, she was unaware of how close he was, close enough to catch the scent of ancient wood emanating from him. Isn't this what you found? Sang Yanning's heart raced. And what else are you hiding? Sang Yanning silently pushed him away. I'm just worried about making you angry. Well, I might be a bit angry. Mu Yi lowered his gaze, observing her every small movement, and chose not to tease her further. With a flick of his spiritual energy, he summoned fire, igniting the talisman. Upon seeing the flames, Sang Yanning's brows twitched, and disregarding the potential for burns, she hastily extinguished the fire with her hands. The act of burning paper puzzled her. You may be angry, but why burn it? Mu Yi noticed her delicate fingers reddened by the flames and extinguished the fire. Frowning slightly, it's merely a small talisman. What are you doing? Sang Yanning laid the talisman in her palm, not lifting her head as she replied, you gave this talisman to me, so it belongs to me. Why do you feel free to burn my things? Goodness, it took her a great effort to obtain a life-saving treasure from the villain. How could she allow it to vanish so easily? Wouldn't that mean all the hardships she endured with the antagonist were in vain? No, she needed to devise a way for him to compensate her for it. Yours? Mu Yi pondered her words, his expression darkening as he fell silent. If it's not mine, why did I beat up Pei Yuan for no reason? Perhaps due to having received little in his youth, Sang Yanning cherished what she currently possessed. If someone attempted to take her belongings, she would react more swiftly than anyone else, displaying a fierce attitude, even if she couldn't overpower them. Observing her anxious and dejected expression, Mu Yi felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He had never expected to be valued by anyone, especially not for a talisman he had drawn casually. Those who cared for him were mostly demons whose clans he had annihilated. He had previously created a better talisman, given to Sang Yanshi to express gratitude for her assistance, but most of the magical artifacts she possessed were linked to Peiyu, imbued with a heavy celestial aura. That sentiment had likely sunk into the depths of the sea long ago. Mu Yi inwardly chuckled bitterly, suddenly catching a whiff of blood. At the same time, Sang Yanning felt a chill beneath her nose. Just as she reached to touch it, her wrist was seized by Mu Yi. Don't touch it, you're bleeding. Startled, Sang Yanning pulled out a handkerchief to staunch the flow, her mind racing with questions. Why was she bleeding again? This shouldn't be happening. Mu Yi's expression hardened slightly. Again? Sang Yanning, meeting his gaze, replied candidly, yes, I bled once before in the Blood Demon Cave, and another time was when you caught me and brought me to your room that night. You saw it too. The first instance was when he witnessed Sang Yanshi injured and had a surge of spiritual energy, although he had managed to control it. The recent incident occurred when he summoned fire with his spiritual energy. A cold glint flashed through Mu Ye's eyes as he quickly realized the implication. He had known that a formidable artifact would not allow him to exploit it so easily, while normal manipulation and operation of spiritual energy was manageable. The moment he utilized it, the power would reflect upon Sang Yanning. Currently, she was merely experiencing a nosebleed, but if this continued, it could lead to far worse consequences, potentially resulting in her untimely demise. Artifacts were predominantly wielded by those of exceptional cultivation. It was nearly unheard of for someone to be killed by their own artifact. He was puzzled as to how Sang Yanning had come into possession of the soul-tethering lock, using the lock to bind men and compel them to confess, while somewhat excessive, perfectly aligned with Sang Yanning's character of having a weakness for handsome men. Unfortunately, she had ensnared him, Mu Yi, who was not the type she dared to covet. Chapter 30. Who dares to steal? Seeing Muyi remain silent for an extended period, Sang Yin-ning took advantage of his distraction to walk over to the candlestick and light 2 lamps. The room finally brightened a bit, and she felt somewhat relieved. She truly couldn't fathom how he could endure such a dark environment without lighting a lamp. In this darkness, could he even see? Realizing she truly could not use spiritual energy, Muyi began to strategize. He concluded that he needed to keep Chang'e close. That rascal Song, he was so carefree, and being of a similar age to Sang Yin-ning. Having him protect her might lead to the two of them becoming engrossed in their own antics. Just with Sang Yin-ning alone, he was already irritated. Adding another like Song, he would make it exceedingly difficult for him to refrain from violence. Rubbing his temples, he turned to see Sang Yin-ning diligently shaking out the quilt to make space. Unsure of her intentions, Muyi asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Sang Yin-ning placed her hands on her hips. Her brows raised in confusion. "You brought me in here to apply medicine, didn't you? Surely, it wasn't just to find a good spot to torment me, was it? Is a villain like you so bored?" Muyi paused, nearly forgetting about that matter. Earlier, he had been solely focused on teasing Sang Yin-ning, and then she had bled, causing him to overlook that he had been struck by the curse of the 1,000 cranes. A few days ago, they had been in the Blood Demon Cave, and the poison marks had not been suppressed in time. Today, they were beginning to ache again, the recent episode of pain almost inducing a mental breakdown had it not been for Sang Yin-ning's timely reminder with her noise outside. To his surprise, Sang Yin-ning seemed genuinely concerned. When Muyi obediently lay down, she retrieved the ointment from the bedside, expertly applying it to her hands and warming it with her body heat. Turning his head away, his expression remained indifferent, but his tone was reminiscent of a reminder. "If you bleed again, you must tell me," Sang Yin-ning replied. "Oh, if you feel unwell in any way, you must inform me immediately." "Oh." Noticing her compliance, Muyi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Don't you have any questions for me?" Sang Yin-ning pressed her fingers against the poison marks on his back, applying the ointment slowly. What questions could she possibly have? After all, if she were to perish, he, the villain, would also meet his end. His every act of care and concern was merely to ensure she remained a competent furnace for him. She merely needed to fulfill her role as a supporting character in this narrative. Why ask so many questions? "No, Mugu, I believe you should compensate me with a talisman." Taken aback by her unexpected words, Muyi raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Does the Sang family lack such things?" Of course not. However, most of the life-saving artifacts from her sister required spiritual energy to function, and as a cultivation novice, they would be of no use to her. Yet, Sang Yin-ning had no intention of admitting that he always enjoyed opposing her. She refused to give him the opportunity to mock her. Thus, she flashed a sweet smile. Expertly flattering the villain, "It's different. This is a gift from Mu Jiang." Muye's eyes flickered slightly, as if casually inquiring, "Did you fight Pei Yuan today, just for this?" "Yes, I was worried she would be attacked by blood bats. So I lent her the talisman, and when she didn't return it, I fought her." "Are you not afraid of being scolded by your sister?" Sang Yin-ning raised an eyebrow. "What is there to fear? This is rightfully mine. No one can take it from me." The girl spoke with such righteous conviction that it would lead one to believe she was valiantly defending something of great significance. Yet her words served as a reminder to Muyi. If even a little waste like Sang Yin-ning could possess such lofty aspirations, what was he, Muyi, afraid of? If it was his, no one would dare to seize it. If it wasn't his, then what of it? The one who had urged him to survive should have been prepared for a lifetime of entanglement with him. She had granted him a second chance at life. How could he easily let her go? Once Chang'e completed his investigation of the Pei family's tomb, he would take Sang Yin-shi with him. Collecting celestial herbs was merely a matter of robbing the demon domain for a few days. There was no need to go through such trouble with Pei Yu. Unaware that she was inadvertently inflating the ego of a certain villain, Sang Yin-ning mused, "Why is he silent again? Could it be that today's massage didn't suffice?" With such thoughts, she intensified her grip. A hiss escaped the man beneath her as her nails grazed his skin. Startled, Sang Yin-ning released her hold, only to realize that the villain not only had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, but also possessed remarkably delicate skin. A mere light scratch from her nails left a red mark on his back. Curious to confirm her suspicion, Sang Yin-ning, in a moment of mischief, lightly scratched again. The red mark immediately reappeared. Goodness, could this villain possibly have a condition where his skin bruised easily? As she contemplated whether to inform him, Mu Yi suddenly flipped over, causing Sang Yin-ning to be pulled aside. Before she could react, her body landed heavily on the bed. With a thud, Sang Yin-ning's head spun from the impact. Could you not be gentler? Mu Yi, pulling up his clothing, found it amusing. You want me to be gentle? Get up. Sang Yin-ning had no desire to linger. Sharing a bed with Mu Yi always evoked unpleasant memories. Suddenly, the image of Mu Yi's affectionate expression flashed in her mind, causing her to shudder and break out in goosebumps. Goodness, only a villain could afford to be so tender. Sang Yin-ning hastily rolled off the bed, disregarding her disheveled hair. The ointment is nearly gone. She reminded him, I know, I'll buy more tomorrow. Mu Yi adjusted his clothing, pausing before adding defiantly, you'll accompany me. Sang Yin-ning sensed that this was more than just a simple request. He clearly wanted to keep an eye on her. Not daring to refuse, she casually inquired, where is Chang'e? Why don't you have him run errands for you? Are you quite concerned about him? Mu Yi smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Without a second thought, Sang Yin-ning replied, I am indeed quite concerned. After all, with Chang'e around, I can avoid a lot of trouble. Although he once did strangle me, he is far more considerate than you. Mu Yi's expression darkened, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Such a young age, yet her heart was already quite fickle. The following morning, before Mu Yi could arrive, Sang Yin-ning was awakened by Pei Yuan's clamoring. Sang Yin-ning, your methods were despicable yesterday. If you have the ability, let us have another match. Sang Yin-ning sat on the bed, her ears covered, as her brows knitted in irritation from the noise she was subjected to. What madness was this woman unleashing in her room so early in the morning? As a practitioner of little skill, if she were to resort to her spiritual powers, wouldn't it merely result in Pei Yuan pinning her to the ground? Hearing the commotion, Pei Yu and Sang Yinchi rushed in, assuming the two young ones were about to brawl. Pei Yu stepped forward, seizing Pei Yuan, and sternly inquired, Ah Yuan, what did I teach you about yesterday's incident? The fault lies with you. Why do you persist in bothering Yin-ning? Upon hearing Pei Yu's interrogation, Pei Yuan's tone softened immediately. Brother, I am not pestering her. I merely noticed Sang Yanning's lackadaisical approach to her training and thought to teach her the art of swordsmanship. What a noble intention to teach her swordplay. Yet, it seemed more likely that she would inadvertently bring about her demise. Pei Yu's expression turned skeptical. Is that truly the case? Pei Yuan assured him. Absolutely. Sang Yanning, why are you still in bed? The early bird catches the worm. Why such laziness? Sang Yanning listened to Pei Yuan's brazen excuse, choosing not to expose her in front of her sister. However, the notion of practicing swordplay was utterly ludicrous. After having gripped Pei Yuan with such ferocity yesterday, she was certain retribution was in order. Just as she pondered her strategy, Mu Yi strolled in with an air of calm. Clad in a silver-threaded robe, he initially resembled a wealthy young master, yet the shadowy demeanor of his eyes deterred any approach. Noticing everyone present, he offered a gentle smile, his gaze swiftly bypassing the others to settle on Sang Yanning. For the first time, she felt that the antagonist had arrived at the perfect moment. With a raised eyebrow, she found her confidence buoyed. Practicing swordplay seems unfeasible. I promised Brother Mu that I would accompany him shopping today. Since I made a commitment, it would be rather unbecoming to go back on my word. Wouldn't you agree, sister? Sang Yanning cast her sparkling eyes toward Sang Yinchi, who, recalling yesterday's request for her sister to embroider a pouch for young Master Mu, understood immediately and promptly supported her. Well, since there is a prior engagement, let us postpone the sword practice for another day. Sword practice? Mu Yi suddenly inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Sang Yanning's petite frame. She looked incapable of even slaying a chicken. How could this woman wield a sword? Upon hearing that her plan had been thwarted, Pei Yuan's expression soured. After all, yesterday's Sang Yanning's grip had been quite fierce, and her waist still ached if she did not teach her a lesson. How could she possibly feel satisfied? Just as everyone assumed the matter had concluded, Mu Ye's eyes fell upon the sword in Pei Yuan's hand, and he smiled enigmatically. Sword practice is indeed beneficial. We must not hinder Miss Sang's progress in her training. With that, he leisurely seated himself and poured himself a cup of tea. Miss Sang, I am in no rush. Please, practice at your leisure. Pei Yuan spirits soared at this, and she approached the bed, intent on dragging Sang Yanning down. Sang Yanning thought, is this person a dog? Can't they see Pei Yuan is here to seek revenge? once she alighted from the bed. She was reluctant to give up the struggle. But I have no suitable sword. How unfortunate. As soon as she finished speaking, Muyi produced a finely crafted long sword from seemingly nowhere, grinning widely. What a coincidence. I happen to have a sword perfectly suited for Miss Sang. Sang, yawning, nearly choked on her surprise. She had not anticipated the antagonist to be so considerate. Was she now expected to feel grateful? Ignoring her expression resembling that of a soot-covered pot, Muyi stepped closer and thrust the sword into her hands. Finally, he lowered his head slightly, whispering, "Practice well. Should you lose, you know the consequences. Good grief. What affliction is this man suffering from?" As he departed, Muyi discreetly slipped something into the seam of Sang Yanning's clothes, casting her a meaningful glance while curving his lips into a smile. Sang Yanning wondered, what on earth is he up to? Before she could inspect the object, Pei Yuan impatiently dragged her to the open space outside, holding the sword Muyi had given her. Sang Yanning, despite her lack of experience, felt an uncanny affinity for it. The weight was just right for a novice like her. Observing Sang Yanning's awkward demeanor, Pei Yu quickly cautioned, "Ah Yuan, be mindful of your actions. Do not injure anyone." "Understood," Pei Yuan replied with feigned ease, though her thoughts were already calculating. Sang Yanning was merely an unskilled novice. Even if Pei Yuan went easy on her, the sword was dangerous, and it could still yield some unexpected results. When the time came for Sang Yanning to beg for mercy, she would graciously relent, for swordplay was merely a game. Even if her sister objected, there was little she could do to stop her. As the practice commenced, Pei Yuan executed a series of exaggerated moves for Sang Yanning to mimic. "Sang Yanning, did you grasp those moves? Next, you must use them against me. Should you drop the sword or get injured, we shall cease practice. Do you understand?" "Uh-huh," Sang Yanning replied dully, eager for the ordeal to conclude. Glimpsing Muyi watching from the side, she felt a jolt of energy surge within her. "All right, I shall accept a few moves before conceding." Knowing her meager skills, Muyi was well aware that even if she lost, he would not truly harm her. At most, he would merely cast her a disdainful glance. With her thick skin, Sang Yanning had nothing to fear. Pei Yuan brandished her sword with fluidity, lunging towards her with a fierce thrust. "What on earth? Is that the move from just now?" Sang Yanning gripped her sword tightly, fully aware that Pei Yuan's ferocity would overwhelm her. With no path of retreat, she had no choice but to endure the incoming strike. The clash of metal resonated, producing a distinctive sound, and Sang Yanning felt a tingling sensation in her hands, though no pain accompanied it. Did I actually block that? 727. Detected spiritual energy attached to the host. Would you like to utilize it? Sang Yanning. What spiritual energy? No time to ponder. Just use it. 727. System acknowledged. Initiating spiritual energy flowed. As the mechanical voice faded, Sang Yanning felt a sudden surge of powerful energy coursing through her wrist, alleviating the tingling sensation. This energy flowed through her arms and into her core, granting her an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Is this what it feels like to wield spiritual energy? With a slight exertion, Sang Yanning found herself able to force Pei Yuan's sword away, and with a swift flick, Pei Yuan's sword slipped from her grasp. The clang of the sword hitting the ground signaled the end of their practice. To her astonishment, Pei Yu and Sang Yinshi wore expressions of disbelief. Unable to fathom that the untrained Sang Yanning could so easily dismantle Pei Yuan's sword, and with such ease at that, Sang Yinshi, at a loss for words, could hardly believe her sister possessed such latent potential. Pei Yuan stared at the fallen sword, her face a portrait of incredulity, a mix of embarrassment and resentment surging within her. Casting aside her noble demeanor, she exclaimed, "Impossible! Sang Yanning, you cheated." Sang Yanning, still reveling in the rush of spiritual energy, felt uncertain upon hearing Pei Yuan's accusation. She too was unaware of the source of that power, until she noticed something warm pressing against her side. Cautiously, she reached to investigate. It was the talisman Muyi had slipped to her earlier. "Wait, what?" Sang Yanning's eyes widened in surprise as she turned her gaze toward Muyi, who sat comfortably in a chair, a nonchalant smile gracing his face, yet devoid of any real emotion. "Did he just help me?" Meanwhile, Pei Yuan's voice boomed. "I don't believe it. Sang Yanning, you are despicable. Have the courage to face me again." Pei Yu, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, intervened. "Pei Yuan, Accept your loss gracefully. Your tantrum is unbecoming. Brother, I am not throwing a tantrum. How could Sang yawning, a mere waste in cultivation, possibly defeat me? She must have used some vile sorcery. Pei rebuked her sternly. Pei Yuan, mind your words, at her brother's reprimand. Pei Yuan's eyes reddened, brimming with indignation as her furious gaze seemed intent on devouring Sang yawning whole. Sang yawning instinctively shrank back, taking a step away. That look in her eyes was unmistakably predatory. Just as she retreated, she collided with Mu Ye's solid chest behind her. When had he approached? His expression was grave, not quite joyful, yet it exuded an intimidating presence. For the first time, Sang yawning found solace in his formidable demeanor. Mu Ye cast a glance at Pei Yuan, disregarding her blustering rage, and grasped Sang yawning's arm, leading her away. Let us go. Time for shopping. Chapter 32. You are truly wonderful. The inn where the main characters resided lay in the desolate outskirts, with the nearest market street requiring a lengthy trek. Clutching the sword, Sang yawning followed Mu Ye, stealing glances at the silver blade that exuded an ethereal aura, shimmering faintly as if adorned with specks of starlight. Definitely not an ordinary object. Though she was puzzled as to why the antagonist was in such a generous mood today, she felt compelled by courtesy to express her gratitude. Yet, one pressing question loomed in her mind. Was she reading too much into his actions? What if he had no ulterior motives and was merely in a good mood today, wanting to meddle in trivial matters? That would only serve to place her in a position for ridicule. Especially considering his disdain for the Pei family, Pei Yu being his rival and Pei Yuan merely his sister. How vexing. Why couldn't she possess a telepathic ability? But remaining silent was not an option either. As a supporting female character, she must strive to take control of the unfolding plot. With this thought, Sang yawning stepped forward to initiate a conversation. Brother Mu, your sword. Mu Ye cast her a fleeting glance, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Do you like it? I do. Sang yawning dared not criticize the item bestowed by the antagonist, hastily offering her praise, recalling how earnestly yet comically he had wielded the sword moments ago. Mu Ye curved his lips and said, It's a gift for you. You'll practice with me every day from now on. Sang yawning replied reluctantly, clutching the exquisite silver sword, her heart lamenting. Tasks involving slaying creatures and battling bosses were hardly within her purview as a mere supporting character. Why should she practice swordplay? Can I opt out? She blinked innocently, asking weakly. No. He issued the command coldly, then recalled something and added, When Chang'e returns, I'll have him teach you daily. No evasion allowed. Acknowledging the futility of resistance, Sang yawning could only lower her head and respond, Oh. Additionally, this talisman. Sang yawning produced the charm that Mu Ye had given her earlier. Attempting to return it. Observing her gesture, Mu Ye did not take it back, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Weren't you clamoring for one yesterday? Why return it now? Sang yawning's eyes brightened. Is this for me? His tone was devoid of warmth. What else could it be? Goodness, she had stumbled upon quite a windfall. Sang yawning's heart soared with joy. The previous talisman had merely offered protection, but this one, infused with the essence of a powerful being, could be utilized by her. Did this not provide her with yet another means of survival? This antagonist was far more generous than any system. Sang yawning was elated, her beautiful fox-like eyes narrowing into slits, and she exclaimed without a second thought, Mu Ye, you're so wonderful. Suddenly called by his full name, Mu Ye froze for a moment, a flicker of discomfort flashing through his eyes. Why not call me Brother Mu? Realizing her breach of decorum, fearing the antagonist might take offense, Sang yawning quickly corrected herself. Brother Mu works too. However, calling you by your name makes you seem younger. Mu Ye frowned slightly. I'm not that much older than you. Indeed, he was not. Sang yawning was 20 this year. Pei was 21. While Mu Ye appeared to be just 18, the original character was merely a child of 15. While Sang yawning referred to Mu Ye as brother, she likewise called Pei brother, yet they did not quite belong to the same generation. Thus, it inadvertently aged the antagonist in her address. After all, age was a factor. Although Mu Ye exhibited a facade of innocence, in terms of looks, he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome youth. Sang yawning, whose soul was already in her 20s, found it not unreasonable to refer to Mu Ye as a bothersome little brother, albeit only in her thoughts. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the nearest bustling market. Sang Yanning had never strolled through this small world before. Accompanying Mu Yi today felt akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, her curiosity piqued by every sight and sound. Observing Sang Yanning darting about like a rabbit, Mu Yi, worried that she might fall prey to some monster, decided to keep her close. However, grasping her arm felt awkward. At this angle, he found it difficult to exert control, and with so many people around, he feared accidentally breaking her slender arm. Thus, he opted to hold her hand instead. For reasons unknown, after this, Sang Yanning grew considerably quieter, no longer paying attention to the surrounding commotion. It seemed this was an effective strategy. At the very least, it quelled Sang Yanning's hyperactivity. Suddenly grasped by the antagonist, Sang Yanning felt paralyzed, unable to move. Yet, surely this was not akin to holding hands. It was said that those with a twisted affection often possessed a degree of emotional purity. Yet Mu Yi appeared to be devoid of such sentiments. Although he harbored feelings for the female lead, his actions never conveyed any hint of flirtation or intimacy. Even later, when he marked the female lead's waist with a sign of ownership, it seemed more akin to labeling an object than expressing affection. It was merely a habitual inscription of his name. As Sang Yanning recalled the narrative, she remembered the part in the original text where the female lead was confined in a small dark room. Mu Yi simply locked her in, binding her hands and feet, repeatedly asking if she loved him, emphasizing that her allegiance belonged solely to him. Yet he never demanded anything from her. The scenes involving intimacy were conspicuously absent. Beyond illustrating his perverse possessiveness, the original text offered little insight into their emotional dynamics. When Sang Yanning first encountered that passage, she felt Mu Yi resembled a child who had plucked a star from the sky. Having long admired it from afar, yet upon holding it, he remained oblivious to how to care for it. After all, the star did not belong in his world. The original text did not elaborate on these nuances. As the antagonist was but a male side character, and the information available to her was limited, Sang Yanning dared not dwell on it too much, choosing instead to perceive him as a possessive, love-ignorant individual. Upon reaching the apothecary, the proprietor, a familiar face, intended to take Mu Yi into the storeroom after he requested certain items. Sang Yanning followed behind, but at the entrance to the storeroom, she was halted. The proprietor, wearing spectacles and exuding a shrewd demeanor, scrutinized Sang Yanning before diplomatically stating, "Young Master Mu, this girl may possess a rather peculiar constitution. Some of the medicines in my storeroom are quite potent. It might be inconvenient for her to enter." Sang Yanning was left speechless. Did he truly believe her constitution could cause his storeroom to explode? Mu Yi turned back, releasing her hand, and after scanning the surroundings for a moment, he lowered his gaze to her, his voice half warning. "Wait here for me. Do not wander off." Sang Yanning nodded and, once they entered, found a quiet corner to await their return. The bustling crowd around her flowed like a river. Passers-by clutching various paper medicine bags, emblazoned with red signage that lent them an air of authenticity. After a while, a woman, her head wrapped in a scarf and carrying a basket, entered with quiet steps. She peered around as if she had already pinpointed her target, gently tugging at Sang Yanning's sleeve. Just as Sang Yanning was about to inquire about the woman's intentions, she produced a vial from her covered basket. The pinkish-white jade bottle bore a red label, emanating an unusual fragrance. Sang Yanning inhaled, instantly feeling her senses heightened. Though sharp, it was exhilarating in an indescribable way. Surely, this could not be some forbidden substance? Realizing the potential danger, she instinctively took a step back. Once again looking around cautiously, the woman leaned in, partially covering her mouth, and said, "Miss, this exquisite dreamy elixir is rare and hard to come by. And it's yours for just 500 silver coins." "What elixir?" Sang Yanning's face paled. Why would someone selling such things approach her? Chapter 33. Envy. After all, this was hardly a reputable trade. And Sang Yanning felt an involuntary twinge of guilt as she glanced towards the storeroom. "Auntie? No, ma'am. You must have misunderstood. As an unmarried woman, I do not require such things." Sang Yanning almost stumbled over her words. Frantically waving her hands, the woman's shrewd eyes flickered over Sang Yanning's face. Seasoned by experience, she had encountered such situations countless times before. "Oh dear, ma'am, there's no need to be shy. What woman hasn't entertained such thoughts? I saw you holding hands with your gentleman earlier. How could you be insincere? hand in hand. No, that can't be called holding hands. He was gripping my arms so tightly, he didn't let go. Furthermore, being affectionate with Muyi was a burden she could hardly bear. Seeing Sang Yanning fall silent, the woman assumed her shyness stemmed from her youth and continued to press her sales pitch. Miss, don't underestimate the potency of this elixir. I assure you, it will invigorate your gentleman, rendering him incapable of resisting. You two young ones can enjoy yourselves until dawn. Her voice grew louder, causing Sang Yanning to glance around nervously. Fearful that Muyi might emerge at any moment, it wasn't that she was cowardly. It was merely that the original character had a lascivious reputation, and once she got involved with such items, it would be challenging to clear her name. She had no desire to be mistakenly labeled. Please, don't rush me. I have other remedies that can enhance performance, improve stamina, and even strengthen the body. All of which you can browse at no cost. Who's in a hurry? Sang Yanning couldn't help but reflect on the real world, recalling instances where fitness enthusiasts had accosted her after exiting the subway to fill out forms and scan QR codes. Their enthusiasm was equally overwhelming. With this thought in mind, she decided to cut to the chase. Scanning the array of colorful potions, she suddenly remembered her monthly dilemma. Calculating the time, she realized that the next full moon was only days away. For the sake of survival, she couldn't afford to sit idly by. She needed to make some preparations. Her mind racing, Sang Yanning inquired, "Ma'am, do you have any potions that can eliminate desire?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with potential business. Eliminate desire? Are you suggesting? Sang Yanning glanced around, confirming that no one had emerged yet, and boldly rephrased her request in layman's terms. Lowering her voice, my gentleman tends to take too long, leaving me quite exhausted, yet he seems to revel in it, so I was wondering if there is something that could dull his urges? The woman selling medicine was hearing about such a situation for the first time, and she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Typically, she marketed her products with a focus on enhancing vitality and nourishing the body, never having encountered a scenario that elicited such envy from women. The woman scrutinized the charming and delicate girl before her. The girl's complexion was rosy, with a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Exuding youthful vitality, her clean, innocent eyes gazing at her with eager anticipation, a clear indication that she was well-nurtured. Lost in thought, the vendor eventually regained her composure, muttering, "Yes, yes," from the depths of her stock. She retrieved a small black bottle, frosted and marked with subtle scratches, clearly an item that had not been in demand. "Here you go, my dear. All my products are of excellent quality. Though your circumstances are unique, I happen to have a rare treasure in stock. Drink this, and I assure you your gentleman shall remain unable to rise for several days." Is it truly that remarkable? Upon hearing such a claim, Sang Yanning inquired further, "Does this have any benefits for women?" "Women?" The elder lady pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. It is effective for both genders. All right, I will take it with that." Sang Yanning decisively paid for the potion. As she pondered where to conceal this item, Muyi emerged. Noticing Sang Yanning's furtive movements, he raised an eyebrow. "Sang Yanning, what on earth are you doing?" "Ah." Startled, Sang Yanning quickly concealed the bottle within her sleeve. "I thought I had dropped my coin pouch. But it appears I did not." Muyi regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, clearly unconvinced. Another lie. Just as he was about to expose her deceit, he noticed a strange woman nearby, observing him with a look that combined keen appraisal with a hint of envious admiration. Ultimately, the woman murmured, "Youth is truly a blessing." Unbeknownst to Muyi, who was being perceived as a gallant warrior, he was left perplexed. After purchasing the medicine, the two were set to return, but as they passed through a bustling market filled with children, who were gathered around various stalls seemingly engaged in games, a voice chimed in, "Side quest triggered. Please take the task character Muyi to explore the marketplace." Not particularly eager to work that day, Sang Yanning grumbled, "This isn't in the original story. Don't try to deceive me." The bond between her and Muyi was entirely due to the soul-binding lock, and now that it was inactive, the system was still imposing additional scenarios upon her. What sense did that make? The system is continuously planning the optimal task route for the host. Please respond promptly, it insisted. Completing this task will fulfill the phase task of collecting the 100 ghost bamboo, rewarding the host handsomely. Sang Yanning snorted, "Generous rewards? This is clearly coercion. If I don't comply, I want to be compensated. Caught, the system replied. Sang Yanning muttered, "There is saying that might be inappropriate to utter." Returning to reality, she looked up to call out, only to find Muyi lost in thought. The boy's hair fell casually over his shoulder, his profile strikingly beautiful, sunlight casting a gentle glow upon his porcelain-like face. Softening his usual harsh demeanor, Sang Yanning shook her head to clear her thoughts. Stay focused, Sang Yanning. The villain's face is simply beguiling. Following his gaze, she noticed a group of children encircling a modest stall adorned with a faded red cloth that held an assortment of toys. With scattered bamboo rings hanging above, several children were joyfully tossing the rings, their laughter echoing through the air. Isn't this akin to a ring toss game at an amusement park? I had no idea such games were popular in this little world. Was Muyi reminiscing about a childhood he never had? Sang Yanning tugged at his sleeve, inquiring, "Shall we give it a try?" Muyi snapped back to reality, his initially non-threatening expression shifting back into a familiar disdain. "Why on earth would I play that?" Sang Yanning chuckled, playfully poking his arm, unabashedly exposing his reluctance. "You're staring at the stall as if you wish to see through it. What's wrong with playing a little? Don't worry, I won't think any less of you. We'll be discreet." "Who would be embarrassed?" Muyi retorted, his brows furrowing, yet his voice lowered involuntarily, revealing a hint of internal conflict. Fine. I want to play it. I'm underage. I am still young. You're accompanying me, right?" With his gaze cast downward, though clearly irritated, his voice softened. "Who said I would accompany you?" Sang Yanning stifled a laugh, realizing how thin-skinned he was, and tugged at his hand, leading him onward. "Come on, Muyi." Upon reaching the stall, the children had just finished a round and were eagerly sharing their newly won trinkets. Sang Yanning glanced over, noting the assortment of small puppets, dolls, and cheap beaded accessories. Children are easily pleased and find joy in simple things, while as they grow, worries and desires increase, leaving them perplexed about how to find happiness. Reflecting on her own experiences in the modern world, where she and her friends had spent hundreds at an arcade only to come away with a bag full of toys, she found it ironic how much more joy the children derived from their simpler prizes. After observing for a moment, she turned to the elderly vendor. "Sir, I would like 10 rings, please." Turning to Muyi with a wink, she added, "Let me show you how it's done. You can learn from me." Muyi scoffed. Where did this big fool come from? The arrangement of the prizes resembled the game Sang Yanning had played previously. The first row contained candies wrapped in paper, the second row consisted of roughly woven dolls, while from the third row onward, there were beaded accessories and slightly more valuable puppets. Sang Yanning positioned herself, disinterested in the first 2 rows, her focus solely on the small charms in the third row. She tossed the rings multiple times, yet they seemed to conspire against her, veering off course or landing between 2 prizes. After 10 attempts, she managed to snag a candy from the first row. The children, who had been playing nearby, erupted into laughter, unabashedly teasing, "Big sister, you're so clumsy. We managed to catch several with just 10 rings." Sang Yanning pursed her lips. Who would have thought she would be mocked by children? Feeling competitive, she protested. "I just didn't have the right feel for it. I was simply practicing. Vendor, I'll take another 10. With the next 10 rings, she exerted considerable effort but only succeeded in catching a doll from the second row. "This game must be rigged. Host, it's simply that you're not very skilled," the system taunted. "Shut up," Sang Yanning retorted. "Big sister, we have puppet dolls. You surely can't be this incapable." The children continued to giggle, and as more gathered around to witness the spectacle of Sang Yanning, the modern novice attempting to win toys, she felt her pride on the line. Determined not to be ridiculed, she called out, "Vendor, give me another 10. After what felt like an eternity, Sang Yanning, breathless and sweating, leaned on her knees, the scattered rings lying on the ground, none of which had landed on a puppet. Money spent without a single win. She felt a mix of frustration and urgency as she dug into her increasingly empty coin pouch, trembling slightly as she pulled out 2 more coins. "Vendor, please, just a few more." Having watched her relentless efforts, Muyi could no longer remain passive. He was utterly speechless. Sang Yanning was quarreling with children over a game and had spent all her money. How clumsy could one be? Just moments ago, she had the audacity to suggest he learn from her. The vendor, an elderly man, felt slightly embarrassed by the whole scene, fearing it might seem like a scam, and kindly offered them 5 additional rings as a consolation prize. "Thank you," Sang yawning accepted with tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Give me that." Mu Yi snatched the rings from her, eyeing her as if she were a spendthrift, and asked, "Which ones do you want?" Sang yawning, dejected and resigned, pointed out, that one, and that one, just pick the better ones." "I trust your judgment." Mu Yi raised an eyebrow, casually flicking the rings with his fingers, not even bothering to look, tossing them with ease. Just as Sang yawning yawned, a chorus of children erupted in cheers and screams. She covered her ears, wondering which child was raising a ruckus. "Wow! It's that little treasure puppet." The child who had mocked her moments ago leaped up, excitedly pointing. Sang yawning followed his gaze to the ground, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Did I just hit the jackpot? Out of just 5 rings, 4 had landed on the puppets we had discussed, and 1 on an accessory." Sang yawning's eyes bulged. "How could you be this lucky?" Without hesitation, she grabbed Mu Yi's hand, looking left and right, ensuring he hadn't used any supernatural powers to cheat. "Why did you only reveal your prowess now?" Overjoyed, Sang yawning received her prizes from the vendor, nearly falling to her knees in gratitude toward the villain. Mu Yi shot her a disdainful glance. "It's simply that you're inept." Sang yawning, clutching her toys, could hardly contain her elation. Yes, you're absolutely right," some system in the background muttered. "One should not be overly double-dash standard." As soon as she received the prize, before the system's alert could sound, Sang yawning cast a dubious glance, only to meet the innocent and expectant stares of several children. The little ones had their heads tilted back, gazing at her with eager eyes. "Want it?" Sang yawning shook the puppet in her arms, and indeed, those starry eyes began to sparkle with excitement. The little boy nodded enthusiastically. Yes. If you praise me a little, I shall bestow them upon you." "How does that sound?" The children exchanged glances, beginning to scrutinize her with earnestness. "The elder sister is extraordinarily beautiful, like a fairy." "How could a fairy be more beautiful than an elder sister?" "She must be a flower goddess incarnate." "Isn't a flower goddess also a fairy?" "One is a deity, the other a fairy. Fairies are merely messengers of flowers, so they are certainly not the same." "Sister, your smile is as warm as the sun, and your tears could surely transform into little pearls." Mu Yi, who had been listening from the side and growing increasingly bewildered, muttered, "What on earth?" All right. Sang yawning, lost in their compliments and amused to the point of laughter, handed over the 4 puppets in her embrace. Take them. They are so much fun. Just don't snatch." "Thank you, elder sister." The children, elated with their new toys, dashed off to a corner to play. "You just gave them away like that?" Seeing Sang yawning's decisiveness and generosity, Mu Yi inquired. "Of course, one must honor their word, especially to children. Since they have praised me, I must fulfill my promise." Sang yawning carefully unwrapped the small accessory, revealing a red string bracelet adorned with delicate silver bells. "Can those flattering words be taken seriously?" He scrutinized her with a mocking gaze. "Of course not." Sang yawning donned the bracelet. "Yet, well, it's not a loss. They gained toys, and I gained the joy of being praised. Who cares if it's just flattery or not?" Mu Yi scoffed. "You seem rather open-minded." What a joke. As a mere supporting character, she struggled enough in this modern world. Why shouldn't she seek a bit of joy in this small realm? With her tragic role, devoid of care or love from anyone, if she didn't take the time to care for herself, she would truly wither away. Little did she expect Mu Yi would ask her so many questions. Wait a moment. A sudden alarm rang in her mind. Following the trope of television dramas, a chatty antagonist either leads to their demise or her own. He had asked several questions. Could it be? "You also desire those toys?" Mu Yi raised an eyebrow in amusement, yet in Sang yawning's eyes, which were filled with buffs, it was undeniably a threat and provocation. She stiffened, instantly receiving the signal, her earlier righteous stance, completely disregarding her previous nonchalance. "I shall go retrieve them for you." Mu Yi, utterly perplexed by her erratic behavior. What on earth is this person thinking? Chapter 35. Seeking shelter from the rain despite repeatedly affirming that he didn't want those toys, Mu Yi was increasingly frustrated by Sang yawning's apparent inability to comprehend human speech. She insisted on believing he was being disingenuous. It felt as though ages passed, and Mu Yi, thoroughly vexed by her antics, chose to distance himself. Sang Yanning stood still, observing the bustling crowd, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Yi had blended into the throng, disappearing from sight. Had he truly left her behind? Just as she thought she had gained a momentary freedom to rejoice within, Mu Yi unexpectedly returned, Sang Yanning, "Huh?" His expression was stern, as if recalling something, and he forcefully grasped her hand, compelling her to follow him. "Truly bothersome," he muttered. Hearing the antagonist curse for the first time, Sang Yanning felt she had stumbled into a realm unknown to others. In the original narrative, Mu Yi was remarkably composed, remaining unfazed when the protagonists flaunted their affection. Swearing was far from his character. Annoyed, he retorted, "Why did you return? Do you think I wish to follow you? I find you bothersome." While grumbling inwardly, Sang Yanning shot him an exasperated glance, her peripheral vision catching sight of people on the bridge pointing towards the sky, all seemingly anticipating something. "When will the fireworks be released?" Soon, as long as it doesn't rain. Every year at this time, fireworks are displayed to bring joy to the children." Fireworks? This little world has fireworks too? I wonder if they are beautiful. Suddenly, Sang Yanning had an epiphany. The system hadn't yet given a prompt. Could it be that she was meant to accompany Mu Yi until the fireworks concluded? 727. Wow, the host is truly clever. Sang Yanning, must you make me guess? 727. To ensure an immersive experience for the host, the system will not provide prompts unless absolutely necessary. How utterly ridiculous. It was clearly her own laziness that led to such unreasonable justifications. After mentally chastising the system, Sang Yanning quickly grasped Mu Ye's hand. Wait, her hand was already being gripped rather harshly by him. Now, she tightened her hold, successfully capturing his attention. His deep, melancholic gaze turned towards her, and without needing words, Sang Yanning understood he was urging her to speak up. "Shall we wait a bit and watch the fireworks before leaving?" "Fireworks?" he replied with impatience. "Those are merely for children. Why do you wish to join in the revelry? Am I not also a child?" "I'm only 15, Mu Yi smirked, as if amused. "Other young ladies are already married by 15. Yet you," he paused, choosing not to elaborate. "Never mind, they likely wouldn't dare propose." Sang Yanning remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts of the antagonist, only aware that in modern times, a girl of her age would still be in middle school, where receiving red envelopes during the new year was customary. How could she not be considered a child? Meanwhile, Mu Yi smirked, his gaze shifting towards the end of the bridge. "Let us see then." Upon hearing his agreement, Sang Yanning finally exhaled in relief. Before long, the countdown to the fireworks began. The crowd, a sea of black, huddled at the bridge's edge, all craned their necks skyward, faces brimming with anticipation. However, in the next moment, a single raindrop fell. Soon after, a few droplets transformed into a torrential downpour, crashing onto the ground, and in no time, puddles began to form. "It's raining, it's raining. What terrible luck. It never rains at this time of year." The once cozy gathering of people quickly dispersed, some searching for loved ones, while others called out for children, each shielding their heads with sleeves, hurriedly seeking refuge from the rain. Sang Yanning squinted against the downpour. Just as she was about to find shelter, she turned to see Mu Yi still standing there, and she quickly grasped him, pulling him towards a drier spot. As she tugged, she muttered under her breath, "Are you all right? Do you think you're a sapling that can grow taller by getting drenched?" Mu Yi, unfazed by her complaints, maintained a smile, yet behind the facade, a glimmer of coldness and intent flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by the masses. "It's raining? Missing the fireworks is such a pity." 727. The task for the stage of the 100 Ghosts Bamboo has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 points. We hope you continue to strive for an early return home. Sang Yanning managed to drag Mu Yi to the outskirts, eventually finding a dilapidated temple to take shelter from the rain. Damn it, this is all Mu Yi's fault, standing there in the rain for no reason. Were it not for being born in the wrong era, she would genuinely suspect he was indulging in some form of online melancholy. Originally, there were places within the city to escape the rain, but since they had arrived too late and the rain had come so suddenly, nearly all the good spots were taken. Sang Yanning, with her petite frame, couldn't compete against the burly women, and thus, she had to retreat in defeat. Not daring to take refuge under a tree, they had no choice but to run here to find a resting place. Sang Yanning stood at the entrance, squeezing out the water from her sleeves and half-skirt, as a chilly gust of wind swept in, causing her damp clothing to cling to her skin, raising goosebumps all over her body. She quickly nudged the door shut and rubbed her arms as she stepped inside. Muyi had already started a fire. He too was wet, with strands of hair falling across his forehead, revealing a delicate widow's peak. At that moment, his brows were slightly furrowed, and the flickering firelight reflected in his dark eyes. If the system were silent, Sang Yanning would have thought this was a portrait of exquisite beauty. 727. Detection indicates that the antagonist Mu Ye's darkening value has increased by 20. Please respond accordingly, host. Sang Yanning? Are you certain? She widened her eyes in disbelief. He was simply sitting there, so quiet and obedient. How could he possibly be darkening? Was it really because he hadn't seen the fireworks earlier? TSK. But where could she possibly procure fireworks for him? Sang Yanning felt utterly exasperated, and the next moment, a chilly breeze rushed into the room, triggering a series of sneezes from her chew. She crouched next to the fire, sniffing as she rubbed her arms. You should take off your wet clothes to dry them by the fire. Muyi suggested, clearly reluctant to engage with her. Sang Yanning. I didn't want to inconvenience you. What inconvenience could there be? He retorted incredulously, then added cheekily. I have no interest in the bodies of children. With that, he leaned against a haystack, propping his legs up and closing his eyes, leaving her to fend for herself. All right then. Sang Yanning gritted her teeth and, right before him, began to remove her outer garments and half-skirt. After all, she was accustomed to wearing tank tops and shorts in modern times. Who was afraid of a little chill? As the fire blazed brightly, she hastily retrieved a pole from the side to hang her clothes upon. Without the damp garments weighing her down, she felt considerably warmer. The sound of rain continued to echo outside. Glancing at the antagonist beside her, who remained with eyes closed, undetermined whether he was awake or asleep, Sang Yanning found herself with little to occupy her time. She idly opened the system store page to make purchases. Chapter 36. One would think you were seducing me. The rain fell softly. A soothing lullaby for one accustomed to the shadows. Muyi dreamt, recalling the innocence of his 5-year-old self. Mother, when can I go outside next? The 5-year-old Muyi asked, his voice sweet and naive. A woman knelt beside him, gently comforting him as she bandaged the fresh wound on his left arm, then took a small knife to carve another cut into his right arm. Vivid crimson flowed down his slender arm, collecting in a small vial. Soon, she assured him, when mother comes next, she will take ye out. The woman's face was adorned with rouge, yet Mu Ye's complexion appeared even paler than hers. Seemingly unperturbed, she tended to a wound on her own right arm. A Yi is becoming increasingly capable. Tell mother, how long will this wound take to heal? The woman grasped his hand, her voice soft as silk. Yet her eyes concealed an insatiable greed. 2 days, Muyi replied honestly. Very well. Mother will take you out in 2 days, all right? He nodded innocently. 2 days later, Xiao Yuanying looked at the unconscious child with a furrowed brow. Handing the freshly collected blood vial to a nearby maid. Quickly deliver this to the young master. The maid lowered her head, daring not to glance further, and hurriedly responded, Yes, madam. An elderly woman approached, bowing slightly. Madam Xiao, the young master here. Do not concern yourself with him. The life of a demon is cheap. He will not perish so easily. With that, she swept her skirt and exited through the stone door. Keep a close watch on him. Tonight, the master has arranged for fireworks, and the 2 young masters will certainly come out to play, though not let him disturb them. Understood. Once the stone door closed, silence enveloped the underground chamber. Muyi was unaware of how long he had been unconscious, but he awoke to a cacophony of booming sounds. He found himself alone, lying on the cold stone bed. The blood on his arm had dried, and the gash was beginning to heal. Stumbling, he ascended the stone steps leading outside. Halfway up, he pried open a small crevice and wedged a stone in place. Forcing his way through, the fresh scent of earth filled his nostrils, mingling with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The hole he had dug was too narrow. His body was growing, making it increasingly difficult to squeeze through. And he was oblivious to the blood trickling from his forehead. With a loud bang, a firework erupted in the night sky, colorful sparks bursting forth and scattering in all directions, accompanied by the deafening sound of firecrackers. Laughter from children echoed nearby. Above him, a vibrant meteor shower illuminated the sky, the velvet night torn into shimmering fragments. In this exuberant atmosphere, Mui felt lost. He wandered aimlessly toward the sounds of joy, catching sight of two children playing and laughing together. Empathizing with them, a joyful smile began to grace his face. A shadow loomed over him. You should not be here. Xiao Yuanying's expression shifted, fear evident on her face. Take the young master back to the underground chamber. In a flurry, she shielded Mu Ye's body and commanded a servant to carry him away. Mother, why can't Yi see the fireworks too? Mu Yi pleaded pitifully in the basement. Was it not agreed that I could go out today? Why can't I play with those children? Is it because I am not obedient, or is it because I often bleed? Yi? Xiao Yuanying stood still, regulating her breathing, seemingly exerting great effort to manage her emotions. Fireworks are not worth seeing. Our Yi is so sensible. He does not need such things. Yet the boy, cautiously observing her expression, ventured to ask, why can those children watch? I want to play with them too. Xiao Yuanying snapped, her meticulously crafted makeup showing signs of cracking. Such beautiful things as fireworks are not meant for a child born in a demon's lair. The boy froze, lowering his head just in time to see the peculiar wound on his arm heal to perfection once more. A pure and warm heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Beautiful things. A child of the demon's lair. Yes. How could I, Mu Yi, ever be worthy? Mu Yi. Mu Yi. The voice of a girl gradually filled his mind. Filthy man. Mu Yi jolted awake, eyes wide. He furrowed his brow, supporting his forehead as he struggled to stabilize his breath. That was close, very close to falling back into a nightmare. Sang Yanning was startled by his disheveled appearance. What are you doing? Did you have a nightmare? Even such an invincible antagonist can be frightened by his own dreams. After a brief moment of treasure hunting, he had actually managed to fall asleep. Observing him as his condition improved and his breathing steadied, Sang Yanning poked his arm before quickly retreating her hands behind her back. What are you doing? Mu Yi, his eyelids drooping with fatigue, replied lethargically, Hey, close your eyes. I want to show you something. With an air of mystery, she declared. Mu Yi clearly lacked the patience for such antics, yet he was in no mood to argue, so he reluctantly closed his eyes briefly. Clang, irritated, he opened his eyes to find a silver-white firework blooming before him. Its delicate light piercing through his dark irises. The shape resembled a dandelion, with its fiery core bursting forth like twinkling stars, dazzling brilliance cascading onto his hands as if he held the Milky Way. It was not hot, but it was sufficiently bright. For a moment, he was entranced. What is this? Sang Yanning tilted her head slightly. You wouldn't understand if I told you, but you can call it a fairy wand. A fairy what? Did she truly believe the praises of those little brats who had flattered her earlier? Although we missed the grand fireworks today, we can still enjoy the fairy wands. Perhaps theirs are not as beautiful as ours. And only we two can witness this. I see that enviable? Her exaggeration was akin to a child throwing a tantrum, her eyebrows practically soaring as she boasted. Mu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, shifting his gaze from the fairy wand to her. The next moment, he felt a subtle twitch in his brow. What are you wearing? Sang Yanning, grasping the fairy wand, instinctively replied, a tank top and shorts. Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. That's a little top. He pointed at her upper half, then continued downward, and those are shorts. After his explanation, he scanned her with a suggestive glint in his eyes. His tone decidedly irreverent. Dressed like this, one might think you were trying to seduce me. Chapter 37. Who would want to look at you? Sang Yinling's mind was engulfed in a cloud of confusion. You think I'm trying to seduce you? That was your own assertion, right? I have no interest in the bodies of children, she retorted, unable to resist criticizing him. Mu Yi did not comprehend her words, merely resting his chin lazily in his hand, his peripheral vision catching sight of what appeared to be a dark red tattoo on Sang Yinling's left arm. What are you staring at? Didn't you say you weren't interested? Sang Yanning felt a surge of insecurity under his intense gaze, taking a step back as she draped the dried shirt over her shoulders. Who would want to look at you? He replied coolly. Did she really have a tattoo in that spot? Was it a coincidence, or, never mind, with her playful nature, having a tattoo was hardly surprising. After a moment of silence, he dismissed the absurd thought that had crossed his mind. Sang Yaning was gradually becoming immune to his sarcastic remarks, and with a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "What do you think of this fairy wand?" "Isn't it just as good as fireworks? It's not bad." Although it was his first encounter with such a trinket, he could not deny that the star-like flames were indeed stunning for a brief moment. However, Muyi was not inclined to admit this openly. He simply did not want to generously acknowledge it, nor did he wish to see Sang Yaning beam with pride, believing she had grasped his sentiments. After contemplating, he fixed his gaze upon her. "It looks nice," he stated earnestly, "but it's a bit small." "Not small at all." Finally hearing a word of affirmation from the antagonist, Sang Yaning triumphantly produced a handful of fairy wands. Thinking to herself that the 200 points spent in the store were not in vain, and there were still many more to come, she turned back only to find Muyi reclining with one leg propped up, gazing at her with an expression of mischief. Just a glance, yet it crackled with electricity. She glanced around. Who was he trying to seduce? Why was he directing such an inappropriate expression at her? She froze for a moment, then sensed something was amiss. "Don't tell me." She shrank her neck, tugging her shirt down over her shoulders. He curved his eyebrows, a smile laced with mockery dancing on his lips. Yet he remained silent. You said you weren't interested," Sang Yaning, flustered and furious, yanked the clothes off the rack, hastily wrapping them around herself. Muyi feigned innocence. "Did I say anything?" "Indeed. You have not spoken. It is all too evident on your face." Sang Yaning turned her back, fussing as she hastily donned the nearly dry garments. "It is not the villain that one fears, but rather if the villain is a rogue, a girl must always take care to protect herself when out in the world." Muyi observed her obliviousness, a faint smile gracing his lips, only to be swiftly suppressed. It would be good for her to learn a lesson. While he was uncertain of Sang Yaning's ulterior motives, one boundary was unmistakably clear. Do not attempt to approach him, nor seek to pry into his affairs. After all, those who had been closely associated with him seldom met with favorable outcomes. Not long after their quarrel, the weather cleared up on their way back. Sang Yaning did not initiate any conversation, sulking in silence, clearly angry yet too timid to express it. He felt quite pleased with this effect of intimidation. Without her incessant chatter beside him, his mind was considerably at ease. Upon returning to the inn, Sang Yaning first visited her elder sister's room to check on Sang Yanxi's injury. Noting the good recovery, she exchanged a few casual words before returning to her own room shortly thereafter. That night, Sang Yaning did not go to Muyi's room to apply medicine. Muyi was well aware of her reasons for not coming and, being fatigued himself, made no effort to keep the door open, retiring to bed early. As noon arrived the following day, Sang Yaning was absent from the dining table. Simultaneously, Sang Yanxi arrived late. Pei Yuan picked up his chopsticks to serve himself some food but was met with a fierce glare from Pei Yu. She pouted, irritably setting down her chopsticks. "Yanxi, what is the matter? Where is Yaning?" Pei Yu, noticing Sang Yaning's absence alongside the troubled expression on Sang Yanxi's face, inquired with concern. Sang Yanxi sighed softly. "Yaning had a high fever this morning. I just visited her. She lacks appetite and is burning up, so I advised her to rest and recuperate. I will prepare some medicine to dispel the cold for her later. Hopefully, she'll sweat it out and recover quickly." Pei Yuan could not help but mutter, "You two are truly delicate. One has finally healed from an injury, and the other comes down with a high fever. How bothersome." Pei Yu shot him a warning look. "Elder brother, I am hungry." Pei Yuan pouted, using a soft voice to whine. Sang Yanxi did not intend to keep anyone waiting. Nudging Pei Yu's arm, "Go ahead and eat. The dishes will get cold if we delay." Just as she finished speaking, Muyi, who had been silently sitting nearby, suddenly rose to his feet. "Young Master Mu, where are you going?" Sang Yanxi asked, perplexed. He paused for a moment, responding with refined poise, "I awoke late today and have no appetite." "Please enjoy your meal." Sang Yanxi watched his departing figure, lost in thought. Pei Yu continued to pile food into her bowl, nearly creating a small mountain, and noticing Sang Yanxi's stillness, gently urged, "Do not worry. Young Master Mu's skills are not inferior to mine. You must take care of yourself and avoid further injuries that will cause me worry." Sang Yanxi furrowed her brow. "I am not worried. I simply..." Pei Yu chuckled. "All right, let us eat first. Yaning is waiting for you to care for her. I will come later to help with the children, and let Xian assist you so you do not tire yourself out." Grateful for his thoughtful arrangements, Sang Yanxi felt a slight flush on her fair cheeks and nodded in agreement. Pei Yuan, busy devouring his meal, sensed the atmosphere and found himself briefly questioning, "Why do I feel so outshone?" In the afternoon, Sang Yinshi utilized the kitchen to brew medicine, with a Xian assisting her in handling the herbs. Before long, Mu Yi entered quietly, bypassing a Xian to approach Sang Yinshi from behind. "Miss Sang," he greeted politely. Startled by his silent entrance, Sang Yinshi nearly dropped the lid she was holding. Wiping her brow, she exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Mu, you are back?" "Indeed," he replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting to the medicinal concoction behind her. "I asked this medicine for Sang Yanning?" "Yes." Glancing at the herbs, she resumed her work, feeling the kitchen's stifling heat causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. "Are you quite busy, Miss Sang?" Mu Yi inquired, a gentle smile adorning his face, appearing remarkably amiable. "A little," she replied with a resigned smile. "There are many herbs we brought, and we were in a hurry to travel. So we had no time to organize them. If not for Yanning falling ill today, I do not know how long it would take to finish." Before she could complete her thought, Mu Yi offered, "Allow me to assist with the herbs. You may attend to other matters. Is that so?" Sang Yinshi's eyes brightened at his suggestion, grateful for the help. "That would be most kind of you, young Master Mu." "No trouble at all," he replied with a smile, and as she turned her back, he quietly sprinkled some powder into the medicinal brew. As dinner time approached, Sang Yanning still had not appeared. Sang Yinshi felt a twinge of frustration. Yanning's fever should have subsided by now, yet her body remained somewhat warm. She sighed, her brow furrowed with worry. "I will adjust the prescription and take it to her later." Pei Yu reassured her. "Do not fret. I will assist you in checking on her shortly." Pei Yuan had already consumed half the chicken leg on his plate, without Sang Yanning to compete with him for food today. The chicken leg did not taste as savory as it usually did. "Truly delicate," he muttered, and seeing the silence around him, he returned to eating in solitude, feeling increasingly bored with the meal, even beginning to miss Sang Yanning's incessant chatter at the table. Mu Yi finished his meal swiftly. Stepping outside the inn, he found the moon shining particularly cold and bright on this full moon night, and as he walked a few steps into the open, a wave of irritation washed over him. Today, he had added something to Sang Yanning's medicine. Even if she were frail and useless, she should not be unable to shake off a fever for an entire day. Sang Yanning lacked cultivation, and without any spiritual power to aid her, if this fever continued, it would not matter if her mind were to burn away. The thought of her dying was truly troublesome. With a darkened expression, he flicked his hair back and strode towards Sang Yanning's room. Meanwhile, Sang Yanning lay in bed, her body ablaze, tossing and turning, unable to find any comfort in her position. "Help me. I never anticipated I could be so foolish as to forget the date." Each month on the 15th marked her spring tribulation. She had thought she could delay a few more days, but in this world devoid of calendars and reminders, she had unwittingly lost 2 days, coinciding perfectly with her rain-soaked illness from the day before. Experiencing this for the first time, she found it difficult to articulate to the concerned Sang Yinshi. Opting for vague descriptions instead of the truth, as of now, aside from her feverish body, her mind occasionally plagued by unwelcome thoughts, she had yet to suffer the excruciating pain her father had described. This led Sang Yanning to feel somewhat invincible. That all there is to the so-called tribulation. She had seen many grand scenes. As long as she did not encounter a man, what was merely a spring tribulation? Sang Yanning Mu Ye's voice suddenly echoed within the room. "Damn," he crossed his arms, entering with an air of calmness, as if strolling through his own garden. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Sang Yanning kneeling on the bed. Her cheeks flushed, which amused him. "You are not a man. You are not a man. You are not a man," Sang Yanning muttered blankly, as if in a trance, her words resembling a lamentation. "What on earth are you doing?" Mu Yi murmured, stepping closer to her bed. Sang Yanning's heart raced to her throat. "Do not come any closer." Mu Yi hesitated, then frowned. "How can I assess your condition if I do not approach?" In that moment, Sang Yanning found herself at a loss for words to explain her predicament, resorting to issuing a warning. "I am not ill. I advise you to keep your distance. If I were to have an episode, we would both be in trouble." He scoffed disdainfully. "What could you possibly do to me in such a state? This is not about what I can or cannot do." The mere thought of being threatened by the antagonist sent Sang Yanning into a panic. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself short of breath. As she regained her composure, An unprecedented sensation surged within her, drowning her in its intensity. The next moment, she let out a pained groan, her body collapsing weakly. It felt as though her heart were being torn apart, her bones crushed under immense pressure. The piercing agony described by her father manifested upon her, and Sang Yanning gritted her teeth, tears of pure anguish spilling from her eyes. Noticing her inexplicable suffering, Muyi sensed something was amiss, and the soul-binding lock around his neck could no longer remain concealed, suddenly becoming visible. The appearance of the soul-binding lock signified the emotional turmoil of its master. Muyi's expression darkened, so Sang Yanning was suddenly... No, that was not right. She had always been cautious and timid in his presence, often testing the limits of his patience, but she would never be so brazenly reckless. Nor would she ever develop feelings for him. As he pondered this, Sang Yanning suddenly straightened slightly, fumbling for a bottle from somewhere and hastily gulping down its contents. In her haste, she nearly choked on the liquid. Cough, cough, cough. Due to the effects of the soul-binding lock, witnessing her distress, Muyi was suddenly overcome with a surge of concern and affection, causing his limbs to act on their own accord as he instinctively approached her bedside and gently patted her back. Sang Yinning's voice trembled as if she were weeping. "You, please don't touch me." Clenching his fists, Muyi nearly gritted his teeth in response. "Do you think I want to touch you?" Whether it was due to his frightful demeanor or her intense pain, tears streamed uncontrollably down Sang Yinning's face. At that moment, Muyi's heart ached even more upon seeing her cry. Yet his fingers continued to tenderly wipe away her tears. "This damned artifact," he muttered fiercely. "Stop crying." Sang Yinning, her tongue nearly tied in knots, retorted. "I don't want to either, but it hurts if I'm in pain. Am I not allowed to cry? Damn it. Why couldn't she shake off the lewd thoughts lingering in her mind after taking the medicine? Her mind was filled with curiosity about what little Muyi looked like, but she lacked the courage to engage him in any intimate way. "Where does it hurt?" he inquired, his voice suddenly softening to an unnerving degree. This was a disaster. The antagonist was completely subdued by the soul-binding lock. The scene from the first chapter suddenly replayed in her mind. Alarm bells rang in Sang Yinning's head as she forcefully pushed the person in front of her aside, disregarding her pain. Desperate to escape, "I'm not hurt. I'm perfectly fine. I don't need it." Little did she know, Muyi possessed astonishing strength. Even when she pushed him away, he remained unperturbed, swiftly grasping her arm and leaning closer. "Be good. I'll help alleviate your pain," he said cryptically, his eyes now reflecting an almost obsessive affection. Sang Yinning found herself utterly immobilized by his presence, his breath sending shivers down her spine. "Help! Someone save me. Is there anyone who can take me away?" System. 727. Host. It has been detected that the antagonist Muyi has been controlled. At this moment, it is recommended that the host pursue the strategy route. Sang Yinning. Strategy my ass. Once he regains consciousness, I'll be done for. Do you want me to live? Wait. Why was he getting so close? 727. It seems he intends to transfer his spiritual energy to you through a kiss? Transfer? Transfer what? Sang Yinning stared wide-eyed as Muyi pressed her head down, clearly intent on preventing her from resisting. The antagonist's affection was a debt not to be owed. Just as their lips were about to meet, Sang Yinning instinctively curled her legs. "No. Kicking once is fine, but if I kick him again, what if he truly becomes incapable of having descendants?" In a state of urgent desperation, she clenched her fists. As though summoning all her courage and, adhering to her character's professional demeanor, closed her eyes and forcefully slammed her back against the wall. Chapter 39. Kissing you? I might as well die. At that moment, Sang Yinning's head throbbed painfully, tormented by that wretched artifact, leaving her unable to control her strength. As soon as her forehead touched the cold wall, her shoulder was abruptly pressed down. Muyi's restrained voice echoed in her ear. "Do you want me to die with you?" The force with which she slammed into the wall was clearly intended for self-destruction. Despite being drained of energy by the artifact, how could she be so ruthless towards herself? Sang Yinning gasped through her tears, struggling to gather the courage to awaken, only to be interrupted once more, leaving her unable to cry. "Kissing you? I might as well die." It wasn't her intention to kiss him. In the end, she was the one left to bear the consequences. Shouldn't she stand firm in her resolve? This spring calamity occurred once a month. If each time was this agonizing, what was the point of her transmigration or playing the role of a female supporting character? If death was inevitable, what difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Her words were laced with grievance, and sensing the artifact's restraint had loosened slightly, Muyi released her, his expression dark and foreboding. "Do you dare to disdain me?" he said with a hint of amusement. "If I transfer my spiritual energy to you, you will be able to suppress the evil fire, and the artifact can be pacified as well. It will benefit both of us." With that, he lifted her chin, enduring the artifact's torment himself, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. I won't. Sang Yin-ning struggled, wary of his duplicity, fearing he might later use this emotional attachment to blackmail her. She turned her face away, attempting to awaken his sense of shame. Only those who are mutually affectionate can engage in such acts. You and my sister cannot. To her surprise, Muyi interrupted. Mutually affectionate? Who are you fond of? I'll go kill him right now. Sang Yin-ning, WTF? Why is he not on the same wavelength as me? I'm talking about your white moonlight. Your white moonlight. Do you understand? You must save your first kiss for my sister. Otherwise, how can you call yourself a pure-hearted male supporting character? The two were locked in a standoff, nearly resorting to physical conflict. As Muyi pinned her down, she tugged at his hair and bit his shoulder, stubbornly defending her chastity as a female supporting character. After several rounds, Muyi's hair had been thoroughly disheveled by her. He hesitated for a brief moment as the soul chain naturally invoked empathy within him. A wave of deeply bittersweet emotions surged to the tip of his heart, leaving him feeling profoundly wronged, tinged with a hint of resentment. Immediately after, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, causing Muyi to pause as a cacophony of voices suddenly echoed in his mind. Damn it, is this antagonist a dog? Even a dog isn't as troublesome as you. I've already said no, yet you still insist on forcing your way. What the hell, you pure-hearted male supporting character? Where is your purity? I even supported your pairing with my tears while reading. And now you repay me with this? Woo-woo-woo, my first kiss is slipping away, and I've done nothing. Am I not just a 15-year-old child, underage? How can you, an old man, take advantage of this? Antagonist? Supporting character? Pure-hearted? My first kiss? Is this truly the inner world of Sang Yin-ning? So, when she referred to him as a beast, was she talking about him? The faint current gradually dissipated, and Sang Yin-ning's mournful voice faded from his mind. Muyi suddenly rose, pressing his hand to his forehead. Just as he attempted to untangle the situation from earlier, that voice chased after him once more. Oh, you know to get up? Do you realize how heavy you are? Can't take it anymore, can you? Do you know how hard I've been holding back? If it weren't for this Buddha Yuan, would I have the audacity to produce such yellow waste for you? Shut up, it's deafening, Muyi growled, raising his head only to meet Sang Yin-ning's bewildered expression. Large tears hung on her face, and her eyes were reddened, clearly startled by his outburst. What on earth did I just say? I didn't say anything at all, did I? Is it possible he can actually hear my inner thoughts? No way, the system never mentioned that the antagonist had such a golden finger. How strange, is it only you who can shout? Dare to put the pressure on me, let's see if I can't mesmerize you. Muyi furrowed his brows, so, Sang Yin-ning cannot hear it. This voice is only audible to him. Why has such a situation never occurred before? The soul chain still restrained him, and Muyi felt a surge of annoyance, not having the time to delve deeper. Cursing was futile, and affection was forbidden. He sat up in silence for a moment, then decided to pull Sang Yin-ning closer, channeling his spiritual energy to her through physical contact. Though not as immediate as a mouth-to-mouth exchange, the effect was still quite remarkable. Sang Yin-ning once again experienced the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy, while the soul chain around Mu Ye's neck gradually settled down. What kind of magic is this? The pain in my heart has vanished, and my bones no longer ache. Why goodness, let me enjoy this bliss and abandon my role as the female supporting character. Mu Ye sighed helplessly, truly lacking in ambition. A little spiritual energy brings such ecstasy. Noticing that she was still sobbing in his embrace, and recalling being called a beast moments ago, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Lowering his gaze, he became acutely aware of Sang Yin-ning's youthful form, momentarily taken aback. Though reluctant to admit it, he suddenly felt that perhaps she wasn't entirely wrong. His voice softened considerably, Could you not cry anymore? Do you think I want to cry? It's just this body acting up. These are physiological tears, devoid of any personal sentiment, understand? I'm in pain but still not allowed to cry. Do you think I'm made of oil cakes? The two remained in an embrace, quiet for quite some time, interrupted only by the occasional grumbling from Sang Yinning's mind, with Mu Yi saying nothing further. After an indeterminate period, Sang Yinning finally ceased her tears, and the voice in Mu Ye's mind fell silent. Just then, a sound came from the window as Song He tumbled in, inadvertently catching sight of the two nestled together, and promptly turned away. I didn't see anything. Mu Yi frowned, as Sang Yinning had only just quieted down when yet another talkative presence arrived. He truly found it unbearable. You can leave now, Mu Yi said, pinching the bridge of his nose. His tone neither warm nor cold. With the soul chain subdued, it seemed Sang Yinning's spring tribulation had also passed, and naturally, she had no desire to linger in his presence. Oh, she tidied her hair, only to find Song He staring intently at her. Fortunately, his gaze lacked the intimidation that Mu Ye's had. Though there was an evaluative quality to it, it remained relatively friendly, prompting her to meet his gaze in return. Unbeknownst to her, upon closer inspection, she noticed a fluffy object swaying behind him, accompanied by a pair of perky ears that seemed to move. Sang Yinning's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Could this possibly be the legendary beast earplay?" 727 Friendly reminder. Host, that person is a fox demon. Could you perhaps rein in your drool? Before the system could finish, Sang Yinning had already reached out. Wow, so soft and fluffy. A tail, oh, a fox's tail. It smells so nice. How can it be so smooth? What do you use to maintain it? It smells so good and feels so soft. Startled by her sudden enthusiasm, Song He fidgeted with his cheeks, yet felt a tinge of excitement from Sang Yinning's genuine praise. I don't use any oil. I usually just rinse it with water. How can that be enough? Sang Yinning exclaimed indignantly. I have several bottles of care oils in my room. I'll go get them for you. Song He paused for a moment. Care oils? He had heard that they could make fur incredibly smooth and less prone to tangling or shedding. He had long been aware of this, but surrounded by men and frequently engaging in combat, he had little understanding of such things. Now that Sang Yinning offered to share, he felt a surge of happiness. Suddenly thinking that she was quite agreeable. Oh, I can't accept that, he said, trying to be polite. Sang Yinning waved her hand, revealing a rather enigmatic smile. It's fine. It's fine, I in return. Can I pet your ears again? Song He, who had never encountered a female weirdo, was taken aback. 727. Host, could you refrain from revealing your eccentric tendencies so quickly? None of your business. Get lost. Sure. Song He smiled, then found a place to squat down. Sang Yinning joyfully stroked his ears, feeling utterly healed, bubbling with happiness. What breed of fox are you? How could you tell at a glance that I'm a fox? Because fox demons are generally quite good-looking. Just look at your little face. It would be a shame if you weren't the belle of the forest. Song He slapped his thigh. Ha, I knew it. With this handsome face of mine, walking through the human realm would surely captivate a crowd. That guy Chang'e mistook me for some village mud at first sight. Ha 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 ha. Did he really say that? How embarrassing. It's his lack of taste. Let me tell you a secret. Don't be fooled by Chang'e's serious demeanor. In reality, when he sees cute flowers, plants, and little animals, he can't help but stop in his tracks. Meanwhile, Mu Yi, who was trying to meditate and rest, was thoroughly disturbed by the noise. Get out with that. Both figures were unceremoniously ejected from the room. Sang Yinning. Oh Song He. Chapter 41. What a round watermelon. In the following 2 days, as Mu Yi had anticipated, Sang Yinning and Song He enjoyed themselves immensely. Although Pei Yuan was of a similar age to her, he frequently sought her out to spar or would steal food from her at the dining table. Sang Yinning found him dreadfully boring. So when he came to play, she would feign indifference and concoct excuses to brush him off. Song He was different. Though she was unaware of how to gauge a demon's age, his demeanor and appearance suggested he was likely younger than Mu Yi. The two began by discussing the effects of care oils, which eventually led to a conversation about hair maintenance. Taking advantage of the sunny weather, they later visited the market, purchasing some exquisite spices. Sang Yinning, possessing some knowledge about spice grinding, enjoyed making herself smell nice, so after preparing new oils, she generously gifted Song He several bottles. Consequently, Whenever Song He returned from Sang Yinning's room over these 2 days, he always carried a delightful fragrance with him. Sitting at the table, Mu Yi found his patience wearing thin as a fox tail swept beneath the bench, wafting a fragrant breeze. Unable to contain himself any longer, he tugged at Song He's tail. "What did Sang Yinning put on you this time? You smell so good." With a cheerful expression, Song He replied, "I don't know. Yinning said she loved the scent of this oil and let me try it. What do you think, boss? Doesn't it smell nice?" "It does." The fragrance was subtle, not overpowering, and indeed reminiscent of what would be found on her. However, with Song He applying so much, Mu Yi felt as if he were surrounded by 100 Sang Yinnings, which inexplicably irritated him. "What did you just call her?" he suddenly inquired. Song He was taken aback. Yinning? I was originally calling her Miss Sang, but she asked me not to be so formal and to just call her Yinning." Chang Yi also referred to her as Miss Sang, but Sang Yinning had not asked him to change that. Mu Yi scoffed coldly. "You two are getting quite chummy. Song He, why does it feel like there's a hint of sourness in the air?" "It must be an illusion." In the afternoon, Sang Yanning sat on a small hillside not far from the inn, basking in the sun while absent-mindedly embroidering flowers. Song He lay on the grass, his tail fur all splayed out, lazily squinting his eyes. Below the hillside, Pei Yu and Sang Yinshi were helping a Xian with the child. One was cradling the baby gently to sleep, while the other was washing a cloth nearby. One softly sang a lullaby, the other gazed with tender affection. If it weren't for knowing the plot, Sang Yanning would truly suspect that this child was secretly born to the male and female leads. The scene radiated warmth and happiness. This moment, the last thing they wanted was to be discovered by the antagonist. "Where is Mu Yi? Where has your master gone?" To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Sang Yanning inquired. Song He placed 2 leaves over his eyes. "I don't know. The boss has been wandering alone these past few days and hasn't allowed me to follow. He only instructed me to keep an eye on you and gave no further instructions." Wandering alone? Could it be that he's up to something nefarious again? Why won't this annoying system give any hints? Sang Yanning shivered as she pulled back her hand. In a moment of distraction, she had pricked her finger again. Damn it, she really didn't want to continue this wretched embroidery. She thought her sister would forget about it after a few days, but to her surprise, her sister had been visiting her room nightly, checking her work and supervising her daily stitching. Was she really cut out for such meticulous tasks? Not only could she not manage embroidery, but she could barely handle cross-dash stitching in the past few days. She had failed to create any patterns, yet her fingers were now dotted with several needle pricks, making it painful to grasp her chopsticks during meals. Hearing Sang Yinning's voice, Song He sat up and, noticing the numerous needle holes on her fingers, asked in confusion, "Are you engaging in self-harm in a rather unconventional manner?" Sang Yinning's expression darkened. "No, I am embroidering flowers." "Embroidering flowers?" With this outcome, one might think the flowers were embroidering you. Song He laughed heartily, then leaned in to take a closer look at her work. Sang Yanning handed him the fabric. Upon inspection, he saw a piece of white cloth with a crookedly stitched circle surrounded by some small dots. "Wow, what a perfectly round watermelon!" Song He exclaimed. "Where's the flower?" Sang Yanning, maintaining a deadpan expression, kindly corrected him. "Brother, this is pink." Song He hesitated, struggling to find encouraging words. I know, so this is a pink watermelon? Well, it looks quite nice." Unable to hold back, Sang Yanning retorted. "This is a flower, a pink flower. Where on earth do you see a watermelon? Did you not notice the surrounding circle of pink petals?" Upon hearing this, Song He covered his mouth, clearly stifling laughter. "I apologize, but this watermelon is indeed incorrect. The flower is simply too round for me to recognize." Sang Yanning, exasperated, reclaimed the fabric, silently enduring Song He's teasing. She had no talent for embroidery to begin with, and now with this shoddy work, how could she present herself in front of Mu Yi? With a sigh, Sang Yanning smoothed out the fabric in her hands. Her small face scrunched up. "Can you help me see if there's anything that needs improvement?" Song He candidly replied, "Darling, my suggestion is to start over." Sang Yinning's eyes drooped. It need not be so brutally honest. Seeing her disheartened, Song He decided not to continue his mockery but was curious enough to ask, "Why do you insist on embroidering flowers? Everyone has their strengths. Why force yourself?" "It's because my sister wants to check on me." Sang Yanning muttered softly. "Your sister? The one sitting down there?" Sang Yanning nodded. "Yes. The one next to her is her partner. How sweet they are, right? To her surprise, Song-hee looked perplexed. Sweet? What does sweet mean? Sang Yaning paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that Song-hee was a fox. She couldn't help but tease. Even if you are a demon, you shouldn't be entirely ignorant of what sweet means. Right? Song-hee, you think too much. I have been with the boss since I was very young. Aside from that old dog Chong-yi, I have only been surrounded by men who wield swords and cut people down. How would I understand the affairs of human love? Not understanding love. Sang Yaning suddenly thought of Mu Yi's attitude towards Sang Yinchi. Could it be that she was merely speculating? Perhaps Mu Yi was completely unaware of his feelings for Sang Yinchi? Chapter 42. Why should I feel jealous? Just as she pondered this, Mu Yi appeared without her noticing. What are you all doing? His expression remained as indifferent and cold as ever. Seeing him glance over, Sang Yaning quickly hid the half-finished embroidery in her sleeve. Oh, I've been sitting here for so long. I'm feeling tired. Shall we head back? Sang Yaning suddenly stood up, pulling Song-hee along, anxious that Mu Yi might witness the couple's affectionate scene and his dark value would rise again. Mu Yi, don't look. I and Song-hee will continue our research on better hair care techniques. I see you have quite a lot of hair as well. Would you like to join us? It is not that much. She even pulled out quite a few strands the other day, and she had no idea if he noticed. She tugged at his arm, her gaze fervent, but when she saw he was not looking at her, she boldly turned his face towards her. Mu Yi. Song-hee? Wow, you really dare to go that far. Would you like to join us? She asked, her face flushed, her legs trembling with nervousness. Goodness, are you out of your mind? Sang Yaning? How dare you directly turn the antagonist's face? Though his skin felt smooth and pleasant, you cannot risk your life like this. I saw it all, Mu Yi said. Why are you so nervous? Saw it? How could he remain so composed after witnessing that? The dark value from the system hadn't even risen. Was it him or the system that was malfunctioning? Sang Yaning gnawed on her small cloth. But then noticed Mu Yi had sat down on the hillside where she had been, his gaze fixed calmly on the couple below. Are you all right? Sang Yaning asked with concern, feeling that his reaction today was rather unusual for a male counterpart. Why do you say that? Mu Yi replied coldly. Sang Yaning was uncertain whether to be more direct, so she cautiously inquired. Are you not even the slightest bit angry? He looked over, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I am. Right now, I just want to kill Pei-yu and take her away. Sang Yaning sighed, unfazed by his fierce words. As expected, I overthought it. You still have feelings for my sister. I thought I might find an opportunity. Feelings? Mu Yi frowned slightly, as if contemplating the word. Indeed, don't tell me you don't have feelings. You've become so twisted. Your ink still lingers on me. As a villain, you ought to respect your own character and take responsibility for your actions. Yet, seeing Mu Yi's silence, coupled with Song-hee's earlier reaction about love, Sang Yaning suddenly felt uncertain. Could it be that you don't have feelings? She asked tentatively. She is mine, he answered evasively. So, isn't that precisely because you like her, hence your desire to possess her? She is mine, Mu Yi repeated, still not answering her question, his tone stubborn. Sang Yaning, unable to contain hers though there are a few emotions involved. They are not overwhelming. Otherwise, she might truly resort to sending the author a blade. In an effort to delve into Mu Yi's obsession with Sang Yinchi, Sang Yaning racked her brain to recall all the plot lines. Yet she could not discern any past grievances between the two that involved the male lead. Since Mu Yi is a lovesick fool, the trope of the male lead being infatuated with the female lead at first sight does not apply here. However, there is a scarcity of details regarding the antagonist, and Sang Yaning has limited information to work with, making her hesitant to act impulsively. The reason the white moonlight is called such is not without merit. It is not something she, a mere passing blemish, can covet. Although she currently has no intention of pursuing Mu Yi, she must ensure the happy ending for the male and female leads. Surely, she cannot advise Mu Yi to cease his pursuit of her sister. What right does Sang Yaning have? If Mu Yi's feelings for her sister are not rooted in affection, they must stem from a desire for possession. He covets her sister undoubtedly to compensate for something he has never possessed or has lost in the past. What, then, has he experienced that drives him to such radical lengths to obtain everything he desires? 727. Host. The shop offers fragments of the antagonist Mu Yi's memories. Ah, such a thing exists? How come I didn't notice? 727 sighed in exasperation. Every time you browse the shop, you only pay attention to food, entertainment, and discounted items, entirely overlooking those exquisitely priced treasures. Sang Yaning opened the system shop panel and, lo and behold, there it was. 500 points for one. Just a fragment of memory, and you can sell it in several pieces? Why not just snatch it up? 727. It's to motivate the host to diligently complete tasks and avoid slacking off. You know, Sang Yaning rolled her eyes and purchased one. A crystalline object suddenly fell, landing on her bed. How do I use this? 727. The host merely needs to hold it and take a nap. Of course, it can also be forcibly activated, but the system does not recommend that. So, it only requires a nap. Wait a moment, if she can even dream of Muyi in this world while sleeping? That would be truly tragic. With that thought, Sang Yaning stored the memory fragment away, lying flat on her bed, preparing for slumber. After a night of deep sleep, Sang Yaning awoke and stepped under the rain shelter, coincidentally encountering the main cast engaged in discussion. Sang Yinchi had nearly recovered, and Peiyu had already mapped out their upcoming route as they gathered to confirm their departure time. Asked the male lead. Peiyu naturally considered every detail. They had acquired the 100 ghost bamboo, and the next item to seek was the ZY flower, located near the Nangong area. The journey would be long, so they should fly with swords. Sang Yaning quickly recalled the details about the ZY flower in the original narrative. It grew in a secluded village under the protection of Nangong, a remote area. The villagers were inevitably superstitious and avoided interactions with cultivators, yet they fervently believed in various malevolent spirits. The villagers only celebrated joyous occasions, eschewing funerals, and took pride in hosting wedding banquets for newcomers. In that storyline, the male and female leads infiltrated the village under the pretense of a grand wedding, not only to force-feed the readers some sweetness, but also to lower the villagers' guard, subsequently extracting information about the ZY flower from the village chief. However, the specific location of the flower was not disclosed in the book. She only remembered that Peiyu, with the aura of the male lead, quickly established a rapport with the chief and, one morning, accompanied him outside, returning with the ZY flower. In this segment, Sang Yaning, as the female supporting character, had minimal involvement, whereas Muyi played a more substantial role. He was displeased with the male and female lead sham marriage but dared not reveal his true feelings in front of the female lead, opting to remain silent. After Peiyu acquired the ZY flower, this antagonist went to the village chief's home, effortlessly took his head, and maliciously hung it on the door, thus embodying the essence of villainy. The sudden and mysterious death of the village chief led the villagers to suspect the main cast, resulting in a series of unfortunate events for the male lead, including being poisoned and injured. During this time, Sang Yinchi was hardly apart from Peiyu, but Muyi took advantage of the situation, significantly delaying their travel plans by over a month. Therefore, her current task was not only to prevent Muyi from committing murder, but also to guard against Peiyu being poisoned. The task was indeed daunting. With a sigh in her heart, Sang Yaning continued to listen to Peiyu's arrangements. Their luggage was nearly packed, and they had also secured a place for a Xian and her child. Given the recent increase in secret realms, it was unwise to linger here. They would depart after their meal. Sang Yinchi nodded. Yes, once we fly with our swords, Yaning will accompany young Master Mu. While a Yuan pairs with Peiyu, I can manage on my own. However, Peiyu found this arrangement unsatisfactory. You have just recovered from illness. It would be better for you to stay with me. A Yuan understands how to fly with a sword, after all. Where is that girl? Typically, she is the first to arrive for meals. Why is she absent today? Sang Yinchi also noticed this. She wasn't present during dinner last night, and at lunchtime, she asked me where Yaning was. I assumed she was with Yaning this afternoon. With a Yuan? That seems unlikely. Yesterday afternoon, Song He, Muyi, and she had basked in the sun before heading to the market for snacks. And they hadn't encountered a Yuan at all. Sister, I wasn't with a Yuan. Last night, I went with Brother Mu to the market for food, and we returned to our rooms afterward. As soon as she finished speaking, the main cast fell into a silence. Peiyu had just mentioned the recent openings of secret realms, making it clear that a Yuan had gone missing. She was either abducted by a monster or had inadvertently entered a secret realm and couldn't find her way out. The former possibility could be dismissed. She hailed from a family of immortals, her circumstances far superior to Sang Yaning's, armed with numerous celestial artifacts. How could she be easily captured by a monster? I will search the nearby secret realms. Peiyu frowned, drawing his sword and departing in a visibly anxious state. I will accompany you. Sang Yinchi closely followed. In that case, Sang Yanning stood up, fearing the leads would take a wrong turn, and swiftly tugged at the still-logged Mu Yi, only to find him with his eyes closed. Goodness, this person has been sleeping nearby all this time? His sister is missing, and even if he doesn't express sympathy, must he be so blatantly indifferent? Attention to character, dear brother. Fortunately, the leads did not travel far before identifying a secret realm, and Sang Yanning arrived late with Mu Yi. This area bears the scent of our Pei family's artifacts. Pei Yu observed the surroundings before affirmatively stating. Sang Yanning inquired, what typically resides within a secret realm? The original story did not include any scenes of entering secret realms, so she needed to be prepared. Pei Yu answered with expertise. Flora, monsters, spirits, or perhaps nothing at all. Entering a secret realm is not difficult, yet exiting requires certain conditions, which vary. After speaking, he dispelled the illusions guarding the entrance and led the way with his sword. Let us enter. Just a few steps inside, Mu Yi seemed to finally awaken. Take this. He grasped Sang Yanning's hand and presented her with a pill. Sang Yanning glanced at it. What kind of medicine is this? Just take it. Why ask so many questions? Could it be that I would harm you? It wouldn't harm her, yet the peculiar sensation of being specially cared for by the antagonist feels quite strange. Sang Yanning swallowed the pill, observing his confidence, and curiously asked, do you know what monsters are inside? Mu Yi chuckled playfully. Guess in a moment. As you follow your brother Pei, you will find out. Sang Yanning. This person must be in a mood for teasing today. The four entered the heart of the secret realm, and before them lay a vast, bottomless green pool. The water appeared eerie, flowing rapidly, forming a whirlpool, with a meticulously arranged platform at its center. And there, Pei Yuan was trapped within an iron cage at the heart of the green pool. Brother. Pei Yuan's voice had grown hoarse, indicating she had been trapped there for quite some time. Upon seeing Pei Yu, she hurriedly sat up, splashes of water occasionally lapping into the cage, soaking her clothes. Brother, save me. I'm so cold. Pei Yuan shivered, calling for help, and Pei Yu, seeing his sister in such a pitiful state, disregarded the turbulent waters and prepared to jump in to rescue her. Pei Yu, beware. There may be treachery in the water. Sang Yanshi, noticing the peculiarity of the water, kindly warned him. Pei Yu, having momentarily lost his composure, regained his senses upon hearing her words. You wicked woman, are you trying to sow discord between my brother and me? Do you wish for my demise? Pei Yuan sat on the platform, gritting her teeth in anger. I do not mean it that way. Sang Yanshi hurriedly explained. Pei Yu, I do not wish to obstruct you. Pei Yu had completely calmed down by then, reassuring her. It's all right, Yanshi. I can discern the truth. Chapter 44. Do you think I want to see your yellow underpants? Truly, being from a family of immortals, even in the face of a beloved one's peril, one remains so composed. At that moment, an ethereal yet terrifying voice suddenly echoed, accompanied by sinister laughter. A droplet-like demon materialized above Pei Yuan's cage, its phantom limbs clawing menacingly, fully enclosing the cage. Sang Yanning suppressed a dry heave, unable to refrain from commenting. Goodness, what a large snot! The grand entrance of the Yin-Yan demon was instantly deflated. I am the Yin-Yan demon, not some snot. You are but mere snot, and your entire family is naught but snot. The nightmare demon, infuriated, leaped about, its form bouncing with remarkable elasticity. Indeed, it was the nightmare demon. Pei Yu struggled to suppress the rising corners of his mouth, drawing forth his celestial sword, signaling for heightened vigilance. Noticing his attempt to stifle laughter, the nightmare demon pointed accusatorily at Pei Yu, exclaiming, You just laughed, didn't you? Go on, don't hold back, you whelp. Pei Yu, who typically eschewed vulgarity, was momentarily taken aback. Whelp? What does that mean? Clearing his throat, he continued, Now, back to the matter at hand. I knew this bait would attract a more formidable flesh and blood. Let me observe. The nightmare demon's diminutive phantom limbs paced back and forth on the platform, and Sang Yanning couldn't help but think they resembled the short legs of a cartoon character. A body of utmost with an ethereal aura, a prodigy in alchemy, and what else? The nightmare demon scrutinized Mu Yi, its eyes flashing with confusion and surprise. You are quite the oddity. How can your aura be so chaotic? Abundant spiritual energy, yet tainted with demonic essence, and the surrounding pressure feels akin to that of a devil. Seeing the nightmare demon deep in thought, Sang Yanning felt a wave of unease wash over her. Quickly shielding Mu Yi behind her, she retorted fiercely, "What are you staring at? He is your father. If you know what is good for you, release him at once." The nightmare demon scoffed. "Release him? It's not so simple. Unless you offer something in exchange, you shall not rescue him, nor escape this secret realm." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan became frantic, nearly in tears. "Brother, save me. I don't want to be trapped in here. I want to go home." Hearing his sister's plea softened Pei Yu's heart. "Yuan, don't be afraid. Your brother will not abandon you." Given the current circumstances, Sang Yanning began to worry about whether the male lead could indeed prevail. If Pei Yuan continued to cry out, how much focus would Pei Yu have to divide? "What are your terms?" Pei Yu clenched his fists, asking aloud. "Simple," the nightmare demon said with a sly smile. "Pei Yu, trade me your spiritual elixir." "Absolutely not." Before Pei Yu could respond, Sang Yinshi's face paled, and she blurted out. She rationally explained, "The spiritual elixir is fundamental to Foundation establishment, the source of spiritual energy. Without it, your cultivation would be nearly obliterated, and the process of refining it carries considerable risk." Pei Yu pressed his lips tightly together, still pondering. What would be the consequences of forcibly refining the elixir? Sang Yinshi responded solemnly. "It would equate to self-destructing your foundation." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan's complexion shifted dramatically. "Brother, I don't want you to refine the elixir. Our Pei family has always embodied celestial grace. How can we endure such humiliation, giving our elixir to a demon?" "Silence." The nightmare demon glared at Pei Yuan, sealing her lips. "Pei Yu, consider carefully. Do not say I did not warn you. Upon entering this secret realm, you have already absorbed a considerable amount of my phantom poison. It would be wise to comply with my terms, lest you all meet your end here." "Phantom poison? What is that?" "Host, phantom poison is a hallucinogenic toxin. In severe cases, it can lead to demonic obsession. For someone like you, devoid of protective spiritual energy, inhaling it here could be fatal." Realizing she had inexplicably been spared, Sang Yanning felt a tremor of dread. "So I'm still fine, because Mu Yi administered the antidote to you. That dark pill was the antidote? So he knew all along that a nightmare demon resided here." Sang Yanning reflected with a sigh. Glancing upward at that moment, Mu Yi appeared utterly disinterested, his eyelids drooping as he gazed vacantly ahead, a curtain of long lashes casting shadows upon his face. He seemed indifferent to the fate of the Pei family. Even somewhat bored. Boredom? Then let us provide the antagonist with some excitement. Observing from the sidelines, Sang Yanning could no longer contain herself, rolling up her sleeves and declaring, "Pei Gu, there are 4 of us. Why fear him? Let us charge at him and make him forget his own mother." Her voice rang out loudly, echoing within the secret realm. The nightmare demon felt a flicker of trepidation at Sang Yanning's fervor. Feigning calmness, "Do not act recklessly. Do not forget I hold your sister as a hostage." Although Pei Yuan typically clashed with Sang Yanning, they shared a common trait, an intolerance for bullying and an inability to bear suffering. Even if they lost a fight, they had to maintain their spirit. Trapped in the cage, her agreement with Sang Yanning was unwavering. "Brother, fight him. He has a significant injury on his backside. He surely requires your spiritual elixir to recover." "Unable to harm me," Sang Yanning exclaimed. "His backside? Could it be that demons can suffer from hemorrhoids?" The nightmare demon, immediately furious, retorted, "How did you know I was injured there? Were you peeking when I changed clothes yesterday? You shameless hussy." Pei Yuan shot back, "Pa, do you think I want to see your yellow underpants?" Hearing this, Pei Yu hesitated no longer, seizing his sword and launching himself forward. The nightmare demon, unwilling to grant him passage, summoned ghostly vines from the depths of the pool to obstruct him. Meanwhile, Sang Yinshi swiftly conjured spiritual fire with a talisman, expertly intercepting the ghostly vines, executing a flawless partnership. Cough, cough. Sang Yinshi's injuries had yet to heal, and as she wielded the talisman, it proved strenuous. "Leave it to me." At that moment, Mu Yi, having approached unobserved, abruptly snatched the talisman from Sang Yinshi's grasp, drawing his sword and plunging into the water to engage the ghostly vines obstructing Pei Yu. His movements were alarmingly swift. Sang Yanning barely had time to utter a word of thanks before he had already submerged. Witnessing his initiative, a sense of relief blossomed within Sang Yanning. Even if Mu Yi harbored no fondness for Pei Yu, He was still reluctant to see his beloved suffer. This realization plunged Sang Yanning into contemplation. Truth be told, since her transmigration into this narrative, she believed she had usurped a considerable amount of the female lead's fortune. For instance, being the personal guardian of the antagonist was typically a privilege reserved for the female lead. Yet due to the soul-tethering lock, it had inadvertently fallen upon her. The sensation of receiving special treatment from the antagonist was indeed a source of anxiety. Akin to sitting on pins and needles, she had to remain vigilant for her own survival while simultaneously being touched by the antagonist's occasional gestures of kindness. This emotional tug-of-war made it all too easy for her to develop a dependency on Muyi. She feared that one day she would come to regard such treatment as her due entitlement. She must maintain clarity. When the journey's end arrived, and Muyi cast her into the cauldron to fend for herself, perhaps she would no longer experience the anguish of longing. So return home unencumbered was the best possible outcome. Chapter 45. It said you are the worst batch it has ever brought. Sang Yanning lingered in thought, while on the other side, Sang Yinshi had begun to retrieve materials from her storage pouch to concoct an antidote. Yanning, bring me a small segment of the ghostly vine. Time was of the essence. Sang Yinshi was overwhelmed and could only call for Sang Yanning's assistance. All right, sister, I'll fetch it at once. Sang Yanning shook off her reverie and hastened to search. She scanned her surroundings and found a segment of the ghostly vine that Muyi had severed, lying closest to the edge of the pool. Peering into the depths of the dark water, she felt a shiver run down her spine. She could not swim, nor did she possess the agility of Muyi and the others. If she were to fall in, with this thought, she refrained from approaching. Drawing the sword Muyi had gifted her, stretching her body to reach. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and she managed to retrieve it with a swift motion. Detection of demonic energy fluctuations surrounding the host has activated the defense system. Demonic energy fluctuations? Why can't I feel anything? Just as the system's voice concluded, the ghostly vine in her hand suddenly began to grow uncontrollably. Startled by the vine's rapid expansion, Sang Yanning instinctively raised her sword to defend herself, only to be flung into the water. Yanning! Sang Yinshi shouted, dropping the herbs in her hands and diving into the water with a splash. Cough, cough. Sang Yanning choked on a mouthful of water, but the system's defense mechanism kept her afloat, an all-too-familiar sense of terror washing over her. Her fear of water stemmed not only from her inability to swim. Sang Yinshi swam over, arms outstretched to support her. Yanning, I'm here. Hold on tight. Sister. Sang Yanning's tears mingled with the water, her nostrils and throat tasting the metallic tang of blood. Sang Yinshi dragged her back to the shore, and as Sang Yanning continued to retch, Sang Yinshi had to brace her chest to expel the water. Unbeknownst to them, the ghostly vine behind them continued to grow at an alarming rate, its thorny tendrils sharp and poised to strike at their unguarded moments. Sang Yanning caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and pushed Sang Yinshi away. Sister. Be careful. Gathering her spiritual energy in her palm, the celestial sword responded to her call, manifesting to block a wave of attacks. A jolt surged through her hands, rendering her entire arm numb. She dared not relax her vigilance. Seizing the sword and pulling Sang Yinshi along as they prepared to flee. The defense system has been activated. Please ensure the protection of the female lead and navigate the plot successfully. Listen, is this even human language? With my meager skills, how could I possibly withstand such a demon? To put it bluntly, I am now the female lead's human shield. The ghostly vine pursued relentlessly, extending countless tendrils. Sang Yanning's vision blurred, and upon glancing down, she saw her ankle had already been scraped and bleeding. Gritting her teeth, she called out, System, color-changing potion. Use it now, pay later. System acknowledged. Sang Yanning found herself ensnared in a struggle against the ghostly vines. Lacking any knowledge of swordsmanship and employing no discernible technique. Relying solely on the meager spiritual energy bestowed upon her by Muyi, she thrust her sword haphazardly wherever the vines came at her. Initially, the celestial sword seemed to cooperate with her erratic movements, but after Sang Yanning's nth misstep, it appeared to lose patience, taking control of her hand to strike autonomously. It severed several tendrils in quick succession. Sang Yanning's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, this sword can attack and seek out enemies on its own? The voice of 727 chimed in. Host, it claims you are the worst wielder it has ever encountered. Unable to suppress her sarcasm, Sang Yanning retorted, "You can understand sword language too?" With the guidance of the celestial sword, she began to manage the situation with increasing confidence. Standing behind her sister, Sang Yinshi was utterly astonished. Her sister, who possessed no cultivation, not only wielded a sword, but also seemed to grasp the art of slaying demonic beasts. A wave of gratitude surged within her as she realized this. And without hesitation, she fully entrusted her back to Sang Yanning, picking up a severed tendril from the ground and tossing it into the alchemical furnace to begin her potion making. The Yanmog, witnessing their seamless cooperation and relentless assault, felt a sense of foreboding. Just as Peiyu was about to close in and attack, Sang Yinshi was on the verge of concocting the antidote for the phantom toxin. In a moment of desperation, the surrounding demonic energy surged as the toxic vines suddenly went berserk. Muyi effortlessly evaded the frenzied attacks of the tendrils, while Peiyu merely splashed through the water as he sidestepped. Sang Yanning, however, was caught in a whirlwind of motion, her sword guiding her every action. "Slow down, big brother. My head is about to spin." She felt as if she were dancing, her entire arm aching from the exertion, when suddenly a thunderous noise erupted behind her. Several ghostly vines, having emerged from the depths of the pool without warning, aimed directly at Sang Yinshi, who remained oblivious, focused entirely on her potion making. "Sister, Yinshi!" Both Peiyu and Sang Yanning cried out simultaneously, with 727's mechanical voice echoing in Sang Yanning's mind. Danger detected for the protagonist. Host must respond immediately. In a split second, Sang Yanning lunged to push Sang Yinshi down, triggering the system's defense mechanism. Her back was completely exposed, and she braced herself to become a human shield. Damn. I wonder if the system's shield is sturdy. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. A wet thud resounded as Sang Yanning felt a warm fluid seep into her back. Yet she experienced no pain. A sudden weight added to her shoulder caused her to cough up blood, which splattered onto her cheek. "Mugongzi?" Sang Yinshi exclaimed, looking down to inspect Mu Ye's wound. The eerie vine had pierced through his abdomen and Mu Ye let out a low groan, grasping the thrashing tendril, his palm slick with his own blood. With a fierce grip, he crushed the ghostly vine, causing it to explode in an instant. Sang Yinshi's expression shifted dramatically. Blood-killing technique. A method only achievable by those of exceptional bloodlines. It required no spiritual energy, merely the medium of blood, using the innate power of one's bloodline to suffocate after speaking. She hastily picked up the bottle and dashed outside. In stark contrast to Peiyu, the atmosphere around Mu Ye was oddly tranquil. Long before Mu Ye was injured, Sang Yinshi had tended to his wounds. Although the subsequent bandaging was performed by Sang Yanning, at least the bleeding had been staunched. After transferring her spiritual energy to him, Mu Ye had succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it not been for Sang Yanning continuously checking his pulse, feeling the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether he was truly alive or dead. His words, spoken with a tragic finality, and the immense amount of spiritual energy he had absorbed from her made his actions seem like a farewell to her. Despite knowing that Mu Ye had acted out of necessity rather than genuine intent when he shielded her from the ghostly vines, Sang Yanning couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As a modern individual, encountering such severe injuries and an abundance of blood for the first time was undeniably terrifying. It was impossible to claim otherwise, especially when even Mu Ye gasped in pain. If such a fate had befallen her, she would have likely succumbed to the agony, beyond the protective mechanisms of the system. The mere thought of it brought tears to her eyes, not out of excessive sentimentality, but from a profound sense of dread that demanded an appropriate outlet. Crying did not equate to weakness. She did not wish to feign strength. To release her pent-up emotions was essential for facing the next inevitable setback. "You will not die," she murmured softly, her tone tinged with a subtle sadness. Mu Ye, eyes closed in meditation, nearly spat blood again. "Who is dying?" Chapter 47. Cry a few more times. Mu Ye had been meditating with his eyes shut when he heard Sang Yanning's sudden, nonsensical remark and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. After living for over a decade, despite his resilient nature, it was the first time he had encountered someone who did not wish for his demise, which struck him as amusing. Ultimately, he would meet his end by his own hand. Her theatrical sentiments hardly softened his heart. Am I going mad for not wanting him to die? Mu Ye's brow twitched. And that voice echoed in his mind once more. You are indeed mad, and quite severely so. After a brief pause, the voice sighed with a hint of resignation. Regardless, whether he is here or not, I will perish. A supporting character's fate is unchangeable. Given his fierce protection, I genuinely wish for his survival. He truly questioned whether he had misheard. Saying, yawning, sincerely hoping for his continued existence. She should be acutely aware that she would ultimately become the sacrificial vessel. Logically, she ought to be the one desiring his death the most. Sang Yinshi and Pei Yu's ignorance stemmed from their lack of understanding of the Yin body, yet Sang Yanning seemed to possess a remarkable self-awareness. If she had known his plan from the outset, why would she be foolish enough to submit herself to him without any struggle? Was it merely out of fear? Doubts began to fester within Mu Yi. Lingering in his mind like an unshakable shadow, that moment, Sang Yinshi returned after tending to Pei Yu's wounds, her expression filled with concern. Yawning, how is young Master Mu? Sang Yanning wiped her tears. The bleeding has stopped, but he has fainted. Sang Yinshi reassured her. It must be due to excessive blood loss. Pei Yu has also bled profusely and is now quite weak. Pei Yuan's unexpected thrust had nearly struck a fatal spot. Sang Yinshi appeared haggard, her charming features contorted with worry for Pei Yu. Unable to hold back, Sang Yanning interjected, Sister, Mu Yi risked everything to save us. He did it for you. With such grave injuries, we ought to repay him properly, so please, do not solely fret over Pei Yu. Remember to attend to him as well. If you neglect him, he will take his frustrations out on me, and I fear I won't be able to withstand it. What does attend to mean? Mu Yi interjected. Indeed, Sang Yinshi nodded thoughtfully. Young Master Mu has shown profound loyalty to our family. Once Pei Yu and I are wed, I will ensure Pei Yu finds a safe haven for him. It is not sustainable for him to wander aimlessly. What do you think? Sang Yanning was taken aback, never expecting such an outcome. She could only feign ignorance. I see. See stars? See stars? Nonsense. How could you expect to wait for your wedding? Mu Yi retorted. Following that, the voice seemed to fade away. Why can't I hear it anymore? Mu Yi internally clicked his tongue, already formulating plans. The two sisters conversed for a while longer before Sang Yinshi stepped out to contact reinforcements. Leaving Sang Yanning with a mind full of confusion, Sang Yinshi harbored only pure friendship for Mu Yi, or perhaps gratitude and admiration. Her heart was solely devoted to Pei Yu, leaving no room for Mu Yi. The supporting character, to disrupt her affections, Mu Ye's obsession with Sang Yinshi was profound. He would not easily relent. Though he may not have shown it now, there was no telling when it might erupt. At that moment, the one who would suffer first would undoubtedly be herself. What shall I do? Sang Yanning sighed, inadvertently lowering her head, only to meet Mu Ye's half-open gaze. You startled me, she exclaimed, clutching her heart. When did you wake up? He sat up from where he had been resting, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Why have you stopped crying? Sang Yanning felt utterly perplexed. Crying? Why would I cry? You were clearly crying just now. Oh, right, Sang Yanning candidly admitted. That was merely to vent my emotions. It's not shameful, but I shouldn't need to cry continuously, right? Unexpectedly, Mu Yi frowned, seemingly displeased. No, you should cry a few more times. Sang Yanning? Is this person insane? She was not a masochist. Why would she cry in front of him for no reason? Fortunately, given his current injuries, he couldn't make any sudden movements. Otherwise, she would genuinely suspect that Mu Yi would go to great lengths to provoke her tears. It was indeed peculiar. Both Mu Yi and Pei Yu had sustained injuries simultaneously, yet despite Mu Ye's wounds being somewhat more severe, Pei Yu had yet to regain consciousness while Mu Yi could already stroll about normally. One had to wonder if Mu Ye's recuperative abilities were astonishing, or if the male lead was simply too weak in comparison. Brother, why not pretend to be a little frail? Sang Yanning remarked as she observed Mu Yi pacing restlessly within the cave. Why should I? Mu Yi replied, amused. Fine, you're impressive, she conceded. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and Sang Yinshi returned, accompanied by a man. Sister, Sang Yanning called out, just as she was about to urge Mu Yi to behave. She turned to find him lying obediently on the ground, his complexion paler than usual. Coward. She silently gestured at him with an international sign. Sister? A male voice inquired, and the man behind Sang Yinshi turned to look at her, his eyes widening in astonishment. Sang, Sister Sang, is this your younger sister? Pei Feng asked, his mind struggling to comprehend the revelation. Sang Yinshi, perplexed by his reaction, answered, "Yes, you used to play together when you were young." This is Sang Yanning? The same Sang Yanning who once pinned him to the ground and beat him up? Back then, her face was perpetually smeared with dirt. How could she possibly compare to her current beauty? Noting Pei Feng's captivated gaze, Pei Yuan tugged at him. Exasperated, "Pei Feng, my elder brother is still unconscious. Can you refrain from losing your composure now?" Pei Feng, yanked by her grip, straightened his collar, losing all traces of the pink bubbles that had surrounded him. "Pei Yuan, how many times must I say it? I am also your elder brother. Do not address me by my full name. You think I care?" Pei Yuan retorted, her voice as loud as ever. On matters concerning Pei Yu, Sang Yinshi was unwavering, her temperament resembling that of a different person entirely. "Pei Yu is still resting. You are not permitted to make a racket here." The subsequent events unfolded in an orderly manner. As Sang Yinshi used the communication talisman on Pei Yu to get in touch with the second son of the Pei family, Pei Feng, who also brought along a substantial amount of medicinal herbs. Pei Feng arrived with 2 horse-drawn carriages, finally providing the main characters with a means of transportation. They hurriedly set off, resting for the night at an inn in a small town a few miles from Nangong. Chapter 48. What do you want to do to me? Sang Yinshi was busier than ever. After ensuring Pei Yu was settled, she headed to Mu Ye's room to change his bandages. Just as she reached the door, a figure suddenly sprang out, blocking her path. "Sister!" Sang Yanning exclaimed, her face a mask of urgency, though she still wore a smile. "Sister, how is Brother Pei?" Sang Yinshi, upon seeing her sister, sighed in relief. His complexion has improved somewhat. He has regained consciousness, but he is still unable to get out of bed. Is that so? Sang Yanning scrutinized her sister's expression and suggested, "Sister, why don't you give me the medicine? I can apply it to Mu Yi. He is recovering quite rapidly. You should focus on Brother Pei." Sang Yinshi hesitated. "I believe young Master Mu's wounds are quite severe, not lighter than Pei Yu's. Yanning, you are not particularly skilled in bandaging. Let me handle it with that." She shifted her body, preparing to walk past her sister. Wait. Sang Yanning grabbed her, her mind racing. "Sister, today I was the one who bandaged Mu Yi, and you saw that I did a good job, right? Sister, trust me, please." Sang Yinshi held her ground against her sister's pleading, but the first day after an injury requires utmost caution. Yanning, this is not child's play. Indeed, she was a responsible protagonist, unwavering even in the face of such insistence. "Sister," Sang Yanning bit her lip and took a deep breath, forced to unveil her ultimate weapon. "I only wish to behold Mu Ye's body myself. Dear sister, please spare me the embarrassment." As her words hung in the air, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sang Yinshi was momentarily stunned. Then she comprehended the gravity of the situation. No wonder her younger sister was so adamant in blocking her. It was she who had been lacking in perception. "All right, dear sister, I understand." Sang Yinshi chuckled with a hint of curiosity and handed her the medicine. "Remember to be gentle with your technique." With a playful blink and an enigmatic smile, she swiftly departed. Sang Yanning inhaled deeply, feeling a blush of shame wash over her for the first time in her life. After more than 20 years, that particular statement had indeed stripped her of all modesty. Were it not for the poisonous patterns on Mu Ye's back, she would have been far less troubled by her sister's presence. Lowering her head, she pushed open the door and entered the room. "Back already?" Inside, Mu Yi lay leisurely on the bed, a book held delicately in his hands. Sang Yanning replied in a disgruntled tone, placing the bandages and medicine on the table. Mu Yi glanced at her. Closing the book, "Why is your face so flushed?" "It's nothing." She had no intention of revealing her earlier embarrassment to him. To divert Mu Ye's attention from further inquiries, Sang Yanning swiftly changed the subject. "Do you want Song He to come back and change your bandages, or shall I do it?" "Let's do it together." Along with the ones from Qian He, after speaking, he loosened his belt, indicating that he wished for her assistance. It must be said that after her experiences in this world, Sang Yanning had grown accustomed to grand spectacles. Now, witnessing the small wound bleeding, her head no longer spun in panic. Life had indeed compelled her to progress. Her fate as a scapegoat had pushed her to adapt as she unwound the bloodied bandage. Revealing the wound on his abdomen, she noted how it extended from beneath his pectorals to his lower abdomen. Although it had scabbed over, its appearance remained strikingly alarming. Paired with Mu Ye's otherworldly visage, there was an oddly captivating beauty about it, as if it told tales of battles fought. Perhaps it was the brightness of the room in contrast to the dimness of previous days that caught her off guard. Previously, when tending to wounds, she had always focused on the back, daring not to gaze too long at the front. Before her now lay the taut, sculpted muscles of a man, and Sang Yanning felt her blood rush to her cheeks. Calm down, calm down. This physique is commonplace on social media. What is there to be astonished about? What are you trembling for? Mu Yi queried, noticing her hesitation. Sang Yanning, caught off guard, stammered. Your wound is so pronounced that I couldn't help but glance a bit longer. Is that so? He chuckled lightly, though whether it was sincere or teasing remained unclear. I thought you were looking elsewhere. Was her gaze too blatant? Surely not. She believed she had been quite reserved at a well. Whatever, she thought. He was the one who wanted her to attend to him, and having looked, she would simply deny it. Sang Yanning began to wrap the bandage around his wound. With a mindset of if I must look, I might as well take my time. Her hands moved slowly, while her eyes darted around in a frenzy. Why is this man's skin so fair? Why are his muscles so firm and taut? The sensation is almost enviable. She felt herself spiraling into a frenzy. Could this be the legendary milk-like skin and tofu-like texture? I wish to lean in and breathe in his scent. What is wrong with me? At long last, after wrapping several layers, just as she was about to tie it off, a few drops of blood suddenly seeped onto the bandage. WOC? Sang Yanning reacted swiftly, covering her nose with her hand. Mu Yi noticed this too, his expression turning serious as he grasped her hand. Why are you bleeding from your nose again? Sang Yanning panicked inwardly. No, I don't know. This prompted Mu Yi to reconsider. Earlier, he had engaged in combat with the ghostly vine without utilizing his spiritual energy. The blood sacrifice technique had merely transferred energy to her, yet how could she? As if struck by a revelation. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the expression of shame upon Sang Yanning's face. Her ears flushed crimson, and she appeared exceedingly flustered. Upon meeting Mu Ye's penetrating gaze, her lips moved rapidly. I haven't done anything. I merely thought about it. Sang Yanning had not anticipated her confession would come so swiftly, yet Mu Ye's gaze was too fearsome, sharp and penetrating like a principal conducting an unannounced inspection, nearly causing her to wobble on her feet. What do you intend to do to me? He asked playfully, his tone light, yet an air of danger surrounded him. What else could it be? Have you heard of the infamous outlaw? Zhang San? Isn't it just a series of misdeeds followed by more misdeeds? But how could she dare to voice anything lewd before him? I was wrong, good night, goodbye. Lacking the courage to remain, Sang Yanning hastily tied off the bandage and bolted from the room. Mu Yi remarked, this is truly a trial, such youthful audacity. She always appears as if she might burst into tears upon seeing me, yet her boldness knows no bounds. Was it that he was too indulgent of her? No, he swiftly dismissed that notion. Her actions often left him astounded, broadening his horizons. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone would so brazenly cast their desires upon him. How amusing indeed. Chapter 49. Could you give this to me? The main characters were resting at an inn, ostensibly to nurse Peiyu back to health. Initially, Peiyu had relished a day of leisure, free from the burdens of the protagonist, basking in the joy of having his lovely wife by his side, truly blissful. However, during dinner that evening, as Sang Yinshi assisted him downstairs, they crossed paths with Mu Yi in recent days. Mu Yi had forsaken his usual hair restraint, his dark locks cascading over his shoulders, exuding a sense of languid charm that softened his youthful wildness. He walked ahead with steady strides, devoid of Sang Yanning's company, radiating an air of casual ease. Who would have guessed he had recently coughed up blood? Peiyu felt somewhat foolish, resembling an old man in contrast. Hadn't this fellow suffered a wound larger than his own? Was it simply the vigor of youth, or was he merely growing old? Yet, he wasn't much older than Mu Yi. Thus, after lying in bed for a second day, Peiyu, disregarding Sang Yinshi's protests, insisted on packing his belongings to resume their journey. To prove his physical prowess, he even considered showcasing a few sword techniques before everyone. Sang Yanning could only watch in dismay. How had this man's fragile pride become so absurd? As the combat powerhouse of this tale, Mu Yi was a veritable anomaly. Wishing for his demise would likely be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. After all that bloodshed, he had not perished, a testament to his remarkable recuperative abilities and the author's bestowal of resilience. With such fortitude, if he could continue to safeguard the female lead, he would be far more reassuring than a tank with 50,000 health points. Comparing Peiyu to Muyi was akin to a fragile egg challenging a stone, a futile endeavor. The consequences of Peiyu's self-destructive behavior were predictable. His actions had undeniably triggered Sang Yinqi's ire. Mid-performance, she dragged him into a room for a stern lecture, her demeanor resolute, a stark contrast to her usual amiability. Though the scene was somewhat amusing, Sang Yanning felt an unintentional pang of envy. That afternoon, Sang Yanning and Pei Feng ventured to the market to procure daily necessities. Truth be told, she held no particular impression of Pei Feng. Were it not for the system's reminders and the plethora of memories it provided, she would hardly recall this character from the original narrative. Yet, Pei Feng seemed quite familiar with her, chatting away as if they were family gathered for a festive reunion. "Did you see that child with the toy? When I was young, Uncle Sang also bought me one upon seeing it. I was so furious that I rushed over to snatch it, and you gave me 3 big bumps on my head for my trouble." Sang Yanning forced a laugh. "Oh, is that so? I never knew that. Ha ha ha. Was it not 5 bumps instead?" Pei Feng reminisced. "Of course. You would always try to hit me whenever we met, and I would cry my heart out. You had quite the strength. Well, I was 6 then. Surely I understood that hitting was wrong. I do grasp the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young," Sang Yanning replied. Pei Feng shook his head. "No, it was simply because I had trained myself to be tougher." She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You trained yourself? You should be thanking me for that." "I suppose so. I can run faster than I used to." "That's quite good." After saying this, he sighed nostalgically. "Ah, I truly miss those carefree childhood days." Sang Yanning's eyes widened. "What on earth are you reminiscing about? Don't be so abnormal, dear brother. Are you some sort of masochist? Reveling in the thought of being chased and beaten by me?" After purchasing the necessary items, they passed a sewing stall. Sang Yanning recalled the embroidery she had previously done for Muyi. Having nearly exhausted the supplies, perhaps she should buy some more? With that thought, she pulled out the half-finished fabric and showed it to the vendor. "Excuse me, could I have a set of threads in these colors?" Pei Feng, burdened with bags, leaned in curiously. "Such lovely flowers. Did you embroider them?" Sang Yanning was momentarily taken aback, turning her head in disbelief. Could you repeat that?" "What is this?" Pei Feng, with a look of confusion on his face, replied. "It's a flower. What's wrong? Could it possibly be a melon? Are there pink melons?" In that instant, Sang Yanning was nearly moved to tears. "Oh my goodness. Finally, someone who appreciates it. Goodness, I misjudged you. You are not merely relying on your defenses. You are a rare beauty, a flower that no one can admire." She emotionally patted Pei Feng on the shoulder, saying, "If I am Boya, then you are my Zichi. Of course, only in terms of embroidery." Pei Feng, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What chi?" After purchasing the needle and thread, seeing Sang Yanning fixated on her embroidery with a serious expression, Pei Feng suddenly felt anxious. He tentatively inquired, "Are you making this for someone?" Recalling the unapproved assignment from her elder sister, Sang Yanning sighed. "Yes, but this one is ruined, so I can't give it away." "Ruined? Where? It looks quite lovely to me." As a novice, Sang Yanning actually thought her embroidery was quite good. Yet compared to her sister's exquisite skills, her work was hardly presentable, let alone worthy of Mu Ye's attention. Someone as discerning as him might dismiss it as nothing more than a rag for wiping tables. Why would she subject herself to such humiliation? With a sigh, Sang Yanning resolutely encouraged herself. "Never mind. I shall start anew, at the very least. This time I will embroider a flower that can be recognized at a glance. Whether it be a rag or a sachet, as long as I complete the task, the rest can unfold naturally." Pei Feng remained silent for a moment, then pointed at the half-embroidered fabric in her hands and cautiously asked, "Could I possibly have this? I actually quite like it." "This?" Sang Yanning felt a bit embarrassed. "This is a failure. It wouldn't be right to give it to you. You really don't have to encourage me like this." "Dear brother, why would you want this piece of work when you could simply purchase something better?" Pei Feng, fearing she might misunderstand, quickly clarified, No, I am not flattering you. I genuinely like it, if you mind." "I could buy it from you?" Sang Yanning was momentarily perplexed. Was it her taste that was flawed or Pei Feng's? Why would he prefer to buy her imperfect piece instead of something from the market? The two found themselves at an impasse, with Pei Feng unusually insistent, leaving Sang yawning at a loss. It seemed that there was someone even more persistent than herself, and she conceded defeat. However, merely gifting a piece of embroidered cloth felt a bit lackluster. Upholding the principle of seeing things through, Sang yawning agreed to add an embroidered border to the fabric before presenting it to him. After this series of events, Sang yawning felt a bit elated. Perhaps she possessed a hidden talent for embroidery? In Chapter 50, Please Stop Fighting. During the past few days, aside from changing her dressings, Sang yawning had scarcely met Mu Yi. Firstly, she had an embarrassing episode in front of him, openly displaying her illness and even bleeding from her nose, revealing her peculiar traits, which left her feeling quite awkward. Secondly, Pei Feng had been seeking her out frequently, and they had spent their days together enjoying various outings, naturally leaving little opportunity for her to meet Mu Yi. While there was no news from Mu Yi, Song He was becoming increasingly restless. After finally completing his task, he had eagerly returned to find Sang yawning, only to be met with disappointment after several fruitless attempts to visit her room, which inevitably left him feeling agitated. Was it that his tail had become less soft, or perhaps he didn't smell pleasant enough? Why, then, had Sang yawning lost interest in him so quickly? Song He, brooding in his room, swept his tail across the floor in frustration. Mu Yi, having long been accustomed to the fragrance of his presence, observed Song He's fidgeting demeanor and coldly remarked, "Behave yourself, or get out. Boss, why hasn't he yawning come to see you these past few days?" Song He pressed. "Why must she seek me out?" Mu Yi retorted. "But I heard from Chang Yi that you can't live without her." Mu Yi raised an eyebrow slowly, his gaze warning, "Are you looking for trouble?" What did it mean that he couldn't live without her? If it weren't for the soul-binding chain around his neck, would Sang yawning still be alive today? Unlike Chang Yi, Song He was unfazed by Mu Ye's threats. "Do you know where yawning has gone? I've tried to find her several times these past few days, but she hasn't been in her room." Mu Yi set his book down, impatience creeping into his demeanor. "Where she goes is her business. Why should I know?" What sort of enchantment had Sang yawning cast upon his subordinates? Why were they both so wrapped around her finger? It was one thing for them to revolve around her, but to incessantly bring her up in his presence was quite vexing. Sang yawning felt guilty whenever she saw him these days. Who knows what mischief she might be up to? He had bestowed upon her so much spiritual energy, and with the celestial sword still in her possession, she was more than capable of handling minor demons without his constant protection. After all he had endured for her, was it too much to ask for a little peace? Realizing that this line of inquiry was going nowhere, Song He recognized his boss's reticent nature and opted not to press further. He simply pulled out a bottle of healing ointment from his storage pouch, intending to deliver it to Sang yawning. Having changed her dressings daily, Mu Yi had become particularly aware of the various medicine bottles. He glanced at it and queried blandly, "Whose medicine is this?" "It's for yawning," Song He confessed. "Recently, she's been embroidering, and her fingers are all pricked with needle holes. I figured I would bring her a bottle of ointment since she doesn't seem to take care of herself." Mu Yi frowned slightly. Why is she busy embroidering? I don't know. Perhaps she intends to gift it to someone. But seeing how dedicated she is, she might be planning a surprise for someone. A surprise? Mu Yi mulled over the term, and a thought crossed his mind. No wonder she had been so flustered about hiding it. If it looked as poor as it did, one might think she was trying to irritate someone. Song He also arrived at this conclusion, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, do you think she is making it specifically for you?" "I don't know." He quickly turned his head away, asking, "Are you done? If so, get lost." Upon seeing his evasive demeanor, Song He couldn't help but tease, "Boss, why the secrecy? Could it be that you've never received a gift from a girl before and are feeling shy?" Mu Yi, though only 2 years older, was regarded as an elder brother by Song He. Despite not sharing blood relations, they had lived together for so long, facing trials and tribulations side by side, that they had become like family. It was the first time Song He had seen him so avoidant of a topic, which only fueled his curiosity. "I heard from Chang Yi that a girl gifting a handkerchief signifies affection, while gifting a sachet symbolizes commitment. Boss, what do you think Sang yawning will give you?" "Get out." "Huh." Just a moment ago, Song He had been grinning, but upon meeting Mu Ye's icy, piercing gaze, he shivered and quickly rolled up his tail, retreating hastily. "Why be shy? A big man like you is not as straightforward as Sang yawning." Just as Song He exited, he fortuitously encountered Sang Yanning returning, before he could call out her name. His smile abruptly froze. Following Sang Yanning was a man, and the two appeared to be in jovial conversation, their rapport quite intimate. What the hell? Where did this male vixen come from? His eyes darkened, and he concealed his demonic form, striding over with purpose. Stop right there. Song He positioned himself in front of Pei Feng, pulling Sang Yanning behind him. His face was filled with hostility, and his eyes brimmed with disdain. Which den of foxes did you crawl out from? State your name. Den of foxes. Startled by Song He's sudden appearance, Sang Yanning and Pei Feng exchanged bewildered glances. However, Sang Yanning quickly regained her composure and began to explain. Song He, it's not what you think. He is. Before she could finish, Pei Feng introduced himself. I am Pei Feng, a childhood friend of Yanning. And you are? Song He raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Sensing that Pei Feng did not come with good intentions, he prepared to engage. However, just then, Pei Feng's rear was unexpectedly pinched. Where's your tail? Song He cursed. Let me see what kind of color it is. Oh, you can hide it quite well. He then ruffled Pei Feng's hair, demanding, what about your ears? Aren't you going to show them? What sort of fox are you? Irritated, Pei Feng realized that this person's fur seemed softer than his own. Perhaps he should take the opportunity to pluck it all while he wasn't paying attention. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Feng was being inexplicably harassed, still oblivious to the fact that his hair was being targeted. Is this how your friends greet each other? Yanning? As Pei Feng felt several strands of his hair being tugged away, Sang Yanning hastily pulled him back. Song He, Pei Feng is not a fox. He is the younger brother of Brother Pei. If he is not a fox, then why are you getting so close to him? What exactly is your relationship? Was it merely her misinterpretation, or was she truly a heartbreaker? She recited the classic line. We are just friends. Pei Feng promptly interjected, childhood companions. Sang Yanning was caught off guard. What kind of childhood companions? We only just met not long ago. All right. Caught in the middle, Sang Yanning exerted great effort to quiet the two down. Yet Song He maintained a perpetual scowl, which only made Pei Feng feel immense pressure. Yanning, does your fox friend hold a grudge against me? Pei Feng felt a deep sense of grievance. He had done nothing wrong, so why was Song He treating him so harshly? Sang Yanning was at a loss. Unable to comprehend how this male fox could be so jealous, so contrary to his master Mu wide at a tea that moment, she pinched her brow and thought, no, that's just how he is. However, she had to step in as a mediator, explaining no, this is merely their way of greeting each other. They'll get used to it. After all, they wouldn't be seeing each other much in the future, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She certainly did not wish to invite discomfort upon herself. Oh, I see. Pei Feng nodded thoughtfully. As mealtime approached, Sang Yanning contemplated organizing an outing for these two, to enjoy some food and drink together. After all, men could resolve any grudges over a drink. Besides, Mui had shown little interest in her these past few days, so why not let her have some fun? Just as she was about to speak, the scene that unfolded nearly caused Sang Yanning to choke on her breath. Pei Feng had somehow moved behind Song He, hesitating for a moment before seizing a few tufts of his fur, then swiftly giving his rear a playful pat. Startled, Song He turned his head, only to find Pei Feng grinning and cheerfully greeting him. Hi. Sang Yanning was frozen in place, while Song He exclaimed, WDF? Hi to your mother. I'm going to fight you. With that, a brawl erupted between them, catching Pei Feng off guard as they wrestled on the ground, chaos ensuing all around. Sang Yanning could only shout her classic line, Hey, stop fighting, both of you. Author's note. Extended version PS. The above content has already reached 2,400 words, and the following does not include any filler. Unknowingly, I have written up to 100,000 words. Recently, I received comments and reviews from readers, and my first reaction was, help, you are all so adorable. This is my second novel, and my writing is still quite immature. I am sincerely grateful that my dear readers have not shunned me. I will strive to create a lighthearted and humorous reading atmosphere, and the main characters will do their utmost to sprinkle sweetness. I hope you won't scrutinize the overly detailed aspects too much, as this is a fictitious world where anything is possible as long as you wish for it. Additionally, a few days ago, several dear readers rewarded me, and yesterday I noticed that the system did not automatically express my gratitude. I only set it up today, so I am deeply sorry, hence my thanks below. Lastly, I wish you all a delightful reading experience and a joyful life. Your encouragement and positive reviews are my motivation to write. Chapter 51. Enjoying the transformation into a fox? The consequences of their bickering were predictable, successfully drawing the attention of the main characters. Sang Yin she supported Pei Yu, noticing Sang Yin Ning circling something nearby. While two dark figures on the ground were writhing, accompanied by faint cries of pain. Yin Ning? What are you doing? Upon hearing her sister's voice, Sang Yin Ning stiffened, quickly blocking the view of the two on the ground. As Song He was Mu Ye's guard, she could not let her sister discover his presence, especially since his ears and tail had not yet reverted. Panicking, she stammered, sister? We're just playing. Before Sang Yin she could respond. A loud thud echoed as Pei Feng fell to the ground, his fur disheveled, with several claw marks on the back of his hand. Suddenly, a soft brown fox leaped into Sang Yin Ning's arms. Whining in dissatisfaction, Sang Yin Ning was momentarily taken aback. Is this Song He's true form? How small? Tentatively, she stroked his fur, and upon seeing him contentedly squint his fox eyes, she confirmed her suspicion. Sang Yin she and Pei Yu approached, observing Pei Feng sitting on the ground in disarray, and asked in confusion, Feng, why are you sitting on the ground? Who hurt you? Pei Feng, still dazed, glanced at his brother's concerned expression and then at Sang Yin Ning's insinuating gaze. Awkwardly replied, brother, I was just playing with Yin Ning. We found this little fox outside, and it's quite adorable. Sang Yin she inspected his wounds, frowning as she said, this must have been caused by the little fox. Right? You should be more careful. While I know you love cute things, you must remember that foxes are still wild animals, and their bites can lead to infections. The little fox bristled at her words. You're the wild animal? Sang Yin Ning quickly tightened her grip, restraining his claws to prevent further mischief. Knowing Song He was unruly, she urged, Pei Feng, hurry and go treat your wounds, don't let it get infected. She blinked. And Pei Feng instantly understood. Oh dear. It hurts so much, sister sang. Let us hurry back and take a look. He cried out dramatically. At that moment, Mu Yi appeared, a smile gracing his face as he strolled over leisurely, resembling an elegant gentleman out for a walk. What are you all discussing? Pei Yu replied amiably. Young Master Mu, you're here. Yin Ning and the others found a little fox. It's quite spirited. A little fox? Mu Yi's expression shifted slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over, causing Song He's tail to stiffen as he buried his face deeper into Sang Yin Ning's embrace. The longer Mu Yi stared, the more Song He shrank back. Sang Yin she, observing the situation, remarked, why does it seem like young Master Mu's expression has darkened? Foxes? Mu Yi suddenly smiled, though it felt chilling. I quite like them. Why don't you let me hold it? He extended his hands. Sang Yin Ning hesitated, as Song He clung to her, trembling with anxiety. To give or not to give? Her heart softened. This fox sheds quite a bit. If it gets your clothes dirty, Mu Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with mockery and warning. In the next instant, Sang Yin Ning hastily passed the fox over. Young Master Mu. Here you go, Song He. Sang Yin Ning. Soft-hearted? Not at all. My heart is as hard as stone. And Mu Yi took the fox, gripping its tail firmly, yet still smiling as he said, it seems we get along quite well. The main characters, get along? The poor creature is quaking in fear. Don't you dare lie just because you're handsome. Subsequently, Mu Yi took Song He back under the pretext of his fondness for foxes. Watching the pair depart, Sang Yin Ning felt a profound sense of regret, her heart aching. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my precious one, but Mu Yi is truly terrifying. I cannot defy his oppressive aura. A few minutes later, in Mu Yi's room, enjoying the transformation into a fox, Song He was placed on the table, his big eyes wide with curiosity. Is it comfortable in Sang Yin Ning's embrace? The fox nodded, then quickly shook his head. Not only was it comfortable, but it also smelled delightful. However, boss, my sincerity is known to the heavens. Even though your demeanor is rather stiff, I hold no disdain for you. Mu Yi's expression darkened further at the fox's words. Stiff? He lifted the fox's tail and, with a swift motion, sent it flying in a perfect arc as the world spun around him. Song He heard a chilling-voiced Mu Yi, with a smile that was more menacing than kind, said, immediately call Chang'e back. If you dare transform back into a human, you shall meet your demise. The next day, Sang Yin-ning did not see Song He again. Though curious, she refrained from asking due to the terrifying expression Mu Yi had worn the previous day. She found it perplexing. Was it so outrageous to have merely hugged his precious fox? Why was she, this supporting character, so unlikable that even this warranted disdain? Did Mu Yi truly fear she might steal Song He away? Please, she was merely a background character, not a villainess. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she heard the system's notification chime. 727. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a prop. A collection bottle, a small bottle, about the size of a palm, suddenly dropped and Sang Yin-ning, with quick reflexes, caught it, her mind filled with confusion. It's just a small bottle. What is there to celebrate? 727. Host, just hold on to it for now. The system would never harm you. Sang Yin-ning examined the transparent bottle, noting a thin layer of blue liquid at the bottom, so scant that it was almost invisible, its color particularly pale. What is this? 727. It's a good thing. Then what is it? 727. You just need to know it's a good thing. Why do I feel like you're trying to trick me? 727's voice trembled. Why would I? All you need to do is follow the plot and complete tasks. Once the bottle is full, the system can grant you one wish. Sang Yin-ning's eyes sparkled. Anything? 727. As long as it's within the realm of this little world and does not interfere with the main plot, it's possible. P.S. Jumping the plot and returning home are not allowed. Just knew you'd never say anything honest. But if she wished for Mu Yi to no longer love Sang Yin-shi, and once her sacrificial success led to the main characters achieving their happy ending, wouldn't that mean she could smoothly return home? What a marvelous object indeed. Though the process might be tedious, as long as it helped her return home, she wouldn't mind the details. How can I fill it? 727. That's for the host to discover on her own. Perhaps inspiration will strike you. For instance, the incessant coughing and the villain Mu Yi getting too close for comfort left Sang Yin-ning questioning her hearing. Could you repeat that? Who am I supposed to get close to? She furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing something, and began wailing dramatically. Could this possibly be my life's countdown? The internal program of 727 momentarily stuttered. One could either commend her diligence or criticize her foolishness. How could she be so oblivious? Have all the romantic cells in her brain gone extinct? Isn't this simply the villain's affection towards you? Chapter 52. But I am a woman, so there's none. On a leisurely afternoon, the main characters gathered once more to discuss the matter of the wisteria flower. Pei Feng shared some intelligence. I have already had someone investigate. That village is backed by Black Mountain, called Heishan Village, and it only opens once every 2 months. Each time it opens, it facilitates several weddings without charging any fees. Quite peculiar. The next occurrence is in 2 days. If we miss it, we'll have to wait another 2 months. Upon hearing this, Sang Yin she couldn't help but worry about Pei Yu's injury. The time is so tight, and Pei Yu's wound is still healing. This journey is quite taxing, Pei Yu replied. Yin Shi, that's not the focus. The priority is figuring out how to enter the village without arousing the villagers' suspicions. Pei Yuan, while enjoying some snacks, remarked, Isn't that simple? You two pretend to be newlyweds, and let them organize the wedding for you. You won't even need to spend any money. It's quite convenient. Sang Yin-ning nodded in satisfaction from the side, silently giving Pei Yuan a thumbs up. Good job, Pei Yuan, finally showing some awareness of being a supporting character, saving yourself some persuasion work. However, Pei Yu hesitated, just as he caught Sang Yin-shi's gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly. Sang Yin-shi, too, shyly lowered her head. Indeed, regardless of their tender feelings, there remains an invisible barrier between the male and female leads, impenetrable and opaque, serving only to frustrate readers and prolong the author's narrative. With this thought, Sang Yin-ning immediately fanned the flames. Sister, after the wedding, we'll likely have to stay in that village for a while. The villagers have seen so many newcomers. Their eyes are sharp, and we only have you and Brother Pei as a couple here, making it most suitable for you two to take on this role. 727. Alert. Detected an increase of 5 in Mu Ye's villainous aura. Host must react immediately. What reaction should I even have? She had to follow the plot. The wisteria flower part was scripted this way, and no matter how vexed or restless Mu Yi felt, it couldn't be altered. Even if he were to stir up trouble later. As long as it didn't hinder the wedding of the male and female leads, Sang Yin-ning could accept it as a supporting character, Maintaining a broad perspective was crucial. Everything else could take a back seat. A shadowy, brooding gaze fell upon her, and Sang Yin-ning turned her head, whistling as if she hadn't seen anything. At that moment, Pei Feng added, "The village has many men and few women and children. They seem not to lack money, yet the village's facilities and decor are quite ordinary. Therefore, if we truly want to blend in with village life, brother will likely have to work for a few days." Work? Pei Yu was taken aback, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. "That's not impossible. Absolutely not." Sang Yin-shi's tone was resolute. "Your wound is not yet healed enough for you to be moving about. Pei Yu, we can wait, but you mustn't overexert yourself. But the Heishan village only opens once every 2 months. Yin-shi, we are pressed for time." Sang Yin-ning keenly sensed the tension brewing. Here it comes, the standoff between the male and female leads. It is such a moment. Anything she, the supporting character, said would be futile. After all, the author needed to pad the word count. Thus, Sang Yin-ning propped her chin up, her other hand deftly retrieving a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket, exuding an air of "I'm ready. You may begin." Unexpectedly, Pei Yuan interjected, "What are you all doing? There's more than one man present. Although Pei Feng is sending me home, there's still young Master Mu, right? Since it's all pretend, why fret over the details?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sang Yin-ning dropped her seeds in shock. Who is pretending? Subsequently, in a state of near mental shutdown, the main characters rapidly proceeded with their task delegation. Pei Yu. This plan seems feasible. Young Master Mu is an upright person, so entrusting this matter to him would be ideal. Sang Yin-shi, but isn't it improper for young Master Mu, who is yet to marry, to take on such a role? Pei Yuan. Then why not let Pei Feng do it? Pei Feng. I already have someone I like. Plus, I need to take Pei Yuan home first. Pei Yuan. All right, it's settled then. Wait, who do you like? Pei Yu. Young Master Mu. I'll need to trouble you to come to our room later to discuss the details. Mu Yi, who had been on standby Sang Yin-ning, in a state of shock Pei Yu. Tomorrow, Yin-shi will go with young Master Mu to the vicinity of Heishan village to select wedding attire. Remember to choose something festive. Money is not an issue. Sang Yin-ning's mind finally rebooted. Wait a moment, I disagree. Her voice rang out, startling everyone present. Sang Yin-shi sighed softly, feeling much relieved. As expected, Yin-ning would care. She was just worried about her sister bottling it all up. Pei Yu quickly softened his tone, inquiring, Yin-ning, is there something wrong? Realizing her reaction was overly intense, Sang Yin-ning stuttered. Actually, it's nothing. Could it be too obvious? Was she being too overt in her objections? If she was so brazenly obstructing this, wouldn't Mu Yi want to crush her? Pei Yuan caught every subtle expression on Sang Yin-ning's face and boldly declared, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. We have a love-struck character here. Actually, I would like to participate in your wedding." Sang Yin-ning swiftly interrupted, meeting Sang Yin-shi's puzzled gaze, and added, "For instance, let me be a bridesmaid or something. So, sister, could you take me along tomorrow for shopping?" No, for strolling around?" 727. Detected an increase of 10 in Mu Ye's villainous aura. Host must react immediately. I know. I'm just being a third wheel here. Even getting involved in a fake marriage with my sister. You can keep your joy to yourself." Sang Yin-shi, filled with sentiment. Yin-ning, do you truly think so? You don't mind at all? Really, truly, I don't mind. The greater good takes precedence. Ridiculous. The male lead isn't complaining, so why should she, the supporting character, make a fuss? It's just that Mu Yi got a chance to swoop in. She felt a bit disgruntled. 727. Alert. Detected an increase of 50 in Mu Ye's villainous aura. Host must act immediately. What? Sang Yin-ning found it hard to believe, turning abruptly to see Mu Yi still wearing a faint smile. But his gaze was as sharp as a knife. WOC? Are you out of your mind? I merely pointed out that you're seizing an opportunity. Why are you in such a rush? You're about to get married. Yet you're still unhappy? One mustn't be too greedy. 727 could no longer hold back. Could it be that he's feeling jealous? Jealous? Oh, she suddenly realized. 727 felt relieved. The student shows promise. He's even envious of my jealousy? But I'm a woman, without any. This seems a tad absurd, doesn't it? 727. I think you're the one being absurd. Are you allergic to romance? Let it perish, it's exhausted. This truly is the most straightforward host it has ever encountered. Chapter 53. I genuinely like Yin Ning. After the main characters concluded their discussion, to avoid drawing the ire of a certain villain, Sang Yin Ning slipped away early. If Mu Yi's gaze could kill, she would have perished countless times already. Sang Yin she supported Pei Yu back to their room, while Pei Feng followed to see Pei Yuan home. After safely returning Pei Yuan, Pei Yu finally felt a weight lifted off his chest. After all, everyone knew his sister was no easy challenge, and fortunately, Pei Yuan had insisted on going home, giving him some peace of mind. Suddenly, Pei Yu recalled something. Hey, a Feng, I just heard you mention that you have someone you like. When did his younger brother start having romantic interests? How is he, as an elder brother, unaware of this? Pei Feng stammered, his face flushing a light red. Father recently discussed your marriage with me, so which girl have you taken a liking to? Thinking about this made Pei Yu feel a bit of a headache. Their father was adamant about wanting Pei Feng to marry Sang Yin Ning, and no amount of persuasion could sway him. Although Pei Feng had been a playful rival to Yin Ning since childhood, they hadn't seen each other in years. Suddenly forcing them to marry seemed a bit much. What if, after marriage, Sang Yin Ning continued to bully his younger brother like when they were kids? The thought was too delightful, and Pei Yu dared not pursue it further. If you're unhappy with Father's arrangement, I will certainly assist you. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. You must not settle, for that would ruin both your life and that of the girl. Sang Yin she had heard of their father's intentions and quietly listened, refraining from voicing her opinion. No. Pei Feng's visible panic was evident. I genuinely like Yin Ning. I wish to marry her. Sang Yin she's eyes widened in astonishment. You like Yin Ning? When did this happen? Why didn't Yin Ning tell me? Did they develop feelings while bickering? But what about young Master Mu? Could it be that her ship had capsized? Pei Yu looked serious. You truly mean it? Pei Feng, blushing, replied earnestly. Absolutely, brother. You know I never lie about matters of the heart. It is well known that Pei Feng is both devoted and reserved. Otherwise, he would not have been mocked for so many years by his slick-tongued, jesting companions for remaining a solitary figure since birth. Yin Shi, what is your perspective on this? Sang Yin she could hardly believe that her sister had summoned romantic prospects so swiftly, yet with Master Mu still present, she felt it was inappropriate to make decisions on her sister's behalf. She pressed her lips together and stated, I will heed Yin Ning's wishes. Whoever she fancies, I shall support. I believe Father shares this sentiment as well. Implicitly, she suggested that Pei Feng ought to pursue his own desires, and that Sang Yin Ning's feelings should take precedence. Upon seeing her lack of objection, Pei Feng's smile broadened. Thank you, Sister Sang. Pei Feng understands. After conversing for a while longer, Pei Feng excused himself to assist Pei Yuan with packing and departed. As he stepped outside, Pei Feng noticed a figure standing just beyond the door. Mu Yi leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest, fingers tapping idly, a clear indication that he had been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, Pei Feng recalled his elder brother's instruction for this Master Mu to seek him out regarding important matters. My apologies, Master Mu, for keeping you waiting. Sister Sang and my elder brother are still inside. No matter, Mu Yi replied in a tone devoid of emotion. The two brushed past each other, and an object fell to the ground unbeknownst to them. Mu Yi glanced down and swiftly bent to retrieve it. It was a silk handkerchief bordered with golden threads. Several stitches at the golden edges were loose, suggesting that the embroiderer had worked in haste and was somewhat inexperienced. In its center, a pink flower was embroidered. Accented by a yellow stamen, the stitches coarse but imbued with care. Mu Yi studied it for a moment, a subtle emotion flickering in his gaze. How did this fall? Pei Feng turned around and accepted the handkerchief. Brushing off the dust against his chest and tucking it away with great care, he bowed slightly. Thank you, Master Mu. I take my leave. Mu Yi stood motionless, his expression impassive. Suddenly, he began to connect the dots, addressing Pei Feng as master, presenting him with the handkerchief, and the fact that Pei Feng intended to marry her. Not only did he wish to prevent Pei Feng from misunderstanding, but he also feared that he might uncover her little secret, as if worried he would act to thwart their romance. Was he, Mu Yi, truly such a tedious individual? How amusingly self-important. The youth's eyes, once sharp, now concealed their darkness as he turned and re-entered the room. On this splendid afternoon, Sang Yin Ning strolled alongside Mu Yi at the market near Heishan village. One bore an indifferent expression, as though someone owed him a lifetime of debt, while the other wore a countenance akin to a bitter melon. seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. Sang Yin she had not accompanied them. The events traced back to that morning. Pei Yuan had boarded the returning carriage, expressing profound reluctance to part from her elder brother. Subsequently, she had rushed forward to envelop Pei Yu in a great bear hug, causing him to cough up blood on the spot, an outrageous spectacle that left Sang Yin astounded. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. Yet no matter how she implored, Sang Yin she was unwilling to leave Pei Yu that day and entrusted the task of procuring her wedding attire to Sang Yin. Thus, the trio became a duo. Sang Yin did not need to look closely to sense the lingering resentment and hostility emanating from her companion. It was not as though she had delayed his beloved's departure. So why the childish sulking? While mulling this over, a carriage rushed past, colliding with the scattered stalls along the street. Sang Yin heard the clatter of hooves and felt a tug on her arm. As two wheels rolled perilously close, their passage was accompanied by the driver's curses. Her nose collided with his chest, and a delightful scent of wood wafted up, but before she could savor it, Mu Yi swiftly pulled her away. "Watch where you're going." His curt admonition lacked any jest or playful banter, devoid of even the most basic inquiry, merely exuding an air of calm detachment and impatience. As if he were reluctantly fulfilling an obligation, Sang Yin glared at his tall, slender silhouette, suppressing a scoff. "Humph, does he think he is made of gold? He may not wish to be near me. But I have no desire to cling to him either." As she silently chastised him, she followed Mu Yi into a bridal shop. The shop's decor was vibrant red, with walls adorned with samples of wedding attire. Sang Yin was drawn to the bridal gowns, each lavishly adorned with golden embellishments, leaving her momentarily dazed. As she caressed the exquisite jewels on one gown, she couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected such a remote mountain village to spare no expense on bridal attire." The shop bustled with customers, mostly from outside the village, and after a few warm greetings, the proprietress allowed them to browse freely. As the female lead, Sang Yin she possessed an enviable figure. Thus, even the most exquisite garments were merely enhancements to her beauty. Therefore, Sang Yin did not expend much effort in comparison, simply requesting the proprietress to fetch the most expensive and splendid gown while she ventured into a corner to select her own attire. Mu Yi, lacking an understanding of human festivities, casually meandered through the men's section, selecting a random piece before returning to her side. After all, Pei Yu was footing the bill, so naturally, he chose the most lavish option. Approaching Sang Yin, he observed her sifting through a pile of rather lackluster garments, his brows furrowing slightly. Typically adorned vibrantly, why did she exhibit such poor taste while selecting attire? Scanning the offerings on the wall, he picked a striking red garment embellished with phoenix feathers and pulled her towards it. "Stop looking. This one suits you best." Sang Yin was taken aback, glancing down at the wedding dress in his hands. While the taste was undeniably exquisite and the price equally stunning, it caused her to break into a cold sweat. "Elder brother, this is for the bride. I am merely the bridesmaid. Do you understand the distinction? I cannot simply usurp the bride's spotlight." "Bridesmaid?" Mu Yi pondered the term for a moment before responding. "Is there a difference?" "Of course, there is a difference." Sang Yin was left speechless, patiently explaining, "The bride wears red, while I, as the bridesmaid, merely tosses sweets and passes the ceremonial wine. You are the protagonists. I am merely a supporting character." As she spoke, Sang Yin began to suspect that this little world favored Mu Yi, allowing him to substitute for the male lead in marrying the female lead. Such a fortunate event, albeit illusory, should have brought him joy, yet here he was, flanked by a disgruntled expression, as if he were the most pitiable of souls. After purchasing the wedding attire, Sang Yin exited the shop laden with packages. It was early summer, yet the villagers donned conservative clothing, and beads of sweat began to form on her brow. "I say, dear brother, will you not lend a hand? This is your wedding." Mu Yi, appearing disinterested in her incessant chatter, lazily lifted his eyelids and draped his left arm over her shoulder. "There, I've assisted. Keep up the effort with that." He released her and sauntered ahead, seemingly unburdened. Sang Yin, taken aback by his playful banter, thought, "Dare you be any more dismissive?" She nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "How can you be so unappreciative? It's no wonder you struggle to win a wife." Thus, she ambled along, stopping intermittently to rest on a low wall before continuing, and after several such pauses, her top garment was drenched in perspiration. Mu remained unfazed, patiently waiting for her. He walked ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure she was still in tow, either waiting for her or continuing on his path, entirely disinterested in offering assistance. The two trekked for nearly half an hour before emerging from the market, where a scattering of small stalls remained. The crowd substantially diminished, yet the vendors continued their calls. "Ice pops! Get your ice pops!" Sang Yin-ning was wilting in the heat, fanning herself with her skirt while her cheeks flushed. Mu observed her discomfort and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Why not wear a short-sleeved shirt?" Sang Yin-ning fibbed. "How could I have known the sun would be so fierce today?" The truth lay in the conspicuous scar on her arm, so striking that even tattoos could not disguise it. As an unmarried woman, how could she brazenly expose her tattoo to the world? It was society's judgment that made her suffer. Mu's expression darkened slightly. "That day it rained. I clearly saw, hey, ice pops for sale." Sang Yin-ning noticed the vendor's cart preparing to leave and rushed to stop it. Seeing her abandon the bags without a second thought, Mu furrowed his brow and silently picked them up. "Boss, ID like an ice pop, please." Sang Yin-ning leaned against the cart, breathlessly stating her request. "Certainly, young lady, here you go." As she accepted the ice pop and took a lick, she exclaimed, "What a delightful treat. This is the quintessential old-fashioned ice pop." She turned to wave at Mu. "Come over here." Reluctantly, Mu approached, intending to express his disinterest in ice pops, only to find Sang Yin-ning with wide eyes, clearly plotting something. "I don't have any money on me, so could you?" Mu, both amused and exasperated, couldn't help but chuckle. "Is Pei-yu's allowance so easily squandered?" she hinted. "He only gave me a little. How was I to know we'd spend so much on wedding attire today?" At that moment, when she saw that Mu's groom outfit cost several figures, Sang Yin-ning thought she was hallucinating. It turned out it was not her own money being spent. This antagonist seemed intent on draining the Pei family's finances. "Don't tell me you didn't bring any either." Mu took a deep breath and briefly closed his eyes. Chang-yi. Upon suddenly hearing this name, Sang Yin-ning's brow twitched. "WOC. Could it be that another dramatic transformation was about to unfold?" "Young master." No sooner had the words left his lips than Chang-yi unexpectedly emerged from behind Sang Yin-ning, handing her a pouch of money. Startled, Sang Yin-ning nearly jumped, quickly covering her heart. Chang-yi, where did you spring from?" With utmost poise, Chang-yi nodded at her. "Miss Sang, I have been nearby all along." Upon hearing this, Sang Yin-ning became anxious. "Then how could you bear to let me carry all these bags for so long? Forget your master. You shouldn't emulate him. Remember when you used to carry my chicken wings for me?" "Chang-yi, you are my last bastion of warmth. Please don't change." Chang-yi's face showed some discomfort. He was truly at a loss for how to respond to Sang Yin-ning's words. Since his master had not instructed him to come out, he dared not intervene recklessly. Noticing Sang Yin-ning's delicate demeanor, Mu felt a headache coming on and promptly issued an order. "Chang-yi, take the money and carry the items." Chang-yi immediately nodded, understood. Thus, the duo became a trio. Sang Yin-ning blissfully enjoyed her ice pop, with Mu trailing behind her and Chang-yi at the rear, laden with bags. After walking for a while, Mu suddenly came to a halt. "Chang-yi, take the items back first." Chang-yi glanced sideways and noticed two figures hiding in a state of panic a few dozen steps away. He instantly grasped his master's intent. "As you command." Once Chang-yi departed, Mu seized Sang Yin-ning's hand and swiftly led her towards a dilapidated house. "Hey, what are you doing? Why does he keep grabbing my hand? Can't he give me a heads up first to prepare myself?" "Shut up," he whispered. Inside the crumbling house, several straw stacks were piled up, and an old statue of Buddha stood in the center, accompanied by a wooden frame. They crouched behind the frame, partially concealed by the straw stacks, which had a few gaps through which they could see outside. Sang Yin-ning felt stifled. The space behind the frame was uncomfortably narrow, her back pressed against Mu's chest, and being so close to the antagonist made her too afraid to move or even breathe. Before long, two men entered, carrying baskets, dressed like ordinary villagers. "Are you sure they came this way? I recall it being in this direction." "A man and a woman. Could I have been mistaken? I'll go check outside." "You guard this spot and don't lose the goods. I think that's fine." With that, only one man remained inside the dilapidated house, placing the bamboo basket right in front of them. The hole Sang Yin-ning was peering through was blocked by the basket. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, contemplating whether to shift to another hole when a snake slithered out of the basket and into her line of sight. She locked eyes with it. Sang Yin-ning, petrified. Chapter 55. You finally proved yourself as a woman in front of Mu Yi. Grass, grass, grass. A snake. Sang Yin-ning's eyes widened, her head instinctively leaning back, only to collide with Mu Ye's chin. He swiftly pressed her head down, noticing her mouth agape, fearing she would scream, and promptly covered her mouth with lightning speed. The snake flicked its tongue and slowly advanced. Its black scales glimmered ominously. Like a death warrant, Sang Yin-ning had never seen a snake before. Now, this cold-blooded creature was merely 20 centimeters away, and her legs felt weak with terror. This is a snake, right? It's a snake, right? I'm in a novel, not an animal kingdom. Please don't give me such a close-up. Perhaps sensing her trepidation, the snake grew bolder, inching closer with each movement, and with every advance, Sang Yin-ning couldn't help but retreat, effectively pressing herself against Mu Yi. He was nearly out of breath from her pressure. Can you not move around? Big brother, there's a snake in front of me. I'm scared. Aren't you scared? Sang Yin-ning trembled like a leaf. While Mu Yi furrowed his brow, one hand turning her around, the other pinching the snake's neck and flinging its head aside. If you're scared, then don't look, he whispered, his tone laced with disdain. Suddenly, several more snakes emerged from the bamboo basket. But fortunately, they didn't crawl into the hole. They merely slithered around on the wooden frame. Hearing the sound of snakes flicking their tongues sent Sang Yin-ning into a state of paralysis. She wished there was a crack in the ground to hide in. Oh no, another one is coming. Noting her fear, Mu Ye's gaze darkened, and a wicked desire arose within him. Here it comes, he softly said. Blowing a cool breeze above her neck, cold sweat broke out on Sang Yin-ning, goosebumps prickling her skin. Without thinking, she clung tightly to the only reliable thigh available. If all else failed, she could use Mu Ye's hand to shield herself. Surely, with him around, the snake wouldn't dare bite her, right? But why had there been that ominous breeze earlier? She knew nothing, and if Mu Yi didn't shield her, what if the snake was venomous? Would she simply perish? Mu Yi had not anticipated that Sang Yin-ning would cling so tightly. His back straightened abruptly, and at that moment, the softness of the girl pressed against him made him acutely aware of her rapid heartbeat. For some reason, he recalled Song He's words. It's not just comfortable. She even smells nice. It felt as if it were referring to this very moment. A rush of heat surged through him, and the unfamiliar sensation made him instinctively push her away. But then he heard her pleading voice, thick with nasal tones. Sang Yin-ning was genuinely terrified. Please don't let the snake bite me. I beg you. The situation had spiraled out of control. Realizing something, Mu Yi found himself bewildered as to why he had toyed with Sang Yin-ning earlier. He suppressed the sudden surge of heat, raised his hand, and with a swift motion, shattered the wooden frame before them. The gust of his palm stirred up a cloud of dust, blinding the man resting on the ground. With a single kick, Mu Yi sent him sprawling, his head crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious instantaneously. The action was both swift and brutal. Sang Yin-ning stared in awe. Big brother, you're so impressive. Why didn't you act sooner? What with this modesty? You made me so frightened by that snake. Stepping over the pile of snakes trapped under the frame, she approached to assess the man's condition. Thankfully, he was still alive. Just unconscious. Turning around, she was about to urge everyone to flee when she noticed Mu Yi had somehow seated himself atop a straw stack, one hand propping up his head, his expression slightly unnatural. Oh my, is this the expression I get to see for free? Had he really been startled by the snake when he acted so suddenly? No, the key issue was that this was not the time to rest. There was still someone outside. She stepped forward to pull him up. Big brother, don't sit now. There's a snake beside you, and someone is still looking for us outside. To her surprise, Mu Yi swatted her hand away, growling, Stay away from me. His sudden outburst was so inexplicable that Sang Yin-ning couldn't fathom what had provoked him this time. If you don't want to leave, then fine, but why be so fierce? Really, regardless, when the time comes and a fight breaks out, it would be him fighting, while she would merely be there to cheer him on, thinking to herself that she had nothing to lose. At that moment, 727 suddenly chimed in. Host, This isn't actually Mu Ye's fault. Sang Yining found it amusing. Whose fault could it be then? Look at how spoiled you all have made him. Who can bear that temper? 727 directly clarified the situation. Host, Mu Ye has developed a physiological reaction towards you. What? What kind of chemical reaction? At that moment, Sang Yining felt as if her life was reaching its end. No wonder she kept feeling as if something was obstructing her. It turned out to be the little Mu Ye she dared not even think about. The system's mechanical voice continued. Congratulations. Host, you have finally proven yourself as a woman in front of Mu Ye. Congratulations, my foot. I wouldn't dare accept such a blessing. It would have been better if she had never been informed. They saw each other every day. 727 continued. Host, do you remember the item you obtained yesterday? It actually contains Mu Ye's feelings towards you. Why would I receive this item now? She recalled that it had nothing to do with the main plot. 727 erupted in jubilant celebratory sounds. Ding ding ding. It has been detected that the host is the first female supporting character to acquire this item. The system will now unlock some additional privileges. Is getting this bottle really impressive? 727 responded. Absolutely impressive. The appearance of this bottle signifies that you are no longer just a dispensable character to Mu Ye, but have crossed a certain threshold to become a special existence. A special existence? At that moment, Sang Yining felt like laughing to death. Unable to resist, she took out the collection bottle. You tell me, what is this thin layer meant to impress? Where's the specialness? 727. Host, don't be discouraged. Achieving a level of affection is already quite remarkable. Just give it time, and one day, wait. 727. What? The water inside is gone. 727. Ah, what? That thin layer of affection is gone too. Am I preparing for my own funeral now? Chapter 56. Are you sure the bride has made up her mind? On her way back, Sang Yining's mind was in disarray. In truth, she possessed a remarkably strong psychological resilience. After all, it was merely Mu Ye raising the flag. What was there to feel shy about? It was a normal physiological phenomenon that any man would experience, especially considering Mu Ye was in the prime of his youth. In such a situation, any man would be hard-pressed to avoid such a reaction. Although she, Sang Yining, had annoyed him, one could not deny that she was indeed a woman. She was quite open-minded about it. Yet she could not fathom Mu Ye's perspective. He walked silently ahead, lost in thought, and given his upbringing, Sang Yining began to wonder if he had never encountered such situations before, unable to reconcile with himself. After all, reacting in such a manner towards anyone other than her elder sister would be difficult for him if he were truly innocent. 727. Host, perhaps you could find an opportunity to enlighten him. How am I supposed to enlighten him? Please, I am here to serve the male and female leads. This would require additional compensation, you know. Moreover, wouldn't it be better for me to feign ignorance about such subtle matters? Her reasoning was so sound that 727 was left speechless. 727. Host, the system sincerely advises you to pursue the strategy of winning over the male supporting character, as this would greatly aid you in completing your main quest. Sang Yining was quite clear-headed. Wasn't the previous female supporting character also misled by you? Look at what happened to them. They were all eliminated by Mu Ye. 30. Really? Does that make sense? 727 implored earnestly. The system has detected your uniqueness. And if you devote yourself wholeheartedly, winning over Mu Ye will not be a daunting task. But what about his feelings for my sister? I can't just instigate a rift between them. That would be too underhanded. 727. You've noticed? Then, he is overly eager to repay Sang Yinshi's kindness, albeit in a rather extreme manner. If you do not assist him, he will remain a naive youth blinded by his emotions. Kindness? When did that happen? 727. You might want to inquire about the unused memory fragments you purchased. Oh, Sang Yining realized there was indeed such a matter, but she quickly sensed something was amiss. Why are you so insistent on having me pursue Mu Ye? 727. Feeling guilty. This is, of course, for your own consideration, simply because Mu Ye is an exceptionally formidable character. This small world has accumulated for far too long and has become the most challenging business. To meet year-end quotas, they have had to repeatedly loosen their restrictions. Sang Yining. Perhaps having lagged behind for too long, Mu Ye could no longer hear her footsteps. At that moment, he turned around and waited for her. Though his expression remained impassive, he extended his hand towards her, urging, "Why aren't you coming over?" As the sun set, The silhouette of the young man was bathed in a gentle glow from the evening clouds. Sang Yanning found herself momentarily entranced, as if the small void within her heart had been warmed. That unfamiliar feeling truly captivated and ensnared her. Almost instantaneously, she sensed something was amiss and promptly shook her head to regain her composure. She must not develop any lingering feelings for the people of this world, especially not for Muyi. She was destined to lose everything. Having thought this, Sang Yanning lifted her skirt, casting aside the thoughts swirling in her mind, and hurriedly followed him. Upon returning to the inn, the two recounted their experiences of the day to the male and female leads. People from Heishan village were following you? Peiyu inquired, puzzled. Could it be because you purchased wedding attire? Leading them to mistake you for newlyweds? But there was no need for such stealth, and they even carried a basket full of snakes. How terrifying! The thought sent a shiver down Sang Yanning's spine. Sang Yanchi added, this matter is indeed suspicious. Since they have begun investigating our backgrounds, we cannot sit idly by. Once we enter the village, we must exercise caution. Peiyu remarked, today, Yanchi and I have already contacted the matchmakers from Heishan village. Tomorrow, they will send people to welcome the bride. The bride and groom will be separated, so I will accompany young Master Mu to the village to assist, while Yanning stays here to help Yanchi with her preparations. Does that sound agreeable? Since they are hosting a wedding, even if there is a conspiracy, they will likely wait until the bride has entered the village to act, so we need not be overly anxious at this point. Peiyu's arrangements were quite meticulous. Having reviewed the plot, Sang Yanning realized that although the bride's identity had changed, she merely needed to remember her role as a supporting character. The rest would be managed by the male lead and the supporting character. Just as she was stifling her third yawn, her peripheral vision caught Mu Ye's gaze. Had she done something to warrant such scrutiny? Why did he look at her as if observing a pet? Fortunately, he only paused for a moment before quickly averting his gaze. In truth, Muyi was not particularly interested in her yawning. He was merely curious as to why he had experienced such a reaction towards Sang Yanning today. Was it the result of the right timing and circumstances, or was there another reason? Though he had never engaged with a woman, he had always scoffed at matters of love. Even in his attempts to win over Sang Yanchi, he had never harbored such impure thoughts. That sensation felt akin to pursuing the lofty flower he had long yearned for, only to be mesmerized by the vibrant wildflowers blooming by the roadside during his ascent. Though they lacked the elegance and grace he sought, their delicate and colorful petals exuded an alluring fragrance that he could genuinely touch and experience. Despite being merely a flower plucked from the street, its intoxicating scent made him feel both alert and threatened. Moreover, this little flower had recently begun attracting suitors, leaving those men utterly bewitched. It was simply too restless. He longed to wrap his fingers around her delicate neck. It seemed so slender. Surely, it would feel delightful to the touch. Oh, he almost forgot. He had grasped it once before, and he found himself oddly nostalgic for that sensation, completely oblivious to his own thoughts. Sang Yanning mused, why does my neck feel so chilly? Time swiftly passed to the following day. Several matrons and 2 makeup artists arrived with an array of equipment. The makeup, attire adjustments, and decorative adornments for the bridal palanquin were executed with a level of professionalism that could only be described as the pinnacle of wedding services. Before Sang Yanning could change into her bridesmaid dress, she was pulled over by one of the matrons. Miss, we, the matchmakers, have prepared this wedding wine for you as a token of our appreciation. We hope you enjoy it. Really? Before the banquet even begins, you expect me to drink? She was unsure of the wine's potency and feared she could not handle it. Sang Yanning awkwardly regarded the large cup in her hand, pouring half of it for Sang Yanchi. Sister, could you help me drink a bit? Sang Yanchi teased. Since when do I drink this wedding wine? Though she spoke thus, she still took half a cup on behalf of Sang Yanning. After Sang Yanning finished drinking, she returned the cup to the matron, only to notice the matron's mouth moving as if she had something to say but hesitated. What is it? Is there a problem? Sang Yanning inquired, puzzled. No, the matron quickly replied, lowering her head. Miss, please wait here for a moment. I will have the makeup artist prepare for you. Sang Yanning waved her hand. All right, thank you for your efforts. Once the matron closed the door and stepped outside, she immediately whispered to the maid beside her, good thing the drug was potent. Otherwise, I would truly fear it wouldn't knock anyone out. Are you certain the bride has been identified? Indeed. The fourth sister had personally witnessed her holding hands with the groom to purchase wedding attire at the market that day and had shown me the portrait. How could I not recognize her? I just didn't expect the bride to have her sister accompany her in person. That is quite remarkable. All right, once everyone is unconscious, hurry in and give her something to eat. We mustn't miss the timing, understood. Having detected their conversation, 727 pondered. Should I inform the host? After some consideration, it decided against it. After all, Mu Ye's people will ultimately be involved, whether she marries early or late. It makes little difference. Heh, the year-end bonus is gleaming and golden. Here I come. Chapter 57. The Wedding, 1.0. When Sang Yinshi awoke, the auspicious hour was nearly upon them. The commotion outside had subsided, and it seemed the wedding party had already departed. In the bride's chamber, the wedding gown was nowhere to be found. Only a set of clothes meant for her sister remained. Sister? Where did Yanin go? She suddenly sat upright, searching the courtyard outside for any sign of Sang Yanin. Countless terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind as she borrowed a horse and hurried toward Heishan village. Only upon reaching the village entrance, adorned with festive red embroidery and hearing the sound of drums signaling the wedding procession, did her anxious heart finally settle. Fortunately, she had boarded the bridal palanquin and had not been kidnapped. She could blend in to inform Peiyu, but how would she explain the situation to young Master Mu with the bride by his side? Perhaps it was better not to alert the enemy. With Yinning's intelligence, she was sure they could handle this unusual situation. As the auspicious hour approached, Mu Yi finally awaited the arrival of the bridal palanquin. His striking appearance was naturally captivating. His delicate features, slender and rosy lips, and eyes that were both alluring and sharp made him easily deceptive in charm. Sang Yaning would not be amiss in calling him a mesmerizing enigma at that moment. Dressed in the fitted wedding attire, his broad shoulders and narrow waist were accentuated to perfection. As he stood at the threshold, he attracted the gazes of countless lovesick maidens from the village. As the bridal palanquin descended, the bride emerged. A group of curious children circled around the palanquin, eager to glimpse the bride, only to be shooed away by the nearby matchmaker. Bride, you may disembark now. Strange, the effects of this medicine should have worn off by now. Why is there not a sound from within the palanquin? After calling out several times, there finally came a stir from inside. The bride emerged slowly from the palanquin, and the matchmaker, noticing she had taken a wrong turn, promptly adjusted her position so that she faced the groom and the entrance. After this maneuver, the matchmaker began to doubt if she had indeed picked the right person. What a curious girl! Her mind seemed not quite right. As Mu Yi descended the stairs, he extended his hand towards the bride. Beneath the red veil, the bride hesitated, and the matchmaker, fearing she might become confused again, softly reminded her, "My lady, take his hand." After a moment's delay, she finally placed her hand atop his dime. Mu Yi exhaled in relief and guided her up the steps. A handful of young boys brandished red lanterns, leading the way, while nearby attendants set off firecrackers, filling the air with the sounds of celebration. As the two walked side by side, Mu Yi adjusted his pace to match that of the bride. His peripheral vision caught glimpses of guests scattering flower petals and tossing sweets, yet he could not find any sign of Sang Yinshi. Where had she run off to? With this thought, his steps unconsciously quickened, causing the bride to stumble slightly, her veil nearly slipping off, which he caught just in time. He supported her gently, maintaining a respectful distance, and murmured, "I apologize. I shall be more mindful." The bride's shoulders quivered. For some reason, Mu Yi felt she had something to say, but upon remembering that Sang Yinshi was not one to act thoughtlessly or discourteously, he dismissed the notion. Their pace slowed. The bride's hand, which should have lightly rested in his, tightened as if in fear of him tripping her again. Mu Ye's expression shifted slightly, an unfamiliar sensation rising within him. While he did not dislike this physical contact, it was not as pleasurable as he had imagined. Distracted, he lowered his eyelashes to conceal the emotions swirling in his gaze. They entered the hall and performed the customary 3 kneelings, 9 kowtows, and 6 ascendings as dictated by the village's officiants. During this time, the bride's movements were always a beat behind. Mu Yi remained still until she mimicked his actions once he completed each gesture. Beside them, Peiyu found it odd. Sang Yinshi had clearly mastered these rituals. They had practiced just yesterday, so how could she forget them so completely in a single day? Time passed, and Mu Yi seemed to catch a faint sigh beneath the veil. tinged with unmistakable resignation. Once the formalities concluded, the officiant continued, rites completed, withdraw, and proceed to the bridal chamber. Peiyu had already arranged the banquet for the invited guests, having gone to great lengths to leave a good impression on the villagers. He shot Muyi a knowing glance before mingling with the guests to gather information. Watching Peiyu's retreating figure, Muyi raised an eyebrow. Had he so easily entrusted her to him? Just as he lifted a foot to escort the bride back, he saw her walking in the opposite direction, towards the dining area where the guests were gathered. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and redirected her. The nearby guests couldn't help but tease. They haven't even drunk the ceremonial wine, and the bride is already tipsy. Mu Ye's gaze darkened, recalling something. They were about to drink the ceremonial wine, yet where was Sang Yinshi? Hadn't she insisted on coming to serve the wine? Shaking off his thoughts, he waited until the guests dispersed somewhat before escorting the bride back to the room. Before departing, he kindly advised, "There are people from Heishui village outside. Do not remove your veil just yets." He turned to leave. He felt a tug at his sleeve. His brow twitched, suspicion rising. Did Miss Sang wish to speak? The bride remained silent, Muyi sighed softly. Retracting his sleeve, Miss Sang, "Please sit and rest." No sooner had he stepped out than Chang'e appeared at his side. "Your Highness, this is a prime opportunity to take her away. Shall I summon assistance?" Muyi averted his gaze, remaining silent. After a moment, he finally asked, "Have the investigations in the underground palace been completed?" Chang'e lowered his head immediately. "There are still a few details pending, but once we bring Sang Yinshi close, Your Highness will have one less vulnerability before the Pei family," Muyi scoffed. "When did I, Muyi, require a woman to leverage against the Pei family? That is not the intention." Chang'e stiffened. Kneeling hastily, "Go find a blanket and cushion." "Your Highness?" Chang'e was puzzled by the command. Muye's expression darkened. "Do you not understand my words?" Realizing, Chang'e vanished into the shadows in the blink of an eye. Muyi stood still, glancing back at the room. Though it was the scene he had longed for, an inexplicable sense of helplessness washed over him. After a few moments, he made his way to the front hall to meet Peiyu. Chapter 58. It is better for Sang Yinshi to remain silent. Peiyu was thriving at the banquet, clearly accustomed to handling such social gatherings. As the groom's close friend, he shielded Muyi from numerous toasts while effortlessly bonding with the villagers. Extracting a wealth of information, Muyi, however, found little interest in the festivities. Peiyu, noticing his absent-mindedness, understood his aversion to such socializing and urged him to return to rest early. He winked, "Go tend to the bride. We'll handle things here." Internally, Muyi scoffed at Peiyu's naivety. What did tend to the bride even mean? If he truly wished to take action, there would be no need for Peiyu's involvement. He chuckled coldly at the so-called divine couple. Their bond was hardly more than this. "Brother Pei, you jest?" he replied insincerely. In the dead of night, Muyi stepped through the bridal chamber door, bathed in moonlight. The red candles on the table had burned halfway down. He lingered at the threshold for a moment before approaching the table with a food box in hand. He set aside the scale used to lift the bride's veil and laid out the delicacies from the box. Addressing the bride seated by the bed, "Miss Sang, the guards outside have gone to drink. For now, no one will come. Please eat something." The bride stirred slightly at the sound, her fingers resting on her lap twitching ever so slightly. "Miss Sang?" he inquired again, stopping half a foot away. The bride trembled subtly. The red veil tilted, revealing her snowy neck, hanging precariously as if about to fall, yet Muyi refrained from reaching out to lift it. Feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over him until his gaze landed on her hands. She wore a wedding gown adorned with a pattern of flowers and birds, with swirling gold thread embellishing the hem and cuffs. At that moment, her hands rested on the crimson skirt, emphasizing her fair skin, while the tiny wounds from needlework on her fingertips stood out starkly. A fleeting cloud of doubt crossed his mind before he quickly came to a near-absurd realization. "Sang Yinshi?" he tentatively called out. The instant he uttered her name, the bride trembled more violently. Muye's expression shifted. He swiftly lifted the veil, revealing Sang Yinshi with red-rimmed eyes, biting her lip, her head adorned with a crown of gold and silver phoenix hairpins. Gazing at him with a look of melancholy, the heavy atmosphere in the room instantly expanded. He stood frozen. What happened? Sang Yinshi's eyes were red, her complexion pale. Seeing her silent, Muyi assumed she had nearly fainted from hunger and pulled her towards the table. His tone rose as he commanded, "Eat." We can talk afterward. Why aren't you speaking? Have you become a mute after marriage? Sang Yinshi's sudden outburst was interrupted as Mu Yi swiftly stuffed a pastry into her mouth. MMM. She protested, caught off guard. The would-be villain sighed in despair, the delightful image of the young maiden vanishing in an instant. Indeed, it was better for Sang Yinshi to remain silent, with her mouth full. Sang Yinshi chewed a few bites, and her eyes brightened instantly, all her earlier grievances dissipating. Wow, this is so delicious. She took a few more pieces, savoring them alongside her tea, swallowing them down as she went. Today, she had been forced to work all day, without a morsel of food. Leaving her stomach in agony, Mu Yi propped his chin on his hand, observing her gluttonous demeanor as she hastily consumed the pastries. Unable to suppress a click of his tongue, if Pei Feng were to witness her manner of eating, he would surely be frightened away. As for the mishap surrounding her substitute marriage, it could be succinctly summarized. Earlier that morning, the matchmaker had drugged her drink, rendering her unconscious without a plan to abduct her. Instead, they meticulously dressed her up and placed her in the bridal sedan chair. Sang Yanning, lacking any spiritual cultivation, remained in a stupor due to the drug, waking only when the procession had halted. Ultimately, it was the system that had to forcibly awaken her consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself seated in the bridal chair. Her head spinning and unable to utter a word, the lingering effects of the drug rendering her limbs unresponsive. She found the situation absurd, were it not for the system's urging to play along with the farce. Sang Yanning would have genuinely considered fleeing from the sedan chair. This was hardly a marriage. It felt more like a human trafficking scheme. As she neared the end of her meal, Mu Yi watched in disbelief, feeling an inexplicable knot of discomfort in his chest. He jested, with such an appetite. Does the Pei family have the means to support you? Sang Yanning raised an eyebrow, questioning what the Pei family had to do with it. Eating well is a blessing. With my dear father around, how could I possibly go hungry? However, discerning the explosive tone in his voice, she began to doubt whether the gentle and humble words she had heard earlier, before the veil was lifted, had indeed belonged to him. The contrast was stark. Was he really going to treat her differently? She felt it was somewhat unfair. As she continued to eat, her expression serious, she remarked, "You were so courteous earlier, but now that you see the bride is me, you turn hostile faster than flipping a page in a book. We are all in this against our will. I hardly think I could have displeased you to such an extent." She reflected on who had consistently helped him with medicine and accompanied him on shopping trips. While she may not compare to his idealized love, she certainly did not deserve such disdain. After all, she was still a woman deserving of basic respect and kindness. Mu Yi, taken aback by her critical demeanor, found it perplexing. Where had he expressed disdain for her? Though reluctant to admit it, upon realizing that the woman sharing a room with him was Sang Yanning, he felt a surprising sense of relief. He could set aside his caution, dismiss unnecessary sensitivities, and avoid the need for pretense. Their interaction felt remarkably natural. Sang Yanning was the first person to make him feel unencumbered. For a moment, he struggled to articulate a suitable explanation for this ludicrous sense of ease. Lost in thought, his expression remained unguarded. Sang Yanning, noticing his serious demeanor, could not help but chime in, "Look at you, constantly sulking like a little cat in front of me, as if anyone would want to see that. If someone like you were to enter the emperor's harem, he would pay you no mind. Who would even want to see you?" Hearing her scolding tone, Mu Yi felt as if she were berating him for being a pitiful figure. How dare she speak to him so boldly just because she was a bride? Truly, she was becoming overconfident, pushing her luck. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. The two exchanged glances, and Sang Yanning unilaterally decided to call a temporary truce. Mu Yi used a tablecloth to cover the remnants of her meal, rising to answer the door. "Good day, young master," a young servant stood outside, sent by the residents of Heishui village. "I have come to deliver the bridal cup." "The bridal cup?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Mu Ye's eyes, yet his lips curled into a smile as he warmly replied, "Ah, I see." With that, he squinted at Sang Yanning, beckoning her over. "Wife, come here, wife." Sang Yanning nearly spat out her tea at the intimate and clingy term he used, shivering at the goosebumps that erupted across her skin. Help? Could she pretend she hadn't heard? He called her again, his tone soft and innocent. Yet his gaze held a hint of coercion. The implication was clear. "Come here, now." Sang Yanning shuddered, feeling the pressure, and reluctantly made her way over. The young servant presented the bridal cup, bowing slightly to Mu Yi graciously accepted it and handed one of the cups to her. Sang Yanning was momentarily taken aback. "No, wait, are we really drinking this? Brother, is it necessary to be so dedicated to this act?" As she hesitated, Mu Yi had already taken her hand, clasping her wrist, and drank from the cup in one swift motion. Seeing his determination, she decided to follow suit, downing a cup herself, reasoning that since he had drunk first, if it turned out to be unpleasant, it was his own doing. The fiery liquid stung her throat, leaving her momentarily blinded. While Mu Yi returned the empty cup, "May the newlyweds be entwined through the years, never parting, hand in hand until old age," the servant's voice rang out, cheerful yet grating. Sang Yanning found it increasingly difficult to maintain the pretense. "Enough with the old age business. As it stands, I should be grateful that Mu Yi is arguing with me." After dismissing the servant and closing the door, Mu Yi removed the ornamental crown from his hair, tossing it carelessly onto the table. Observing how swiftly he switched roles, Sang Yanning also felt the weight of her accessories pressing down on her. After removing the heavy hairpins and shedding the cumbersome bridal gown, she sat comfortably in her inner garments. Before she could settle in, Mu Yi casually remarked, "The wine was spiked." His tone was so nonchalant, as if he were merely answering a question about having eaten. "What?" Sang Yanning exclaimed, nearly cursing. "Then why did you drink it? And you made me drink it too." "One must play the part," Mu Yi laughed lightly, seemingly unfazed. "If I hadn't tea, they would still come to drug us while you were sound asleep at midnight." Sang Yanning was taken aback. "They intend to drug us? So brazen so soon after our wedding?" Mu Yi responded, "It's merely a test, to see how much our cultivation can withstand, oh no. It's really just a test of my own cultivation." Sang Yanning ignored his mockery, thinking to herself, "Surprise. I come equipped with purification abilities, no cooldown required. So, what do you plan to do?" she inquired. He grinned dangerously. "We will give them the result they seek, revealing their true colors, and then take them all down together." "Very well," Sang Yanning replied, observing his villainous demeanor with trepidation. "But what about me? I am merely a fragile mortal. How can I withstand this?" Unexpectedly, Mu Yi answered matter-of-factly, "Naturally, I will channel my spiritual energy to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, Sang Yanning's eyes widened in alarm. A wave of embarrassing memories flooding back. The last incident had been so sudden. She barely had time to savor their kiss before he had collapsed. Now, with him bringing it up again, she was forced to relive that rather unromantic first kiss. Sitting there in discomfort, she pondered whether she was simply being overly sensitive or if Mu Yi, taking advantage of their relationship, was being a rogue. Feeling flustered, she fidgeted with the hem of her dress and timidly asked, "Is there no other way?" Mu Yi's deep gaze bore into her, as if searching for something in her expression. "Are you unwilling?" It wasn't a matter of willingness. They were married, yes, but it was all for the sake of the narrative. Ultimately, this identity was a fade, and there was no genuine romantic connection between her and Mu Yi. Once was one thing, but to persist in this manner, wait, she thought, I must defend myself. I'm not rejecting the villain. While I acknowledge that Mu Yi is indeed a well-crafted male character, his boundaries are far too ambiguous for my comfort. Moreover, Mu Yi had yet to realize his feelings for Sang Yanshi. What if he eventually came to his senses and cast her aside? The thought sent her into a panic, feeling as if she were a thief in the night. Thus, she proposed another suggestion. Could we not simply exchange spiritual energy through physical contact? Just like that day during the spring festival, it was just right and pleasant, without triggering any emotional aversion. Wouldn't that be ideal? Mu Yi scoffed at her, probing. "Oh? So you've begun to look down on me?" This wasn't the first time she had expressed disdain toward him, and he found it curious. How dare she look down on him? He was always the one putting in the effort. If he didn't initiate, she wouldn't even bother to respond. Was it merely because of that incident that she suddenly cared about her reputation? What did she think of the numerous male companions she had entertained previously? Or was it that Mu Yi simply struck her as beneath her? A hollow smile crossed his lips, a shadow flickering in his eyes as he buried his irritation deep within. Sang Yanning remained oblivious to the fact that she had struck a nerve. Hastily explaining, "That's not what I meant." I genuinely appreciate your assistance in using your spiritual energy to save me. How could I possibly look down on you? Look at this, she exclaimed, flashing him a bright smile reminiscent of coaxing a child. As she produced a small item from her bosom, it was a moon-white embroidered pouch. On the pouch, two azure birds perched upon a branch, peering curiously at one another. The scene felt utterly devoid of color, yet was cleverly adorned with a few delicate pink flowers, while the silver embroidery was embellished with bright yellow tassels. Both the moonlight blue and the vivid yellow were hues that could never grace Muyi's attire. His usual fashion sense was impeccable, always sporting the extraordinary, but he had never been seen in such vibrant colors. Sang Yanning had deliberated for several evenings before finally producing this piece. It must be noted that, having learned from her previous missteps, her embroidery skills had improved significantly this time around. With her swift progress, Sang Yanning couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She had successfully completed the task assigned by her elder sister. At this moment, she and Muyi found themselves under the same roof, perfectly positioned to deliver the item, perhaps softening his foul mood in the process. Chapter 60. A kitten like you is destined to be devoured by me. Sang Yanning revealed the item, fully prepared for his teasing remarks. However, after a prolonged silence, Muyi remained uncharacteristically quiet. His gaze lingered on the pouch, an inexplicable emotion flickering in his eyes. Just as Sang Yanning was about to say something to ease the tension, Muyi finally spoke, his tone cutting. Is this your so-called sincerity? He had just made his feelings clear to Pei Fengjin, and now he found a pouch seemingly pulled from thin AI or it was painfully obvious that it had been meant for Pei Feng and was now being used to placate him. Why did she think he would want it? Was her kindness towards others so easily dismissed? The boy's lips curled disdainfully as he spoke, and then, without another word, he closed his eyes and rose, leaving coldly a friendly reminder. Ahead lies a warning of farcical absurdity. Watching him stride toward the door, Sang Yanning was momentarily taken aback by his actions. Wait, hold on. Had he mistaken the script? This infuriating exchange, this resolute departure, this bewildering contradiction, was it not the melodrama typical of a male and female lead? What was he up to now? What was he sulking about? How could she be accused of offering something so trivial? How many needles had she pierced and how many nights had she toiled for this measly pouch? How dare he call it cheap? Did he think that spouting a torrent of venting words made him appear impressive? Did he believe that leaving in silence made him seem cool? Where did this arrogance stem from? He wouldn't even clarify his words or give her a chance to explain. Such callousness would surely leave him isolated. The entanglements of the male and female leads had already given her, the supporting character, a headache. Why must this male supporting character also create chaos? Was he afraid that the author's plot was progressing too quickly, and thus sought to stretch the melodrama? Did he care only for his own satisfaction while attempting to stir guilt within her? In his dreams, with this in mind, Sang Yanning found it impossible to swallow her indignation. Ignoring the potential consequences, she straightened her back and boldly called out, Muyi, stop right there. As a villain, Muyi was defiant to the core, and there was no way he would heed her command. He snorted dismissively and opened the door. Sang Yanning, genuinely alarmed, thought to herself, did he really take her silence for foolishness? Muyi, you think you can just, before she could finish her harsh retort. Muyi abruptly halted. His neck flushed slightly, and as he touched it, the soul-binding lock unexpectedly manifested. Still reeling from the shock of his sudden compliance, Sang Yanning rushed to shut the door, only to hear a thud as Muyi suddenly knelt before her. He knelt with an unusual decorum, resembling a remorseful little wife. WTF? Sang Yanning was taken aback by this villain's unexpected submission. What on earth was happening? It was terrifying to see a villain kneel before her. She awkwardly looked down, meeting Muyi's shocked yet dark gaze. Wait, no, this is all you're doing. You chose to kneel. Not me. 727. Host, your intense thoughts have triggered the soul-binding lock. Now, as long as you think it, the lock will act on your behalf, fully automated and ready at all times. Sang Yanning felt that this conversation carried a certain implication. What do you mean by thinking? Wait, are you saying I can do anything right now? 727. You could say that. Countless possibilities flashed through Sang Yanning's mind, and before she could respond, the soul-binding lock suddenly extended a red thread. In the next moment, the red string, as if imbued with life, began to wrap itself around Mu Yi, and before she fully comprehended its purpose, she realized the binding motion was executing some bizarre play. Wait, wait. Panic surged within her. She had merely entertained the thought for a fleeting moment. Ignoring her protests, the red thread swiftly completed its binding, tying a knot around Mu Yi's neck as if adorning a gift. Before extending to her wrist, where it quickly formed another knot at a T that moment, one was kneeling while the other stood, creating an image from afar of Sang Yin-ning leading something, unbeknownst to the world that the other end was tethered to the youth's pristine neck. There also lay a black chain. Oh no. This lock was not binding a soul. It was entwining her very life. Mu Yi's expression darkened beyond measure, as though he were on the brink of fury. He smirked wickedly, yet his words dripped with danger. Are you trying to escape me? Sang Yin-ning, concerned for his mental state, stammered. You have to hear me out. It's not what you think. 727. Host. The soul-binding lock most accurately reflects its master's desires. No matter how you argue, Mu Yi will not believe you. Sang Yin-ning was nearing a breakdown. What should I do? Just wait for him to send me to my doom? 727 casually shrugged. Just admit it. What's so hard to accept? A supporting character who doesn't want to topple the male lead isn't a good supporting character. Besides, with the soul-binding lock in place, unless you and Mu Yi were to engage intimately, he cannot harm you, let alone kill you. Sang Yin-ning was half convinced. Are you sure? 727 reassured her. Absolutely. Unless he can transform into a superhero and kill you with a glare. With this powerful artifact in your possession, why not be a bit more audacious? That made sense. She was the queen. She should exude confidence. With this thought, hiding her intentions was no longer an option. Sang Yin-ning took a deep breath and boldly declared, Yes, it's just as you think that I am indeed a seasoned flirt, known as the bitter tea killer, and you, my dear, are the one I intend to consume. Mu Yi's expression remained inscrutable. Sang Yin-ning. He called her name. I was wrong. With reckless abandon, Sang Yin-ning dropped to her knees. The situation transformed into a face-off of kneeling between her and Mu Yi. 727. What sort of bizarre maneuver is this? Wasn't she supposed to be the bitter tea killer with a penchant for sultry little cats? Chapter 61. So, you don't like this lock? It wasn't that Sang Yin-ning lacked determination. It was simply that she couldn't muster the audacity to act out with Mu Yi watching her every move. Though he said nothing, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. I'll unlock it for you. In an effort to salvage some semblance of dignity, Sang Yin-ning began to frantically search for a way out. Do you really think you can? Mu Yi's posture remained rigid, his hands bound behind him. If he couldn't free himself from this artifact, Sang Yin-ning had no chance of doing so either. So what to do? They couldn't remain in this position indefinitely. It was incredibly odd. Was there truly no way out? Perhaps if she whistled or recited a spell or something. There is, Mu Yi replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Don't even think about those nonsensical ideas in your head. Sang Yin-ning. Though her thoughts may have been less than wholesome, they weren't inherently wrong. Why did this thing have to monitor her mind? Even if she wished to suppress her thoughts, it wasn't something she could completely control. At that moment, a commotion came from the window. Chang-yi, clutching a vibrant red quilt, climbed in from outside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his master and Sang Yin-ning facing each other, both kneeling, their eyes locked. Miss Sang. Chang-yi was taken aback, surprised to find her here, especially adorned in bridal makeup. How odd. Wasn't his master marrying Miss Sang today? His gaze shifted, catching sight of his master's suppressed demeanor, which was as fearsome as when he had inadvertently urinated on his bed as a child. Quickly averting his gaze, he felt it inappropriate to witness his master in such a state. Yet, the sight was too intriguing to resist a furtive glance. Chang-yi was perplexed by the situation. Logically, no one should be capable of binding his master, yet here he was, cleverly ensnared by the red thread. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could they be engaged in some peculiar new game? Mu Yi's mood was at its lowest. Put that down and get out. Chang-yi nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, clearly, he had disrupted his master's mood. Sang Yin-ning had yet to greet anyone when Chang-yi suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. With his departure, the atmosphere in the room grew so frigid it felt as though it might solidify. Cold sweat beaded on Sang Yanning's brow as she pondered that continuing this awkward standoff was not a viable option. With a smile, she suggested, "Shall we take a nap? We can address any matters tomorrow." "Very well," Muyi replied, feigning nonchalance, glancing down at the red string adorning him, and with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. He inquired, "Are you on top, or am I?" Sang Yanning stammered momentarily. It seemed they were not speaking of the same kind of sleep. In truth, she thought that remaining in this kneeling position was quite agreeable. At least they could still engage in conversation. "Ha ha ha, Sang Yanning," he said, raising his gaze to hers, the depths of his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. "Do you not realize how poor your lying skills are? Why do you say that? You claim that the one who offers themselves as a sacrifice must be a virgin, hence you ask me not to touch you, indeed. Yet to untie the soul-binding lock? A union between the two is required, that is true. Therefore, do you intend to offer yourself as a virgin sacrifice?" "Yes." "Did she have any other choice? Have you considered that if I do not engage with you, the soul-binding lock cannot be released? After your sacrifice, would I not be doomed to perish alongside you? Curse it," she thought. His reasoning was so sound that she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Sang Yanning bit her lip. Could it be that he discovered a flaw in her logic? Why couldn't she be bestowed with a divine intervention that would cause the villain to forget everything with a mere slap? How could someone so astute leave her, the female supporting character, with no room to maneuver? So you do not fancy this lock?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. "Do I truly have the audacity to ask Muyi if he likes this dog collar?" Was she of unsound mind? To her surprise, Muyi replied with a smile, "I do, indeed, if it could be used on you. I would like it even more if it could be used on Sang Yanning. He wouldn't need to go to such lengths. All troublesome matters would be effortlessly resolved. It would ensure she remained by his side and save him the time spent tending to Sang Yanchi's illness. No one would stand in his way anymore. No one could impede him." Sang Yanning recoiled slightly. What was this insufferable, sickly fellow concocting now? Had it not been for the system's assurance, she would have lacked the courage to continue sharing the same roof with him. The two fell into a silence for a moment. "I seem to be a bit drowsy," she remarked, stifling a yawn. After an indeterminate time, fatigue suddenly washed over her, her eyelids growing heavy. Muyi scoffed lightly. "It seems the effects of your medicine have kicked in. Oh, then shall I sleep first?" she said playfully, spreading the vibrant red quilt that Chang'e had brought back onto the floor and creating a makeshift bed. Sang Yanning was quite self-aware. In the past, when she administered medicine to him, he would impatiently dismiss her afterward, making it seem as though she willingly desired to crawl into his bed. She dared not let Muyi sleep on the floor. Even with the soul-binding lock in place, she was too wary to provoke him. One must leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. Just as she was about to lie down, Muyi stated coolly, "You sleep on top." Sang Yanning paused, instantly questioning whether she had misheard. "WOC? Has this villain had a change of heart, or has my sincerity moved him to allow me to sleep on top? Though this is rather uncharacteristic of him, even slightly out of character, it does not diminish the light of the Virgin Mary shining in my heart at this moment. Are you certain? How could I possibly allow such a thing? Ha ha ha, I feel too guilty about it. For the next few days, I shall sleep on top. You shall not drag me down. Well, I fear I might accidentally step on you if I get up in the middle of the night." Sang Yanning, "How considerate of you." In the ensuing minutes, she hastily washed up and, in a flash, slipped under the covers. Chapter 62. Does he still have feelings? Before climbing into bed, she kindly moved Mu Ye's makeshift bed, draping the festive red quilt over him to keep him warm. Indeed, he remained kneeling. Though Sang Yanning found it somewhat amusing, even thought he looked increasingly obedient in his humble position, the moment she caught sight of his sullen expression. She immediately suppressed her bizarre delight. She nestled herself in bed, curling up like a Swiss roll, and felt a bit more at ease. Muyi leaned against the bed's edge, tethered by the red string, unable to stray too far from her. Sang Yanning felt a pang of sympathy for him. "If you find sleeping on the floor uncomfortable, you can call me up to switch places. Once I fall asleep, the soul-binding lock should be able to be undone." Muyi. Adjusting to a comfortable sleeping position, Sang Yanning recalled something and added, Could I ask you for a favor? Speak. Could you refrain from choking me once I fall asleep? Give me a reason. A reason? What could she possibly provide? That she was a female supporting character? That she almost brought him to ruin today? A chain bound to her neck would be unbearable for any man. Could you, perhaps, consider the fact that I gifted you a pouch? Although it seemed he was not particularly fond of it. Mu Yi scoffed coldly. Dare you to mention that? Sang Yanning felt utterly bewildered. Why can't I bring it up? That pouch took me several sleepless nights to create. After all, I entered this story after perishing from an all-nighter. Did I not? Is this not sufficient sincerity? Mu Yi lifted his gaze slightly. Because you gifted it to Pei Feng. Pei Feng? Sang Yanning furrowed her brow. What did he have to do with this? Noticing her feigned ignorance, Mu Yi, with a teasing tone, reminded her, You gave Pei Feng a silk handkerchief. Why bother gifting me? Sang Yanning was momentarily stunned. If he meant to imply that she had gone to great lengths to present this gift to him. She wondered if it was intended solely for him, or if other men had received it as well. Had she known of their existence, would she have refrained from giving it? Thus, he must still have feelings for her. Right? Surely? As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of pity welled up in her eyes. Mu Yi, do you secretly desire that defense? Mu Yi, what defense? You should have said earlier. That gift from Pei Feng was originally intended for you. Unfortunately, I found it rather ugly, a failure, and since he desired it, I sold it to him. If you like it, I could trade this pouch for that one with Pei Feng. Do you dare? Upon uttering those words, Mu Yi himself was taken aback. He fell silent for a moment before impatiently responding. I find both to be equally unattractive, so let it be as it is. With that, he turned away, leaving Sang Yanning only with his back. Oh, very well. Sang Yanning squinted her eyes, lazily responding. The room fell into silence, the red candles on the table dwindling down to their last flickers. Mu Yi gazed at the dancing flames, lost in thought. And without contemplating deeply, he inexplicably asked, If Pei Feng wishes to marry you, what would you say? The answer came in the form of the soft breaths of a girl in slumber. Mu Yi turned to look. Sang Yanning had already drifted off to sleep. He stared for a while, his mind wandering, utterly devoid of sleep, feeling a tumult of thoughts swirling within. Why did he care about who Sang Yanning would marry? Regardless of whom she wed, she would become Sang Yanqi's vessel. All he needed to do was ensure her survival. Everything else was of no concern to him. He suddenly found himself curious about his feelings on the day when Sang Yanning would perish. If she were to die, would anyone else ever evoke the same feelings within him? The young man gazed out into the thick darkness of the night, lost in contemplation. The next day, Sang Yanning was awakened by the system. The amount of sedative in the cup of wine had not been substantial, but she typically slept soundly. Had she not been called, she might have slumbered until the afternoon. Mu Yi had already folded the quilt from the floor and placed it in the cabinet. As she got out of bed and began to wash up, she listened to 727's incessant chatter in her ear. Host, the system detected significant fluctuations in the emotions of the villain Mu Yi last night. Sang Yanning raised her eyelids slightly, finding it amusing. Could it not be significant? After all, he had been forced to kneel and nearly escaped her grasp. Any normal person would harbor murderous impulses toward her. In truth, when she awoke that morning to find her neck unharmed, she felt rather surprised. She had not anticipated that Mu Yi would truly be so magnanimous. Indeed, he was a top-tier villain, capable of enduring much for the sake of her successful sacrifice. Just as Sang Yanning settled in front of the vanity, Mu Yi returned. She turned to see a few women following behind him, dressed as villagers from Heishan. The women peered around their room and, upon spotting Sang Yanning seated on the stool, beamed and said, Oh, what a lovely young lady. Look at that delicate, youthful face. Young lady, how old are you this year? Sang Yanning was taken aback by the unexpected warmth of these women from this small world. 10, 15.0, the prime age for childbearing. The women surveyed her, commenting on her slender arms and legs. This young lady is far too thin. She appears somewhat malnourished. I fear there may not be enough milk. Sang Yanning nearly gasped for breath. What milk? Why is this even a topic of discussion? Another woman chided, but she is still young. Let her eat well to gain some weight. Having 5 or 6 children in the future would not be an issue. When Wang's wife next door came, she was just as skinny, yet she has given birth to her 8th child just a few days ago. 8 children? Amidst the lively chatter of the matrons, Sang Yanning found herself encircled, their incessant discussions ranging from the intricacies of procreation to the nuances of child-rearing. leaving her utterly flustered and crimson-faced. She cast a desperate glance towards Mu Yi. Yet he remained nonchalantly sipping his tea at the table, showing no intention of rescuing her from the predicament. Goodness, was he doing this on purpose? To provoke these boisterous women so early in the morning? Not only did he instigate the situation, but he also refused to assist her in extricating herself. Was there such a detestable fake husband? With this thought in mind, Sang Yaning deliberately softened her tone and said, "Husband, why not pour tea for these kind ladies?" The affectionate term husband unexpectedly pierced Mu Ye's ears, causing him to tremble slightly as he grasped his cup, feeling an unfamiliar prickling sensation on his scalp. After a moment, he turned to her with a smile, articulating slowly, "My wife is correct. It is I who have not been attentive enough." His tone, filled with reluctance, was a clear indication of his struggle to contain his emotions. Sang Yaning rolled her eyes inwardly. Was he merely feigning innocence? Who was afraid of whom? Just wait, she thought. I will surely vex you to no end, oh dear. How could we almost forget the main matter at hand? The women finally realized, hastily ceasing their chatter. "Young lady, we, the matrons, have come to invite you to the welcoming banquet tomorrow. It is a custom in our village to host a feast for newcomers, to be held at the Lotus Pond to the north of the village. Indeed, the weather has warmed up just right, and many flowers are blooming by the pond. A welcoming banquet." Was that to say they were inviting her to dine? Not only were they managing their wedding, but they also wished to treat them to a meal. Was there such a wonderful occurrence? This welcoming banquet was not mentioned in the original text, leaving Sang Yaning without any foresight of the plot. Moreover, the location was ironically situated by the pond, and considering her character's tendency to attract hatred, it was likely that an incident would occur. Was it truly time for her to play the role of cannon fodder once again? Nevertheless, with the system's protective measures in place, at least she wouldn't drown. A few splutters of water would be a minor sacrifice for the sake of returning home sooner. Gritting her teeth, Sang Yaning smiled brightly and nodded, "Very well, I shall attend." Meanwhile, Mu Yi silently observed her subtle expressions, his lips pressed into a straight line, offering no response. Chapter 63. They suspect you did not conclude the marriage last night. Sang Yaning and Mu Yi resided in a central location within Heishan village, while Pei Feng and Sang Yanxi temporarily stayed next door under the pretext of being relatives. As noon approached, Sang Yaning changed into a fresh outfit, and the leading couple set out to join their hosts at the welcoming banquet by the Lotus Pond. Sang Yanxi donned a vibrant green ensemble, a jade-hued short-sleeve top layered with a moon-white sheer overlay, her fair arms subtly visible, exuding an air of lightness and freshness. Although Sang Yaning wore less, she dutifully covered herself with a short shirt in lotus pink, ensuring she was adequately shielded from the chill. Upon their meeting, Sang Yanxi immediately took her sister aside for a private conversation. "Yaning," she observed with concern, "did young Master Mu take good care of you yesterday?" Care for her? What was she implying? Whether Mu Yi cared for her was uncertain, but she, Sang Yaning, had certainly taken good care of him. "Sister, why do you ask such a thing? Is it possible that Mu Yi did something behind my back?" Upon hearing her sister's inquiry, Sang Yanxi breathed a sigh of relief. "Last night, young Master Mu sought out Pei Yu to procure some medication for insomnia. I noticed he left in haste and feared something had happened to you." She had insomnia? How could that be? She had slept soundly, and even if Mu Yi had tried to wake her, she would not have stirred. Thus, it seemed Mu Yi had been the one suffering from insomnia last night. That didn't make sense. The poison within him had been effectively suppressed, leaving little reason for sleeplessness. Perhaps he was feigning it, yet if he were to do so, he should have sought out the female lead instead. Why would he sneak away to find the male lead in the dead of night? This hypothesis was dismissed, leaving only one possibility. He had been unable to sleep due to her. Indeed, who could find peace of mind after kneeling for such a long time? With this realization, Sang Yaning felt a twinge of guilt and resolved to find an opportunity to apologize to Mu Yi after completing their tasks in Heishan village. The transportation within Heishan village was relatively convenient, with wide streets and orderly villagers. The four soon arrived at the banquet table, the dining table. Sang Yanxi and Pei Yu formed one pair, while Sang Yaning and Mu Yi made another. Directly opposite them sat the village chief. Li raised his wine cup, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening with joy. "Congratulations to the newlyweds for arriving in our Heishan village. Your union brings great fortune to our community." Mu Yi clinked glasses with him, his response perfunctory. You flatter us, Chief. It is our honor to complete our wedding here in Heishan village. Observing his insincere smile, Sang Yanning thought, could you at least muster a more genuine expression? Your eyes are so fierce that one might think you intend to harm him. Fortunately, Li Ying seemed undeterred, continuing to speak at length about the auspicious events occurring in Heishan village or elaborating on the comprehensive services they provided for weddings. His enthusiasm was palpable, and the surrounding villagers clapped in support. Throughout, Mu Yi maintained an air of cultivated politeness, his hand beneath the table absent-mindedly stroking the storage ring on his ring finger. Yet he refrained from further engagement. It was evident that he had little patience for dealing with NPCs. Noticing this, Peiyu quickly diverted the conversation, skillfully performing a series of compliments to ingratiate himself. Yesterday, I witnessed the grandeur of the wedding. The bridal attire was exquisitely crafted, worthy of admiration even from the daughters of prominent families in the capital. Li Ying squinted with pride, stroking his beard. It seems young Master Pei has indeed seen the world. The wedding garments from our Heishan village are top-notch, especially the bride's gown. Otherwise, how could so many eligible suitors come to pay their respects? Peiyu continued to flatter, oh, it seems the craftsmanship of the wedding gown is quite sophisticated. Might I have the opportunity to witness it myself? Li Ying, evidently intrigued, replied, if young Master Pei truly wishes to know. Of course. Allow me to toast the chief first, and then we shall discuss it in detail. Sang Yanning watched as Peiyu adeptly guided the conversation, silently applauding him for his prowess in handling NPCs. In the ensuing dialogue, Peiyu emerged as the MVP of the gathering, skillfully ensnaring Li Ying in his words while entertaining the surrounding women and children with laughter. Aware that her role had diminished, Sang Yanning quietly focused on her meal, yet she couldn't help but notice Mu Yi remained on standby, his gaze fixed intently on a particular direction, untouched food lying in front of him. Huh! What was he staring at? Following his line of sight, Sang Yanning nearly choked on her food. He had been fixated on Sang Yanshi, seated beside Peiyu, his gaze unmasked and unabashed. Goodness, her husband was still there striving for the plot. And yet he was brazenly ogling someone else's wife? This scoundrel, clearly still hung up on her sister. Having failed to marry her sister, he must be feeling quite sour. Sang Yanning curled her lips in disdain, only to catch sight of several women gazing in their direction, whispering amongst themselves. 727. Host, they suspect you two did not consummate your marriage last night. What? They hadn't consummated anything. Wait a moment. Sang Yanning quickly realized that in the eyes of outsiders, she and Mu Yi were indeed a married couple. As expected, these matrons assumed Mu Yi was coveting another while neglecting his own wife. 727. Detection of villager suspicion. 50. Host, please respond immediately. Well, it appeared that the villagers were indeed champions of pure love. Weren't they? Taking a deep breath and braving the risk of being scolded, Sang Yanning boldly turned Mu Ye's face toward her. Look here, why gaze upon another's wife when your own is right in front of you? Is there such a negligent male lead? Husband, she intentionally spoke in a soft, sweet tone. Why do your eyes appear so dull? Did you not rest well last night? Are you tired? Cough, cough, cough. As soon as her words fell, the women at the table blushed furiously, lowering their heads to eat in silence. Chapter 64. What are you stirring up again? Mu Yi, perplexed by her antics, furrowed his brow and swatted her hand away. No sooner had he done so than Sang Yanning clung to him once more, deftly picking up a piece of pork rib and attempting to feed it to him. Husband, is it delicious? Mu Yi turned his head, caught off guard by her sudden action, saying, Husband, this water is delightful as well. Do take a sip. Ah, was this woman trying to drown him? Noticing his lack of cooperation, Sang Yanning whispered, Why not call me wife? Hurry now. She shot a glance at the diners at the table, guiding him with a hand. Quickly say, Thank you, wife. Mu Yi, caught in her grasp, simply stared at her. His silence only heightened the awkward atmosphere. Just as Sang Yanning contemplated how to alleviate the tension, Mu Yi suddenly stood up, leaving her without support and causing her to topple sideways. Mu Yi steadied her waist, and in the next moment, Sang Yanning found herself hoisted onto his shoulder. What on earth? Wasn't it said that gentlemen should use words, not force? Apologies, my wife is having a moment. Please continue your meal. The young man moved with remarkable agility, and before the people present could react, He took a long stride and carried someone out of the banquet hall. The others in attendance were left speechless. After an unknown amount of time, it was Pei Yu who first regained his composure. Newlyweds, playful banter is entirely normal, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we proceed? Sang Yaning was jostled by Mu Yi, feeling as though the meal she had just consumed was on the verge of being dislodged. Hey, where are you taking me? She exclaimed. Seriously, I merely called you my lord a few times. It was clearly for the sake of the plot. Our fabricated identities are under suspicion, and instead of addressing this slacker, he the one scolding me? Moreover, did he just take the opportunity to smack my backside? Could he not exhibit a modicum of dignity? The two of them arrived at the woodshed, and just as Sang Yining's feet touched the ground, Mu Yi advanced towards her. His tone was impatient. What are you causing a ruckus about now? Sang Yaning found herself pressed against the wall, pondering what madness he was indulging in, completely oblivious to her own actions. You were the one casting furtive glances. Do you not recall that we just exchanged vows yesterday? Calling you my lord in front of others is perfectly justifiable. If you find it bothersome, then you should call me something to reciprocate that discomfort. What sort of man resorts to such physical antics? It's merely mutual disgust. Who is afraid of whom? Mu Ye's eyes darkened. Who are you referring to as bothersome? Everything I do is above board. There's no need for underhanded tactics. Where was I casting glances? Were you looking at my sister? Why are you so anxious about it? What's the rush? His concern was so blatant, filled with deep affection. One might think their marriage was merely a fade, with the groom fixated on his beloved while disregarding her entirely. Big brother, your actions truly complicate matters for this female supporting character. The two faced off, yet the woodshed echoed with the dull sound of grinding. Sang Yaning immediately fell silent as the window beside them was abruptly closed, and a woman's voice emerged from within, speaking in an urgent tone. The young master's illness has flared up again. Hurry and summon village headly. But Xiangu, the village head, is still in the front hall attending to guests. He believes this new bride possesses extraordinary qualities and will surely become a saintess. The real bride outside the window was utterly exasperated. What does it mean to have extraordinary qualities? Sang Yaning had neither cultivation nor medical knowledge. Aside from having a somewhat pleasing appearance, what qualifications did she possess? Could it be that even her talent for being cannon fodder had been discovered by that village head? The voice of the Xiangu paused momentarily before continuing. First, prepare the medicine. Once village headly finishes his business, have him come swiftly to the secret chamber. Understood. The two NPCs exchanged information, and Sang Yaning quickly organized her thoughts. What was the connection between the young master and village headly? It sounded as though he was quite significant to the village head. And what of the saintess they spoke of? Could it possibly pertain to her? As she furrowed her brow in deep thought, Mu Yi stood beside her, tapping rhythmically against the wall, producing a crisp sound. Sang Yaning hastily interrupted. What are you doing? Aren't you worried someone inside will discover us? Mu Yi found her reaction amusing. Why should I be afraid? True, he was unperturbed. Yet they were indeed eavesdropping on important information. I know you're strong, but could you at least reflect on the professionalism of these NPCs? Seeing her serious expression, Mu Yi couldn't help but ask, are you afraid they suspect us and doubt our identities as newlyweds? Sang Yaning nodded. Yes, because we are merely pretending. Then why were you calling me my lord so fervently just now? Sang Yaning was about to defend herself when she glanced up to see the smirk on his lips and the teasing glint in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she thought, he's just making fun of me again. With someone like him, if she didn't let him see her vulnerable side, he would surely cling to it relentlessly. With this in mind, Sang Yaning decided to embrace a nonchalant attitude. Yes, you're right, I simply enjoy calling you that. What of it? I see you seem quite pleased calling me my lady as well. Mu raised an eyebrow at her lack of rebuttal, feeling slightly bored, and thus ceased his inquiries. What were you doing just now? Looking for a door, he gestured towards the wall in front of them, which was hollow. You mean there's a passage to the secret chamber here? Sang Yaning leaned forward, searching for its location. Where is it? I don't see it. Mu Yi pushed her wandering head aside and placed her hand on a specific spot. Press here. Sang Yaning obediently complied, pushing with all her might. Yet the wall remained unyielding. Unwilling to accept defeat, She summoned the strength she had from squeezing onto a crowded bus during rush hour and exerted her full weight against it. With a sudden click, it seemed a mechanism within responded, and the wall before Sang Yanning abruptly caved in. She lost her balance and instinctively grabbed onto something. In that moment, she successfully caught hold of the hair of a certain antagonist. Ouch! Muyi was yanked forward, and the two found themselves entangled, sliding down what resembled a slide in the dark passage. They rolled for an indeterminate time. The incline gradually subsided, and the surrounding environment brightened. The two tumbled out of the dark passage, with Sang Yanning landing first. With a thud, Muyi's body landed heavily atop her waist. Damn it, Sang Yanning gritted her teeth, struggling to rise. Yet Muyi's weight rendered her immobile. Aren't you going to get up soon? This is absurd. Isn't it customary for the man to land first and then initiate a flirtatious embrace? Why does it turn into this predicament when it comes to me? Surely, it's not necessary to embody the attributes of cannon fodder so thoroughly. At this moment, Muyi also felt a bit dizzy. Hearing Sang Yanning's voice broke his daze. He regained his senses and, while getting up, did not forget to lift Sang Yanning along with him. Sang Yanning rubbed her waist, questioning if her bones had been crushed. The pain was intense, and it took a while for her to straighten her body. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized they had landed in a storage room. Bright red hues surrounded them, with various wedding garments displayed on rows of racks, crafted with such exquisite detail that they surpassed the one she had worn the day before. Among these bridal outfits, one in an exotic style stood out vividly. As Sang Yanning approached, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. It was a red dance outfit, fashioned with minimal fabric, leaving the waist and legs exposed. With the hem barely grazing just above the knees, a slit ran up the side of the thigh, bordering on risque even by modern standards. Typically, one would consider such attire vulgar. However, the neckline and cuffs were adorned with pure silver embellishments, featuring small Buddha faces that imparted an inexplicable sense of sanctity. This sight sent a shiver down Sang Yanning's spine. The villagers of Heishan appeared conservative and proper. How could their village head possibly collect such flamboyant garments? Surely, he couldn't harbor some peculiar preferences. Muyi sauntered over leisurely, appearing as though he were perusing his own vegetable garden. Upon noticing the dance outfit, he froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, only for his eyes to illuminate with newfound interest the next moment. Alarm bells rang in Sang Yanning's mind. Please, don't tell me he is considering that dance outfit. Who would wear such a seductive garment? Song He, Chapter 65. It's easier to bend him than to bring you along to that moment. A flurry of hurried footsteps erupted from the adjacent room. Sang Yanning's heart raced, akin to a thief. As she rushed to hide beside Muyi, she understood clearly that they were like grasshoppers on the same string. With a powerful ally by her side, the sky could fall without fear of being crushed. Muyi frowned at her erratic movements, struggling to categorize Sang Yanning as a woman. If she was timid, her outrageous thoughts often left him at a loss for words. Yet, when faced with such situations, she became utterly cowardly. It was a conundrum that made him both want to strangle her and yet feel a twinge of reluctance. The two stood back against the wall in the shadows, cautiously listening to the sounds from the neighboring room. Whyer. It was Ling's voice. What's wrong with my son? Didn't he take the medicine? Why does he look so pale? His tone was frantic, breathing unevenly, revealing his deep anxiety. The Xiangu's voice remained composed. Village Headley, the saintess has withdrawn her powers. Without her protection, the young master shows signs of vitality depletion. Saintess? Where is the saintess? The previous saintess has passed away. If the next saintess does not emerge soon, even with my medical skills, it may be futile. There was a moment of silence before a heavy resignation was palpable in Li Ying's voice. I understand. Inform the others. We must expedite our plans. With a flurry of hurried footsteps, the room fell into a profound silence. The light in that room remained on, and Sang Yanning dared not step out boldly. Do you smell that? Muyi suddenly whispered in her ear. Sang Yanning felt a chill at his tone. What smell? He lowered his voice further. The smell of death. What? Her voice trembled noticeably as she instinctively leaned towards him, exclaiming, don't scare me. Muyi's lips curled into a smile, and just as he was about to speak, his mind abruptly recalled the delightful reaction of Sang Yanning when they last encountered a snake. He quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth. Forget it. It's best not to tease her. After a while, the stone door beside them closed, casting a shadow over the room. Only then did Sang Yanning dare to speak in a normal tone. So that young master is Li Ying's son. What ailment afflicts him? And the saintess they mentioned. Why does it sound so much like a cult? Although she felt a tinge of self-importance, she mused. Surely, they can't be plotting against me? Mu Yi listened to her chatter with indifference, his gaze fixated on her somewhat awkward posture. What's wrong with your waist? He inquired. Hearing his seemingly insincere question, Sang Yanning felt a surge of pain and grit her teeth, retorting, You still ask? It's because you pressed down on me when we came down. Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. I pressed you? Who else could it be? He found it amusing. If you hadn't pulled my hair, would I have pressed you? And if you hadn't stopped me from pushing that door, would I have pulled your hair? Mu Yi fell silent. Was it just her imagination? Or did these two seem to bicker like elementary school children? Sang Yanning gazed at the dark passage leading to the ground, momentarily perplexed. How on earth do I get up there? It's so high. Even Spider-Man would have to think twice. She sighed softly, wishing Long Yi were present. If he were here, she wouldn't need to do anything. Just say, Long Yi, let us go, and they could leave this dreadful place. What other way is there to get up? Are you going to fly? Mu Yi approached the entrance of the dark passage, raised an eyebrow in impatience, and beckoned her. Hurry up. Sang Yanning scoffed, so fierce. Just you wait until you're in front of my sister. As she moved closer, Mu Yi suddenly crouched down. Is your shoelace untied? She peered curiously, but inwardly questioned whether people in this little world even used shoelaces. Mu Yi thought to himself. Does this woman have a problem with her eyesight? Almost losing his temper, he spat out through clenched teeth. Aren't you in pain? If I don't carry you, how will you get up? Oh, you want to carry me? WOC. He's really going to carry her. Sang Yanning pressed down her wildly racing heart, feeling as though this villain was a mere illusion. Hey, do you remember how you acted in Chapter 27? It was a real eye-opener for her. Are you coming up or not? Seeing that Sang Yanning remained motionless, Mu Yi urged her impatiently. When Long Yi carried her, she was quick to jump up. Come on. The villain was about to carry her himself. How could she refuse? As the saying goes, a female supporting character who doesn't sees a bargain is a good one. Sister, forgive me, but I must first test whether his back is wide enough and his waist strong enough. I assure you, it's purely for practical reasons. With Mu Yi carrying her, they entered the dark passage. Due to its low height, Sang Yanning had to bow her head, pressing her face closely against Mu Ye's shoulder. Halfway through their journey, she felt a strange sense of unreality. She noticed the few rebellious strands of hair atop Mu Ye's head and felt a sudden urge to tug one. What are you doing? Mu Yi turned his head in annoyance. Why was this woman always targeting his hair? I'm just checking if you're real. Yi was both amused and exasperated. Are you sick? Do you think I'm pretending to be myself? Oh, don't be angry, Sang Yanning said, smoothing down his hair to its, just that you've been so nice to me lately that I'm starting to suspect you might be Song He in disguise. Maybe I've overthought this. Ha ha ha. How could it be too good? If I were any nicer, I'd make her question whether this female supporting character could actually win over the villain. Mu Yi, puzzled, asked, In what way have I been nice to you? Sang Yanning enumerated each point. You're willing to carry me now. Previously, you would angrily call Long Yi and wouldn't even touch me. Plus, yesterday when I almost escaped, you didn't choke me, and even after realizing you married the wrong person, you didn't throw me out. And also, all right, enough. The moment she mentioned it, he became flustered. Had he really been kind to her? Even so, how come Long Yi and Song He never seemed to treat her this way? Simultaneously, while she was merely analyzing, a sudden thought struck her, and her heart skipped a beat. Did she dare to entertain a bold idea? WOC. Could it be possible that Mu Yi actually didn't detest her a little? Sang Yanning broke into a cold sweat. Yet, despite this, Mu Yi remained stern with her while being so gentle towards her sister. The original narrative had set it up this way. Without absolute certainty, how could she, as a female supporting character, dare to indulge in such romantic fantasies? With this context, she couldn't help but ask, if I took the path of wooing Mu Yi, what benefits would it have for my main quest? Of course, it would be a tremendous advantage, the system chimed in. Here, It's detected that your main quest consists of two parts. 1. Ensuring a happy ending for the main couple, and 2. Preventing the villain Mu Yi from destroying the little world. If you manage to win over the villain, the system can help you request a reduction in the difficulty of your main quest, such as making it a choice between tasks. WOC, why didn't you mention this reward sooner? Sang Yin-ning exclaimed, nearly leaping from her perched eye in her excitement. She bumped her head against the stone wall, leaving a mark that seemed to draw blood. She quickly lowered her head, just as Mu Yi turned to look at the sound, resulting in a rather unfortunate collision. Her lips brushed against his cheek. Wok, did she just kiss him? Although it wasn't intentional, wasn't it too coincidental, making it seem like there was more to it? What to say to ease the awkwardness? But his skin was so smooth, so tender, and she couldn't help but wish to take another taste. The system, exasperated, observed, every day, the host stumbles into trouble. Mu Yi was momentarily stunned by her recent actions. And as he caught a glimpse of her panicked expression, he lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. What are you so flustered about? You act as though I kissed you, Sang Yin-ning retorted. How could I not be flustered? I definitely didn't mean to, she declared emphatically. He seemed to chuckle again. I know. Huh? Then why aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Do you think I'm like you? Needing to retaliate by kissing back. After saying this, he added cryptically, that would be giving you an advantage. For the first time, Sang Yin-ning thought a villain could be so shameless. Who are you giving an advantage to? You think I want it? I, Sang Yin-ning, will forever be the woman you can never possess. Seeing her exaggerated reaction, Mu Yi let out a low, rumbling laugh that seemed genuine, and the sound reverberated in his chest, making Sang Yin-ning acutely aware of it. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Don't think that just because you made me kiss you, you can fool me men like you are a dime a dozen, and every one of them has a pretty face. The system chimed in. What if he allowed you to kiss him again? Would you? Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Yin-ning replied, yes. Why not? In the evening banquet under the moonlight over the lotus pond, Li Ying was absent due to other matters. After the main characters finished their polite meal, they returned to their quarters to share information. It seems the oddities in this village indeed stem from Li Ying. Pei Yu said solemnly at the table. Yesterday, I gathered information at the banquet that a few years ago, although Black Mountain Village held many weddings, it wasn't to such a frenzied extent. Li Ying's son, Li Huai, has been frail and sickly since childhood, and coincidentally, a fairy came to the village a few years ago, claiming to be able to cure Li Huai's ailment. Sang Yin-ning interjected, but from what we heard in their conversation today, Li Huai seemed to be on the brink of death. And a fairy? Surely, she can't be a scammer from the village. Mu Yi spoke up, not on the brink of death, but rather, he is already dead. Sang Yin-ning was instantly taken aback. Dead? Then what did we hear in the secret chamber today? Mu Yi met her dazed gaze and smirked. At that time, I asked if you smelled anything dead. Did you think I was just joking? Wasn't he just trying to tease her? Please, with that tone and expression, there was no hint of seriousness. Then it seems suspicious. Pei Yu frowned. Black Mountain Village has hosted so many weddings. Yet the focus seems to have been primarily on the brides. I harbor doubts, and Sang Yinshi took over his words. Do you suspect they are seeking a bride capable of momentarily resurrecting Li Huaidu through her anger? It seems Yinshi understands me well. Pei Yu glanced over with a sense of comfort, and the two exchanged a spark of chemistry. The male and female leads began to sprinkle sweetness once again. Sang Yanning propped her chin up, feigning profundity as she gazed towards the nearby Mu Yi, who had resumed his intense stare. Why was he fixated on the female lead today? Can't he exhibit a bit of perceptiveness while she is clearly flirting? As their conversation drew to a close and night deepened, Sang Yanning and Mu Yi escorted the pair to the adjacent room. Pei Yu called Sang Yanning aside, seemingly with something to discuss. He lowered his voice and inquired, Yanning, how did you find your interactions with young Master Mu yesterday? Sang Yanning responded candidly, not very favorable. Her heart had been racing uncontrollably. Had it not been for the drug in the cup they shared, she might have truly struggled to find rest. Pei Yu sighed softly, adopting a tone of affectionate concern. And what do you think of Pei Feng? Pei Feng. Why the sudden mention of him? Pei Feng is quite good. At least he wouldn't criticize the things I embroider, and like Song he gets along well with me. Upon hearing this affirmative response, Pei Yu's eyes brightened unexpectedly. Goodness, his brother with a head like a papaya could actually receive a commendation from a girl? When it comes to Pei Feng's romantic prospects, Pei Yu felt both anxious and wistful. Previously, a young lady from a noble family with questionable taste had finally taken a liking to Pei Feng, and her family hastily arranged their first date. However, on that day, Pei Feng took her to the mountains to hunt wild chickens, and on their way back, they encountered a pig that had fallen into a ditch. Ever the helpful Pei Feng attempted to rescue it, only to be kicked by the pig's hoof, returning home covered in mud. The young lady, out of kindness, offered him a handkerchief to wipe his face, yet Pei Feng promptly used it to clean the mud off the piglet instead. By the time they returned, neither of them was clean, and the young lady cried out to her family, refusing to associate with Pei Feng thereafter. Sang Yaning was puzzled by Pei Yu's sudden paternal expression. She couldn't help but drift off in thought, inadvertently glancing in Mu Ye's direction. Under the moonlight, Mu Ye was conversing face-to-face with Sang Yinshi, and it seemed they were discussing something significant, as Sang Yinshi rolled up her sleeves. Revealing a scar on her arm, it suddenly dawned on Sang Yaning. Mu Ye had been watching closely today because he thought her sister was injured. It was no wonder he was so attentive. Her sister had intentionally made her scar more prominent than her own, never bothering to conceal it even during summer, completely unafraid of other scrutinizing gazes. Thanks to that scar, the female lead had shielded the original owner from numerous rumors. But why did Mu Ye care so much? Surely, he couldn't be so foolish as to not recognize it as an old injury. With this thought in mind, Sang Yaning made a decision. System, I wish to utilize that memory fragment tonight. As for that scar, the ensuing plot will elaborate on it.in summary. Mu Ye has always cherished only Yaning, thus, even in spirit, it remains pure. Chapter 67. Not a single spot left for him after sending off Pei Yu and Sang Yinshi. Sang Yaning had just finished washing up when she noticed Mu Ye sitting at the head of the bed with his legs crossed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the window. "What's wrong?" she asked, recalling that he had mentioned wanting to sleep on the floor. "There's someone outside," he replied nonchalantly. "Huh?" Sang Yining's face paled. She dared not turn to look, fearing that a ghost might leap out at her from the window. Indeed, she had an uncanny knack for scaring herself with her own imagination. If sensing her inner turmoil, Mu Ye said, "They are lurking in the shadows. You cannot see them." Sang Yaning exhaled in relief, nervously suggesting, "Then should we close the window? They are monitoring us because they suspect our identities. If you close the window tightly, won't that play into their hands? Then can I at least close it halfway? I really feel quite insecure sleeping with the window wide open." Mu Ye shot her a disdainful glance, remaining silent, his expression clearly indicating his disapproval of her cowardice. Sang Yaning placed her discarded clothing on the bedside. Noticing that he showed no signs of moving, and couldn't he help but inquire, "So, will you be sleeping in the bed tonight? Are you daring to make me sleep on the floor? Didn't you say you wanted to sleep on the floor yesterday?" This was hardly her fault, however. Given that their newlywed status had drawn suspicion, they couldn't close the window. Thus, Mu Ye had no justification for sleeping on the floor tonight. What respectable couple sleeps apart? This was something Sang Yaning was well aware of. As night deepened and the lights dimmed, just as Sang Yaning was about to lie down, she noticed Mu Ye turned away from her, facing the window. His long, dark hair cascaded like silk across the bed, and she fought the impulse to reach out and touch it, pressing her lips together to ensure she didn't accidentally crush his hair. Mimicking his position, she lay down with her back to him. Sang Yaning sighed internally. This arrangement, with its sense of boundaries, felt quite pleasant. At least it spared her from feeling awkward. She closed her eyes and lay there for a while. Although they had no physical contact, the deliberate distance between them felt tangible, as they lay back to back with a significant gap in the covers, and the cool night breeze wafted in through the open window. After enduring for a while, Sang Yaning could no longer bear it and shifted her position. As she turned, she nearly brushed against Mu Ye's face. When did he turn around? How did she not notice? Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Aside from their earlier kiss, this was her first time being this close to him. Just as she contemplated quietly rolling over, Mu Ye's eyelashes fluttered, prompting her to steal another glance. What a delectable peach of a person. His eyelashes were so long and curled, and his lips so thin and pink. Who was he trying to enchant? No, he the antagonist, yet his defenseless sleeping visage was utterly adorable. She felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite out of him. Sang Yaning. Suddenly, The one pretending to be asleep spoke up. Sang yawning jumped, hastily closing her eyes. Wait, you're not asleep? Why didn't you say anything? You nearly gave me a heart attack. How embarrassing. Can you not fidget so much? Muyi said impatiently, his voice cutting through the stillness of the night. Since earlier, Sang Yinming's heart had been racing loudly, and Muyi had always possessed excellent hearing. Her heartbeat sounded particularly loud in the quiet atmosphere. What on earth was she thinking at this late hour? Sang yawning kept her eyes shut. Feeling his gaze scrutinizing her every traitorous thought exposed and silenced. I'm about to fall asleep, she mumbled. Not daring to open her eyes, Muyi closed his eyes, his temples throbbing, choosing to remain silent. Sang yawning could hardly find rest. Her heart rate had never settled, and now that they were lying face to face, she could even feel Mu Ye's gentle breaths. She wanted to turn over but felt it was too deliberate and thus forced herself to stay still. Time passed, and her back broke into a nervous sweat, but Mu Ye suddenly sat up, seemingly irked, tossing off the covers and donning his outer robe before leaving the room. Going? Sang yawning opened one eye. Glancing at the now empty bed, Mu Ye had vanished without a trace. The whole bed is mine now. She tossed aside the pillow beside her and sprawled out, relishing the newfound space. He chose not to lie down. It wasn't her doing. Sang yawning quickly wrapped herself up tightly in the covers, leaving no gap, and with Mu Ye absent, she summoned the system. System, can I use the memory fragment now? 727. Yes. Host, you merely need to hold the fragment in your hand and take a peek. As soon as the system's voice faded, Sang yawning retrieved the crystal-like memory fragment, clutching it to her chest, and blissfully closed her eyes. Before long, she slipped into a dream. Half an hour later, confirming that Sang yawning had fallen asleep, Mu Ye finally entered the room. As he approached the bed, he beheld Sang yawning, cocooned like a large spring roll. She truly hadn't left him any space at all. After living for over a decade, Mu Ye felt utterly humiliated for the first time. His gaze dropped, landing on her hands folded atop her chest, noticing the crystalline object she held, raising his curiosity. What was she grasping? He leaned closer, extending his hand to retrieve the item, but the moment his fingers brushed against the memory fragment, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his fingertips, and before he could react, he lost consciousness in her dream. Sang yawning found herself in the estate of a wealthy family. 2 children frolicked past her, and upon closer inspection, she realized their faces were strikingly familiar. Were these not miniature versions of Pei Yu and Pei Feng? Wait, hold on. Wasn't she in Mu Ye's memory fragment? How could Pei Yu and Pei Feng make an appearance? She scanned her surroundings. The opulent decor clearly indicated that this was the abode of a diamond bachelor. She wouldn't believe it was not the Pei residence. Meowed a cat's meow from the corner drew Sang yawning's attention. Turning around, she spotted a black cat resting under a tree, its paws tucked beneath it, a red string tied around its neck, and its large, dark eyes fixed intently on her. Could this cat see her? 727 quickly negated that possibility. It shouldn't be able to die in this dreamscape. No one would perceive the host's presence. Yet, his eyes were indeed following her. Do not tell her that this is merely her illusion. Chapter 68. He is still but a child. Following the system's guidance, Sang yawning made her way to the back garden. When she turned to glance back, she was astonished to find that the little cat had been trailing her with dainty steps. Upon noticing her gaze, it haughtily turned its head away. Are you certain he cannot see me? Why does it feel as if those lifeless eyes resemble those of a certain antagonist? 727 also felt a twinge of uncertainty. He should be unable to see, right? Why not interact with him? Host? Mimi, come here. Sang yawning crouched down, beckoning to him with her finger. The kitten, named Mimi, remained motionless. Was it merely her imagination, or did she sense that the cat's whiskers twitched slightly? Could it be that he was mocking her for being foolish? Unwilling to give up, Sang yawning continued to call his name. Mimi, little black, glutinous rice, chin sway sway, what on earth, can't I catch you? Taking a deep breath, Sang yawning felt a pang of sadness. Darling, don't play around, come here quickly. Just as those sticky words left her lips, the little cat seemed to explode with energy, its tail swishing back and forth in apparent agitation. Noticing his reaction, Sang yawning cautiously stepped closer, her expression growing increasingly uncontrollable. Darling? Sister is here. The kitten, addressed as Darling, seemed to reach a breaking point, sitting up as if to flee. However, before it could escape, Sang yawning lunged forward and scooped him into her embrace, executing the trifecta of cat cuddling. Wow, where did you come from, little kitty? You smell delightful and your fur is so soft. Such a cute little cat should be wary of wandering alone at night. Be careful lest a bad sister whisk you away. How can you refuse a sister's kiss, Mwamua? If you reject a sister's kiss, she will send you out to wander the streets. You, a little cat, Mwamua, without a job or money, how will you survive out there? Ah, how delightful to dream and have a cat to cuddle. I, this cannon fodder female supporting character, have no regrets in death. 727 expressed concern for her mental state. Host, be gentle. You might smother him. After her cat cuddling session, Sang yawning wiped the cat hair from her mouth, feeling utterly refreshed. Let us go. I still remember the main task. 727 glanced at the kitten's state, which was locked in her embrace, its face written with despair, and silently swallowed hard, reaffirming that the host was indeed a terrifying female pervert. 727. We are about to teleport to the target of the memory fragments. Mu Ye's sighed. Please prepare yourself, host. Friendly reminder, the tone will shift dramatically, expect some sharp turns. Just as Sang yawning was about to respond, her vision suddenly darkened, and in the next moment, the scene before her transformed entirely. They found themselves in a dimly lit basement, the walls damp and the air thick with a pungent, metallic scent. Sang yawning felt an emptiness in her arms. The little cat had vanished. She could not help but shiver. Where is this? It reeks of horror film vibes. 727. This is the Pei family's crypt, the place where Muyi spent his childhood. Who? Muyi. He actually stayed in the Pei household as a child? 727. Host, Muyi was born in the Blood Demon Cave. After being raised there for a time, for reasons unknown, he escaped and was fortuitously taken in by the second lady of the Pei family. Xiao Yuanying. Sang yawning was taken aback. How could he have been raised in such a place? 727. This is related to Mu Ye's extraordinary bloodline. Someone is coming. A glamorous woman entered the crypt. Flanked by two maids, it was evident that the woman was adorned in gold and silver, her luxurious attire glistening splendidly. However, is this Xiao Yuanying? Why does her face look so smeared? 727 explained. This is Mu Ye's memory. The characters and scenes we witness may be influenced by him. Open the door. Xiao Yuanying commanded coldly. 1 maid, trembling, obediently opened the stone door. Sang yawning followed, taking a long route until she spotted a small figure on a cold stone bed. The boy was pale as paper, clearly at an age meant for joy and play under the sun. Yet his limbs were wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through the white cloth, revealing his frailty. Mother, he spoke haltingly, a sickly smile on his small face. Mother has come to see you. Xiao Yuanying's demeanor shifted from cold to gentle. Mother, it hurts so much. The boy's eyes reddened as he weakly extended his arms, yearning for his mother's affection. Upon seeing him lean closer, Xiao Yuanying stiffened, using a handkerchief to shield herself from his touch, instructing the maid to move him aside. Your illness will soon be cured. Dante cried. We have a few more times, just a few more, and it will be over. There was no tenderness, no comfort, and even the tone of her speech carried a hint of weary indifference. The boy's expression froze, and after a long pause, he lowered his head, his raven-like lashes trembling. He lifted a pale smile, his voice sounding obedient and pitiable. Yes, I will listen to mother. Mother, my arm is healing quickly. Let us start the operation today. Xiao Yuanying nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Rie is so understanding. With that, she signaled to the nearby maid. Why haven't you started yet? One maid held a small knife, while the other carried a wooden bowl, mechanically unwrapping the bandages from the boy's arm. The boy lay quietly on the bed, his face ashen, only smiling benignly towards Xiao Yuanying as the blade pierced his skin, as if this docility could earn him the compassion he deserved at his age. Sang yawning watched from the side, covering her mouth with her hand, a wave of revulsion washing over her. 727, noticing her trembling shoulders, kindly reminded. Host, you have a weak stomach. Perhaps it is best not to watch. The system can fast forward for you. The scene fast forwarded to after the blood was taken. The boy had fainted from the pain, neglected and left on the stone bed. Xiao Yuanying held a bowl of warm blood. Instructing the maid beside her, Just like before, add this to the First Lady's tonics. The maid cautiously responded, Madam Xiao, the young master's wounds are healing increasingly faster. Collecting blood is becoming more difficult. We have ceased his medicinal treatment, yet there is still. Sang Yanning fell into a moment of silence before reluctantly nodding. For the ensuing period, he shadowed Mu Yi. He was not confined to the stone bed for the entire day. In the absence of others, his expression was strikingly indifferent, resembling a mere shell of a person, as though he would only display a pitiable, animated demeanor when someone approached. The room he occupied contained nothing but a stone bed and a few wooden frames. During the daylight hours, he would retreat to an inconspicuous corner, raising his slender arm to poke a small patch of grass from the crevice in the stone wall above. A beam of sunlight would cascade down, casting a small halo upon the floor of the underground chamber. Mu Yi would sit cross-legged, fixating on that minuscule spot of light, his dark eyes reflecting a glimmer of brightness. So, the sun is shining outside today. He mused aloud, his tone lifting slightly. After uttering this, Sang Yanning observed him falling silent once more, prompting him to sit beside him. The presence of sunlight appeared to bring him a semblance of joy. Was it not tedious for him to sit there? He must have grown accustomed to it. Came the response, It is fortunate that the Xiao family is not tormenting him anymore. Is Xiao the second wife? The first wife she refers to is Mei Shi, the mother of Pei Yu and Pei Feng. Pei Yuan is the child of the third wife, and only the second wife currently lacks offspring. Therefore, did Xiao give Mei Shi the blood extracted from Mu Yi to drink? Precisely. Mu Yi's exceptional blood is an excellent tonic for those cultivating immortality, yet for one without any cultivation, it is a veritable poison, likely leading to their demise. After Mei Shi gave birth to Pei Feng, her health deteriorated, and Pei Yu's father, Pei Xian, has been seeking remedies for her. During this time, the Sang family has generously offered their assistance. Confirming she was still listening, the response continued. Mei Shi and Pei Xian once formed a pair of chivalrous partners in troubled times. However, Pei Xian committed numerous bloody deeds to solidify his standing in the realm of immortality, and Mei Shi urged him to cease, even threatening her own life. Ultimately, Pei Xian did heed her warning, but Mei Shi was left powerless due to the pursuit of enemies. Sang Yanning's expression turned to one of astonishment as he analyzed this. So, Xiao Yuanying intends to use Mu Ye's blood to kill Mei Shi? Indeed, came the sorrowful nod. Calculating the time, it seems Mei Shi will soon meet her end, allowing Xiao Yuanying to ascend as the rightful matriarch. Who would have thought that the Pei family harbored such depth? Pei Yu and Pei Feng, living with such carefree spirits, likely remain oblivious to this. Given Xiao Yuanying's machinations, Mu Ye's profound hatred for the Pei family becomes understandable. Sang Yanning tilted his head, only to find Mu Yi, unbeknownst to him, curled up with his knees hugged close, his frail form lying in slumber. The boy's expression was utterly defenseless, his delicate frame appearing exceedingly fragile. The halo of light fell delicately upon his profile. Sang Yanning sighed inwardly. Thank goodness. Even in your desolation, there is still this ray of light accompanying you. In the following days, Xiao Yuanying ceased her visits to the underground chamber, and Mu Ye's wounds healed swiftly. Yet, in the most crucial period for nutritional replenishment, none brought him sustenance. When it rained, he would kneel beneath the opening, using his mouth to catch the falling raindrops. Though his stomach grumbled daily, he never uttered a word of hunger. Sang Yanning could not help but inquire, will he not perish from starvation? He possesses demonic blood, and his lineage is extraordinarily exceptional, thus he can endure far more, if it comes to that. He can consume his own flesh and blood, as he grows rapidly. Sang Yanning hastily interjected. All right, enough of that. On this afternoon, the sun shone once more, and as usual, Mu Yi sat beside the halo of light. Eerily quiet, Sang Yanning, feeling drowsy after lingering in dreams for too long, sensed the passage of time at its time. He suddenly announced. Sang Yanning, seeing him rise, quickly gathered her wits, following his gaze until she noticed him extracting a thin blade from the crack in the stone door. The blade, seemingly polished countless times, though lightweight and slender, was remarkably sharp. Sang Yanning was startled by the fleeting glimmer of the blade, her heart racing. What does he intend to do? Could he be contemplating something drastic? Host, please do not panic, 727 interjected. The system has detected that Mu Yi did not experience self-harm during his childhood. As soon as the words left the system's interface, Mu Yi, one hand gripping the blade, the other touching his eye socket, appeared to be confirming its location. Are you certain he hasn't harmed himself? 727 began to waver. It should be host. Suddenly, Mu Ye's hand shot up, the silver blade reflecting a blinding light, piercing Sang Yanning's vision. Without a moment to think, her body instinctively picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the blade. In the next instant, her body jolted, and darkness enveloped her vision. The system had forcibly severed her connection to the dream. Chapter 70. My name is Sang Yinshi. When Sang Yanning opened her eyes again, her vision was shrouded in monochrome. Mu Yi lay amidst a pool of blood, his eyes weeping a stream of black liquid. Host, this is a reflection of Mu Ye's past dream. You cannot interfere with events that transpired. The system has administered a color-changing potion. We must wait for Sang Yinshi's arrival. Sang Yanning scoffed. Wait for my sister? When will she arrive? He just blinded himself. When he wakes, where will he stab next? She questioned. Before he dies, will anyone even notice him? At her words, 727 too began to harbor doubts. Logically, the system's record should not be erroneous. Even if Sang Yinshi intended to rescue him, she should have appeared by now, not when Mu Yi had already succumbed to despair and begun self-harm. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the underground chamber. If you're scared, don't come down. I've told you time and again, you cannot defeat me. The voice, muffled by the stone door, continued. Fine, tell me where my sister is. You go, and see if I'm not in front of your brother to expose your secrets. Who's afraid of whom? If you want to go, then go. A grown man whining like a child. Seriously, following me every day. I've never seen anyone who enjoys being beaten by me. Upon hearing that fiery voice, 727 felt an overwhelming familiarity. In the next moment, the adjacent stone door swung open, revealing a young girl with two buns atop her head, cursing as she entered. What a terrible place! Sang Yanning and 727 froze in place. Tianindi, is that not my childhood self? Fortunately, Mu Yi lay deep within, and little Yin Ning would have to navigate quite a distance to see him. A bold idea suddenly struck Sang Yanning. Detecting this signal, 727 exclaimed, Host, you are not considering possession, are you? Sang Yanning replied defiantly. That is indeed me, merely my younger self. How could it be considered possession? However, the original plot has the female lead, Sang Yinshi, saving Mu Yi. Disrupting the storyline arbitrarily may jeopardize the main plot. He is already blinded. What more do you fear? Seeing the system hesitate, Sang Yanning assured it. I swear, I will only retrieve him and do nothing else. If there are any negative repercussions, I will bear the consequences myself and will not lodge a complaint. Is that acceptable? 727 sighed. Then promise me to return and be close to Mu Yi. I still want my year-end bonus. It's a deal. Just as the words left her lips, little Yin Ning's body stiffened suddenly, and after a moment, clarity returned to her eyes. Wow, such a nice figure. Sang Yanning Mar, if you were a man. Allow me to carry you. Mu Yi faced her direction, pursing his lips in silence. If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. With that, Sang Ning steeled herself and hoisted him onto her back, lifting her short legs as she made her way towards the underground chamber. System, activate automatic navigation and chart the safest route for me. I must escort him out of the Pei residence. 727. System acknowledged, currently plotting the course. After a brief pause, a series of guiding markers appeared beneath Sang Ning's feet. She dared not pause, for it was broad daylight, the perfect time to be discovered. Fortunately, the route devised by the system consisted of either hidden passages or thick underbrush. After a brisk 10-minute run, she traversed a small doghole in the Pei estate, circumvented to the little grove at the back mountain, and finally halted in a well-concealed clearing shrouded by dense foliage. Exhausted, she lamented that she had never exerted herself so fiercely even over 800 meters. Thankfully, he was slender. Had he been a portly fellow? She dared not imagine the ordeal. Leaning against a stone, Mu Yi sat quietly, tilting his head to sense the girl's hurried breaths gradually calming, a slight smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Sang Ning boldly purchased a roll of bandage and antiseptic from the marketplace. Intending to tend to her own wounds, "Are you injured?" he inquired sharply, turning his head at that moment as she bit down on the bandage. She had no time to respond. He continued, "I heard your right hand moving." and there's a distinct scent of blood and medicine about you. Her back was smeared with his blood. Could there be any absence of the metallic tang? Do you possess medical skills? He glanced over, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Why do you speak so much? Sang Yanning retorted impatiently. Once the bandage was secured, the system urged her to hasten in returning his body, and seeing that Mu Ye's wounds had ceased bleeding, she stood ready to depart. Where are you going? Mu Ye's voice, tinged with evident alarm, broke the silence. Home, Sang Yanning replied. I have done my utmost. Any further self-harm or suicidal tendencies are your own affairs. It would be wise not to let me catch you, or I shall surely mock you loudly. Her implication was clear. Did that mean they might encounter each other again? What is your name? Suppressing his racing heart, he mustered the courage to ask. I am Sang Yanning, she confessed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, the prolonged sojourn in this dreamlike state rendering her mind foggy. Suddenly, a recollection struck her. Echoing the system's warning, this realm reflects Mu Ye's past dreams. You must not disrupt past events. We simply await Sang Yin Shi's arrival. 727, sensing her hesitation, hastily reminded her. Host, adhering to the narrative is paramount. Deviating from it will incur penalties. Sang Yanning fell into silence. Though her sister had not yet appeared, within the original plot, it was indeed her sister who had rescued him. As a mere supporting character. How could she dare to usurp that role? I am Sang Yin Shi, she heard herself declare, a tinge of disappointment coloring her voice. Stop. Do not scold. Let me intercede on your behalf. Why must Yanning assist the heroine in her noble deeds? This wretched system, this cursed narrative. Allow me to clarify. All misunderstandings merely serve to lay the groundwork for the day of pursuit. The deeper the burial, the sweeter the chase. We cannot simply allow a man to achieve his desires with ease. Peace. Furthermore, we have reached 100 fans. My heartfelt gratitude to those lovely individuals who pinned kind reviews. Happy Valentine's Day. Love you all. Mwah tomorrow. We resume the main storyline. Chapter 71. A new affliction. I am Sang Yin Shi. Unless necessary, do not pester me. Sang Yanning clenched her teeth, resolutely extinguishing any thoughts of leveraging this opportunity to enhance her favorability. In truth, her heart ached terribly. Such a significant boost in favorability, if she revealed her name. Wouldn't the dark antagonist's white moonlight become her instead? What then of her strategy? She could easily win at the starting line. As a supporting character, she dared not seize the heroine's fortune, nor could she stray from the narrative, fearing that one misstep would lead to her demise, rendering her unable to return home. What is a mere white moonlight, after all? She could captivate him with her own charm. Yet, this lingering favorability tugged painfully at her heartstrings. 727 comforted her. Host, let us persist. Mu Yi shall inevitably fall for you. Sang Yanning hung her head, clearly lacking confidence. Are you so certain? 727 glanced at the progress chart, affirming its assurance to the point that Sang Yanning began to doubt its sincerity. Nevertheless, we must return the original host's body. I understand. She cast a glance back at Mu Yi and saw him quietly seated, his cherry-red lips moving slightly, as if whispering her sister's name. Sang Yin Shi. He chuckled softly, gradually unwrapping the bandage from his head. He wished to see what she looked like if he desired. The wounds on his eyes could heal swiftly as he opened his eyes. A faint glimmer illuminated his face, yet before him, there was nothing but emptiness. The girl who had stood there moments ago had vanished. The light in the boy's eyes dimmed palpably. He lowered his lashes, self-mockingly reflecting. So you find me unappealing as well? The feeling of loss within him began to dissipate as he tightened his grip on the bandage. But as long as I am alive, I shall see you again. When that day comes, I shall not allow you to escape. He remained seated for a time, discarding the bandage in his hand, a hint of danger flickering in his gaze, his expression both possessive and arrogant. He would wait, and he possessed ample patience. Sang Yanning, having delivered him near the Pei residence, found herself utterly spent. The prolonged sojourn in the dream world had drained her physically and mentally. After securing little Yanning in a safe spot, the system transported her back. She groggily opened her eyes, the nerves in her brain twitching sporadically. Despite lying there for so long, it felt as though she had not slept at all. Where have you been? Mu Ye's voice drifted in, neither warm nor cold, from beside the bed. Sang Yin-ning jolted upright. Spotting Mu Yi propped against the headboard, his hair already tied back, appearing to have been awake for quite some time. She felt somewhat bewildered. I was sleeping, right here in this room. Where else could I go? His cool gaze lingered on her face, a scrutinizing glint in his eyes. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "Why do you seem as though you haven't slept at all? Your eyes are so red." Sang Yin-ning lowered her head, rubbing her eyes. Really? Perhaps I had a nightmare." "Who did you dream of?" She fabricated a serious lie. I dreamt of a hideous monster chasing me. It terrified me to death." Mu Ye's expression darkened further. "A hideous monster? And yet you still cling to it. You as a child." She suddenly interjected, and at that instant, 727's alarm blared in her mind. "Host, Mu Yi is suspicious. Do not divulge too much." His brow arched in curiosity. "Me as a child?" Hearing the slight menace in his voice, Sang Yin-ning's muddled mind snapped to attention. "I mean, you are so good-looking. You must have been quite adorable as a child." Oh dear, she thought, this could be disastrous. His childhood was fraught with calamity. Why had she dared to bring it up in front of him? "Would you like to see?" Mu Ye's eyes darkened with intrigue, fixing his gaze upon her. "Well, may I?" Suddenly, she grasped the implications of his words. Did he mean to say he could transform himself, much like Song-hee? To her surprise, he lowered his eyes, leisurely nodding. "Yes, but I have a condition." Sang Yin-ning internally scoffed. "What condition?" He smiled slyly. "You must cry for me right now." "Are you all right? Am I overly sensitive? Or does he genuinely have issues? Why does it seem as though this antagonist derives pleasure from seeing me cry? Is it fair to say his preferences are rather peculiar, or is he merely an equal match to me, an unspoken brotherly bond of sorts? Perhaps it would be best to avoid that." Sang Yin-ning skirted around him, her heart racing as she descended from the bed. Mu Ye's gaze followed her, a light chuckle escaping his lips, his mind already weighing the possibilities. After lunch, Pei Yu and Sang Yin she ventured to the village chief's home to gather information about the jiwei flowers, while Sang Yin-ning prepared to change her attire to join them. Observing her rummaging through the wardrobe, Mu Yi drummed his fingers idly on the table. Sang Yin-ning was not one to rush. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "What are you doing?" "Deciding what to wear today." He cast a glance at the thick garments in the wardrobe, scoffing lightly. "It is already summer. Why do you still insist on layering?" Sang Yin-ning did not lift her head. "Yes. I uphold the virtues of a modest woman." Mu Yi clearly did not believe her playful banter, and chose to ignore it. If Sang Yin-ning upheld modesty, he would be the first to express gratitude. After some time spent deliberating, Sang Yin-ning finally stepped outside. And no sooner had they exited the courtyard than an elderly woman clad in purple approached them, greeting them with familiarity. It was the matchmaker who had attended to them previously. Whether out of fear or disinterest in acknowledging the brooding antagonist, the old woman's gaze seemed fixated solely on Sang Yin-ning. "Good afternoon, young lady. Are you two heading to the village chief's house?" Sang Yin-ning nodded obediently. "Yes, indeed. Oh dear. What unfortunate timing. Last night's rain washed away the dam in the village, and the men are currently working to repair it. Might you persuade your husband to lend a hand?" Sang Yin-ning and Mu Yi exchanged glances, sensing the subtle awkwardness. What kind of perception did this woman possess that she could be so certain Mu Yi would heed her request, even if they were newlyweds? Did it necessitate her seeking Sang Yin-ning's approval for such a matter? Could it be that someone genuinely believes this gentleman could be henpecked? Moreover, this move appears to be aimed at driving away the only pillar of support by her side. Is this intention not a tad too blatant? Even if she claims that she will not be harmed later, she remains unconvinced. Yet, if she does not divert Mu Yi away, she will find it impossible to play the role of cannon fodder. And if she does not draw out the hidden figures behind the scenes, those individuals will remain forever in the shadows, making it increasingly difficult for the protagonists to discover the whereabouts of the ZY flower. Indeed, she finds herself ensnared in a deadlock. While Sang Yin-ning wrestles with her inner turmoil, Mu Yi speaks up. His tone of regret seems genuinely contemplative. "I apologize, but I have recently contracted an ailment, and I fear I shall be unable to offer assistance." "An ailment?" Sang Yin-ning's eyes widen. He has been in perfect health, eating well and in fine form. What illness could he possibly have? The woman pauses, evidently taken aback by his unapologetic refusal. After a brief silence, She shifts her expression to one of warmth. Oh dear, that is truly unfortunate. What malady has befallen you? Perhaps this old woman could assist in finding a good doctor. Mu Yi smiles innocently. A condition that will result in my demise should I be parted from my wife. Sang Yanni furrows her brow. What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 72. Are you truly intent on driving me away? Sang Yanni swats Mu Ye's hand away, her expression clearly conveying rejection. Goodness, please do not let anyone know that she is acquainted with him. The woman's expression turns suspicious, as if questioning his sanity. Oh? What a peculiar affliction. Ha ha ha. One must seek treatment for illness. Well then, I shall not intrude any further. With that, the woman walks away, her demeanor awkward. Mu Yi retracts his hand, his expression reverting to its usual indifference. What ailment are you feigning now? Sang Yanni remarks, realizing she had not previously noticed his talent for theatrical deception. He answers succinctly. Longing is absent, so? He scoffs. In his absence, it is solely my responsibility to watch over you. Do you comprehend? Do not tell me you failed to grasp what Li Ying articulated yesterday in the secret chamber, and now you are rushing to your demise. Indeed, he has guessed correctly. Yet, if she does not venture forth to meet her fate, who will propel the narrative forward? Sang Yanni glares at him, her mind a tumult of frustration. The two remain silent, with Sang Yanni preoccupied with devising a plan to deliver a scapegoat to the NPC. While Mu Yi vigilantly guards against her restlessness. 727 cannot help but break out in a cold sweat. How peculiar. Having served numerous hosts and traversed countless strategy routes, this is the first instance of such special treatment accorded to a villain. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrive at Li Ying's residence, with the outer wall coinciding with the lotus pond where they had dined just days prior. Sang Yanni scans the area, failing to spot the protagonists. Are you certain that my sister and the others arrived first? Her gaze sweeps across the expansive pond, her query laced with uncertainty. Mu Yi raises an eyebrow. How would I know? I have been with you the entire time. Then why not go search for them? She proposes. I shall wait here. After saying this, she takes the initiative to find a clean stone and sits down obediently. Mu Yi observes her seemingly innocent demeanor. And at that moment, his teeth clench in irritation. Is she truly trying to drive him away? She continues to smile sweetly. Not at all. I said I would wait here for you, so you ought to hasten your departure. Should you not? If you do not leave, how can you accomplish your task of dazzling the crowd as a scapegoat? You never wished to be close to me in ordinary times, yet now that I am on a mission, you seek to encroach upon my affairs. What manner of man are you? Goodness, if only the heroine would encounter some misfortune at this moment, drawing him away. Just as her inner monologue concludes, a maid, clad in servant's attire, comes rushing towards her, nearly stumbling in her haste. This scene and moment, Sang Yinyan's eyes widen. No way, it cannot be happening. Oh no. Miss Sang has fallen into the water. The maid gasps for breath, barely managing to convey her message. Sang Yanni jumps down. What? You say my sister is in trouble? Is it that serious? All right, I understand. She casts an expectant glance at Mu Yi. Mu, your sister can swim. TSK. Encountering someone with a functioning brain. The maid, having caught her breath, continues. That pond has not been cleared. The water plants below are lush, and Miss Sang is entangled and unable to move. The pond is too deep. Neither the maid nor the young man dares to enter. Sang Yanni feigns shock. Ah, how dreadful. Even if my sister can swim, she may still become ensnared. Mu Yi, you must look. Pei Yu is not a corpse. You have overthought this, haven't you? Must you not cooperate with the NPC striving to perform? The maid adds. Young Master Pei has accompanied the village chief to the market to buy tea. He will not return for a while. At that moment, a commotion erupts nearby. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Quickly, fetch a pole to fish them out. Is anyone there? Miss Sang is running out of strength. Mu Ye's brow furrows slightly as his gaze finally shifts towards the direction from whence the maid came. Sang Yinyan's inner self is practically leaping with excitement. Good heavens, these NPCs are surprisingly cooperative. Tonight, she might just earn a bonus. She continues to stoke the flames. I cannot swim. Otherwise, I would rescue my sister myself. Sister, where are you? What are you doing? Suddenly, Mu Yi approaches, reaching behind her to touch her back. applying something in an instant. Sang Yannian finds herself immobilized. He lifts her up and positions her correctly on the stone she had previously occupied, her demeanor resembling that of a diligent student attentively listening. Sang Yannian nearly sputters with indignation. Goodness, this sly fox. If I return and find no one, you will be finished. He speaks each word deliberately, his gaze carrying a hint of warning. Sang Yannian grits her teeth. I truly dread the villain's sudden concern. Such fortune is not something I desire. No sooner has she spoken than Mu Yi strides purposefully towards the cacophony, while the maid, witnessing his haste, widens her eyes in astonishment, lamenting as she hurriedly follows behind. The moment they depart, the pond before Sang Yannian begins to shimmer with unusual light. Goodness, even the villain NPC acknowledges the urgency of time. She peers into the turquoise water, where several purple lotus flowers bloom in the center. These blossoms had not been open moments ago, but now that Mu Yi has left, they have blossomed, seemingly beckoning her to investigate. Sang Yannian exhales softly, calling upon the system. System, could you assist me in removing the immobilization talisman from my back? 727 responds. No problem, host. The talisman falls away, and Sang Yannian leaps from the stone, slowly edging towards the pond's edge. She gazes at the flowers in the pond's center, suddenly struck by a bold hypothesis. Surely, these cannot be the ZY flowers? Placed so overtly, is Li Ying not a fool? However, after much contemplation, Sang Yannian concludes that this is unlikely. If it were truly that simple, the previous host would not have struggled so mightily in this scenario. 727 quietly observes her musings, rubbing its hands together, stifling its words. Tio have approached the correct answer so swiftly. This host is indeed not easily deceived. System, how can I obtain those flowers without drowning? 727 replies. The system can activate a defensive mechanism. You need not worry about sinking. Is that true? Sang Yannian hesitates. There can't possibly be anything lurking in the water, can there? 727 reassures her. Host? Please do not frighten yourself. Can I use the light body technique to traverse the water? For instance, allowing me to walk atop the surface. Goodness, she truly does not wish to touch the water. 727 responds. Host, that defies logic. I can't allow you to float on the water's surface. You must swim over yourself. All right. Sang Yannian sighs, resigning herself to the necessity of the task. She removes her shoes, preparing to lower her legs into the water. The icy water envelopes her ankles, sending a chilling sensation up her spine. A wave of long dormant fear surges within her, the suffocating sensation of water entering her nose, and the numbing rigidity of her limbs all crash over her like a colossal beast, lurking in a filthy corner, poised to devour her whole. No, this cannot be. She retracts her foot, unable to conquer her inner terror. Just then, a sudden gust of cold wind sweeps behind her, tightening her heart. An unsettling feeling compels her to turn, only to be abruptly shoved from behind. With a splash, she plunges into the pond, sending waves rippling across the surface as several figures emerge from the shore. Retrieve them when they are on the brink of death, and bring them back, a woman's voice coldly commands. Yes, immortal. Tomorrow, the hero saves the beauty. Expect some delightful rewards. Hee. Chapter 73. Once again, capturing individuals right beneath his nose. Meanwhile, Mu Yi arrives at the scene and swiftly rescues the individual from the water. Fortunately, Sang Yinji can swim and has not swallowed much water. However, the water plants had ensnared her like a specter, draining her strength. Thank you, young Master Mu. Sang Yinji coughs lightly, accepting the dry towels from the maids. She scans the vicinity and keenly inquires. Where is Yannian? Mu Yi seems somewhat distracted. In another pond. She runs slowly, so I instructed her to wait for me. After saying this, he helps her up, appearing ready to head back. Another pond? Sang Yinji ponders this statement, and suddenly realizes, exclaiming, Oh no! There is something amiss with that water. Yannian cannot swim. Young Master Mu, we must hurry back. As Mu Yi returned to the stone where he had previously stood, he found that Sang Yin had vanished without a trace. By the nearest pond, a large puddle lay spread out, and upon the water's surface floated a solitary shoe. Sang Yin, she retrieved the shoe, her voice trembling slightly. This is Yin Ning's shoe. He recognized it as belonging to Sang Yin Ning. Just that morning, he had witnessed her dawdling as she slipped it on. All while under his watchful gaze, capturing someone right before his eyes. How could there be so many eager to court death? Mu Ye's face remained cold, almost expressionless, but the more composed he appeared, the more uneasy Sang Yin she felt it was not Li Ying's doing. She rationally concluded. Pei Yu had been keeping a close watch on Li Ying lately, and had Li Ying made any moves, Pei Yu would have surely noticed it must be the fairy, Mu Yi mused. His eyelids lifting slightly, he had often found Sang Yinning's chatter bothersome when she was by his side, yet in her absence, he felt as though something precious had been cruelly snatched away from him. Why was it that those he fancied were always subject to theft? A fleeting glimmer of bloodthirst crossed his eyes. At that moment, all he desired was to kill. Whether he exposed himself before Sang Yin Shi or was perceived as a monster mattered little. His sole wish was for Sang Yin-ning to return safely. Sang Yin Shi calmly analyzed the situation, but upon glancing back, she noticed Mu Yi enveloped in a surge of demonic energy. His fierce aura entirely unbecoming of a solitary cultivator. A wave of alarm washed over her, and instinctively, she reached for the talisman hidden in her bosom, but the thought of her sister's uncertain fate forced her to suppress her instincts. Young Master Mu, I know how to find Yin Ning, Sang Yin, she declared, producing a small paper effigy from her sleeve. She formed a hand seal and recited a chant, causing the paper figure to spring to life. Resembling a guardian shikigami. This is a tracking art from the Pei family. When Yin Ning went missing as a child, I had Pei Yu create this using her hair as a guide. Once she finished speaking, the tiny paper figure drifted towards Li Ying's storeroom, and Sang Yin she gestured for him to follow. Young Master Mu, we shall proceed this way. The paper effigy did not take the dark passage they had previously descended, but instead entered through the wood door. Mu Ye's gaze darkened. It seemed there was more than one secret chamber beneath. The paper figure halted before a wall. Aware that there was a mechanism hidden within, Mu Yi stepped forward to break it open. Only to witness Sang Yin she roll up her sleeves, take a deep breath, and with a resounding crash, she shattered the wall into pieces. She lowered her sleeves and returned to her previous serious demeanor. As if the explosive sound had never occurred. Young Master Mu, we must hurry, she urged. Pei Yu, what good fortune, Mu Yi said nothing, merely following her lead. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber below, Sang Yin-ning finally regained consciousness amidst the blaring alarms of the system. As her vision cleared, she discerned several voices. She fell into the pond but did not sink. Could she truly be a saintess? Do you really believe that nonsense to deceive Li Ying? You only need to know she can help me sustain Brother Huai's life. Very well, I merely came to see. We are all demons, but do not take it too far lest those cultivators take notice. By the way, this dress made of rose silk is quite exquisite. Have you finished your spectacle? If so, be gone. The demonic aura is too strong. Beware of attracting trouble. All right, I shall leave now. Such a pity for such a beautiful girl, a slender, rough, stick-like object brushed against Sang Yin-ning's cheek, which she found irritating, causing her to turn her face away. Oh, you're awake? The woman before her cooed. Sang Yin-ning opened her eyes to see a woman with pink hair. Her interest piqued as she leaned over her. Adorned with several peach blossoms atop her head, in an instant, Sang Yin-ning comprehended her predicament. She attempted to move her wrists, only to realize she was bound to a wooden stake, her feet dangling in midair. Utterly devoid of any object to leverage against. Something was amiss. She felt oddly exposed. She looked down to find her bare belly and legs, exposed only when bathing. What on earth? Why is this revealing red dancing dress on me? A gust of wind swept through, leaving her feeling chilled to the bone, as waves of shame and humiliation surged within her. She clamped her legs together, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The pink-haired woman observed her reaction with delight. Her eyes narrowing in a smirk. Oh dear, little Rose, look how your attire makes the girl shy. Sang Yin-ning bit her lip and glanced around, realizing she was quite high up, while the woman before her appeared to stand on two tree trunks. No. Her legs were indeed tree trunks, elongated and twisted. That moment. They were eye to eye, the woman's root-like fingers caressing Sang Yin-ning's face as if enchanted. 727 prompts. Host, this is a 700-year-old peach blossom demon. The other is a 1,000-year-old rose demon. These words nearly sent Sang Yin-ning reeling. Do flowers in this book also love cultivating immortality? Why are you still here? The rose demon urged coldly. The peach blossom demon blinked innocently. There's no rush. You need this young lady to help Li Huai transfer his anger. How could one person manage that alone? I shall assist you. Mind your own business. The rose demon turned her flushed face aside, her arms morphing into roots as she gently pulled Li Huai closer from the stone bed. Sang Yinning's mind was a whirlwind. Transfer anger? How does one do that? Mouth to mouth. But he is dead. He has no breath. She suppressed the turmoil in her stomach and trembled, asking, Ladies, I have no enmity with you. What do you want from me? The rose demon's icy gaze fell upon her. Miss Sang, there's no need for pretense. The Yin energy within you is the perfect nourishment for the living dead. She glided closer, entwined in branches, among the countless brides of Black Mountain Village. Only you are the most compatible with Brother Huai. This transfer of energy could sustain him for at least another 5 years. During that time, I will no longer need to worry about finding a suitable Yin body. Yin body? When did this character become so desirable to so many? Chapter 74. No man is as handsome as Mu Yi, nor does he have his charm. I refuse to kiss him. The rose demon enveloped the pale-faced Li Huai. Come now, you know how to transfer energy. I need not teach you, correct? Sang Yinning instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by the rancid odor emanating from Li Huai. How could he possibly come back to life? If he were as handsome as Mu Yi, she might entertain the notion. But this Li Huai was devoid of charm, his face resembling a corpse poisoned by some affliction. How could she possibly bring herself to do it? I can't. The fairy's smile turned sinister as her branches spread like nerve endings, pressing against Sang Yinning's chest. You possess a considerable amount of your beloved's spiritual energy. How could you not know how to transfer it? She had been forced into this situation, and it was clear that it was a matter of emergency. It was not comparable to the present circumstances. Unwilling? The rose demon tilted her head. Her gaze chillingly fierce. Sang Yinning felt as if she were being asked an utterly foolish question. Asking a young maiden to kiss a pile of dung. Who would want to? As the atmosphere grew tense, the peach blossom demon offered a suggestion. Why not wrap them both in a nutrient bag? Your essence is on that dress, and the digestive fluid within will naturally discern it. If the girl still refuses, turning her into Li Huai's nourishment is not out of the question. What nutrient bag? What digestive fluid? Are you two in a cultivation novel? Could you refrain from using such modern, technical jargon? With that, the peach blossom demon flicked her wrist, and a cage made of wooden slats emerged from the ground. She severed the chains, enveloping Sang Yinning and pushing her into a space with Li Huai. With her hands suddenly freed, Sang Yinning rubbed her wrists, only to have Li Huai's face lurch towards her, making her jump in fright as she quickly propped herself up. Yet, the two demons outside had no intention of granting her wish. The wooden cage began to constrict, and a foul-smelling liquid surged beneath her feet, resembling the digestive fluid they had mentioned. She pressed her hands against her chest, straining to distance herself from Li Huai. Help! Don't come any closer. That would be quite rude. The rose demon watched as Sang Yinning struggled futilely within the wooden enclosure, scoffing coldly. Soon, she would be reunited with her beloved. Once Li Huai awakened, she would need to concoct an explanation for Li Ying about the situation. Had it not been for Li Huai's dying wish to protect his parents, she would have longed to silence the meddlesome Li Ying. As a demon, she had no need to weave an elaborate lie to find a suitable bride. Li Ying could only consume the ZY flower to extend his life, and with so many suitable girls at her disposal, everything would be easily resolved. The rose demon clenched her fists, burying her excitement and resentment deep within. The peach blossom demon observed her subtly changing expression, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. Was it worth it for a mortal man? Both women harbored their own thoughts when suddenly, the previously silent wooden cage erupted with a blinding flame, searing hot. The peach blossom demon sensed trouble and broke open the cage, causing Sang Yinning to tumble out unexpectedly, clutching the scant fabric covering her. The rose demon steadied Li Huai, his complexion showing no signs of improvement. Her eyes widened in fury. You did not transfer energy to him? Sang Yinning spat in disdain. Sister, your partner has bad breath. Who would want to kiss him? Even as a mere pawn, she was a pawn with principles. A man who is neither as handsome as Mu Yi nor as charming as Mu Yi is someone she has no desire to kiss. Are you seeking death? The rose demon, filled with fury, brandished her thorny branches, ready to strike. In a moment of desperation, Sang Yinning stumbled and crawled, just as the thorns were about to descend upon her. She concentrated her energy, summoning a burst of flame that surged up the thorns and enveloped the Rose Demon's arm. Little Rose, the Peach Blossom Demon rushed forward, knowing that fire was the most lethal element for plant demons. She threw herself into the nearby pool with the person, gazing at the charred branches with eyes full of pity. This was no ordinary fire. How could this girl, devoid of any cultivation, conjure such a terrifying flame merely from the remnants of her spiritual energy? Who exactly was her lord? Seeing the two demons frightened by the flames, Sang Yanning turned on her heel and fled, disregarding the discomfort of her exposed thighs. Survival was her only thought. After approximately 10 seconds of running, she glanced back to see an overwhelming surge of vines and branches closing in, threatening to turn her into a pincushion. What was this absurd long-range assault without a duo to counter it? As she ran, she unleashed flames, which spread along her escape route, making her feel like a small fire dragon from a Pokemon world, spewing fire wherever she went. Regarding her control over spiritual energy, she had no sense of it, and after a brief struggle against the two attackers, her fingers were nearly bleeding, yet she could barely conjure a flicker of flame. Damn it, Mu Yi, that miser. After all that kissing, couldn't he have given a little more? 727 couldn't he help but retort. Host, it's clearly your own extravagance. The two flower demons, seeing Sang Yanning unable to produce fire, seized the opportunity to ensnare her. Their branches and vines creeping menacingly around her legs. The Rose Demon's expression was fierce, clearly driven mad by love. If Li Huai cannot awaken today, neither shall you live, trapped and immobile. All Sang Yanning could think was to chastise her. Are you out of your mind? The one who has already died. Why must you persist in this madness? Have you ever considered that he might not wish to live? The Peach Blossom Demon's gaze darkened as she scrutinized Li Huai, her mind swirling with thoughts. The stench of death, even with copious floral pollen and fragrance covering it, the essence that belonged to another realm still evoked nausea. Forcing Li Huai's soul to remain in the mortal plane was indeed an affront to natural order. It was likely that the original Li Huai had long perished, leaving behind a corpse that little Rose was infatuated with. While the true essence of him could never reincarnate, the Peach Blossom Demon's expression became clear. Little Rose, she speaks the truth. The Rose Demon, taken aback, exclaimed, You don't believe me either? It's not that I don't believe you. The Peach Blossom Demon shook her head, her expression one of resignation. We have known each other for centuries. Naturally, I am always on your side. I merely wish to ask, how did you care for the Ziwei flower that Li Huai consumed? The other hesitated, offering no response. If you forcefully sustain him with your cultivation, trading it for a Li Huai who can never reincarnate, do you truly believe that is worth it? The Rose Demon's eyes reddened, biting her lip tightly. Even so, he cannot leave me. The Peach Blossom Demon spoke gently, like a spring breeze in March. Leave you? What are you afraid of? He is but a mortal. Aging, sickness, and death are his rightful destinies. Your attempts to alter fate will only cause his next life to miss the opportunity of being with you. She extended her branches, embracing her tenderly, as if to comfort her. Besides, do you not have me? I shall not let you feel lonely. I will wait alongside you. The Rose Demon, touched, replied, Peach Blossom, you. The Rose Demon's tendrils gradually relaxed. And upon seeing her previous words had an effect, Sang Yanning quickly sought to break free. System, is there anything in the shop that can help me escape temporarily? 727. There is a smoke bomb that has crossed over from a neighboring book. Host, do you wish to purchase it? Buy. No sooner had she spoken than a great cloud of mist erupted around her. The two entwined demons exchanged glances, and the Peach Blossom Demon, waving away the fog, shouted, I meant to say earlier, there is the scent of living beings in the Lotus Cave. We cannot allow her to return and summon help. As Sang Yanning reached the stone wall, she frantically pressed against the uneven surface, attempting to open the stone door. With the demons hot on her heels, her heart raced, her veins boiling with adrenaline. At that moment, 727 spoke again. Host, Mu Yi is coming. Just as the system's alert faded, the stone wall before Sang Yanning suddenly split open with a loud crash, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Chapter 75. What are you wearing? The smoke billowed, the dust clouding the air, and Sang Yanning was momentarily blinded. Sang Yanning? the only person in this narrative who addressed her by her full name. In such critical moments, his voice always provided her with a sense of safety. Her heart raced, a bittersweet excitement coursing through her, and no matter where she went, Mui always found a way to reach her. Muye's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely breaking open a stone door would lead to Sang Yaning standing before him. As he dispersed the mist before him, Sang Yaning, who had been caught up in her emotions just a moment ago, suddenly remembered what she was wearing at that moment. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and she hurriedly leaped onto Muyi. He stumbled back, his expression exceedingly awkward, yet he was internally reassured that he had indeed saved the right person.